is organic in its inception.
Yeah.
And some enemy said, hey, look at this. If we can get the West to embrace this stuff, we won't have to fire a shot.
Yeah.
That's possible. Or it's possible that it came from some enemy to begin with. I don't know.
So let me try to steel man what he's saying here. I'm going to take some liberties because I haven't watched this, but he's looking at what happened in the 80s to the Soviet Union. He's making a relationship between wokeism and Marxism, is my guess, or communism. And he's saying if the enemies of the United States, let's say Russia, want to destroy the United States, destroy the idea of the free market, democratic capitalism type idea, we can do this by infiltrating wokeism, which will lead to a form of socialism or communism. And that worked in disabling the Soviet Union, so maybe we can disable the United States. Is that fair?
I agree that that's what he's saying, yeah.
Okay.
I think from my point of view, the way that he is going about this kind of speculation, though, is in conflict with his previous statements about like the way he thinks about things is just scientific, trying to disconfirm them and so on. Now, of course, you could say, look, the clip's out of context, so you've not seen the rest of what he's done. But this is like a trend over time, right, in his podcast where he's just talking about like, he's just talking about the talking points that would seem to confirm various conspiracy theories, like the anti-vax ones. Like he never talks about any of the various studies that have come out saying ivermectin, for example.
He's not making a scientific claim here. He's just basically giving a hypothesis of what
conspiracy hypothesis.
Yeah, but on its face, when you say conspiracy hypothesis, there's a knee-jerk reaction. Well, okay, then it's false. But you shouldn't have that knee-jerk reaction. It should be, this could be correct, and it could be a conspiracy hypothesis.
My reaction is not necessarily that he's proposing this hypothesis. It's the framing, right? Which is like either X or Y, which, generally means that you're thinking that they're roughly equal, right? Which I think is pretty absurd. Like unless you have like specific evidence that there's a conspiracy going on, you should assume that most movements, most ideologies started organically, because that's where they usually come from.
What's the either or here? Either wokeism or what?
Either CRT is a mind virus drug. A mind virus drug, like a mind virus seeded by the geopolitical enemies of the West.
Or what?
Or it's an organic, natural kind of ideology or whatever, right? Like just like all ideologies, right? Like communism, capitalism, they all started by a group of people having some ideas, putting them down.
Well, but it's a pretty reasonable hypothesis. Like if you consider an enemy someone who actually lives in the United States already, there's a lot of people who are very unhappy with either the economic situation in the United States or racism in the United States.
I think this is a plausibility heuristic, though. Like it makes sense given this.
But this is where the hypothesis is coming from, I think.
I agree, but I think what I think is being exhibited here is like a really common fact. It's like a case of the Linda fallacy, right? Because there's so many assumptions that are required in order for something like that to work versus like competing explanations, right? But the point is that it coheres together as a story very nicely. And so we think, yeah, that's right. And that's how a lot of these conspiracy theories work. And the point is that is in direct conflict
What up, chat? What up, chat? What up? Welcome,
I'm
welcome.
a scientist. My thinking is always
unfortunately, the title is this fucked up ass vaccine.
That I'm committing
these counter-apologists out here acting like
how would you
medical
disconfirm
opinion
this?
is good
Like
when
if
it's
you were
not.
on his show and you said this exactly to
Slash
his face
street
and he asked for your
epistemology.
help. Okay, help me, Nathan. How would I disconfirm this hypothesis?
You can trace the
Appreciate
idea
y'all.
of the
Thanks for
movements,
coming
right? You
through.
can say, okay, what was it that where is wokeism popular now? Like,
I'm still getting it together, y'all. I just jumped in because I wanted to get in this conversation. So
who are the people who kind of wrote down the very first set of ideas? And
well, it's like
so I'm still
I think
getting
it's
it
like
together for the day.
what you do, Doug, when you talk to Christians, and like they say,
Channel
well, there's no
is
other
digital
way
gnosis.
that the
Nate's
universe
channel, Nate's
came
channel,
into being,
digital
right, other than
gnosis.
God did it, and you go, okay, we're going to write a movie together. What's the second best hypothesis? It's that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just trying to think of something specific.
Oh, like where? So where it came from?
What do you think about what I was suggesting, right? Like you can actually look into the history of these things and then say, look, now, like, given that this is how it seemed to have started based on its public history, could there have been a conspiracy that, like, let's say there were like 5 different academics,
it's so wild in here,
5 different universities,
and the panel growing
roughly the same time, came up with a set of ideas. Like, for a conspiracy to work, like all 5 of them would have had to be.
No, but that doesn't disconfirm his hypothesis, because he could say, well, that's when this conspiracy started.
So I think to disconfirm a hypothesis, you just have to make it less likely, right? You can say something like,
well, it's that it's more expected under a competing hypothesis than it is on that one. That's how you disconfirm.
But guys, isn't this whole thing a little weird though? Because I don't know. It's just. This is the do your own research crowd. This is to me, their arguments in such bad faith that when they start to say, oh, there's a conspiracy about the pandemic and all the medical scientists I'm not trying to disprove that conspiracy. Like, because this was some of the problem I had. When I started to get ready, the reason I jumped in, I was like, because I heard y'all talking earlier and y'all were saying things like, oh, well, it's a little bit more reasonable to not listening to them about masks because their messages about masks early on were conflicting. Not really.
No, not conflicting, right? That wasn't the point. The point was that they knew a little bit, like I would say they knew a little more than they actually told us. And I
honestly don't think they knew it was airborne for a long time. I mean, I don't know.
Well, again,
I don't know what point in time you're talking about. Because they were talking about transition. But I honestly don't think they knew for a while.
What I'm getting at is even that was a game that people wanted to not understand, right? When they said airborne, they were meaning a very particular type of transmission. They were not referring to whether or not it's actually transmitted in the air or people breathing. They mean scientifically, airborne has a very technical definition, like the size of the particulates, how long they last in the air, whatever. So when them saying, oh, we're not sure if we want to call it airborne, people go, well, they're
No. That's the part of the story that I remember, at least, right? Because it was covered.
Yeah, it's a while ago. Yeah, for sure.
They didn't want to create like the demand thing, which makes sense.
Yeah, it was a specific policy decision they made, which you can even argue that it was the right call, right? To say that. So we're not going to tell people what our current beliefs are about whether masks work or not, because we don't want them to rush out and buy a lot of masks and make surgery, doctors' lives harder, right? Maybe that was the right thing to do. But then the net effect of that is when that comes out later, is that the next time I hear the CDC say something, I personally have to think, I can't just take their word for it anymore, right? Like,
yeah, but I think that's the dangerous part. Like, I think there's a difference. First off, because I'm not comfortable with the idea that they were withholding information. I really don't believe that's how it went. I could be misremembering it.
Right.
But
I think Ben's raised a good point, right? The fact that they were withholding that information is public. Like, the decision-making process is public. I mean, if that's true, right, it's not being done.
Well,
behind closed.
That's supposed to work,
right? That's
so they're saying. So if they're saying we're not recommending it yet because we don't want to create this demand pressure, then they're being open about it.
Yes, to me they were, and again, I don't like the CDC. I do think they made communication mistakes. I want to be very clear about that. And I think on top of that, they made a big PR song and dance about how they were getting trained on PR, and they realized they made some PR mistakes, and they were going to do better with the PR, and then they just continued to make the same PR mistake. So I'm really not here to defend them. But
maybe we could think of this as mostly a PR mistake, right?
But like
communication between that could be possible, right? But in the end, it happened. Like, what I remember, right, was slightly different from what was it Roberts?
Ben Roberts. Can we keep that up, Nate, for a second?
Yeah, but I think if I remember right, what the CDC, like, they did more than this, right? They said, there aren't enough masks, but masks haven't been, like, they said something which was actually misleading rather than a lie, right? They said masks haven't been proved to be effective for the COVID virus, right? Whereas a fuller picture, right, a more honest assessment would say that, look, all these other flu-based diseases, we have strong evidence for that masks are at least somewhat effective in preventing transmission. And so you could, it's a reasonable inference that would be true for COVID as well. They didn't say that part. Right.
So what I remember is, one, they were telling us what Ben said, which is
Yeah, they were saying
They were saying that there aren't enough masks and they didn't want to create the scare. To me, this was a separate issue than the airborne thing. The airborne thing, because again, it would have kicked it to a different level of recommendations. And again, I think they needed the time and the evidence and the studies. And you got to remember, somebody comes in early on with a COVID case. Well, how did they get it? It was really hard to nail down the details of that picture. Here's the other thing. Americans were not listening. During a lot of this time, they were telling people, stay home. You were supposed to be staying home. You were supposed to be not going to work. And so part of the thing that they were trying to do is y'all stay home, y'all isolate, prioritize the masks for the healthcare workers and the people who need it, because they the people who got to be out in these streets dealing with COVID patients, and people didn't want to do any of it. Right? They wanted to get all the masks so they felt safe, ignore the fact that they were told that this is going to create a problem. Then they didn't want to stay their ass home, right? They still wanted to travel and do what they wanted to do, and then this and that. And then they wanted to sit back and blame that on all the scientists. Again, now here's another point that's a bigger picture. Let me grant you all of that. Let me say they messed up the PR messaging. They told us the wrong thing about whether or not the masks work. And whatever, right? Y'all, it's still on us. It is not okay to be like.
We've kind of deviated a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Nate.
The point I wanted to make about Brett was simply that, you know, you have often amongst these kind of IDW type figures, all of this kind of chest thumping rhetoric about we love having the difficult issues. We love the free marketplace of ideas. You know, we love free speech. We need free speech, because otherwise, how are you going to fight? But they never, in fact, actually challenge each other, even when they're like disagree, and one of them thinks the other one is promoting, anti-vaccine conspiracy theories, and then the inconsistency. So there's a kind of challenge to Peter there, right? Where it's like how to have impossible conversations, but then, you know, it doesn't do it in a context like this, where clearly he disagrees, but he tries to not tread on eggshells and doesn't, you know, and get out of that awkward conversation as quickly as possible. And the other inconsistency for me is with Brett talking about how he's thinking scientifically, trying to disconfirm things, and doesn't once over a series of podcasts over months talk about one piece of evidence that disconfirms his conspiracy hypothesis. He only mentions the scant evidence in favor, and then, you know, uses that as sufficient evidence to confirm. And it's like, yeah, that's right. Maybe there is some evidence, right? In fact, just like maybe there is some evidence in favor of theism, according, you know,
right.
But the point is, we take into account everything.
Nathan, I think that's huge. Actually, I heard you say that, and I really agreed with that. And I wanted to add to that by saying I think that's what a lot of us feel. And like you touched on in this apologetics versus counter-apologetics, and I don't want to be accused of saying it when he went away, but I feel like this is a lot of people's frustration with Doug, right? They hear him criticize the left and the liberals and the wokeism, and they're like, but wait, so then you about to criticize the racism that's going on, right? And it's like, oh, well, we don't hear him talk a lot about racism, right? So it's this thing where you will, like you said, you'll want to be free speech. Oh, we want to ask the tough questions and all that around here, and so you'll poke at the CDC, but then you don't seem to have equal vitriol for the other side that's actually causing these big problems, or in some cases, any at all. Go ahead.
Nathan might want to change. I was going to say, I think in Doug's case, like a lot of it is just, you know, the difference between like man bites dog and dog bites man, right? Like, you know, this is why, like, you know, we don't spend a lot of time criticizing North Korea's policies and stuff, right? Because what's there to say, you know?
Right.
Right. And
I see what you're saying. Like we almost spend, it's not that we don't see the problem on the other side, but we're spending a little bit more time critiquing the side that maybe doesn't get it critiqued as much, because there's some nuance in critiquing them, whereas the other side is so off the reservation. Am I really going to waste time sitting here saying, hey, it's wrong to throw rocks at people's head, you know, because you don't like what they're wearing or whatever? I actually think that's a really good point. I really do. Thanks for having me on, Nate. Didn't mean to interrupt the vlog. Appreciate you guys.
Hey, Jordan.
Potentially crazy person who just joined, so maybe he.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna.
Are you a crazy person?
Well, I suppose so.
Oh, cool.
I saw the advertisement for crazy, so I thought I'd pop in. I'm not really an apologist, and that I don't really talk about God that often. but I am a Catholic monk, so I guess I fit. The bill.
You're in the habit. That's what that is.
That's what clothes are. I thought I'd dress up for the occasion. I actually found your channel because you interviewed Hans-Georg Moeller,
Yes.
the philosopher guy based in Macau, and I'm big into his stuff. And then I saw you'd reviewed Bishop Barron, and I thought you summed him up so perfectly as to what I think of him. I thought this man knows what he's on about. So I thought I'd pop in and share my support.
Okay. Well, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Yeah. But now
it all got very COVID based. It went from some sort of epistemological discussion to COVID, but I guess they're not too disconnected.
Well, these conversations, like these open conversations, are just about like anything, right? So it goes all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Are you Irish?
Scottish.
Scottish? Okay. Yeah.
Everyone thinks I'm Irish, including Irish people. They ask me where I'm from.
Okay.
I think from a very young age, for reasons I don't know, I suppressed or attempted to suppress my Scottish accent, and I've developed this sort of Edinburgh English thing. And so people hear the twinge and they think he must be Irish.
Well, Edinburgh's in England, isn't it? So Edinburgh's in England, isn't it?
It's England's most beautiful city.
Yeah.
What is is it a habit that you're called, or a habit? What's it called?
That's right.
I keep forgetting its name.
This is part of it. This is my live action role play thing. I get to pretend I'm Saruman. That was probably the main reason for joining the thing, was so I could be Saruman. I've actually got his staff upstairs. That's another story.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so it's a habit. These are the clothes we wear. Have been doing since medieval times, and we sort of got stuck there. We haven't really moved on, as you probably already think.
Well, no, I started in a little atheist church. I wear vestments. I come from 5 generations of ministers, right? So I'm used to, my grandfather's got a closet, but it's different, right? It's the fancy robes with the bars and the inlay designs and very Pentecostal. But I actually love the, all of the vestments of any religion. I just think it's such a huge part of the tradition. And I went to Catholic school, so I'm used to seeing the monks, not the monks, the nuns, and our preachers, our priest, rather, the father, walk around. But none of them were monks, right? So it's a big. Actually, can you tell us a little bit different for Religion 101, how you would describe the difference between maybe a Catholic priest and a monk, and just some of the other roles going on in the church? I'm sure people will be interested in that.
Well, so it goes a bit more. I'm going to make it even more complicated. So in the Catholic Church, as you know, the ministers are the priests, the people who say the Mass, hear the confessions, ruin everything for everyone. Those people are the priests, the bishops. In addition to them, you've got people who we call, oddly enough, religious or consecrated people, so nuns and monks. And then there's another set called friars. Now, I'm technically, like Friar Tuck from Robin Hood. So I'm a friar, technically, but monk's just the word people know a bit more. So I'm not a priest. I was going to be, but I decided not to go the whole hog. So friars, so I belong to a group called the Dominicans. If you've heard of Thomas Aquinas, which I'm sure he comes up every so often, I belong to the same order he did. Don't ask me anything about him, because I'm not particularly interested in St. Thomas, really. I'm more of a Nietzsche person, if anything, in terms of my education.
I love this guy.
So a friar and a monk, they're not necessarily priests, but they might be. But the idea is that they're people who live together as monks, priests, and they try to sort of, not kill each other for the most part. It's a sort of strange social experiment. The difference between a monk and a friar is a monk stays in one place, and friars are meant to move around. So theoretically, that we're all over the world, and I could go anywhere in the world the boss sends me. The moment he sent me to London, where I am now.
And that's God, right?
Yeah, who's the boss?
So we have a hierarchy. So the Dominicans, the Dominican order is very democratic, which is unusual in the Catholic Church, in that we elect our superiors. So every house,
guys, I really like
people,
this. I'm really enjoying
about 10,
this.
11 people. We elect a prior who's in charge of us, And then all of the houses that make up a province and a country, they elect a provincial. And then there's a master of the order who's elected from the whole world. And then ultimately, obviously, there's Pope Frank, who's the top dog.
I have so many
and they
questions.
can, basically, in the Dominicans, you make a vow. You've heard of poverty, chastity, obedience.
Yes.
Priests make. We make one vow, the vow of obedience, which is, I'll do what you tell me.
Dude, I really appreciate this so much. I hope the other guys think this is an interesting conversation. I wanted to be a Catholic priest. A lot of people don't know this, but like I said, I come from 5 generations of ministers, but they're all Pentecostal, right? I went to Catholic school, Jesuit school. So I was really heavily influenced by our director of religious formation. I loved the nuns that taught me. And the only reason, right? So I come from a family preacher. So I was like, oh, going and being a priest or whatever, like, that's cool. We do that, The only reason I didn't was the vow of celibacy. And it was just because at a young age, I wanted to start a family, right? I thought, I want to be, it's ironic. I'm 35 now, single and childless. Like maybe it would have worked out just fine. but at that time, I had another question. I wanted to know a couple things. One, what do you consider your day-to-day, like people, somebody asks your job, like what do you do? I guess it might change based on your assignment. And then the other thing I wanted to know, how do you feel about this movement I've been hearing about to bring back the Latin Mass? Are you familiar with that? Yep. And what are and I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Well, the first thing is a bit technical. These things are recorded, right? Like you share them later. Okay, so there's a slight...
Yeah,
it's live right now.
That's live. Yeah. So just a slight thing. My day-to-day job, I actually work in prison as like a counselor. But I'm not allowed to talk about that without permission. So
Sure. That's awesome, though. Thanks for letting us know. That's super cool. Great.
So I can't really talk about what it's like in there. You're not
I understand. Absolutely. Yeah.
Because you have a press office and things. Regarding the Latin Mass, I thought there's I'm sure you've seen it. There's the session of the 4 horsemen, I think they call it. Hitchens, Dawkins, and the other 2, Daniel Dennett and
Sam Harris.
The 4 of them, they're having a conversation. Goes on for like 500 years. Yeah. And in that conversation, Christopher Hitchens says, if I was to have a religious funeral, I would want the Latin Mass funeral, which, as you know...
Oh, really? I didn't remember that part. That's super interesting.
If you're going to do religion, you might as well do the aesthetically pleasing stuff, the Mass written by Mozart's Requiem. So for people who aren't familiar, so the Mass now is in English, or it's the vernacular of the country you're in. But that's not the only difference. What happened in the 1960s is the Catholic Church gave up, in large part, the use of the liturgical worship it had been doing since, well, maybe for the past 1,000 years. There used to be a very strict way in which a priest had to say Mass. It was much more, the term hocus pocus.
Hocus corpus meum.
Yeah, so there's the idea that it's sort of, the liturgy was considered to almost be like a spell, like everything had to be correct. And if the priest got it wrong, he had to start again, and da-da-da-da.
Oh, because it had to be the right words in the right order. And now the new school priest is like a new school homily. You can kind of flow with it a little bit. People raise the cup and they say slightly different variations if you go to church to church. And you're saying back in the day, it was like, no, none of that.
Oh, no, they still have to say the right words.
Okay.
You've still got to get the words right. But there is more flexibility in it all. And so it's a very different experience. But the main difference for lay people would be that the priest now faces the people rather than faces the wall or faces the end of the church. It would look reasonable if you saw it. And it's the music is much, much, much worse.
Now.
Because it used to just be nice chant and it was all very meditative. Or if you were very lucky, you'd have, a mass setting by Schubert or something enjoyable.
Right, and now you have sort of the canon of hymns and contemporary songs. Yeah, I actually played drums at my school. They let me play drums. So I actually had to learn how to play drums to the Catholic canon. I mean, you want to talk about rough. All right, I got one more for you. Tell me how I do. All right, I'm raising my cup. This is the chalice. Through him, with him, in the unity of the Holy Spirit. All glory and honor is yours, who died for our sins forever and ever. Am I close?
It was close, but about 10, 15 years ago, the then Pope changed some of the translations and the words. So now, and it's very awkward. So you'll get people will come to funerals, right? They've not been to church in 10 years. And they think they know the responses to what the priest says. But the words have changed, and so they say the wrong thing. It's a catastrophe.
All right, so I gotta look up the modern one.
Yeah, I think that's changed. It's changed. I can't remember what to.
Okay.
I think it's through him, with him, and in him, all glory and honor is yours, Almighty Father, in the unity of the Holy Spirit. They've changed where the Holy Spirit.
All right. Thanks for the info. I'm gonna let these other guys ask you some questions, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So what do you got against Bishop Robert Barron?
I think he's well. The main thing I dislike about him is how when he's talking to someone, he does this sort of William F. Buckley pose where he goes right down in his chair and really slouches as if to say, "I'm so intelligent," or "I'm so whatever he thinks he is. I don't have to take you seriously." You know,
I have a lot of gravitas.
I'm relaxed. Yeah, you're saying something. I'm going to come up with some profound Latin quote or something, you know, and I don't like it. I don't think he's very sincere. You probably wouldn't know about his organization. Has got some very shifty people in it. I think it's what I liked about what Nathan observed, which I thought was correct, is that Barron is engaging with people like Peterson, like that Russian guy,
Lex Friedman.
Yeah, because he knows they're popular. And there's an insincerity there. And I'm not a particularly moralistic person, but I think, you know, it's insincere, I think, the way he operates, that whole operation, professional apologetics. I mean, you're making a lot of money. It's not cheap to produce the videos.
Guys, I also dreamed of smoking with the priest, so...
And I've never met...
That's what I got to do. I got to smoke with the priest. Well, smoke with a monk, rather. Sorry.
And I'm getting personal now, but so I don't like his presentation style. I think he is often purposely very shallow and evasive when people ask him difficult questions, and I think he sets a bad example for other people as to how to talk to other human beings about topics that are important.
Yes, Nate and
Other
I
than that, I'm
both
sure he's wonderful.
I agree with what you said.
Anyway, so it's told
I
you.
have to head off. I'm hoping to catch up. I'll come back in after.
Yeah, maybe see it, but I will ban you from the room, Deepak, if you don't get your work done today.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, my boss get in touch.
I can do that. Yeah.
Jordan, how do you feel like apologetics is influencing the people you interact with, and if so, do you feel like that's becoming more or less common?
I think it's I see especially younger priests and Catholics sort of imitate that approach of how do you put it? It's sort of
grifting,
the sort of intellectual of, well, we've got all the answers, and I'm not actually going to entertain your question. There's always, I don't know if you think this, but I always think with him, there's always a subtle, whenever he answers a question, there's always a subtle,
yeah, that is power couple
you would think that, wouldn't you? Because, you know, you don't know.
Yeah, you've not gone as deep as, you've not got the truth, that I have.
And it just, but I think a lot of people are doing that, and I think that's a defensive mechanism, which is probably quite plausible. I think,
but it's good if you can get it, because I've been doing in Clubhouse a lot recently is like devil's advocate debates. So I'll pretend that I'm like a hardcore evangelical Christian and go in and present these arguments to atheists. And like it's kind of toxic, right? But honestly, a lot of the time I will just lie about physics that I don't know. And I will lie about philosophy. I mean, like, I feel bad when I'm doing it right. It's not like, but like, for example, I'll say a past infinite is
it's for the greater good, right?
Yeah. Or I'm just doing it to troll sometimes. Yeah, it's for the greater good. And so I'll pretend like a past infinite is logically impossible, right? And I'll just say something that I know is wrong. Or someone will have questions about like cosmology, and I'll just like I'll name drop
Answer it,
some
yeah.
physicists and a bit of physics that I know, and just confidence bolster it, and just hope that they're not going to call my bluff on it. And it works so often, it's crazy. Like literally just saying, you know, like, well, it's an inference to the best explanation, but, you know, using like the Borguth-Vilenkin theorem and stuff, and like people are just like, oh damn, like you know, this guy said some stuff.
Well, yeah, especially because if you're saying what I want to hear already, right? I want to take it down. So, and then you're just, we call it the paraphernalia, right? That's what they always say. They've got and this is a tough thing to teach students, right? We call it the paraphernalia of science. They've got the citations, and they'll send you to some journal, and, you know, they'll talk about the p-value. Oh, this paper found a statistically significant whatever. And so if you don't know any better, then it's really hard to make heads or tails of it. But one thing I noticed lately is the reports. Is that a lot of times when an apologist tells you they have evidence of something, they will send you a report from an agency rather than a scientific paper. I have evidence of this thing. Yeah, NASA said in this report that they couldn't identify the flying object or whatever, right? And it's like, and then you have to explain the difference. That is not a scientist in a lab who's done a study who now is putting this through a peer-reviewed paper. This is the opinion of a bureaucrat that gets put out on NASA's letterhead, right? They literally don't know the difference, right? To them, fancy sounding organization, they must, you know, and so you're right, Nate. It's also, what I'm picking up from you though is kind of how to, because I created that Hunter Biden's laptops account so that I control the right wing. And so what I hear you saying is you got to get on Clubhouse, you got to just go full back into your evangelical self, and just do the whole bit
for devil's advocate. But the point I wanted to raise,
it works though, right? So I might do it for fun. But yeah, go ahead.
Just in respect to Bishop Barron, the point I wanted to raise was like, yeah, like you can basically Jedi mind trick people, right, into sort of like thinking that you've said something informative or true or that they should be confident in. But in fact, you're just kind of hoping that they don't call you. You just got a few buzzwords, and I think a lot of politics and apologetics and things like that, you know, like being a speaker who's selling something, sort of thing, comes with a lot of these tricks that you can develop over time. I mean, even people who claim to be doing philosophy do this a lot when they talk about arguments, right? This is why this is why I dislike arguments so much, because people will often just kind of people will kind of argument. Add intimidation or something, right? Like if they can name a fancy kind of argument and say you have to have this kind of, well, now do you have an undercutting defeater or not? Like just using that kind of vocabulary.
You know Muhammad Hijab?
Yes. Yeah.
He's the perfect example of that. He'll just make a reference to, he'll just say non sequitur or something.
Yeah, right.
And one it is, or he'll say no true Scotsman. Well, that's irrelevant. But what curious about is you did an interview with Jimmy Aitken.
Yeah.
I've not watched it, but I would have presumed he would at least have seemed to be a more honest person than Richard Barron. He seems more down to earth than me. I don't know that he is.
I think he was in general, right? But I actually came across in that conversation a little bit disappointed because I didn't feel like he listened. No. I felt like a lot of
you.
Well, not even that. It's when people come into the conversation saying there is no way for atheists to explain phenomena X, right? So like there is no way that you can accept all the both premises of like a contingency argument, right, and have a kind of natural explanation of that. And that's just not an acknowledgement of how the argument's working, right? Because establishing like a necessary entity, and then further, and then you just add a further argument in to identify that with God. That's like stage 2 of the argument. And philosophers talk about this in extensively in the philosophy of religion argument literature. And so for me, when people come, and I had the same thing with idealists that I've been talking to recently, when they just say, well, physicalism just can't explain how there's anything it's like to be anything. It's like, oh, is that what physicalists would say? Because no, they wouldn't, right? And you just have to listen to them and so I'm just I get very disappointed with people when they engage in this way. Like, you just have no way. No, it's like, well, do I think that? No, I don't. So
right, yeah.
How do I think I explain it? can you tell me how I think I explain it? And if you can't, then you really shouldn't be having this conversation with me, because you've not, like, you're not in a position to tell me I'm wrong if you don't understand how, like, I
so
think about
right.
it.
You're just so right about this, and it's super annoying, and it's frustrating for us too, because sometimes we're trying to listen charitably. Sometimes we're trying to say, dude, I don't want to sit here and argue about your premises all day. I will grant you premise 1. I will grant you premise 2. I'll even grant you premise 3 or whatever it is, right? And then you'll say something like, I still don't think that gets you to a naturalistic world. I just think it gets you to some contingent thing or some ultimate whatevers, and I have no idea how, or nor am I under the impression that that gets me to your God, right? And then they'll circle back to what you're saying, right? Instead of acknowledging, dude, I just listened to your thing. I'm willing to grant it. I still don't think it gets you there. And to your point, it makes me think the whole thing is a distraction to begin with, right? Because the person sitting in front of me probably doesn't believe what they believe because of that obscure citation they read and their philosophical nuance. So it can be incredibly frustrating, yeah. Also, guys, I forgot to mention a big deal. All right, hold on to your butts.
Here comes the marketing.
Here comes the marketing.
Jay dropped out.
That's funny. Hey, Jordan, are you do you like evangelism? Do you do evangelism?
Well, being British, I don't really like to talk to other people about what I think most of the time. It seems very rude, but I don't have the. It's not something I've ever really engaged in. It's not. I mean, I certainly have talked to other people, ask me about God, religion, whatever. It's not and I will respond as helpfully as I can, but it's not something I really get involved in. Again, most people I see who are evangelists, I find to be profoundly disedifying. The idea that you can, because well, for one sense, in Catholicism, it doesn't make any sense really to evangelize, because in principle, everything is a consequence of grace, at least in Thomistic Catholicism. And so and evangelism to be effective requires the gift of faith, right? Faith is the idea of faith in the Thomistic, it's Catholic Thomistic tradition, is that God has illumined this person's mind by, in some sense, putting
You
into
sound like
it.
a Calvinist Catholic.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. St.
This
Thomas,
is the original Sensus Divinitatis, actually in Latin.
St. Thomas was. So the Jesuits are often called Pelagians, and the Dominicans are often called Calvinists. We're a bit of the precursors. But yeah, so if that's true, but I think every Christian has to say that fundamentally faith, it's not, as Jesus says somewhere, it's not you didn't choose me, I chose you. The principle is God initiates the action, the conversion, right? And so what you depend on is helping someone respond positively to some sort of thing God's already started in them. And I don't really see evangelism, how I've seen it, be about that. I've never seen it be about really helping people. I've seen it be about getting people names on a register or conquering the world by one means or another. I think there's a lot of that. And a lot of evangelistic discourse, there's a lot of that sense of...
I kind of like Calvinists because they tend to leave people like me and Nathan more alone. They don't bother us.
Well, there's nothing they can do about it.
Right. But a lot of Calvinists believe in eternal conscious torment.
Yes.
Are you one of them?
And Catholics, unless he can be a hopeful universalist, possibly, but they might.
There's a wonderful thing with the World Health Organization when someone asks her a question about Taiwan, and the author pauses the video, and then he signs off, and then he says, let's move to the next question then.
The Beatitudes of the Blessed, do they increase?
Well, as you know, Nietzsche quotes at length Thomas making that point that the blessed in heaven, one of their joys is seeing the torments of the damned. And I think that's a very interesting piece.
Well, you don't have to answer my question, but here's the problem I have is if someone tells me, hey, I'm a Christian, I'm a Calvinist, it's all grace, like I value grace with a capital G, But then how do you view your God? Because if what you're saying is true, and if I die a non-believer, it's because of what God didn't do in me.
Yeah, so I think the answer to that would be, I mean, I'm not a Calvinist, I should add that. I wouldn't be allowed to be a Calvinist. That would get me in real trouble. But we're on the Calvinistic spectrum of things within Catholicism. Yeah, I mean, that is the big problem of Christianity, is all of this depends on God. I mean, it's more than you. I think it's a deeper problem than you appreciate, because for anything to be efficacious in your will, in your decision making, so you've got free will. So, like, the example would be the Virgin Mary freely assents to the angel saying you're going to have a son, right? She does that of her own free will, but that free will was a specific creation of God gracefully, because everything God does is for free, more or less. So yeah, there is a problem. If God wants everyone to be saved, if God wants everyone to go to heaven, or be with him or whatever, well, then hell doesn't make any sense. But it's a very clear part of the tradition that there is a hell, and the vast majority of us are going there, whether we like it or not.
So how do you deal with this personally?
Well, you don't think about it that often.
I like you. That's a very honest answer. I try not to think about it.
You just put it out your mind. It's like when you're in Scotland, you just try not to think about the English. I think it's a big problem. I mean, I don't see why one wouldn't use the word. Of course, again, this would be a more Calvinistic solution, because Calvinists don't necessarily, not all of them, but some don't necessarily see any problem with violating the principle of non-contradiction. Whereas, which would be true maybe of some strains of Islam as well, and perhaps other evangelical Christian, I don't know, I wouldn't speak for them. But again, in the Thomistic, in the Catholic, the sort of the Robert Barron Catholicism, the principle of non-contradiction is your foundation to getting to God's existence.
James,
ultimately.
I think we need to talk about.
So you can't abandon that.
I think we need to talk about each other more, and I have some critical thoughts that I'll share when I'm done with this.
If you interpret God in a straightforward Orthodox way, you've violated your.
I think we should critique everyone, especially
and then you
our
have
friends in this
word
community.
Mystery, and you just say, well, it's a mystery. You obviously need, the answer is obviously you need divine illumination. That's the only way to understand it. And I think that's how people get around it.
So I'm right to do, like, what I do on my show is whenever I hear someone's Calvinistic or Calvinistic leaning, I go straight to this issue right away. And
I think,
so as a conniving atheist, I'm doing the right thing then, right?
I think it is an important thing to press with people, because incongruence of any kind can be very damaging. And if you really believe that your grandmother is going to burn in hell forever and have like worms crawling out of her skin for eternity and fire and all that, if you really believe that, well, you can't. I don't believe anyone who says it is not psychologically tenable, I would say, for most people. So the question is, what do you, it's going to get hotter. The question is, so then you want to say, what do you really believe? When you say that people are going to go to hell, do you really mean all the people who are nasty to me are going to get it? Is it something that simple? Is there a deeper traumatic explanation? Is there a deeper psychological reason that the person is employing this lexicon to describe their expectations or their feelings of the future? Obviously, that would be Nietzsche's view, is that hell is how otherwise failed people get their own back, the imaginary revenge he talks about in the Genealogy of Morals 1. That hell, God, all of these concepts emerge from psychologically traumatized people.
Yeah, James, let's chat. We'll definitely chat.
Races,
I just don't want to interrupt this conversation. So
to get their own back.
Once we're done with this,
so you can laugh at me now, but you wait.
Well, that's how a lot of Calvinists, I do think, that's why they hate universalism so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're taking away this crutch. They've got this thing that they're using to soothe their mind in some way. And of course, you might say, well, that's a rather sick way to soothe your mind. And my response, from a therapeutic, and so my work is mostly therapeutic, really, would be to not judge the fact.
Jay's Clown Girl. I think that's a lot of my struggle with
engage with the world in that way, but try and work
philosophy.
out where that wound's come from and sort it out.
I think it's a tool not suited to the problems we're trying to solve.
On the one hand, yes, you're damned for convincing these poor Calvinists, or trying to convince these poor Calvinists they're wrong. On the other hand, you might be doing them some psychic benefit by making them confront this incongruence at the core of what they say is their belief system.
Would you say you really believe this stuff, or is this more of a practicality thing that the traditions, the beliefs have a positive effect in the world?
I would say when I first started all this stuff, I was pretty I was never a real fundamentalist. I've always been a Nietzschean at core ever since I first picked up the book. But I did become a Catholic when I was 18. I joined this institute 4 years later after my first degree. And at that stage, I think I would have been pretty orthodox in everything I would express the belief to be. Like I would say, yep, hell, la, 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 la. Over time, for reasons I don't necessarily understand, but I haven't articulated to myself, a lot of that has gone, I think. And I do recognize a lot of that bombastic religiosity as an identity formation. And I think that's why Jordan Peterson's so popular with people like Bishop Barron and so on, is they think, hey, this is a guy who's telling young people how to adopt an identity. Well, we've got an identity for you, which is manly and robust and involves wearing dresses, if you like. It's Catholicism, and
Yeah, James was awesome on Rebecca's stream.
So do I really believe?
Also, what is an SWE?
What does the word belief mean in that? I say, well, wait a minute. If this is something from God,
sorry if I missed
illumination in the mind,
SWE,
then just knowing
I don't know
it's
that
true
analogy
doesn't necessarily have to be identical with believing it. There's a whole other thing, but that's not as slippery, I think, a concept as it might sound. I know Australia exists. I've never been there. Don't know anyone who's been there. Don't know what it looks like, but I know it's. That's not true. I don't know what it looks like. Because one of my
agreed
one of my
answers in
fetishes is
atheism.
watching the Australian
stupid
Parliament.
whore energy.
That's a very guilty pleasure of mine. So that's just another story.
But let's say we knew the truth in this envelope. Like if I open this envelope up, it would say either God's real, heaven and hell's real, or it will say no, it's not. And there's a gun to Nathan's head, and you had to make a bet.
Say it again. If there's a gun to Nathan's head,
there's a gun to Nathan's head, and you have to make a bet what's inside the envelope. And the envelope is
me too.
always
there is
true.
a hell or isn't.
Yeah, it'll tell the truth whether.
Oh, that's interesting.
Would you, in your forced to bet, would you say that in this envelope, heaven and hell is real, your God, the Roman Catholic version of the God is true? Would you bet that way? And if you're wrong, we open up the envelope and we see you're wrong. Nathan dies. If you're right, he lives. Which way would you bet?
And I potentially go to heaven, depending on.
Yeah.
It's a
because that's what I mean by believe. It's like what you're willing to wager that it's true. And I know you like Nathan, so.
Well, that's an interesting question, because I think
this is above average for Doug.
Well, I'm more because I mean, obviously that's a question that demands a sort of an answer that can be justified, and I can see how that works from a rhetorical apologetics. I'm not saying that you're being slippery, but well, wait a minute, let's just get right down to what's going on. And that's actually what I'm saying is a lot of people, they don't know what they believe when they say all this stuff. Now, would I profess that he's going to go to hell and have his head shot? It reminds me in Silence, when, the film Silence, or the book, the Endo book, the Scorsese film. It's about these Jesuits in Japan in the 17th century. They've been captured. There's 3 Japanese converts being tortured. They've slit the head open, hanging them upside down in pits. They're going to bleed to death. It'll be horrible, take days. And they say to one of the priests, we'll cut them down and let them go if you step on the mask or an icon of Jesus or a cross or something, and thus repudiate your faith. Now, the whole conceit of the novel is that this is very difficult for the Jesuit to do, because he says, I can't reject my faith. Whereas to me, it's obvious what you do in that situation. You obviously stand on the cross, right? I mean, it's clear. I think the difficulty, or what goes wrong with the film in the Jesuits' case, is he thinks that God's existence, indeed, so the Jesuit stands on the cross and then loses his faith. Sorry if I've not described this well. But the conceit is the Jesuit making an act of defection from the Catholic faith, desecrating a sacred image. He can't do that act without losing his faith. But Lord, that doesn't make much sense, because why doesn't he just pretend to do it for the sake of the guys? It's that his faith is an expression of himself, that he is so quote unquote arrogant that he's not able to repudiate God and just have it be a lie that he's telling, because it's more important that people see him and see what he thinks and value him for it, right? What I say goes, and if I say God doesn't exist, well, then God doesn't exist. I can't go back on that. I can't say I was only kidding, because my integrity is so important, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So
how would you answer my question? Like, I would answer it as, okay, I'm placing my bet. My bet is that there's no heaven, there's no hell. The God of Catholicism is false. We open the envelope. Oops, I was wrong. Nathan dies. Or yay, I was right and Nathan lives. But you have to make that wager before we open the envelope. What would you wager?
Yeah, I don't know that I would make the wager, I think. I would probably hedge on saying no.
Refuse to answer the question.
Seem more probabilistic.
All right,
because
there we
it's
go.
probably Buddhism that's true. Although they do have hells, but they're impermanent.
So you lean no?
I'd probably lean no.
Okay.
Although I would say to myself, I don't know. That's probably what I would do.
Well, we will know as soon as we unseal the envelope, but...
But I think it's a complex...
And I'll know even sooner.
Well, yeah,
exactly. Or you won't.
But it's See, I think that sort of question exposes the problem of it, because to really believe that someone is burning forever in hell, even someone you don't like, never mind someone you like, is an incredibly psychologically taxing idea. But on the other hand, you've got yourself identified with this belief system.
Much here.
Where you kind of need to leave that doorway open, even though within that belief system it gives you a little bit of leeway, right? And so you're sacrificing your identity. Perhaps that's what conscience is in a way, right? And you're making a choice.
Yeah. I've always said that, like, it's a scale, right? So hell bad, but heaven and identity good. And so it's once the scale tips that the hell concept and all the negative things outweighs the positives you get out of it, then people will deconvert.
Yeah. If only we had these magic envelopes. I once did win a pub quiz, and there was 3 envelopes, and one had 500 quid in it, and I picked the wrong envelope. I got like 2 beers or something.
Oh.
Well, I would have only wasted.
How much is 500 quid in dollars?
$700 maybe.
Probably about $2,700.
Oh wow!
No, it isn't.
I was just trying to nag the U.S. economy.
It's actually hot, according to this morning's report. Employment was going sky high, so interest rates are going to go up.
Yeah,
go Biden.
I noticed Doorknob Head has said, "Is this Bishop Barron mode?" And I think that my response was reasonably Barron-esque, but I wasn't slouching hard enough.
Well, to be fair, like I don't want to put you in a tough spot, Jordan, because I don't know who might see this in the future, and I don't want to put your job at risk. Like if someone heard in your organization that your answer that you just gave, would you be in trouble?
No, I think. Well, some people would dislike me for it, but I don't think I'd be in trouble. I think a lot of people in my area, in my province particularly, would probably be quite sympathetic, because hell is it's an idea that we ignore, but for obvious reasons, as you say, like the envelope or like the gun to Nathan's head. It's a very It is what it is. No, I don't think I'd be in too much trouble. I mean, I once put a photo of me on Twitter with a communist flag, and I got cancelled by Catholic Twitter. I was getting hate for days. It was just a joke. I'm not a communist, but I didn't realize how seriously Americans take the Soviet Union.
Oh yeah,
so I've been in trouble before for the internet, but as long as I don't deny the Immaculate Conception.
Well, let's work on that right now. And Immaculate's different than virgin, right?
That's right. So the Immaculate Conception is the idea that Mary is conceived without sin.
Even though Romans 3:23 says, "For all have sinned."
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So there's another.
Yes, exactly, Doug.
It's like the American Constitution. Women don't count in the all.
Hey,
right?
Athena.
For all.
Welcome.
All women named Mary, that is.
So well, indeed, that's one of those things. So Aquinas, of course, famously never believed in the Immaculate Conception, but it was later became a dogma in the 19th century.
And the thinking is that in order for Jesus to be perfect, Mary had to be perfect. Is that basically it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that it had to be. There's no causal relation between Mary's purity and Jesus's. The idea is that Jewish boys like their mothers, and he obviously would have protected his mother from sin. That's it. As far as I can see, that's it. I mean, there are people who would say there's deeper significance to it than that. I don't think there's any particular significance other than it's just a nice idea.
What's your take on the on communion? Is it
hocus pocus or no hocus pocus?
Yeah, is it symbol or is it like Bishop Robert Barron says? No. If you say it's a symbol, then you're rubbish. Like it's the real transfiguration or what's the word?
Transubstantiation.
Yeah. What's your take on that?
I think once you've admitted God, you can just open the way to anything you want, really. Like once you've got that in place, you've got an omnipotent creator, and you've got this concept of personhood and being, well, then why can't God be present in the Eucharist? Again, it's not something I think much of.
So suppose like I told you, like my left foot is God or something, right? Presumably you wouldn't believe that.
Your left foot in particular?
Yeah, my left foot in particular.
I'm open to that. I wouldn't believe it by anyone else's left foot,
Okay. So, I mean, I'm guessing you would, right? And it just seems that if the justification for the transubstantiation would be something like, well, once you've got God, kind of anything goes, so why not that? Then in order to be consistent, you'd have to be, like as your joke sort of implied, you'd kind of have to be, open to my left foot being God. I mean, maybe you genuinely are, but I sort of think perhaps you're kind of not, as confident in my left foot being, God as maybe consecrated bread and wine. And I think maybe there's a tension there of the sort of the, of the you're going to hell forever.
$1 million to Cameron Bennett also, for being first.
Sort of tension.
Yeah, I think. So again, I think it is one of these questions you have to what is the purpose of this? Doctrine, insofar as these trying to be, like an anthropologist about it or a sociologist, well, what is the function of this
$500,000 to YouTube punk for being second?
That people say they do, because when you go into, again, it's one of these very interesting things. It's like, well, when you go into it, well,
250,000.
When does the bit of bread stop being
flying Wayne for being
right?
third?
And these are very serious questions, and people ask about them, spend centuries in it. To my mind, if it's true that this it's transubstantiation, so the substance is no longer bread, the substance, what makes it exist, is God. Well, then that's got to be true to every level where there are what they call the accidents of the bread, right? So the tiniest crumb, as long as it's still a crumb of bread, well, it's still God, right?
But suppose I said,
all right, guys, I'm about to hop out of here, and then we've got some important stuff to talk about.
Changes,
Yeah, but what I mean, so what I'm saying about the idea of the belief.
I hope James Apperson's still around.
Say we say about your foot then, and as you know, you lose skin every day. Now you might say that the skin is no longer your foot, so it's the because it's your foot that's God. It's not the flesh that's God, right? In your case. But with the bread, every little part of...
All right, guys. I dipped out of that. Let's chat. Let's chat. I don't even have my tights on. I didn't even get dressed, y'all. I literally saw they were having this conversation about COVID that was actually making my skin crawl. So I jumped in to try to give my 2 cents, which again, I gotta stop doing this. This is why everything with all these debates, I shouldn't be doing these debates, right? I'm doing these debates I shouldn't do. Part of the reason I shouldn't do them is because I get triggered, I take things seriously, and then I'm like not my effective self because my brain turns into a pile of mush when I have important things to say. Can I join stream for my part of this chat at some point? No, join now. Yeah, join now. Yeah, Guts at Gibbon will go live. I'm not gonna watch that till later, some other time. I'm my own YouTube channel, guys. I just don't have time to keep up with what everybody else is doing on YouTube. I'm sure I'll get a notification or something for Guts at Gibbon, and I will check it out maybe later. I tend to watch her stuff either off air or at least when I'm not working, but I got a lot to do. So let me, James Apperson, the link should be in the description. I was just going to go post the link, but you guys should have one in the description, and then you can, James, go ahead and join me in the restream, actually. I'd really like that. Cameron, I do think I'm going to do your idea of reviewing Erica's debate with Kent. I also think I'll probably also review her debate with SFT. I'm also going to debate. I'm also going to review Kent Hovind's debate with Arn Ra. I think I'm saying that right. All right, Midnight is in. So apparently the link is working. I guess I could pin it. Maybe I'll check out Gutsick Gibbons' video if I have time. I just don't know. I literally just got my day started. What do I need to do? All right, start with studio. Hi, Midnight. How you doing?
Hello. Whoa, that was loud. How you doing?
Good. Is this Midnight Sparkle?
Yeah, it's Midnight Sparkle. Tanya, whatever. Just I have too many names.
How are you doing?
I am doing. Wow.
Would you want to chat about? Because I'm waiting for James Apperson.
Oh, I mean, if you're busy with James, I figured I could just leave. I just wanted to, just chit chat. Didn't really have any specific topics.
Oh, yeah. Just because I got some very specific things I want to talk about, and I want to make sure I talk about them before people dip out. But I do appreciate you calling in, and if you want to chat about what we're talking about, feel free to join us. You can just hop in. You can just hop in anytime. Where's James? All right.
I think he said he did a link or something. I don't know.
All right, hang on. Let me invite guest. You might need a link or something. I don't know what's going on. How you doing today, though? Did you watch? Were you watching Nathan's stream?
Yeah, I was watching the digital gnosis thing for a little bit.
What'd you think about that, James? The link should be in the description.
I mean, I didn't watch the entire thing. I did hear that you guys were talking about this guy was talking about like, he's part of this church or something, and he can't really talk about it. He's a Catholic priest. I guess he can't talk about what's going on inside the prisons. But let me talk to James for a bit, and then if you want to call back in later, Midnight, feel free. I'll be live all weekend. All right. Well, I guess I'll just listen from the side. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
I'll go ahead and I'll pop you in the backstage, and if you want to send us a message, you can in the private chat, and so you can let us know back there. We'll see it.
Oh wait, but hold on. Are you also streaming this?
Yeah.
You are. That's how I got the link. But you're gonna be talking to. Can I listen from the outside?
You can. You'll be able to hear us. Yes.
Okay, so then I'll just go there.
Yeah. You're good. James, what's up, bro?
Hey, man. You hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Awesome.
Let me just see what's going on the stream. Yeah, I guess I changed the scene. All right, let me put you back on here. All right, that looks good. All right, dude. James, there's so much going on. Man. But talk about your thing first, and then we'll get into this thing I'm thinking about.
So, as far as the Nathan goes, and this is...
And guys, hang on a sec. I got till about... let me check my meeting time. I think I have till 3:30, so I got about 50 minutes, then I got to go to a meeting, and then I'll be back. But, again, I'm never doing that for any other reason, just to give people some rough idea of how I'm moving throughout the day. And like I say, today is going to be totally improv because of everything going on, and I just tried to jump in on as soon as I could. All right, go ahead. Sorry. You're talking about Nate. I just wanted to give that little programming note.
No worries. So I had promised myself I would never talk about him one way or the other, but he's part of our community, and I don't want to feel like I'm shunning the guy, because that's certainly not a good social behavior either.
Right.
We had a small, trivial point of conflict like a couple of months ago on some channel. I'm not even sure whose channel it was. I don't remember what the discussion was. I just remember that I'm listening to the debate, and I've identified what sounded to me like a particular logical fallacy. Now, Nathan wasn't in the debate; he was in chat, and on the side, and I was kind of opening it up to, this is what it sounds like to me, and if someone wanted to engage with me about it, that's fine, but that's how it sounded to me.
Right.
It's trivial, like nothing.
Right.
So, but for whatever reason, I don't know if he was just in a bad mood that night, or if he was personally invested in the guy that I said it about, or what, but he got instantly angry. At least that's how I read it. And
Okay.
I even mentioned, I'm like, I didn't want to engage with him because he was being what I would call aggressively hostile. And I don't know where that's coming from, because he and I had been on Rebecca's channel together, on her streams plenty of times, and I've never had a problem with the guy. I like the guy. I think he's brilliant. I think he's very personable. Like, no wonder so many people like him. I do not have a problem. I do not have a personal problem with Nathan. It was a little moment, and I didn't want to engage with him that night because I felt like I can't engage with somebody when they're in that state, because nothing productive can come from that.
Sure.
And I just felt like, what, it was like, so I just removed myself from that scene, and like initially I blocked him because I didn't want to even have that follow me for a while. I needed time to just let that issue become nothing, because it was trivial. It was nothing. I never even thought about it again. So a couple days ago, this past week, it got brought up. Some guy named Chad in Rebecca's channel. Because you remember, like, Rebecca posted a video challenging me, and it was basically a mental health check. Like, you're right, that's what it was. It was her trying to, like, this James guy is awful, he's crazy, let's
I think it was trying to shame you away from your very valid opinion, right? And
of course it was.
It was an intimidation tactic.
Yes, it was. And she didn't even intend for me to be there. She didn't tell me when she was going to stream. I just happened to be on YouTube and happened to see.
I see. And then she probably would have felt like, unless she blocked you, she would have looked bad having you there in the chat and not being willing to talk to you about it yourself.
So she tried to save face by saying, "Oh, I'm glad you're here. I can't wait to get you on." What else can she say at that point?
Right.
But I'm fine with that. At least she's being cool with me and going to let me on to speak my mind or answer questions or whatever. So again, I'm not taking any of this as personal as it kind of seemed like it was meant to be. But this one lady named Stephanie interpreted that as a call to hate bond against me. Now,
Hang on, did
I don't
Stephanie
think
just win the award? Who did she just give the award
she
to?
did. So Stephanie won.
I was wondering when I
Stephanie
saw
won.
that. Is that the same person?
Yeah, same person. Now,
All right,
I
go
also
ahead.
I don't have a personal problem with Stephanie either, but Stephanie has been having a personal problem with me, and I keep disarming it, and she keeps finding new reasons to like hate on me.
YouTube punk, I don't know.
But I'm like, I can get past that, no problem. I'll just like let that blow over because I don't take stuff personal on YouTube. I really don't. If there's a point of conflict or whatever, I always know if I just let it go, it'll become nothing in time. It'll just evaporate. So that's always my approach. So anyways, so I don't want to recount the whole drama with Stephanie in the comments section, but this guy named Chad joined in and answered Stephanie's call to hate bond with basically, okay, yeah, let's hate bond against this James guy. He's awful. And I don't know where Chad's coming from. Maybe he's a theist. Maybe he took some things I said personally. I never even noticed Chad before. Like, who's this Chad guy? So that's when he mentioned Nathan. He's like, oh, James takes everything personal. Don't mind that, James. He even took it, he was even offended by Nathan. He gets offended by everything. And I'm like, I was never offended by Nathan. But it was weird because it was this tiny little, not even 30 seconds in a minor issue months ago on some random stream, somebody else's channel. And I had this moment of friction with Nathan. And I, once I realized that I just couldn't disarm it, I just removed myself from the situation and didn't even think about it again. I don't have a problem with Nathan. I don't know what was up that night, but normally he's just a great guy. And I like him. I just don't want to deal with that drama. So I figured eventually, he and I would kind of like slowly reintegrate in our social landscape because he's a valuable part of it. And I want to be a valuable part of it too. So there we are. And we need to promote conducive, discussion and be mutually supportive of each other. And it doesn't mean we have to climb up each other's butt or be each other's biggest fans, but we do need to have civility. And we are trying to build this community. And so when Chad threw that up in my face, which completely misrepresented it, I'm like, wow, such a minor moment has almost become immortalized in the network. I'm like, why? So I'm like, you know what? That just means that now if somebody else criticizes Nathan on a point, even if it's a fair point and a fair criticism, I need to be really, really careful because I do not want to keep an old dumpster fire kindled with what might seem like I have a personal problem with Nathan.
So you think
somebody else?
So you're concerned that if you criticize Nathan in the future, it's just going to bring back this thing?
Well, as long as if that's hanging in the air, if this idea is still circulating that I've got a personal problem with Nathan, which I don't. If that's still hanging in the air, and I don't know yet if it is or isn't, maybe it's just Chad. But he did bring it back in and kind of try to recirculate it.
Tell me what he said again.
Basically, he mentioned it in the discussion with Stephanie, where he's like, yeah, that James guy, ignore him because he takes offense to everything. He even took offense. He's even offended by Nathan. And he's like, you know what, Stephanie? He's like, if you're able to offend James, then that's what makes you a true part of this community. That's what defines this community, is whether or not you're polarized against James. And I thought, wow, what a shitty maneuver. And I don't know who this Chad guy is, but oh my god.
That's where they're at. And to be honest with you, I don't know why we're not there more. I honestly don't. Because again, you are trying to deal in good faith with people who are not acting in good faith. So who's the crazy one? I really have my doubts sometimes. I said this on the Powerless stream. I said, who's crazier? Us for believing the shit that them for believing the shit that they believe, or us for believing that we can work with these people? Right. So, man, there's so much there. Number one, like, we got to remember that celebrities in our communities are not real celebrities. I've been saying this a lot. There are no big content creators in our community, right? If you're a YouTube executive and they're like, yo, we just absolutely have to get rid of a community. Do we get rid of the cats playing the piano community? The people learning how to build pipe bombs community? Or the atheist counter-apologist community. Get rid of that counter-apologetic shit all day, right? Because nobody watches it. Way more people want to watch cats play piano, learn how to make pipe bombs, learn how to knit. We be looking up the randomest stuff, right? I could be a way bigger YouTuber if I just make YouTube videos about how to make YouTube videos.
Right. Or YouTube videos about the sound of rain.
The sound of rain. There you go. The sound of rain is huge. You know how many people are sleeping for 8 hours to the sound of rain every night, right? Those people are big. You know what I mean? Yeah. So to your point, it's like we've got to remember that those are just our friends that have channels. We may or may not agree with what they say. Some of them are really strong in certain areas. You know, Nathan, philosophy, and different things like that. It's like I tell people about that. I love his counter-apologetics. We don't agree on a whole lot of other things. Does that mean I don't like him personally? No. It just means we were very different people before we met. We'll continue to be very different people the entire time we know each other.
Sure.
But I do think, you know, if you are a content creator, you should be, you know, careful about, you know, making sure something isn't perceived as personal between you and somebody, unless it is, because you do have people that'll kind of go to bat for you, and you don't want to be sicking them on, you don't want to be kind of inadvertently sicking them on other people.
Right.
And then, again, I just think the Chads and the Stephanies and a lot of that is just people behaving badly. But yeah, I'm certainly with you, man. There's no reason to worry about it. And I disagree with a lot of these people about a lot of things. And sometimes I'm wrong because I don't understand what they do about these topics. And other times my point is valid. My point is, okay, you clarified that topic, and I still don't care or think it's relevant. And that's the deal sometimes too. But I want to, you mentioned, promoting the community. So I want to get your take on some of these things that are frustrating me, or not even frustrating me. I just want to share them with the audience as some of the realities of becoming a content creator. There's some stuff that goes on that is super weird, right? So the thing that triggered this conversation is something happened when I was on Nathan's stream that was interesting to me. Let's say to say the least, right? Which is, y'all saw everything. I got on, Nathan let me right on. I went live, I was right in, it was cool. And as y'all saw, I tried to have a really good conversation with the friar, right? Like, I talked about what they was talking about. Then we transitioned to talk about the friar. I was asking them good questions, was having a good conversation. At one point, after I was on for a while, there was a lull in the conversation, I thought. Maybe I was wrong, but I literally thought there was a lull in the conversation. And I thought to myself, holy shit, you literally just found out yesterday that you're going to debate Kent Hovind. And we're talking about apologetics. You should tell Nate and Doug you're about to debate Kent Hovind.
Right.
Now, what happened? As soon as I said, oh my goodness, guys, something important happened, I forgot to tell you guys. Doug goes, here comes the self-promotion, and Nate removes me from the stream.
Oh, wow, I didn't catch that. So what's, like I don't even know. Like, do I even want to ask what you think that was about? I mean,
part of it is, like, Doug's whole deal about him not wanting people using his channel to promote their stuff. Now, I didn't hear the whole conversation about that, but I know that's the conversation he had. I know that he had that conversation with Nate. I thought originally maybe Nate was like not with Doug on that, but I don't know if Nate is leaning towards Doug on that or starting to feel the same way himself. It's all a bit weird because I think Nate used Doug's channel to grow. And I think Doug himself, even though he was much earlier in the community, he himself used people's names to grow, right? His whole thing was, well, I no longer go to church sermons like these. And he was just picking on famous pastors, right? Who couldn't respond, couldn't say nothing, and it was costing people their jobs and shit, right? Like, literally. So, like, it's crazy, like, you know. So it's just weird. So how I felt about it was a lot of things at once. Number one, I didn't take it personally. Nate did it in kind of a way that was funny. You know, it's all part of the YouTube game. When it's your channel, you can mute people or put them backstage or whatever you want to do. But yeah, it was just kind of like, whoa, like I didn't intend to derail the conversation. I just like literally this thing happened that my community's super excited about. I thought the fact that I'm about to have my first debate ever against a pretty well-known apologist would be of interest to my friends who helped me get started in Counter-Apologetics. Sorry, I was wrong about that. So it's just weird, y'all.
Is it because are they seeing it as a business and they don't want to help the competition grow, or is there something else going on there?
I don't know. I think one is the competition thing. I don't know if it's business. It's not business for me, so I don't give a fuck. But it is business for a lot of them. So maybe that's part of it. They don't like to feel like they're encouraging their competition. I think the way Doug is kind of. It sounds like neediness. Like on Doug's part, it sounds more emotional. Like he doesn't like feeling used, is what he says. So it's almost like he doesn't want to feel like people are interacting with him, sending him super chats or coming on his stream to promote their stuff.
Sure.
And I'm like...
That could be.
And so that's what he says he feels. And I'll take him at that. But again, it's just one, I respectfully disagrry. And two, we are two different types of people on this. Right. Because for me... and so let me talk a little bit more about what was weird about it. So number one, I said in a private chat, because you know we have these private chats backstage that people can't see on stream. I said in the private chat, I copied it so I could read it to y'all because I wanted to keep track of the message I sent. I literally said, if you bring me back on, I said in the previous private chat, I'm gonna debate Kent Hovind. I wanted to tell you guys, I said, if you bring me back on, I won't talk about it. I genuinely forgot. I just wanted to tell you guys about it. I should have put it in the private chat so that I'm not promoting on your stream, right? And so I said that, and then Nate said something like, oh, I just don't want to derail this conversation. And so I was like, oh, okay, cool. I thought I started this conversation, but all right. Cool. Like, I was like, all right, cool. Yeah, this guy's awesome or whatever. So I sat back there for a good while. There was somebody else backstage for a while, and he eventually said, Nate doesn't want me on. The guest, that guy, that friar we were talking to, he said that friar just asked me to jump on for whatever, so I'm a dip. I stayed on for a little while. I said, can you let me back on to talk to this guy? I've had a couple good questions. Like, I'm sitting back there with a couple of good questions, and I can't ask him because I'm not on the broadcast anymore. So I sat back there for a few more minutes. After I didn't get a response to that, I just said, thanks for having me on, and I dipped. And so I was, and so it's weird because I started this as just another person in the live chat, in the comment section on Pine Creek videos and other stuff like everybody else. And then I started in this community and started popping up on streams, hanging out, just trying to talk to people. And I didn't have anything. I wasn't putting anything up on my channel. I wasn't, making anything. And people started asking me, oh, where's your channel? What do you do? Like, we want to see more from you. You should make content. So I literally felt like the friends I made in this community are the people that encouraged me to even start making content, right? Who is my one black friend, my co-host for Hot Program? He's another pine
He's awesome.
trickster. Yeah, he's great.
I really love that guy.
He's fucking great.
He is.
He's great. But yeah, he found me on Doug, right? There was some broadcast I was on. I talked to Doug. I hopped off. My one black friend got on right after me. You know, he sent me email. We linked up and he said we should do something. I said, okay, cool. Who is Tux? Some Tux is somebody I met through the Pine Creek community. Hit me up, was like, man, we started chatting. He's like, oh, I've always wanted to do something. Yeah, let's chat. Let's start doing stuff together. Boom. Who is Deacon No Name? Somebody I met through the same community. All of my mods, right? So, and then you got to remember, I'm a mod on Nate's channel, right? So I'm supposed to be there. I'm supposed to be active in the chat. It allows me to drop links and stuff. I've always appreciated that. And I try to come through at least once or twice a week. Just because I'm like, I'm still a mod on his channel. I know I'm super busy, but like I should come through if I'm kicking it in the studio and I'm not live at the time. I should, tune in or whatever, right? So you're trying to do that, but here's the weird part, James. You feel like they say, sometimes your idols become your rivals, right? And sometimes it's like, I tell people all the time, I did this to make friends, right? But I got to be honest, there's a bit of celebrity effect for me as a person. So when I first started this, the idea of, dude, I was one of them people that called in the Pine Creek show today and talked to Doug, right? And Doug didn't make me look dumb in front of everybody. We had a cool little conversation, right? Man, what a crazy day, right? The first time that happens to you, just like, wow, I talked to Pine Creek today. That's one of my favorite, YouTubers. I felt special, right? Same thing with Nate. I was like, God damn, I talked to Nate today. So when I started doing this, I was like, yo, the fact that I'm becoming friends with Pine Creek, friends with Danny, friends with Nate, that was huge to me.
Right.
And so some people even sent me links and stuff. Oh my God, Pine Creek named all his black friends and you were the first person he named and whatever, right?
Sure.
So you think you're making friends with these people. Well, what happens when we find out on stream that I'm going to debate Kent Hovind? All my friends get excited about it. Right. So people sending me Instagram messages and everybody's blowing up the Discord. Oh, Jay, you got to review this Kent Hovind debate. You got to review this. 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 Right. In other words, all my friends are excited about the growth of my content.
Yeah, I shared that to my Facebook today about you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Right. Except for those guys, apparently.
So what it sounds like to me is that Nathan wanted to keep things good between him and Doug, and he knew Doug didn't want you to use the channel in that way. So maybe he didn't want to either. You'll have to ask him because I don't want to speak for Nathan.
But obviously. I'm just saying, how weird is it that it puts you in this ironic situation that you were excited about these people. These are the people that helped you. You're hoping that you're growing this friendship with them. You go to do what friends do, which is share good news. Hey guys, they just, I came on Derek's stream when I got my PhD. He had Kip Davis on and Josh Bowen. And those guys are like, oh man, congratulations. That's super cool. When you have good news in your life, you want to share it with your friends, right?
And this is part of Derek's success. Yeah, Derek's success is partly built on this mutual endorsement. You help my channel, I will help yours, right? You help my people, they will help you. That's how communities grow. But it kind of sounds like where Doug's coming from is relevant to his political views. He's very conservative. Now, I don't want to make this political, but it kind of seems like he didn't mind using other people to get where he's at, but when you want to use him, he's like, no, I got mine. You go get yours. So he's kind of like Edison to your Tesla, because you want to help the world. You want to network with the world. You want to help the world. You want to be like, I don't want to say socialist about it, because not that that's a bad thing, right, Lena? Go socialism, but you have this cooperative spirit. But conservatism is as a mind frame tends to be more competitive than cooperative, and I think that could be kind of directing his
there's so much. Like, one, I think you're right about his conservative philosophy. Two, I think it's some of the things the chat's saying. This is one of the points I was making. UC Love said the more traction you get, the more other YouTubers will start throwing shade, just how it works. That was kind of my point, was like, the other thing I want to get at, because I want to get certain points in there because there's certain things I was thinking about. And thank y'all for bearing with me because I'm frazzled and all this is happening in real time and I'm just trying to process my own thoughts. But a couple things. One, I wanted to say to y'all, this is the importance of you guys helping me promote the channel. There's a different reputation and attitude towards a content creator who's seen as a self-promoter versus a content creator who's seen as just exciting and entertaining, and the people who watch that person just can't help but talk about it. So when I pop up on streams or we're in chats together and you guys are saying, hey, Jay's live at Pocket Locker 86, or go check out Pocket Locker 86, or when I come on and have a discussion, leave a comment, hey guys, go check out Jay at Pocket Locker 86. This is part of the reason it's really important that you guys help us do this. And again, guys, this is just you guys getting into my creative chamber and me sharing how I think. And so this was an opportunity for me to share my thoughts. So here's a couple more. Number 2, this is why I do not promote my channel unless I'm asked. Normally, people will notice, Jay, when you come up, I saw you pop up on this person's channel today. You didn't mention your channel. You didn't mention any of your content. I saw you have a conversation with this person. You didn't mention your channel. You didn't mention. How come when you come through the chat, you don't mention your content? This is why. It's because I don't. You guys got to remember, this is my social life. I'm just a regular person who works a job like you guys do, who's at home, trying not to get COVID, right? And I finally started to make some friends and have some people to chat with, and you guys started checking out my stuff, and we're having fun. And if it kept it at that, I'd be happy. If I just had this community and 5 or 6 of y'all came through my streams or watched them later, whatever, we'd be good to go, right? So I don't want it to get to the point where I show up in a chat or show up in a community and they're like, oh, here comes Pocket Locker with the goddamn advertisements. You know what I'm saying? So I want you guys to just understand why I don't do that stuff a lot. Because a lot of people will ask me this question, like, why aren't you, especially the mods, the people who are trying to help you grow, they want to know, why aren't you, are we helping you and you not helping yourself? And it's like, guys, I'm trying to protect my reputation and not be known as a self-promoter. Also, you guys should understand it's a good time for me to talk about it. I've had these conversations with my co-host, Tux, and I'm sure No Name and I maybe have talked about it. I know me and my one black friend have talked about it, where I've actually said to them, it's almost a kind of apologetic conversation I have with them. Look, I know you see me popping up on different things. I know you see my stuff out there growing. When I don't mention our show and I don't plug our channel, I don't want you to think it's because I don't want to promote our stuff and I'm not thinking about it. It's because I don't want to gain a reputation as a self-promoter, which would hurt us more than help us, right? And so literally they understand that, but we had to talk about it. You understand what I'm saying, right? Because you're like, dude, you were on Pine Creek. There were 300 people watching you and 6,000 to watch later, or whatever the numbers are, right? And it's like, yo, that's a huge chance for us. Why don't you see what I'm saying? And it's like, there's a method to the madness. There's a reason I don't do that. And this was a perfect example of why, right? Because this was a harmless example. I wasn't even thinking of promoting it. I wasn't even going to say nothing about it. I didn't jump on to say anything. I forgot. Wasn't even thinking about it. I literally got on to have the conversation and I thought, oh my goodness, you didn't even tell your buddies, Nate and Doug, that you're about to have this debate. And just in trying to tell this to some of my other friends who happen to be, YouTubers, nope, sorry, I can't have that, right? So I just want y'all to show it's real. Like, it's not me saying these things, to stroke my own ego or because I don't want to push my stuff, right? This is a real social dynamic that happens in this community, and it's tough. The other thing I want to say is, guys, it changes how I feel about content creators. I've been trying to say this. Number one, you got to understand the reason you start your own channel is because your feelings about other content creators are changing. So I'm gonna be honest with you. Y'all see me try to do things fun, try to do things entertaining, try to bring in a variety of types of content. We're gonna do a cooking show. We're gonna do games. We're gonna do wild stuff. We're gonna cover social and politics. Why? Because I got bored in this community.
Right.
I love the community, but I was getting bored of the content. I was tired of sitting around talking about the Bible. I was about to jump out a window talking about philosophy, right?
Yeah.
And we go on about it all day long. Oh, guys, well, this stream just ended. All right, let's spend 3 more hours over here talking about philosophy. Oh, that's done. Y'all ready to talk about the metaphysical views of hell over here? And it's just like, no, honestly, I just want to chat with y'all and chill. But like the rest of that, I could leave. So you have to understand my feelings about this type of content was changing, and that's part of the motivation to make it. I was just like, look, I got to do something else, get the homies to rock with me, because I just can't fuck with y'all all day, right?
That makes sense. You've got a different headspace, a different approach, a different style, a different ideology for why you're even here and what it all means and how we should connect. And
and how important it is, all of that. Everybody has their own mentality. Go ahead.
I can tell you, like, most of the time that I've been over at Pine Creek's channel, it's because you brought his channel to our attention. You streamed some stuff from his channel, so I'd go over there to comment and participate and show support and hit the like and everything else because you directed us over there. So it's not like you're looking for some kind of one way, like
I'm trying to promote everybody, and also look, I'm trying to grow and learn what it's like to grow. I really take broadcasting seriously. Not necessarily because I want it to be my job or make money, but because I think it's fun. And it's worth being good at. And like my dad did it, right? So I've always been fascinated by it. Hang on one sec, Midnight. But to your point, I want to treat my broadcast like it's big or get bigger, or if I happen to grow and get bigger, I want to be able to help other people. So I want people to say, like, I love when people say, oh, I finally subscribed to Gin and Truth, or, man, I discovered that guy through your channel. Because then what'll happen is my people will go over there. When him and I finally link up and do something together, his people will come over here and vice versa, right? And YouTube loves all of it because what the algorithm will say is, oh, you have this collaborator and y'all just juggle viewers between your stuff. Literally, he could go live and they'll just go over there. And then you could go live and they'll just come over here. And then he could put up a video, right? And then YouTube even has ways of figuring out that, oh, y'all will pull up both tabs. Like, people will watch y'all at the same time. Right? Like it's crazy. That's why I started doing Restream. That way it doesn't matter. If me and you had this conversation and you want to go live and Midnight wants to go live, we could be live on your channel, my channel, and Midnight's channel all at the same time. Who cares? It's just getting more eyeballs. But here's another thing to think about with all of that.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. So Midnight, you had asked the question and I wanted to answer that question. You said, isn't self-promotion part of the YouTube game? And how is you bringing up a debate you're going to have with Kent Hovind's self-promotion when it's on someone else's channel, I'm assuming? See, I don't even think they knew what it was about. I think as soon as I said, oh, my God, I forgot to tell you guys this important thing, that triggered the thing. But to your point, yes, YouTube. And here's another thing. The reason I always say there's no big content creators in our community, that means self-promotion and this sort of community-based promotion is all we have. None of us has $100,000 to buy ad space on the Late Show with Stephen Colbert or whatever, right? And if you did, it would be probably a waste of money because out of all that money you spent to reach all those viewers, how many of them are going to pull up go watch a YouTube video about Counter-Apologetics and then subscribe to your ass?
I was thinking of what James said before, how like I don't know if this is true, but it does seem to make sense. It's like, oh, Pine Creek used others to get to where he is, right? He doesn't want to be used. He doesn't want to be used himself. Which, okay, I can kind of see where he's coming from if that's the thing. But at the same time, I would say that we each gotta help. We each gotta help the other. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
we get nowhere. We get nowhere from not helping each other grow. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It should be beneficial. Now, now you could say, "Oh, politics get in the way," and some people get stepped on. Some people get stepped on by others, and it's not beneficial for them. But at the same time, we should try to raise everybody up to be like, okay, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, I help you. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, grant that's the ideal, but it's not.
Yeah. And my thing is, it's just, and again, I want people to understand, I don't take it personally, right? If Doug will say, I don't want Jay to promote himself on my channel, right? But then he'll turn around and he'll say, I don't want Derek from Myth Vision to promote himself on my channel either. It's not personal. Right? It definitely ain't got nothing to do with race. It definitely ain't got nothing to do with the size of the channels. It definitely ain't got nothing to do with whether he likes the person. He likes me. I like him. He likes Derek. Derek likes him. Right? So the way Doug feels is how Doug feels about everybody. Right? What I'm trying to draw attention to is that it's just a different mentality. And to me, his mentality is not really about growth. And there may be perfectly valid reasons for that. Number one, he's happy with his life, right? Growth and promotion, all that type of stuff, it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort. I learned this. I spent years streaming on Twitch, right, to basically nobody. And what you do is you have a certain mentality. You get up, I want to go live. You pick a category. You decide, what game is currently in the PlayStation? Oh, cool, we're going to play that, right? And then you go live, right? And then you just trust that the algorithm is going to find you and viewers, right? And so people who do that, we call it the I'm just going to go live mentality, right? You just, I want to play, I'm just going to go live mentality.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live, right? We'll just do it right now, right? Most people can't grow that way anymore, right? It's too hard to get discovered. You're at the bottom of every category. Nobody knows you're streaming. You're not posting it anywhere on social media. You're not coming up with creative content. You're just going live and expecting somehow people are going to magically find you playing Fortnite out of the gazillion people who are playing Fortnite. Now, so that mentality just doesn't work. It won't work for me starting today. It won't work for James starting today. It didn't work for Erica starting recently. What happened, though, for Doug is he got into this space years before everybody else did. And so when people were first finding this type of content, you didn't have to structure your shows. You didn't have to have interactive call-ins. You didn't have to promote your stuff on social media. Doug could just go live, be like, which pastor do I feel like picking on today? Vaughn Cooper or whatever his name is. Boom, let's do that. Go live. Why I no longer go to church sermons like these. And those shows are epic, right? And then he was able to ride that wave all into what we got now with the interactive stuff. And now he's grown to the point people are always finding that stuff. It's a passive source of income. He's got a great job. So he may have very legitimate reasons. He's not interested in putting in that type of effort. The other thing is he's successful with it, right? He gets big streams and he has a lot of people who watch his views. My point is he could be at a total different level if he was focused on growth mindset. My other point is, as a content creator... Oh,
you said the magic word. Growth mindset.
Yes. Yeah. And my point is, as a fan even, I think people over time get more interested in the Dereks and the Ericas of the world, hopefully what we're doing, because people like to see growth in their content creators. They like to see somebody, I'm going to just do a comparison. A lot of y'all remember the Flying Man t-shirt. That's a huge thing I talk about. When somebody sent Doug a Flying Man t-shirt, it should have been on sale in his merchandise store in less than an hour. Go ahead on Go find a Twitch streamer who's genuinely trying to grow and have a fan send them a t-shirt, see how fast they get it in their merch store, right? Why? Because it's a way to show people, oh my God, you guys get excited enough about my content to make a t-shirt? I get so excited about that. We have to make sure this happens right now. And I'm gonna wear the t-shirt all week. I ordered 5 for my family and friends, and we're giving away one once a week for the next 2 months or whatever, right? That's what somebody who's trying to grow does. So now, if you have Stream A and Stream B, if I were the person who made that Flying Man t-shirt, I would never make another piece of merchandise for Doug, right? There's no inside joke Doug could come up with, no thought experiment. I'm not making another t-shirt. I'm not making no more wristbands. And if I was anybody watching that stream, I would never make merchandise for Doug. Because you already saw he doesn't care. Right. Now, imagine scenario B. He does what I said. He puts it in the store. He's wearing it the next day on stream. He's giving them away. What does the person do? Maybe I should make a wristband, right? Somebody else says, oh, maybe I got another t-shirt we should make, right? And eventually fans get into that because they're going to match the enthusiasm of the content creator. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just wanted to ask if you were led Doug on to defend himself.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he has any interest in. And again, I don't think he needs to. If anybody tells him that me and Doug are cool, like, again, what I'm trying to reflect is the difference in interest, right? Some people play baseball. Some people like baseball. I like professional wrestling. If you're going to, do I really want somebody to come on and explain to me why they like baseball and they don't like wrestling? I'm like, you don't really have to, right? I'm just gonna say, I'm a real fan of baseball players. If there's a baseball player doing a stream, I'm gonna listen to it. But if there's a wrestler doing the same stream, I'm gonna probably go with the wrestler, right? So I'm just saying, as a person who's out here trying to grow, who's trying to watch and learn and be mentored by other people who are trying to grow, who as a fan and a super chatter and a consumer of YouTube is trying to grow, I'm just finding myself more and more interested in the other people who are doing that than I am in the people who aren't, because I'm saying to myself, they're all showing you what you're going to get. And how much do you want to keep preferencing the people who aren't trying to grow, don't want to do fun stuff, aren't looking for fun ways to collab versus the people who are, right? That's kind of all I'm saying.
Right. So it's important that we be clear about this.
Yeah.
We're not on the offensive. We're not saying that Nathan or Doug has done wrong.
Anything wrong. Absolutely.
No.
Fair enough.
Absolutely not. They haven't done anything wrong. We're just noticing and then adapting to a different set of values and priorities about what they want, how they want to network, how they don't, versus how we want to and how we do. And so we're saying, okay, well, we're going to maybe adjust our approach a little bit relevant to those channels because they're not on that same page. They're not looking for that kind of a network. And now that we're becoming aware of this, we're going to shift a bit. That's all.
Yes.
It's their channel. They do whatever they want with it.
And the other thing that I'm noticing too is the friendship stuff. I realized I'm more excited about sharing my news and doing things like that with my community, with the people who are going to be excited for me, and let's do it that way. And to go even deeper with it, it's honestly advice I got from Doug. Part of the really good advice I got from Doug, because by the way, if you guys are starting a channel or you've got an audience, my one black friend and I will pay you. Right? Like when we first started, my one black friend was like, yo, I'm not opposed to the idea of paying for advertisement. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm broke. I can't. But if you're willing to, I'm super happy to benefit from it. And then I said, let's target our community, right? Like, in other words, let's not put up random YouTube ads in places we don't know or communities we know. Like, let's deliberately place our ads, like, pay, like, for instance, I'll give this example, pay for $100 spot on Nathan's channel, pay Danny something once a month to include a little 10-second promotional clip in his videos or something like that. Work something like that out. Why? Because number one, we'll be helping the people we want to help, and we send super chats to anyway. We'll be helping our community. Our community will then appreciate us because we're helping our community, right? 2, we know the people who will be watching those ads will more than likely be people who are actually interested in the type of stuff we're doing, because that's, you see what I'm saying? It was just direct. Like, let's go direct marketing rather than toss it at the YouTube algorithm and see what it does. Let's just work it out with people. So I'm just throwing that out there. That's still a standing offer. If you out here, we will pay for your stuff. Also, I guess I want to flip my camera real quick. But this other thing that made me think to mention is Doug said something to me, he said, you should focus on building your audience organically, right? Like, don't rely on promotion or other channels and stuff like that. So whoever said that was right in the sense that is... that is his outlook. That is his take on the thing.
Right. But at the same time, you also use promotion to do it organically as well. It's like
yes. Yeah.
That's kind of dumb. I don't know.
It is. It's a bit of a weird thing to say. But my point is just to say that I want people to understand that I'm okay with not taking up as many of those, hey, go on over here to promote the channel. Oh, so-and-so's live. You got to call in there to promote the channel, right? Like, sort of to Doug's point, I've got my own thing going on. We've got enough going on. I've got so much stuff I'm trying to set up. I've got so many people trying to interview me. My one black friend and I are putting out banger episodes of Hot Program every single week. And so it's like we have our own thing going on to the point that I feel like I less and less need to worry about those type of opportunities. And this was a great chance for us to observe that in real time. Because, for instance, this took up a huge portion of my workday, right? And I tried to be improvisy, like I normally go through my whole morning routine. I didn't even make my coffee yet. I didn't put on my attire or anything, right? I was like, oh, they're live now. I should do this. This is a great chance. Let's get in here and talk about this, right? And I rushed into the whole thing, and then I'm there. And then I'm there that entire time, right? Only then to get put in the back as soon as at the thought of a mention that I might mention some of my stuff, right? And so it just becomes they didn't
even give you a chance.
Was
honestly.
That really? Yeah. So it's like, was that really worth 3-4 hours of my morning or whatever it turns out to be, rather than or a couple, whatever it is, right? Rather than working on a video clip or just being over here coding and programming, taking care of stuff in anything else, right? That I now have.
C++ is the best language, by the way. Screw Python.
What'd you say? C++?
C++ is the best language. Screw Python.
I gotta learn all of them. So I always love to hear people's opinion of this. But ultimately, we use C++ for our actual programs are based in C++. But then they use Python for the visualizations, and then I'm learning Rust because I think it might be faster. So yeah, I'm definitely stuck in the chair with all three of those. But I always love to hear people are.
You know the language. I mean, I know we're going on a tangent with programming.
No, you're good.
You know the language Java, right?
I know it. I don't know it. Like I don't write in. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah.
Apparently, I was talking to a friend of mine. Apparently, there's another better version called Kotlin. Damn it, I can't pronounce it, but it's like Kotlin. I don't know. I had to look it up the way she said it, but it's basically a more updated version of JavaScript. Not Java, but it's also backwards compatible. So you could still use legacy Java code.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, this is I actually love it when they do this. And it's hard to get ground for new languages. Guys, I'm gonna take a minute here and try to get set up. I think my meeting is at 3:30, and so what I typically do is I just play an older podcast of mine or something, something people can check out while I do that meeting. So I'm gonna get that set up here, and then I'll be back when that meeting is over, and then I'll just keep going with the day from there. And if people want to keep chatting, we can. James and Midnight, you guys can hang back here in the restream if you'd like. I'll mute it so people won't hear what you guys talk about or whatever on stream. But I'll have it set up so you can hear what I'm playing while I do this meeting, and then I'll let you guys know when I'm back.
Sounds good.
Actually, I'll do that. All right, great.
Okay.
All right, guys. So let me go ahead and I'm gonna set you guys up on the other machine over here. Also, I'm going to respond to some of your comments about all this when I get back. I just wanted to get my thoughts out there before I have this meeting. But you guys have actually left a lot of great comments about that, so I will I'll look through them and jot some notes down and address it when I get back. Also, we will be doing the next day. I guess we're on day 6 of our January 6th coverage. So we'll do that. And then let me go ahead and get something going here. Actually, I'm going to go. Oh, yeah. I want to show you guys some of the older podcasts I did way back in the day. These are available on the Hunter Biden's Laptops account. Oh, no, wait. Maybe they're on the Pocket Locker 86 account. Let me see. I'll tell you guys in a sec. Content. Oh, yeah. All right, guys. This one's forever, but yeah. This one's called Let's Talk About More Shootings. It was me talking about police shootings. All right, hang on a sec.
All right, I guess.
All right, greetings, everybody.
Hanging out.
Thanks so much for tuning in, and I guess we're here to do. Hang on, I have to get rid of I have to change the output for Restream on this machine. Oh, so annoying. It won't let me tell Restream on this computer that I don't want it to have any output, so I always have to waste an output getting this thing going. All right, audio output, send it out the Xenix. Yes. No, don't send it out to Xenix. Sorry, that's already been used for. Yeah. I can't hear it. Discord. There's Discord. All right. All right, now that's muted. You can't hear that? Great. Boom, blow that up. All right. Now let's see what you guys see. All right, let's switch you guys over to. We're going to stay on the same scene. We are just going to go there. Now, where should this be? Oh, it's in the air. And a bachelor's in social dynamics from the Pennsylvania State University. I've also done some work as a legal. All right, guys. All right, check this out. I'll be back as soon as my meeting's over. Thanks for watching this. I hope you enjoy. Hope you enjoy. Thanks so much for tuning in. Old school. Look at the studio. And, I guess we're... Guys, look how different the studio is. Now... now... Then... Oh, my goodness. It's the same room. Are we really in the same room? Here to do another podcast. So just a couple of things off the top. My name is Jay Bundy. I'm a PhD student at Michigan State University. I have a master's in biological anthropology and a bachelor's in social dynamics from the Pennsylvania State University. I've also done some work as a political consultant on campaigns, and done some work as an intern in a law department in a prosecutor's office for the city of Newark. I've also sat on the steering committee for the police department, and we're hoping to bring some of that experience to bear today, and I guess what is another sort of unscheduled special podcast in which we're going to just be talking about some of the things that are going on right now. My father let me know I didn't talk enough about my credentials in the last video, so I wanted to put some of that up front. Also want to thank people for their feedback on the last one. Everybody was super supportive. A lot of people I didn't even think would watch it actually watch the whole thing, and I got a lot of great feedback. Sorry guys, I turned it down so it's less. There's less of that buzz. Point to encourage me to do more story time and talk about more things, and so I thought they would think that that was a totally weird departure from our normal content, but they were very encouraging about it, so I really appreciate that. We're gonna keep going, and we're doing this both live on Twitch, and we'll go ahead and put the recording up on YouTube, so you may see some Twitch alerts and things like that and the conversation coming in. And appreciate everybody on Twitch for checking this out, and definitely appreciate you guys coming through. So what up, Falco? Let me go ahead and share my screen with you guys. What you see in front of you is sort of our agenda for today. I really want to talk about three things. I want to try to stay focused. There was a shooting today that happened in Lansing. There was a shooting in New Jersey. And obviously there was a really big story about the shooting in Atlanta. And sort of tragic that we even have to discuss these things. But what I'm really hoping for this podcast is that for a moment we could all collectively put on try to think like a sociologist or a criminologist would, in which we're sort of seeking to understand the human behavior that we're able to observe, and we're going to do our best to maybe, as hard as it might be, and allow yourself to react and feel what you feel, but we are going to try to do our best to reserve judgment and try to just understand and see if there's anything we can learn from what we're seeing. That's really it. Obviously, this stuff is just tragic, and so it's, I'm not going to sit here and try to put a silver lining on it for anyone, but we can always learn, and learning can always help us do better. So that's as true in tragedy as it is in triumph. So, all right. First, we're going to talk about what's going on in Lansing. And this is something that apparently happened today. So this is brand new. And so not all the details are clear. And all right. Oh, so much happening. So much happening. Let's mute this guy. So much happening. So number one, I don't know where Rob is. I think maybe we said we're gonna meet at 4. I'd be forgetting whether we said we're gonna meet at 3:30 or 4. So maybe we're just meeting at 4, and so I have a little bit more time. But I'm actually enjoying the beginning of this podcast, so I'm gonna let it play. But a couple things. You can see that microphone. You can still see that microphone. That's actually the same microphone. This is a much bigger. It's just to isolate the sound more, and it has a purple. It has a purple windscreen in front of it to match the set. But inside, it's still the same microphone. It still has that fuzzy thing on top of it, the big fuzzy windscreen, and yeah. But also, it's really fun to look back at these serious podcasts that I started doing. The goal was to start doing these every week, and I guess I don't know. I just didn't stick with it. I also made some really long videos. But at that time, all of my community was really on Twitch. And so my Twitch community rarely came over and watched any of my stuff on YouTube. And so it turned out I was like mostly making them for myself because there was not a lot of people watching them. Although, like I said, my family watched them and my dad gave me feedback. I also just wanted to make a quick plug for this mic here. So this is a Shure SM58. It's actually my favorite mic. All right, guys. So I'm gonna chill here in Rob's Zoom room and respond to some emails. I think that's what's going on. He'll probably show up in a little bit, and yeah, we'll just. Oh, sorry about that. That's the cable. That's the cable noise. This is something that I'm sure we'll find out more about in the coming days and weeks. But one of the things I really want to stress today, the energy level is totally different, is that there's like a continuum of also James, thanks for jumping in the voice chat situations. Like there's a very broad spectrum as we start to think about the interactions that we have with police and society, especially the interactions with black people and black men in particular. There's like it's not like it's always like clear cut, like this black guy didn't do anything and he was unarmed and he was innocently murdered by the police, or this guy had it coming to him because he was guilty. Like I hope that by the end of this video, you really see that there's a lot of layers to talk about, because there's so many situations, right? And no two situations are the same. That way, as we're thinking about what we need to do and how we're going to respond to these type of things, we're able to be a little bit more informed as far as the breadth of situations that might be covered or might be impacted. So with that in mind, I'm going to be playing and kind of reacting to and trying to analyze what I see. And so I'm going to try to share some of what I've been reading and what I've been seeing with you guys. That way, like, you kind of know what I know. And we're just going to take it from there. So we're going to start with what happened today in Lansing, and I want to talk about that because it's something that happened in my own community, and it definitely, right off the bat, highlights just how complicated situations can be. So let's talk about that a little bit. So apparently what happened is that a man was carrying a firearm basically in like the middle of the highway or the middle of the road, and he was shooting it off. Right. It says here, you know, that's today, Monday, June 15th. Today it won't be today by the end of this video. But earlier on Monday morning, around 8:25 in the middle of the 6500 block of West Saginaw Highway, the 911 dispatch received several calls reporting that a man was firing shots. When deputies arrived, they found a black male with a black hooded sweatshirt and jeans lying in the middle of the road with a gun, and he was pronounced dead at the scene. They found a gun, and they talk about his last known address. They say there's an investigation that the man was shot by a 22-year-old resident who was carrying a licensed firearm, and the man said that the man pointed the handgun at him and that he shot him, right? So it says, reports indicate the man who died pointed a handgun at the resident. Police said the resident fired his pistol at the man from his vehicle, striking the man, who then fell in the roadway. They didn't name him because his family hasn't been notified yet, and they're asking anyone who knows anything about this to call the sheriff's office, okay? So I just found out about this. I was having a conversation with my friend, and I was asking him if he knew about some of these other stories that we were going to talk about tonight. And then he asked me if I knew what happened in Lansing today, and I didn't, and felt like an idiot, of course. But that's always my friend in Kermit to one-up me. He makes a habit of that, so that's fine. But I was really saddened to hear about this, and I looked up the details, and I kind of thought at first, you know, it might not be relevant because it's such a different situation. It's such a different context for the shooting to have occurred, right? Because here we have a situation where this man was allegedly in the middle of the road firing. You know, he's in public with a weapon. He's allegedly firing it off. There's multiple reports of that, so we can go ahead and let's just assume that is a factual observation. Obviously, that's a situation where you feel like there's tremendous threat to the public safety. And I think a lot of us, or at least I'll speak for myself. I know I feel like if I was ever in a situation where there was an armed person and they were discharging their weapon publicly and I was around, that there would be somebody who could take care of it, right? Because I don't carry a firearm. So I feel like I'm in no way, shape, or form prepared to defend myself or protect myself if I find myself against a firearm. So I would, of course, hope that there's Joe Good Samaritan to be there to take care of the situation. If the police are not on the scene and are not in any position to take care of it. And certainly, if it's true that this man pointed the gun at the guy who shot him, then you feel like, of course, that guy should have a right to defend himself against lethal force. But that doesn't change the fact that this is a tragedy, and that it's like I guess the fact that it happened in Lansing, it's just like, of course, it just feels like it hits home a little bit more because it's just like, it's right here in the town that we're recording this in. But you know, I was talking to my dad about it, and like the one thing I was saying is just like I don't think anybody does this in their right state of mind on an average day. So to me, if someone gets to this state of mind, if someone gets to this place, they're you know, something is off about their mental state. And it's just tragic that, you know, somebody had to die because they were having a really bad day. And I don't even know, and I wanna myself like be vulnerable and like admit that like I don't know. I don't know what should have happened differently here. It just feels like I don't know. It just feels like we owe it to ourselves, I guess, to try to figure out what happened. We owe it to the family, the person who died, the person who had this, I'm sure, really scary experience and had to defend themselves, to just figure out what happened. And what, if anything, could have made this outcome be different?
All right, guys.
And honestly, looking at the situation that happened today.
All right, guys. So, hope you're enjoying this. The thing I had said before when I think my audio, the mic audio was out, was that, that like this video has one view on the Pocket Locker 86 channel. And that for me, it represents back when I was doing what I said doesn't work, which is, you know, just setting up a camera, going live, hoping people found. Now, a large part of that was because most of my viewership at that point was on Twitch. And, you know, not a lot of people watched me on YouTube. I know I shouted out in the chat, so maybe I did go live on Twitch while I was recording this for YouTube. That's probably what I did. I probably recorded this live on Twitch and then uploaded it to YouTube. But yeah, it just shows me that a large part of the growth was, yeah, of course, all the work I put into the to things, but also taking the, you know, all the advice and guidance about how to grow seriously. Because I made just a lot of changes. So yeah, that's just something I was noticing. I had said that before. I guess the mic wasn't on, so I just wanted to mention that again. So thanks for bearing with me if for some reason I'm actually repeating that to you. I don't know if it gets to the point if somebody's in the middle of a public. Also, before I start this meeting, I'm gonna go make myself some coffee and actually put on my tights. I don't have my tights on, so I'm gonna make some coffee, change my pants. I'll turn on the speaker so I can continue to hear what's going on. Public road, discharging their firearm. You know, I don't know how much could have been done differently in that situation. So maybe one of the other things you'll catch today is that a theme we're going to look at is we're going to try to talk about some surprising people who I think really could have made a difference in these situations. And the people that I would have some serious questions for might surprise you. And I guess I meant to give that as a bit of a teaser in the beginning, but like I said, we're just letting it roll. So, you know, I'm trying to get you guys to hang around, but I definitely think when we talk about the Atlanta situation, there are some people that I think have some maybe accountability in that situation that might not be immediately obvious. Okay. But this Lansing situation was just sad. I don't have any more information about it, right? It's just really sad. And it just, to me, again, I know that there's sort of the obvious sort of facts to comb through and deal with. It was a man in public. He had a gun. He was on a public roadway. The guy who shot him had a license to carry the firearm. He pointed the gun at him. But before we let these things be so cut and dry, let's just try to figure out how a person lost their life today who probably didn't need to. And that may require looking at what happened before today. All right. Now, this next situation was brought to my attention, and I didn't know about it, too. And this is just crazy. It's like, it's so hard to keep up with these things. But there was a man, I'll pull this up. There was a man in New Jersey who was shot on the Garden State Parkway on May 23rd. Okay? And it's like, I want to get the timing right because I forget the exact date when George Floyd was shot. It was May 25th. So I thought it was 2 days before. I just didn't want to misquote that. So this happened 2 days before George Floyd's shooting, and so it's kind of crazy that I'm just hearing about it now, and that's actually a really important part of this story. So we're going to talk about that. But first, I want everybody to get caught up on what we know about what happened. So, warning: some of this stuff is like really graphic. But I'm gonna let y'all see it. I'm gonna keep talking so that I'm providing commentary. So hopefully that'll be clear or whatever. But we're gonna go ahead and see what we can see. All right. So this is the footage that they've released.
5 days maybe. I said no.
Very, very, very graphic. Literally fatal. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna put y'all in theater mode.
Not big at all. I mean, it's like a little bed here, side table.
No lights. I come up out of nowhere. He was like gonna kill me, but yeah. So I back up. As I'm backing up, you guys are an off dude come over.
All right, so they're just kind of talking over their radios. They dealt with this man a couple of times that day. Apparently, he was pulled over twice. He was speeding in excess of over 100 miles an hour. And he has some really weird interactions with them. So let's see if we can hear this.
Can you step off to the side?
So for those who are not watching, apparently his vehicle has become disabled after they've stopped him again. And, they're helping him pull it over to the side of the road. They're trying to kind of figure out, okay, what's going on? Like, and so I think this is like the second time. So now, actually, let me. All right, so they returned where there was a tow truck driver. I don't know. I guess what's kind of weird to me is I don't understand why the car wasn't towed. So what originally happened was he was seen by an off-duty cop, right? And the off-duty cop called the second cop. The second cop was on duty. So the on-duty cop comes back to assist Mr. Gordon and I guess the other cop. All right, second state trooper comes back to the scene where Gordon was, and there's a tow truck driver. So it's a little unclear to me why they didn't tow the car. Okay, so let's start there. I have no idea why this car just wasn't towed, and we end this whole thing, especially because I think from what we can tell, if they don't get to it, I'll show you some other stuff. that this guy was kind of just really off that day. So we'll see.
Maybe step off to the side.
All right, so they say that they different trooper comes up from behind Gordon's car, which is stopped in the left lane of the parkway near exit 72, and the trooper calls a tow truck. They set out flares, and then he departs. So, like, okay, fine. I guess maybe he thinks the tow truck's coming. So
Maybe step off to the side.
they tell him to step off to the side, as you can hear there. Okay, and this is when they push the car over to the side of the road, I guess, for it to wait for the tow truck to come. Now you're probably asking, like, is this a second tow truck? I guess this would have been a second tow truck. But they're having a conversation with them, okay? And then they drive off, because that was from the police cam. So now they're going back to 5:33 a.m. A civilian pulled up and offered Gordon a ride to the Wawa to get gas. Man, this is eerily just playing like scenes from my life. All right, and then a surveillance inside the store captured Gordon and others. Gordon returned to his vehicle and continued driving south on the parkway. All right, cool. So what we're watching is he's in Wawa. He's got the old school gas canisters. He does not have Sweet Tart Sobe and a lighter. He's really missing an opportunity. But he gets back.
Hey, good morning. New Jersey State Police, got your license registration insurance?
Okay, and here we get to hear this interaction. Now listen to this. Listen to this.
Hey, I don't need to tell you why I pulled you over. You were definitely moving.
No, I think this is like the third time he's interacted with the police in one day.
You know that too? You saw the lights on the right-hand side?
Yeah.
I saw you start slowing down.
Yeah.
Where you headed to in such a hurry? I had you at 101 miles per hour.
101 miles an hour.
What's the reason for that?
I'm trying to get
in a
to
Honda
a very
Civic.
far place.
To where?
I'm trying to get to a very far place.
Where's that?
In the video game.
To where?
End of the video game.
The end of the video game?
Yeah.
Where? What video game? What are you talking about?
So it literally sounded like he said, when the officer asked him where he's going, he said he was trying to get to a very far place at the end of a video game. That's what the officer thinks he said. And like, from best we can hear, that's what it sounded like. And I had to stop and just tell y'all that there, because, you know, like I said, I got to provide live commentary. And you may have been wondering, like, did he really just, yeah, as far as we know, dude, not really. It really just sounded like he said end of the video game. Weird.
Hey, sir. Here's your license back. Listen, everything's good with your license. It's clean. Everything's valid. It looks good. But listen, just please slow it down, okay? You got a ticket for the speed, but listen, we just had a really bad accident up ahead. And it's busy. It's Memorial Day weekend. So any questions, though, being that you're out of state, located on the top right, give them a call. And that's pretty much it. You're good to go. Just please slow it down. Keep it around 70 or so, and that's it, okay? Do you have any questions for me?
Officers are being courteous. They're wearing their masks.
See the shoulder here? Use it as a lane. So build up some speed, and then carefully merge over, okay? Have a good day, sir.
Give them some good instructions about how to re-enter the flow of traffic well. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I got a bit of a problem with this. Like, this is going to be hard for me to say because I don't know how to say this. Because I in no way, shape, or form want this to come off as a situation where I think the officer should have used more force or done something more forceful. But I think it's weird in a genuine public safety context for officers to pull somebody over that they've now seen, you know, this is at least the second or third time he's been pulled over in one day. He's been traveling in excess of 100 miles an hour. And he tells you he's going somewhere like far away at the end of a video game. And you ask him, like, did you say like a video game? And he's like, yeah. Like, and you're like, okay, cool. Like, have a nice day, right? Like, part of, I think, what we need to think about in these situations is, again, like just like we were saying with the last one, where are all the opportunities where something we could have affected a different outcome? Where are all the opportunities we could have done something different? And so, while again, I'm really not trying to pass judgment on the situation. This is like the second time I think now that I've seen this, and it kind of just struck me as I'm watching it right now. But like, isn't there really an opportunity there to at least inquire more or try to like assess the state of this individual? He's certainly traveling at dangerous speeds, and now he's said something that's just like not even a real coherent response. And so it's just a little bit weird that they just are like, oh, okay, cool. Well, your paperwork checks out, so you're back on your own or whatever. So just kind of my observation. All right, so they stop him for speeding, I guess, again. So maybe I guess this is the third time.
Jersey State Police.
All right, guys, Rob is here. I'm going to go ahead and start my meeting. Thanks for watching this.
110 miles an hour. That's why you're being stopped.
110 miles an hour.
Where's your registration? The yellow card? Is this your car?
It's not bad.
Huh?
It is not bad.
You don't have the registration? Is this your car?
Yeah.
You don't have it in your glove box? It's a little yellow card. Looks like this. It's the one that's up here. You don't have it with you? Do me a favor. Move your car closer to this because you pulled over on the wrong side, okay?
It's dead.
What do you mean it's dead? Your car doesn't start now? Why is that? Because you turned it off and it won't restart?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to have to get you a tow.
So he's having more trouble with this vehicle. I guess this is now looking back on it. And again, this is the privilege of hindsight, but looking back on it, it's so weird that they didn't just tow it the first time. Like what happened to that tow earlier?
The problem is you're partially in the lane. I don't want anybody hitting your car. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right. It won't start at all, right? Just stay in the car. I'll be right with you. Stay in the
All right, so maybe is that the end of that?
5 days.
True car, grab my gun.
No, this is not.
Come on,
This is not the
come
end
on.
of that. I don't know what happened there. Sorry. All right, let's figure out where we were. Sorry about that. All right, so I think we were about here.
There's tow trucks at 44 northbound.
Stay in your car. Come on, come. Send the car my way.
So they tell him to stay in his car. He gets out. He's literally just having a drink right now. He looks like he's having a drink. They did tell him to stay in his car, and he did not stay in his car.
This way. No.
So he's kind of wandering. He looks really off. Like really something's wrong. He's not really following the instructions. He's not doing anything dangerous, but he's just not.
Put your stuff up here.
He just seems really out of it. Like he's not fully cognizant of his facilities or something. Like he's just kind of out of it.
You want to wear a mask?
All right, so now he's in the vehicle, and they're preparing us. And I guess I should say this too, since I did pause it here. You should, be warned that, in general, what we're looking at today is very graphic, and some of it is indeed fatal. And you got to be ready for that because that's what we're doing. This is an exercise in learning, and we're going to take advantage of the information available to us. But just be forewarned, or look away, or mute me, whatever you think you got to do.
Like this to wear? Yeah? You want a mask?
All right, so the officer asked him if he wants a mask.
Did you have one in your car or no?
He seems to say yes. This is weird because I thought he was in the back seat when that conversation took place, but right now, oh, you know what? This camera is looking at the back seat. The camera's looking at the back seat right now. So they asked him if he wanted a mask. I thought he said he would, but now he's getting out of the back seat of the car. I think he's just decided maybe he doesn't want to do. Okay, now the cop's trying to get him back in the car.
Get in the fucking car. Get in the car now. Get in the car.
So now the cop's telling him, get in the car now. Okay, he closes the door. right, so now they're fighting. They're struggling. You can't really see it, but okay. Now you can see them. They're through the back window. They're tussling.
Get the fuck out!
Just don't get the fuck down.
Get that fucking car now! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
I think he was telling him to get the fuck down. Now he's requesting another unit. Mr. Gordon trying to get into the front of the car. They're still tussling, struggling. And there are the shots. And then he's just laying on the ground.
Look up, shot fired! Look up, shot fired!
All right, so very graphic. All right. There's a couple things I want to have a look at.
No, come my way. This way. No. You got all your stuff. I don't want you in that car. I don't want the car. No. Walk my way.
So the number one thing I'm looking at right now is I don't think.
You want to sit in my car?
At least from what we see, that he tells him he's under arrest. He asks him if he wants to sit in his car.
You got all your stuff. I don't want you in that car. I don't want the car. No.
And the cop's basically saying, like, I don't want you on that side. I don't want you walking into traffic. Put your stuff up here. Get in the car.
Put your stuff up here.
Right. He doesn't tell him he's under arrest.
Maurice, did you want to wear a mask?
That we can see.
You want to wear?
He asks him if he wants to wear a mask.
Yeah? You want a mask?
Puts a mask on.
Did you have one?
So this may seem like I'm trying to nitpick or something, but it's really important when lawyers and courts look at these type of things. They're going to be looking at procedure and was procedure followed, and things change legally when a cop is trying to make a legal arrest. But part of that is, Mirandizing the suspect and letting him know that he is in fact under arrest, which would in fact indicate to the person that you are no longer free to go, right? Amongst other things. Also that you have the right to remain silent and all of that. So without that, it potentially changes the context of him, deciding, hey, I don't want to be in the back of this cop car anymore. I think I'm going to get out.
In your car or now?
Right. So he's not in cuffs. He seems to have been asked if he wants to sit in the back of the car. He, for whatever reason, agrees to do so. Again, we don't really think he's in his right state. So that's another thing that becomes interesting because there are real questions as to what his state of mind was at the time. And given these questions about his state of mind, right? Remember the guy said he's going somewhere very far away to get to the end of a video game or something like that. And then later he says something else, like he's going to a car dealership or something, and he's traveling in excessive speeds. He seems to be almost like wandering into traffic, like his car is kind of in the middle of the road, like, so it's really hard to even say what his consent at that time means. And if you need to help thinking about that, just think about the conversations we have around consent in this country when it comes to other issues of consent, right? And the way we discuss how, someone who may be inebriated or not in their right state of mind may not be in any state of mind to really be able to fully give an informed consent. And so if we're talking about reforming the way policing is done, which is something we're going to talk about, I think, in the Atlanta situation comes up a bit too, we want to think about what consent in these type of situations mean and what type of options people really have when they're presented these choices, if you will, on behalf of the police department. All right, let's let it roll.
Get the bugs out of here.
Yeah, right. He might be bugging out all right, and then he's like, nah, I think I just voluntarily got in the back of a police car. It's probably just going to end up anywhere I want to be. Let me roll out. Looks like it's caught in the seatbelt or something, right? The seatbelt's caught, and now he's struggling with the cop.
Get in the car now. Get in the car.
And again, you think, if anything, why doesn't he at least say you're under arrest or try to, I don't know, I just feel like either is dude free to go, and if dude's not free to go, why have you not explicitly told him he's not free to go, right? And if he is free to go, why has it gone from, hey, do you want to get in my car? Hey, bud, I got a spot for you. You can sit back here. It's nice and comfortable, to get the fuck back in the car, get the fuck back in the car, get in the car, get in the car, get back in. And I know that it's tough to think about in the spur of the moment, but I'm having a hard time understanding his instructions. Is he telling him to get the fuck in the car, get the fuck down, get the fuck out? It's kind of hard for me to hear what he's saying. Thus, it may have been hard for his instructions to be clear in the midst of all this. Again, let's not be quick to judge, right? This officer is trying to keep the situation under control. He probably doesn't know what kind of state of mind this guy is in. He thinks he's got him kind of calm in the back of the car, and he's got time to maybe radio in and report what he's seen and try to get a handle on the situation. And now the guy is getting out of the car, and we don't know what that was, but it certainly looks to us like he's just getting out of the car. And so I don't really understand why he's accosted so aggressively when he gets out of this car, right? He's sort of,
Maurice, did you want to wear a mask?
oh, here's the mask thing. All right, so now the cop offers the mask, and I guess he leaves the car, and I guess he goes back behind the car, and this is where he's going to radio. Which again, okay, I'm just going to speak from experience. I feel like there is a level at which we've allowed the police to operate with a fair degree of anonymity or secrecy in their communications. And I'm sure that they will have operational justifications for this practice. I'm sure they have good reasons for doing it. But speaking from experience, I can tell you that when a police officer's pulled you over, or you're in a legal situation with an officer, and you're not sure what's going to happen. You're not sure if you're being arrested. You're not sure if you're going to get a ticket. You're not sure what's exactly happening. It's a little weird that they're talking about you and you can't hear it. It's almost like if there's no problem and you're just enforcing the law, then why does it have to be so secret what you're saying? Even when you pull me over, wouldn't it be more accountable if you just stayed in front of me and I could hear what you're reporting back to the station? Hey, I just pulled over, license number, blah, 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 Jason Bundy, what came back. Mr. Bundy was, pulled through an intersection. He didn't have his seatbelt on. I pulled him over. He claims he lives around the corner. What? Why can't, and I'm again, it's easier for me to sit here because I'm using my imagination, but that's what scholars do is we sometimes have to just say can we at least think about doing things differently? And if we're going to, what might those changes look like? And to notice things that people might not think about right away. But one way we could increase accountability in any situation is just with transparency, right? We all know that accountability and transparency go hand in hand. And it's just very weird that you know, when we get in these situations which have the potential for someone's freedom to be taken or force to be used against them, they're not even able to hear what's said about the situation they're in, because maybe there would have been clues in what the officer was saying that could have hinted to him that he should stay there. Like, maybe they are about to arrest you and you need to just sit tight. Or, you know, maybe they're not about to arrest you. Maybe they're just saying, hey, I think this guy, you know, I'm not really sure. I heard he was pulled up. Maybe, like, you know. And again, maybe there's a good reason you can't do that. But I think it's a question that, as the public, we need to ask and at least hear what these answers are and be able to evaluate for ourselves whether or not these type of practices continue to serve us. All right, I don't want to preach too much about that. Let's go ahead and continue on our video. I don't know why it keeps like resetting when I go out. If that's something I'm doing, I apologize. All right, so so he even says here, he's like, yeah, you know, get out of here.
Get out of the car! Get the fuck out of the car! Get out of the car now! Get the fuck out! Get out of the car!
What is he saying?
Get out of the fucking car now! Get the fuck out of the car!
Oh, they don't have the closed captioning. I tried to turn on the closed captioning, but that didn't help.
Get out of the car! Get out of the fucking car now! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
Like, is he saying get out of the car now? Because if he's saying get out of the car now, that is alarming to me because dude's not in the car. Is he saying get down on the ground? Is it like what is he?
Get the fuck out! Welcome, get me another unit! Welcome, get me another unit! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
So he did at that point try to get in the front of the car, and that was what elevated their struggle. But I'm trying to figure out, what was he saying before? Like, it almost sounds like he's saying get out of the car, and dude's not in the car. Let's see if we can get it. He gets out. Here's where he gets out. That's him opening the door. All right, he said get in the car. Get in the fucking car.
Get in the fucking car!
Get in the fucking car.
Get in the car now!
Get in the car now.
Get in the car!
Get in the car. All right, get in the car, get in the car. He walks back towards the car, closes the back door, goes to the front. Calls for another unit.
Get out of the car!
Get out of the car.
Get the fuck out of the car!
Get out of the car now. He's not in the car.
Get out of the car!
He's not in the car.
Get out of the fucking car now!
Get out of the fuck
out!
Get the fuck out. He's not in the car.
Get the fuck out!
Get the fuck out. He's not in the car. Is that just me? Am I fucking tripping balls right now?
Come on, get me another unit! Get out of the car!
Dog, what are we watching right now? All right, so we got it.
Get the fucking car!
All right, he hops out. Right, watch this with me.
Get the car!
Get in the car.
Get in the fucking car!
Get in the fucking car, right? Get in the car.
Get in the fucking car!
Get in the fucking car.
Get in the car now!
Get in the car now.
Get in the car!
He's telling him to get in the car. He's walking towards the car. He closes the back door, then goes to get the front door. Now he says, I need another unit.
Get out of the car!
Now he's saying, get out of the car. Get the fuck out of the car.
Get out of the car now!
Get out of the car now. They're behind the car. Their feet behind the car. Get out of the car now.
Get out of the car!
Y'all gotta watch this.
Get out of the fucking car now!
Get out of that fucking car now.
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
He's not in the car. Get out of the car now. See, that's when it sounds like you're yelling something to cover your story on your radio. But I don't understand because you know you got a camera in the car and you know he's not in the car. So I was trying to decide, was he saying get the fuck down?
All right, we went back a little bit. Get in the car.
Get in the fucking car.
Get in the fucking car.
One time, give me another unit now. Get out of the car. Get the fuck out of the car. Get out of the car now.
They're feet behind the car, and it sounds like you're saying, "Get out of the car now." And they are feet behind they are way behind the car.
Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out.
Get out of the car.
Get out of the car. He's not in the car.
Get out of the fucking car now. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
So, I can't judge it because all I'm telling you is, it sounds like he's saying get out of the fucking car and dude's not in the car. That's I'm gonna leave that. We got other things to get into. I wanted y'all to see what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. Just call it like that. What up, noob?
050. Jen Solon, I got this down here, 13, head to him. 773.
So they struggled. Now we're back up to what we watched, and he shot him. The one thing we want to see about that is we can kind of see where they're at in the back, where they're struggling. Okay. Now, he claims he only shot him when he went for his gun. And from the looks of this video, it looks like dude was struggling around his waist region. So, my question is, though, why is he going for your gun? Is he going for your gun because you're going for your gun? And he sees you going for your gun? So he's going for your gun because he knows you're going for your gun? That would be the question I have. And I don't know that we can see, because I think before this they're kind of struggling. We can't really see them. And by the time we see them, they're kind of in the middle of that struggle. But he even spins the cop around at that point. So again, I don't know if he's going for his gun or if he's just fighting for his life or what. But yeah, he grabs his gun, shoots him in the torso.
Welcome, shots fired! Welcome, shots fired!
Shots fired.
Welcome, shots fired now! Give me EMS!
All right.
50 southbound, 50 southbound!
050. So now he's finally trying to help him, it looks like. Or at least checking on him. To be honest, I think they could have pronounced him right there.
One car, get me EMS!
We're calling now, sir.
All right. So he's just standing over him. He's called for EMS. He doesn't appear to be actually administering the aid to him. I think he kind of knows that he's
Not my leg so far.
Probably passed at this point. Unfortunately, if he either already knows he's passed or he has no clue how to administer aid. And it looks like he covered him up. It looks like he goes to his car.
Not my leg so far.
How light go? What?
Not my leg so far. Not my leg so far. Not my leg so far.
He said something. He mumbled something to himself. I couldn't tell what it was. And it looks like he covered him up, right? Y'all seeing that right here? Looks like he covers him, put something over, like drapes something over him. I wonder if like he got his jacket or something. Or no, it looks like he drapes. No, it looks like he reaches down and maybe drapes something over him. I don't know what that is about.
4 miles out.
Thanks for the follow, Super.
Contact 510 clear, speed route as well. Receipt.
The closed caption thinks there was applause. There's no applause. There's just white noise. All right, and now the other cops are showing up.
You okay? Yeah, I got him.
All right, so one, I think it's weird as hell that the video cuts off there, because I would have loved to hear the rest of that interaction. We're not gonna watch that right now. I'm gonna try to stay on topic here. I think
5 days maybe I said no, don't do that.
no, that's the video we just watched. Okay, so y'all just saw what I just saw, and one thing I wanna kind of bring to you guys' attention is this story has been really hurtful to people in New Jersey because it really seems like there was a deliberate effort maybe to not talk about this story. Like I said, it happened 2 days before George Floyd's shooting, and I think the footage was released around the time of George Floyd's funeral. And there's the belief on behalf of apparently a lot of people in New Jersey that the timing was withheld. That details about the shooting were deliberately withheld to avoid putting the state of New Jersey and this police department in the midst of everything that was going on with the protest and the George Floyd situation. And I'm obviously wasn't there. I don't know. But I do know that they have said that they have like an investigation process that they go through when this type of thing happens. They typically have around 20 days. I think they, if you look at the timing of it, it's kind of like around there, right? The thing was on the 23rd. The shooting was on the 23rd. That person lost their life on the 23rd. When we look at when the footage release, we're talking about June 8th or 9th, right? So it's right around the 20-day mark. I guess my point is just to say that these are the type of things we have to consider, because if you can argue that it's procedure to take up to 20 days to release footage and information to people, it just feels like that opens the window for these type of accusations to be made. And if you can come back with the procedural kind of response, like oh, we're just following the protocol. Well, then we really need to look into it and say, is this really the protocol? Like, does it really take that long? And should it take that long? And then also, it seems like everything kind of just went out there. And from what you hear and what you read, it seems like, it was all over YouTube and the internet before the family even found out some of those details. So it's like, what were you doing in those 20 days that, the family isn't aware of what's going on? What were you doing for those 20 days if the family doesn't know what goes on? So these are the type of things that need to be looked at. Like, you can't have a situation where people are losing their lives and you wait 20 days to hear, you're waiting 3 weeks to hear what they know about what happened to someone in your family, and they tell you, oh, they're just going to wait because that's their prerogative. And then it goes all over the place and the whole world finds out about it before you even do. I mean, that's really messed up. And in this case, it really looks bad, because people are accusing them of a cover-up, flat out, straight up. People are saying y'all just didn't release the stuff because you wanted to avoid the PR. And so now it looks like you have a questionable use of police force and a questionable arrest situation to someone who might be part of a vulnerable population. And then instead of being transparent about us and letting us know what happened and letting the people know what you hold on to it for almost 3 weeks. It's not a good look. And if police departments are going to be more accountable, then, that's the type of thing they have to look at, because that type of situation that people would think is just ripe for abuse. It's just setting it up for there to be a bad situation. So I don't want to harp on that. Those are the main things I wanted to show y'all about this. And again, we're getting a spectrum, right? We started with somebody that was like potentially we could presume a clear and present danger to themselves and others, and was discharging a firearm in public and allegedly even pointed it at the person that ultimately shot them. And now we have a situation where someone broke a couple of laws for sure, and definitely seemed like there was something real weird going on, right? And then you see police kind of initially being polite and everything's honky-dory, and it's just like it's a kind of a different situation. So that's kind of where I land on that we're starting to see like this situation's a little bit more complex and a little bit more troublesome. And there's definitely some questions there left to be answered. Finally, we're going to talk about what happened in Atlanta. And this is a unique.
All right, that's like a perfect place for me to cut myself off. Definitely want to promote that broadcast. If y'all want to check it out, still up there. Y'all can see we still got the same overlay. Pocket Locker 86, it's on the channel. Matter of fact, let me drop the link in the chat so y'all can see it. I'm also gonna put it under. I'm gonna put it in the Discord under. Probably put it under the community videos chat. I'll say throwback. Talking about police shootings. All right, and I'm gonna give y'all just a couple more minutes of that because I do still need to go make my coffee. So let me go make my coffee real quick. I'll give y'all a few minutes of that, and then I'll come back and talk in a minute.
Unique opportunity for us because the timeline and chronology of this has been put together so well by so many people. And actually kind of what motivated me to do this was I saw the New York Times piece. And so I'm going to pull that up for you guys, and we're going to go through that. And I think there's a lot of hopefully insightful things we can see by looking at the situation unfold. And like I said, there's definitely some maybe hidden actors in the situation that we really do need to discuss. So let's go ahead and get into it, and let's get right to the footage. So okay, so this one is interesting, like I said, because we have so much footage. I don't know. Let me see what this one is. I think this is a picture. Yeah, this is a picture of him doing the sobriety test. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. The Times put together eyewitness videos, police body cam footage, and security camera footage, and that's where we get the synchronized chronology of events. We're going to start at 10:33. The police officers were called to a Wendy's restaurant at 125 University Avenue in South Atlanta. Mr. Brooks had fallen asleep in his vehicle, which was parked in the drive-thru, causing other customers to drive around him. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation said in a statement, right? So go ahead, check out the New York Times. Got to thank them for their credit them for their coverage of the story, and you can get into like all the little, all the other stuff that they've reported if you go to their website. But we can see this here, and at 10:42, so let's remember this 10:33 event, right? Let's remember that. 10:33, police officers are called to the Wendy's because Mr. Brooks had fallen asleep inside his vehicle, parked in the drive-thru, causing other customers to drive around him, okay? Let's remember that. We're going to come back to that. At 10:42, about 9 minutes later, Officer Brosnan arrives and wakes up Mr. Brooks. You can see he's knocking on the window. He's trying to wake the dude up. All right. And we got some narration here. Yo, what's up, man? Because we don't have audio, which is another thing. Why don't these situations have audio on these cameras? Or maybe they do and they just didn't release it. But to me, a body camera without a microphone on it is like only half the battle. You know what I'm saying? All right, so we have some transcript here. All right, you good? He tells him just pull in somewhere and take I guess it trailed off, but we presume he said take a nap. He says, all right, you good? Mr. Brooks parks in a nearby car space. Now, let's not lose sight of this detail. Because apparently he says to him, all right, you good? Just pull in somewhere and take a nap. All right, you good? And Mr. Brooks parks somewhere in a nearby car space. Because we got to come back to this. Remember, it seems like he's resolved the situation at this point. Like, he showed up. He sees, okay, dude's taking a nap. All right, just pull in somewhere and take a nap. All right, you good? Like, why isn't that it? He's shown up. He's done his job. He's made sure dude is not a threat to the public safety or whatever the hell you would be sleeping in a drive-thru at Wendy's. Okay, cool. He is in fact asleep. Cool. He's there. All right, great. Cool. All right, let's just have him pull off. All right. And now this is a very interesting piece of journalism here. Officer Brosnan appears to be unsure whether he should let Mr. Brooks sleep in the car or should take further action. At 10:49, he contacts police dispatch and requests another police officer. This is another important detail to come back to. Why come back? Why do you need another?
Yes. Pocket locker is one word. Also, this coffee is fantastic. It's got some hazelnut creamer in it with some cinnamon toast crunch creamer in it with some Hershey's caramel sauce. Woo! Oh, it's fucking good. Cameron, you found a video that may trigger me. Boy, and I got another prediction for you. The sun is going to rise tomorrow, and water is made out of H2O. Just another fucking day on Earth. But yeah, go ahead, Cameron. Drop the link, bro. All right, guys. So a couple of things. Y'all know, I talk about meeting with Rob, my teaching mentor. I was meeting with Rob. I showed him the video we worked on yesterday. I got to respond to some emails. We got a lot going on as far as debates, trying to set up events with different people. I also have some things going on with like my department, the College of Biological Sciences at my university, maybe wanting to do an article about me. And just I got to catch up on some meetings. So we're going to, like I said, it's work time. It's going to be work time probably till the later part of the evening. And we got to do January 6th stuff, although it is Friday. So I'm probably not going to code today. Probably just to help us stay on schedule and not let my weekend get too crazy. I'm gonna probably just start working on coding and stuff next week. Weak coffee. Yeah, I don't need strong coffee, y'all. I'm bipolar, y'all. Y'all already know when I get caffeinated, I just be going and going and going. I already won't shut the fuck up. Now, I saw that James Apperson hopped in the Discord. I really appreciate that, James. I don't know if he's still in the Discord. I'm going to just shoot him a quick message, let him know that my meeting is over. Also, I'm going to hop in the Discord, y'all. I'm going to hop in Discord. So, just go in the Discord under Watch Pocket Locker. There's a channel called Streaming. I'm connected there now. Yeah. So y'all could join me in the Discord voice chat if you'd like. That's another way to get your on stream. If you're already in the Discord, you don't have to call in the restream. Also, I'm back in the restream. If somebody wants to call in, link is in the description. It's also pinned on Pocket Locker 86 channel. Also, yes, if I didn't mention it before, Pocket Locker 86 is one word. I think I did mention that, actually. So y'all can hit me up on Discord. All right, y'all, we're going to get back to work in a couple of minutes. I'm going to chill here and smoke. Man, we didn't really do our intro today, so let's play Stunt 102. Let's get in a little airplane mode. Also, y'all, I put 2 videos up on the channel last night. One is me calling out Kent Hovind, and the other is a little Myron, the Flying Man promo, also talking about Doug. So check those out, y'all. Definitely trying to have some fun, make some more clips out here. We'll be clipping some more stuff. We're going to get into editing. Y'all already know what it is. We are doing things out here. Y'all don't know what's going to happen on the stream every day, because I don't necessarily know what's going to happen on the stream every day. But you do know we will be out here. He said coffee needs to be strong enough to show up on a drug test. KCA Randy, what's up? Appreciate you.
Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on
shout
the
out
island.
to Cuzzo, we in airplane mode.
So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just the front, nigga. Goddamn.
Oh, this shit is so real.
Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody.
All the lyrics are so good.
I I thought by now
Where's
that you
my
would
lighter?
go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant.
No, you get cropped if you're not in the picture. Let's go.
And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at, started balling. Now I'm Chris Paul and Cass. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Yo, James Apperson. If James Apperson is here, get at me in the restream or the Discord.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely.
I'm gonna send him a message in Discord.
Under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed.
Oh, James Apperson is playing Fallout.
And communication systems. Once airborne,
Yo, we may have lost James Apperson for the remainder of the week. James Apperson is playing Fallout. See, Discord tells all your business. Hop in streaming chat or call into restream if you want to keep chatting. I'll be live all weekend if you're busy. All right. We also got a message. We also got some stuff from YouTube Punk. Yeah, he's a visual effects artist, y'all. Y'all, I'm all about this, y'all. We're about to get into some Captain Disillusion. I want to get more into special effects. I'm gonna start getting y'all into my library. We're gonna start doing a lot of book stuff. That's why the desk cam is very important to me, so that y'all can see me working. Also, you're gonna get into my library. But yeah, let's listen to a little bit more music. I wanna give y'all a throwback. I wanna do some. What I want to do, man? I like getting in DJ mode real quick. You know, OG Roddy a DJ too, man. It's just how we do in our family, man. Let me see. I want to get into some old school OG Roddy. Let me get into some Henny, March, Zagnus. Oh yeah, OG Henny, yeah. All right, y'all. This one is off of March Zagnus 2. The album is called March Zagnus 2. It's called SF. Woo, let's go. Old school. Zag. Old school OG Henny. Y'all know OG Roddy, my cousin, he was part of a rap group. Or a rap duo, I should say. And his partner in the duo, his name was Henny. So, you know, one had a weed name, one had the alky name. And so their group was called OG Henny. So that's what I'm showing y'all right now. Hang on, let me close this up. There it is. All right, so there y'all can see, instead of doing March Madness, they did that March Zagnus. I think they did maybe three March Zagnus mixtapes. But y'all can see the artwork here. I pulled this up because the artwork is so good. Just OG Roddy. Y'all don't know, OG Roddy's a hooper too. He was like a really good one, like a really, really good basketball player. Like he probably could have played college basketball if he wanted to. Just would have depended on what level he wanted to play at. You know, like he's not huge, but he's really good. So anyway, I remember I used to go to his high school basketball games, right? Y'all know Tahir. Me and Tahir for cousins, like we're fucking close, right? And we've always like lived in different states and shit. But like me and my mom, we would go to his high school basketball games. I would party with him and his teammates. We got in trouble one time. Y'all know my grandparents are ministers. But me and OG Roddy got in trouble one time because we threw a fucking party at my grandparents' house, y'all. At the motherfucking Bishop's house, y'all. Bishop's was out of town. I was staying at the house. Yo, we threw a little party. We tried to clean it up pretty well, but some of his friends did crazy shit. Like they stashed fucking beer cans and shit in like my grandparents' washer machine and shit. So eventually they discovered what happened, and I had to take the rap for it. You know, I can't let them beat up on cuz. So I had to take the fall for being responsible for the party. But yeah, man, we really cousins like that. Like we really get down. Anyway, the nigga could hoop. He still hoops. He's got mad handles. He's got a crazy jump shot and the 3-ball. I'm telling y'all, OG Roddy is talented as fuck.
I don't even know what I like more. Switching time zones of these bad hoes. Uh-oh. Mixing up the cups that got my mind gone. Uh-oh. Rolling up and facing if I get lost.
Old school, let's go.
But you wasn't there, so I had to go get me this bread. I stacked it way up to the top of my head. Up till the sun up, I can't earn when I'm dead. Catching that safeness for rainy days. One day I'ma go get that reef. Can't switch from the gangster strip. Knew I had it, but I had to wait. Ride around, roll another one. Yeah, ride around.
I told y'all, we just be playing that Loud Guardia, but the catalog is deep.
Nah, we never falling off, dog. I told my mama we would make it. Got money we keep just in case, cause we living fast in this grave. Yeah, I hope you don't make that mistake.
Also, like I told y'all, his father, my uncle, died tragically, right? But his mama's super light skinned and pretty, like my mama was, like my mama. And it's funny because even though my mother's really related to his father, my mother and his mother are cool as fuck. Obviously, she's still considered part of our family. Shout out to Trula. Like his mother's crazy cool too, man. Just wanted to send her a shout out. So it's funny because when I hear him rap about his dad, rap about his mom, rap about his hooping friends, rap about his crew, I know all these fucking people.
I fucked 2 bitches, I met them today. Pouring out shots of that Henny when we on the stage. Hope you don't make that mistake. Hope you don't make that mistake. Hope you don't make that mistake. Pouring out shots on the stage. I hope you don't make that mistake. Hope you don't make that mistake. We pouring out shots on the stage.
I wanted was some weed in the bag. Now I'm living out my dreams. I can't stay average. When these chicks hit my phone, they talking mad shit. But I hang up on the ass because I'm past.
Oh, James Apperson back. Yo, James, I'm done with my meeting, bro. Come and get in the, we try and get you back in the live chat if you want to keep talking about what's going on, man. We was breaking it down for the people, but I had to, do this little meeting real quick. Y'all, it's so many records they got. There's another old school one. It's called Feel Good. It's all, look at this mixtape, y'all. Look at this graphic for this mixtape, y'all. They blacked out silhouettes, right, over the upside down flag, and the shit is called Independence Days. Days, D-A-Z-E. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, these some real East Coast niggas right here on some real, right outside of Newark. They be on some real Brick City shit, y'all.
Congratulations to the Zag. OG, Independence.
Niggas be putting their real kids on their records and shit. High as fuck in the studio.
Good to have some money in my pocket. Damn, it's good to know I got my wisdom and my soul. Damn, it feel good knowing nobody can stop me. And damn, it's good to know I get that love.
OG Roddy, we need a reunion. We gonna need a new OG Henny album.
Everywhere I go,
the dynamic duo.
I never had a plan B. If
plan A didn't work, then it's just not for me.
Yeah.
No designer, but my wisdom while I'm G. Can't you see? We've been grinding in these streets. Older homie hit my phone and said timing's everything. I gotta practice what I preach. These niggas practicing for peace, cause they rapping filled with absence, so they rap about the peace. Smoke a fraction in the week. Gotta master what you teach. Now my raps is running laps around these cats who said we weak. Look at my
Man, y'all better stop fucking with us, man. Y'all better stop fucking with us, man. Our family's not here to play with y'all, man. We out here to murder people. James, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing really good today.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I wanted to keep having this conversation we was having because there's a couple interesting things that are going on. And also, I feel like you're kind of in the position I was in where you're dealing with a lot of different tensions, right? Like, on one hand, you're just a dude in the community. You're just out here, you're James Apperson. Right. Your name that pops up all the time on the live chat, and everybody's kind of, familiar with your name. You pop up on other channels and panels a lot and stuff like that. But you're out here with your blog and it's really good. And you're like, man, it's like I felt when I was watching that podcast, right? Right. I could sit here all day and say I made it just for myself, and I did it just because I had some shit I wanted to get off my chest that day, right? And look, I probably did it live on Twitch for about 4 people. And I showed on camera it's got 1 view on YouTube, right? Now I can sit there and listen to it like I was today and be like, this actually was kind of a good podcast. It's over, but he was kind of doing your thing. You guys was making some good points right here, right? But as beautiful and romantic as that is, I just do it for the love of being live. That's how I think of it in my head. It's kind of a shame, right? So like your blog, like you writing it, and then you kind of sit back like, damn, I kind of put it out there, you know what I mean? I kind of really said some shit today, and then your friends be reading it, but like, yo, James, you need to do more with this blog, because we really reading it like, oh, this right here, this is pretty good. You got the animation, it's you put a lot of work into it, right? And then you're trying to make your videos, you're like, oh, maybe I should get out here as a YouTube. So now it's a different layer to it. You're in the community, but you have your own reason to want to grow now, right? You realizing I'm going to write these blogs, I have a YouTube channel, maybe I should try to get people to read the blog and watch my YouTube channel. Crazy idea.
Right.
Right. And now, and again, we're a small niche community. It ain't like you could just say, okay, well, I'm gonna try to grow out here in the music production game. I don't want to, work off the name of my celebrity friends. So I'm gonna just do my own thing and let the views come to me. That don't happen in our community. Ain't nobody watching you unless we've seen you somewhere else, know you from kind of chatter community, in a Discord or something with you. This is a strictly like word of mouth community, right? Ain't none of us gonna be on primetime CBS anytime soon, right? So even like myself, right? It's huge for me, right? Because in science, right? How many people go to a science talk? Not that many. I'm telling y'all, people talk about high-level science. Guess what high-level science is? Shit most people on Earth don't care about. So when you're a really big scientist, you're going to put all your effort into this really big paper, and you're going to present it at the society of your field and all of that. It's going to be about 12 to 30 people in that room. If that, 30 people's a lot, right? It's going to be 12 to 20, right? They're going to ask, you're going to give your little 10, 15-minute speech, right? If you're a keynote, you might get an hour, right? Very rare. You got to be moving mountains, right? And then it's going to be about 4 or 5 questions, and then some people probably going to ask you about it, later on, right? You write this big scientific paper, it gets put in the journal of the whatever, the couple hundred people who read that journal and follow things in that field or whatever. Your lab mates say congratulations, right? So where does all this go? Well, when Gutsick Gibbon makes a video about you, man, that's huge. That's huge because I can go. Hey, advisor, you know who saw this video? A goddamn sold out arena worth of people is who saw this video, right?
Right.
And they know because they know in science we just don't see numbers like 25,000 people on our stuff. We just know that. How many people? Me and Rob teach probably the most amazing evolution class imaginable. I tell my students this all the time. I didn't have a class like this when I was coming through college, and if I did, it would have changed my life. We teach 16 people. Right? We can see all our students on one Zoom screen. We love it, right? So if that's why I keep promoting my upcoming thing, because if 10 of y'all watch or 15 of y'all watch, the university has to have their heads explode because we you know what I'm saying? We just showed we could do just as much public education as we can university, but the numbers are small. But here's where I'm going with this. In the world of the general public, of YouTube at large, of social media, of the climate we live in, tell somebody, oh, this really huge YouTube, I'm telling you, this super big, I ain't even playing, I'm not being hyperbolic, this super big YouTuber made a video about me. Man, she's such a big deal. She's just, oh God, there's nobody better than this Gutsick Gibbon, man. She's fucking amazing. And they'll be like, all right, cool. Oh, it's blowing up. It's blowing up. I've finally gone viral. Cool. How many people have seen it? Oh, like 30,000.
Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about?
Right.
I just watched a toilet paper review with 750,000 views. What are you talking about? Right? I haven't. I don't ask me for the link, y'all. It was a joke. But that's the world in which we live in, right? Big numbers are big numbers, and nothing in our community reaches that level, right? So it becomes this thing where you have to eventually realize we're all small. We're all trying to grow. We're all trying to promote ourselves because we all are doing this in like the backwoods of the internet, right? Right. And since we're in this niche space that nobody cares, even our other stuff, science and multimedia, like nobody cares. Oh, you just graduated from the lab that ran the longest evolution experiment in the history of science? People who believe in evolution don't give a fuck. People who don't believe in evolution don't give a fuck. You see the problem, right?
Sure.
Go ahead.
It amazes me too, because if we lived in a world where science wasn't really the thing, but magic was, and if magic had brought us all the things that science has brought us, the ability to communicate in real time with anyone, anywhere in the world, for example, if magic had done that thing, something that before a couple hundred years ago, nobody would have even believed you was even possible, almost everybody would be out there trying to join wizard schools and magic schools and like trying to learn how this shit works so they can do it, right? So they can harness some of that power, so they can be part of that frontier. But here we have science that works with physics and actually does the things, and it doesn't have the same sparkle, but it has the same power. And it just amazes me that people aren't en masse, like that isn't like a super trending thing amongst the entire globe. It would be if it was magic, and it wouldn't. It accomplishes the same things magic should be able to do, but doesn't, because magic ain't freaking real, right?
Yeah,
and it's like, it amazes me.
And James, this is your brilliance, because I have the same frustration, right? But I've never thought to put it that way. Like part of what we benefit from in this community is just hearing each other even say things we agree with, but be like, damn, I ain't never thought to put it like that. But seriously, that's such a fine but powerful, nuanced point, right? We rarely perform we do the outsider test of faith, right? but we don't do the outsider test of science, right? That's what you just came up with. Guys, we're naming it. We got to help James Apperson promote his stuff, y'all. James Apperson is the innovator of the outsider test of science, right? Imagine anything else was responsible for figuring all this stuff out, right? We'd be, right?
Yeah,
we'd be groveling at the feet, dipping all the money in you better give us 20% of your income off the top. Yes, sir. As long as you keep telling me about the medicine, right? And everybody would, Neil deGrasse Tyson would be leading a congregation, a stadium full of people like Joel Osteen with the goddamn Rolling Stones or whoever the fuck playing behind him, right? It would just be a whole different ball game, right? Because that would be the rock star culture. And I'm gonna let you keep going. I just wanted to cut in and say, God, I've literally never thought to put it that way, but it's really crazy when you actually think about that.
Right. And it's like beyond that, if we think about the actual effect in our world, we are so close to being able to cure all cancer, so close to being able to cure aging. We've got a lot of religious people out there that aren't even remotely interested in the idea of curing aging or bringing world peace or solving all kinds of diseases, because they figure the end of the world is right around the corner. God's going to take care of it. Everything that happens is part of some big plan. And so they're like, who cares? We're not supposed to be, in their worldview, we're not supposed to be able to solve aging. We're not supposed to be able to bring world peace because Bible prophecy says so. So why even bother? So they're not out there helping with this enterprise. They're not out there on that frontier, most of them. And it's so frustrating because we are so close. Like right now, if we had like a major upwelling of people bringing their true intellectual talents to the frontier, you and I, we could end up reversing aging before we end up aging out of the game. We don't necessarily have to die in the next 50, 60 years or even the next 100 or 200 years if humanity would just get us collective crap together and say, okay, we are so close, let's pull together and let's make this happen.
Yeah, and there's so much here, but a couple of important things that you touched on. One is the urgency. The reason I started doing this stuff and speaking to this is the urgency. What I realized is I heard the same thing about marijuana legalization and having a black president. Oh, it's just not the time yet. Oh, you just got, hurry up and wait, right? Just, well, look, we're getting closer, generation after generation. Look. Back in the day, right, only 5% of Americans would have voted for a black president. And then it was 35%. Now, there's enough that would vote for a black president that we're even talking about it. So you should just see that there's just been so much progress made, right? These are the people who always, the progress apologists, I think of them as, right? The people who want to tell you, don't be so frustrated by racism. Just think about how much better it is now, right? Look. I might want to just lynch your black ass, but I can't, right? So that just means things are way better than the time when I could have just lynched your black ass and not even gone to jail for it, right? And you're like, right? And so that's the thing to me is I cannot afford to waste the one lifetime that I get to live caught up, stuck on this bullshit. And I forget who it was that first really blew my mind with something like this. I think it might have been Lena or somebody who basically made the argument that all of these, I was talking about the promise of science and we'll eventually do this and that. And they kind of hit me with the, do you think if not for religion, we might have already done a lot of those things? And I was like, oh.
Yeah. There was a time in ancient times where religion served a purpose. It helped people bond tribally. It helped people thrive and survive as a form of mental ability. I'm trying to remember the word that I want to use, but we've outgrown it.
Right.
It's time to take off the training wheels because it's holding us back. It's a crutch. It's this it's this thing that ruts people's mentality to where they're not worried about progress. They're not even confident in the progress. In fact, most Christians don't even believe that they themselves are qualified to govern their own lives. They think that they were designed to be inept, designed to be forever children who, if they ever outgrow the superfather, it's not only an insult to him, but that makes them fools because they were designed to be inept, designed to be incapable of governing their own life, to owning their own life. And because they think this way, that shapes the way that they relate to the world. It shapes their values, it shapes their goals, and it holds society back because of how many people are stuck in that frame of mind.
It's harder and harder for me to believe every day that people genuinely believe this and that belief should be taken seriously. And I'm going to be honest with y'all. I strongly agree with the people who say you should not try to counter-apologize your family. Like, I just think it's asking for trouble and you're not the right person and whatever, right? And y'all can already probably tell this is a disclaimer and here comes a but. But I'm just getting to the point where I just can't even with my own family anymore. I just can't. Like, I'm just, I find it so, I find it so humiliating, so embarrassingly. And here's the little differences. I was always the guy who, like, when I pulled up at the home and we was doing dinner and my mom's husband sitting over here, my mom right here, he wants us to hold hands, say prayers before we eat. I'm like, all right, cool, we gonna do this, cool. I'm bowing my head, yep. All right, amen, amen. All right, cool. And I might still do that, y'all. I might still do that. But lately I've been feeling like I might just be at the place where I'm like, I don't really do that. Yeah, it just kind of creeps me out. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a little weird to worship a fake God before you eat food. Like, just don't know.
Right.
Because again, how long I gotta pretend? You know what I'm saying? I came home to visit my family. You know what I'm saying? So y'all got to get real of the fact that Jay's a counter-apologist who quite frankly thinks religion is fucking ridiculous. And if you can't accept that, like if you can't eat the food my mother cooked for your ass without forcing her son to thank the God he doesn't believe in, then maybe that's your problem.
Sure. Yeah.
And again,
to that.
Me and him ain't never had this conversation. I love this man to death. I literally, when I sent an email about my family recently, I made sure to actually call him my father-in-law, which normally I just call him Reggie. He's cool, right? You know what I'm saying? But I was like, no, this is my guy. You know, my guy, like, he really treats me pretty much like the son he never had or whatever, right? Like, I'm my mother's son. He treats me like he would treat his own son. Can't. But it's just, and here's the other thing I think about. It's just, one, it's about me, right? I get sick of people always telling me how I need to be for other people. As a young black person, especially a black professional, like, it's very frustrating. Because literally, I was raised in this Christian bullshit, y'all. I felt bad about my own shadow. I was raised in a religion where I was literally shamed for touching my own body, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Like, I got punched in the chest when my mother thought I had a girl into the house. You see what I'm saying? Like, so y'all gotta understand, like, that shit to this day has made me had a toxic view of myself, right? Plus, I'm bipolar, right? Then I got trained in the field of evolutionary biology. Y'all notice I don't talk about a lot of biology. Why? Because that's not what the fuck I was trained in. So I was getting trained in some shit where I was out of my depth anyway, right? So I've always had to struggle with insecurity and Jay constantly feeling like he needs to apologize for the fact that Jay exists. Right? And so I'm literally learning how to not do that anymore, right? And the part of that is just being like, Jay ain't religious. Oh, but Jay, I thought you played worship drums at a church and you love your church. And I watched you when you go to church, you pray with your church friends and you let them pray and you participate in all their stuff and you throw your hands up and sing to Jesus when you're not playing drums. And I'm like, yeah. You know what I call that? being the best goddamn worship drummer on the fucking globe, right? Or trying, right? Right? Because that's my gig, right? Guess what I'm not doing right now? Gigging. Right? Guess what me going home to visit family is not? Gigging. Right? Guess what me having conversation on YouTube is not? Gigging. You see where this is going? Like my behavior in this context has jack shit to do with my behavior when I'm not in that context. You see what I'm saying? So
well, sure. I mean, going to church is basically just like wrestling on TV. You know it ain't real, but it's still fun to play around with.
Amen. They're perfect. Perfect. And spoken to and like a pro wrestling fan. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I'm into it. And that's exactly how I feel about pro wrestling. Matter of fact, I keep trying to tell people the fact that I know that about pro wrestling makes it better to me. Right? Like,
it's theater and it's fun.
Yeah. Like I talked about this the other day. I said, part of what the theists are robbing me of is they're robbing me of somebody challenging me for that championship and beating it from me. I came up with this $100 challenge where I said if somebody can give me like a convincing, case for their God or whatever, I will give them $100 of my own money. And that's something, again, I started doing in my personal life way before I even thought about making YouTube videos about this stuff. It was something I was doing because I got to the point where because I was playing worship drums in the church, I was actually getting to have a lot of these conversations with people. And I kept saying I was a Christian looking for the evidence, and I still want the evidence. It's just that everybody tells me they have the evidence, and then when we talk about what the evidence is they have, they either don't have it, or it's really bad evidence, or, it doesn't hold up to, all the stuff that I was kind of learning, reading and studying and watching YouTube videos, but not thinking about that yet. So the point is, it's not a TV gimmick or YouTube thing. It's something I did it to myself because I wanted to. The point I would always try to make to people is I want the evidence. And even if you know now that I'm an atheist and I'm not a Christian anymore, you don't believe that, I really want you to believe that I want the evidence. And I need to keep myself accountable for wanting the evidence. And so I literally want to put my own money on the line as my way of saying, no, I'm not just hyperbolically saying I want the evidence. I'm literally looking for someone to give it to me so I can pay for it.
Right.
Right? Like, just to keep myself honest. Like, Jay, if you really keeping yourself honest and you really going to tell people, come on, give me your best case for your God, right? Mm-hmm. And you really say you want it, all right, cool. Because now I want to have the pleasure of being like, holy shit, you're the person. Congratulations. I've had this conversation for fucking ages now. And you're the guy. What's your Cash App ID? Right. So,
it's like with evolution, like, even though we know evolution is true, like, if somebody proved us wrong, we wouldn't go home and cry.
You about to get a Nobel Prize.
Yeah, we would celebrate this major paradigm shift. Because, it's about progress. It's about wherever I'm wrong, let's find out, right?
Yeah.
So
speaking about wrestling, one of the things I love is I always tell people, champions have championship responsibilities. When I think about that belt, when I watch wrestling, and I've just been watching a bunch of stuff, right? I'm watching and I'm perceiving that I see these I was thinking about two women wrestlers. I'm thinking a lot about Becky Lynch, right? How she had this meteoric rise to the top of wrestling, transcended even the line between what's expected of men's and women's superstars, because she kind of became the top talent on the roster, male or female, right? And was doing the most merch and all the right. And then I always think about how part of what they have to deal with is that's their dream, and they've worked all these years and hurt themselves and all the sacrifices they make to get to this point in life where they could even get to the big company, and then they make it to the top of the big company, right? And then they come to you and they say to you, James Apperson, man, James, what you have done for this company is unbelievable, right? And man, I know that belt is just having it just means the world to you, but look, we're really gonna go with Jay Bundy. We just think it's his time, and we can't keep having him chase that belt forever. So whatever y'all do when y'all work out y'all match tonight, at the end of it, right, he needs to hit you with the sweet sin music and get the 1, 2, 3 and be the new champion. We really appreciate everything you've done, and have a great match tonight.
Right.
And you've got to pull your shit together right? And you've got to put on your best costume ever because it's a huge pay-per-view. You've got to go out there more confidently ever before because if the audience can even hint, we call it jobber face, right? That's when a wrestler comes out and you already know they're losing the match. Why? Because they don't have the same energy and vibe they normally do. They're pissed about the decision to lose this match, and we can all tell, right?
Right. But if they had a better attitude about it, they might ride through better because if the guy that's replacing them, he doesn't continue to perform at the level in terms of entertainment that they were hoping for, then they're going to schedule you to have a comeback match. They're going to arrange for you to win that.
Exactly. So this, again, you're talking to the bigger picture, James. This is how the company evaluates its champions. And there's always levels. They start you off with the lower belt because they want to see how you deal with more pressure, more promotion, put in a bigger spot. How do you handle the responsibilities of being the champion? Okay, now when we make you the top champion, now we really want to see that. But again, the great champions that really make the belts mean something that the company relies on know how to play the game. They know how to pass the belt back to the next champion in such a way that it elevates everybody, and then eventually they can let that person rise, and then we can bring them back later, and they can still and part of that, to your point, is not walking out there with jobber face when you're going to drop the title. Right. And so to my point, this is all part of it. And so they have to do that and give the other person the best match and lose cleanly and all that stuff. And let the other person shine and have their moment while the title has your name on it and your nameplate, right? Because they just got your belt, right? And they're showing that up, and they've got the pyro going while their music plays, right? This is a lot to go through emotionally. And then on top of that, when you roll out as now the ex-champion and you get back, guess what the locker room respects you do? Guess what all the people who put on this show for a living, guess what the crew and the people who put up the ring and run all the sound cables and do all the shit and sell all the merchandise and do all the work in the company that nobody ever sees or ever talks about, guess what all those people expect you to do? They expect you to be waiting on the other side of the curtain so that when I come back through the curtain with your championship, you are the first person. And this is not whether you're a bad guy or a good guy. It's whether you're a piece of shit or somebody who has class and understands the business. If somebody has class and understands the business, you should be on the other side of the curtain to shake my hand and give me a real hug in real life in front of everybody else, because everybody else is going to be gathered to congratulate me, right? When there's a new champion, everybody comes out of the locker room and they all gather around the gorilla position. That way, when the new champion comes through the curtain, everybody can congratulate them, hugs and kisses. You need to be the first person doing that. Congratulations, Jay. You earned this. Give me a big hug. What a great match. And then I'm going to go, oh, James, that was incredible. You made me look like a fucking superstar. I can't thank you enough. I'm sure we'll do it again. Right. And I mean, that's a champion right there. That's a champion. Yeah. And so what I'm saying is, the fact that I know that the champion has to do that gives me a different respect than a UFC champion or a boxing champion. Because those guys are badass too, and they lose, and they got to be classy about it too. But there's just something about having to really know that ahead of time and do it and go through with the performance. And you wouldn't, like you said, you would never go to a theater or a play or something oh, well, that's fake because they knew it was going to happen ahead of time. For those of us that are fans, the fact that they knew about it ahead of time is God damn, that's crazy. Can you imagine? But anyway, I always say that they rob us of that. They rob us of that. Where are your good scientists? Where are your good papers? Where is our chance to say, man, you really made me think today, or man, you really, you steel-manned all my arguments, and you still had these counters to them that I hadn't thought about before. And dude, or what about this one? Here's what we all really want. All right, I'm giving you the one we all really want. I haven't said this in years, and I didn't imagine that I'd ever say this. I want you to understand this, my friend. I never thought I'd say these words, but you literally just gave me a really good reason to consider becoming a Christian again.
Uh-oh.
You've just hit me with the argument and the evidence that I've been seeking for years, and I honestly had given up. I thought I'd never find it again. How much longer do you want to talk? Because I really want to call my mother and my grandmother with the good news, right? I cannot wait to tell my pastor, right? Oh my goodness, oh my God, I can't. All right, now that you've given me the great evidence for Christianity, let me reveal a secret to you. As a drummer who's a non-believer, I get really jealous at baptisms. When I go to the baptisms, everybody celebrate, and then they're having the big party. You gotta remember, when we have a baptism, we have these huge house parties. Everybody's playing games. It's like a Thanksgiving feast. It's a huge potluck. Do a little worship service in the garage, and then everybody's family and friends. Oh yeah, we pack a couple hundred people plus in one house. And just have a party. And then we dunk these, I call it dunking the fools in the water. We're going to dunk these fools in the water. That's what I always say. And we dunk these fools in the water. Everybody's taking pictures and crying, right? And they're all giving their I'm jealous as fuck. Like, I want to get baptized. Oh my God, I can't wait. I'm getting baptized. First thing I'm telling my pastor this Sunday, put my name on the list. When's the next baptism? Put my name on the goddamn list. You are going to dunk Jay Bundy in the stream. Yes, stream. We are going live. We are going to do our live baptism. I'm converting this to an apology, right? They have no idea how bad, and they just keep robbing it. It's just, James, they have the evidence, they have the experience, they know God is true. You just didn't have the right type of Christianity when you believed. And they just don't know why you won't accept it. Why it's just that you've clearly hardened your heart against God due to your acceptance of the totalitarian scientific conspiracy. Right? If you would just let go of the dogma of your naturalist religion, right?
Which is so crazy anyways. There's like so much wrong with that. They have a gift for being able to pack an amazing amount of bullshit into very small sentences. Like it's a gift. I would have to like write a big giant paper to come up with that much bullshit in that amount of space. I just didn't do it.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
It's really amazing. All right, but let's get into this other YouTube stuff, right? Because I do like thinking through this tension because I'm working through the same thing. So here's what I was going to say to you. I think you're going to end up in the same place I am, which is you've just got your own stuff going on, and you're just going to get too busy to care. I think. Yeah. I want to like put more nuance to it than that, but at the end of the day, you're just going to get too busy to care. And you're going to go with the flow. You're going to be like, oh, when I pop up on Jay's channel, he's like, plug your stuff. Matter of fact, James Apperson, plug your stuff. Tell people where to find your blog and your YouTube channel so that we don't forget.
Maybe. So my blog is linked on my Facebook page, and my Facebook page is pretty easy to find. It's the one with my name and this picture currently I think I've got on there. So, yeah, it's easy to find. In fact, Rebecca also linked the blog itself. That was kind of rare. Yeah.
And then
that was good.
Is your YouTube channel going to also be James Apperson? Because they can sub now. I always tell people, go ahead and sub now, turn on notifications. That way when he starts putting stuff there, you'll be the first to know.
If I make a second channel, then I will start by announcing it on that channel so everybody will still see it. So go ahead and sub to that one, the one I'm speaking of. And then because I really want to
Why are you thinking about a second channel? Yeah.
Because I want, there's a couple of different kinds of channels that I want to do. And I don't want to mix them all up because then people will be confused. Like, I don't get what the theme of the channel is. And I'm having a hard time. I've already got the ideas. I'm just having a hard time coming up with the names I want for the channels. So
okay, so how different you talking in terms of what the channel is about?
Very different. Like, it's not all apologetics. One on philosophy, because I think a lot of the philosophers are doing it wrong.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out. I want to see if you can get me into philosophy because I'm just so anti. all right. And go ahead.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. A lot of people, Emerson Green, am I getting his name right? Like, he's even tired of it. Like, so many people that are like big into philosophy for years and years, they're like, I'm just so bored of this shit. Like, it doesn't change minds. There's only so many arguments that can be made. It's all reruns at this point, and they're like, what am I doing with it, right? And my position is, I get that, but they're doing it wrong. there's a whole different angle to come at philosophy with it that I just haven't touched yet. And I want a channel for that, but I don't want that to be my only channel. I want another channel, and this is directly related to what we talked about earlier, where it's just about other people's channels. Here's what I found. Here's what's great about it. Here's a clip from that. Go check it out. Like the weekend review kind of a thing. Like, guess who said some really Guess who said some cool shit or some whack shit this week? You gotta see this. Here's a link to it in the description. Here's a clip from it. Let's talk about it, right? And then so I want another channel for that. So if people like go off the rails, I'm gonna cover it. But if somebody really shines and like, wow, they've really made some wonderful content, like I want to cover that too. I don't want to spend hours on it, but I do. That's going to be a channel just for that. And then of course I want another channel to talk about religion and what it means to us and why we care, and address a lot of the controversy.
And is your idea that that's what the James Apperson channel will be?
So I'm going to have a channel for that. No matter if I use that channel or a different channel.
Oh, so you're not sure how you're going to divide them.
Yeah, but the James Apperson channel is the channel where I'm going to either host the content or at least make an initial video where I announce the content and then link to the other channels. Either way, that's where they're going to be.
So my 2 cents, not that you asked for it, is there's pros and cons to each of these. One is dividing up your channels really does make it a nice, clean division of your content.
Sure.
So, like Derek, for instance, he has the Myth Vision podcast channel, and then he has his Derek Lambert channel, which I think is all about his recovery and stuff. And there's some overlap from time to time, but for the most part, and you can have, separate audiences and whatever. And I often make the thing of, you got to think of how people use the platform. It's something that a lot of times our viewers don't understand. And also, it's a little bit weird, right? Because the community is great, but you got to remember the community that we participate in, especially as you start to grow, is an incredibly small representation, right? So they're an incredibly small representation even of your own community. Right, because it's like most of the people who watch you don't live chat, right? That's most of the people. That'll be most of the people who watch you live. Then you'll have a point where I'm even kind of getting to this point where I have more views even the day after I do a stream than I do during a stream. Right, which means most people see it later or catch parts of it or whatever. So again, you have to shift your content because now you're actually focusing on your audience, which is people that aren't talking in your live chat, and it's people who aren't watching the stream right now, right? And that's super counterintuitive, but it just becomes the reality of growing up.
I got to tell you, I love seeing all the same names that I recognize in chat, even if they don't come on the streams. It's kind of like Cheers. I don't know if you've ever.
Yes.
I'm dating myself.
Yes. Like, I always say. Go ahead.
It feels like that. Like I'm walking in and I'm like there's Norm, like there's Lena, there's Cameron, there's Taco, there's all these people I recognize. I'm like, there's my people. I love that I got people, and that there they are, and I just love it. I just love that they're there. And that, like, if I start feeling like I'm kind of all alone in the world,
I think we got to do it. I think we got to add the music from Cheers to the stream. I think that's a way to set a vibe. So I'm probably going to do that. You should probably do the same if you want to. Like, let's. So I often say this. I say people use YouTube wrong to us. I say most people use YouTube like a television. I'm going to flip through the channels till I find something I like, or if something's on, I'll watch. I like is on, I'll watch, right? We use YouTube like a bar. We're like, where are my friends at tonight? Okay, cool. All right, you show up to a channel. Where are my regulars at? All right, y'all here? Cool. All right, we hopping. All right, cool. They not gonna be live. They about to end this, bro. Where we going next? Oh, y'all going? Oh, we going over to that place? All right, cool. Let's come on. We're gonna hop over to this stream together. That's actually why we wanted to do the Discord, right? The idea with the Discord community section, right? And that's why we have a section for video, a channel for videos, but we have another one for live now. The idea is that when somebody's live now, you'll drop that in the live now. That way people know, all right, then we go hang out, we chit chat there. Or if there's competing streams, we could chat about which one's more interesting or which one we should check out, right? And then
I'm going to be looking for that too. Like I'm going to try not to stream at the same time as
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that?
Don't do that. Nope.
Like, I'm okay with that.
Nope. Compete against everybody. Head up against everybody.
Okay, fair enough. At YouTube Punk, I see you 125 AR, and I'm really curious what.
Here's why, James. You got to remember, everybody's doing their own thing, and they're trying to grow too. So one, it just becomes too difficult, right, to work around all that.
That's true.
Two, you don't owe that to anybody. Three, it ends up being like part of the reason I did the late night counter-apologetics thing was because of exactly that reason. It was at least for my crowd, not a lot of people are up late at night. I am already up this late at night anyway, right? Like, I'm genuinely a night owl and all that type of stuff. So I was like, oh, this will be great because, right, but then as soon as you get any traction and people want to watch you, the first thing they start saying is you got to start broadcasting earlier because you're missing the people whose sort of natural life syncs with yours. So that's why you now see me doing a lot more during the day and blase and glavonoids is because people weren't able to watch me live if you start your show in the middle of the night. And that's what you'll end up doing because everybody else is live. The other thing is some of these people are ambitious. So you don't know when Doug is going to go from his normal, I don't want to be live for more than 2 hours because after that I'm going to go want to take a nap and watch Fox News. Versus, I decided that we're going to have a fun, open panel, and now he's going to be live for 6 hours, right? And then Rebecca's going to go live for 8, right? Because sometimes she just runs. So everybody's just out here. Me, genuinely, I enjoy the fun of it. The other thing is, like, it'll let you, build your audience, and people will rewatch you, and it will... I'm not saying, like, you won't see the effects of it. Like, it will be hard. Like, you'll notice a difference if Pine Creek's live or whatever like that. But you got to just put your content out here and let the chips fall where they may. And also, there's a lot of people who would rather watch you during those times. And so you got to give them a chance to as well.
Fair enough. So,
but and again, that's really just my 2 cents. Do your own thing. I'm gonna speak to some of the other comments that have been coming through the chat. So, guys, channels are just different. The sort of the idea of different channels versus playlists with different content. I get that from a viewer perspective, a lot of these different models are frustrating. And it's sometimes not always easy what the pluses or minuses are, especially for our community, because I hate to say this, but like our community is sometimes one that I ignore in a lot of things. And the reason is because we don't represent the average YouTube user, right? And our use of YouTube, for instance, like Derek dropped something. Derek came through our stream, right? And that's the thing that on my channel has the most views and everything. And it has almost 1,000 views, right? It's more than anything by far. But when he came through, he was like, "Oh, Jay, I'm gonna drop this on my YouTube community," and like a whole bunch of people are gonna come through. I was like,
"He's amazing."
I was like,
I'm a little jealous of Derek because he like got an unfair, disproportionate amount of like lottery winnings from the gene pool. Like the dude is like stupidly handsome,
for sure,
stupidly brilliant,
for sure.
He's got this amazing. He's got this amazing comeback story where he overcame.
I know.
That absolutely wrecked most people.
It writes itself.
Yeah, I know, right? So he's just like.
Yeah, but all right. So here's my thing, though, right? He does that. It's real late as crap, and it worked. I mean, it worked instantly. It worked later, the whole 9, right? Yeah, I told him like, Derek, you've got the Midas touch, right? I thought he was talking about like his social medias where he keeps track of his community or some sort of thing. He was actually talking about like the community tab on his channel, like your channel has a community thing. It's like where people post those questions and post. I've been wondering about that. Like I sometimes be pulling up my YouTube on my phone or something, and there'll be a poll or a post, and I'll be like, how are you guys posting on YouTube? It's weird, right? And I realized it's this community system. But my point is, I literally didn't know what that was, right?
Right.
And somebody was like, oh no, it's the community thing. It's the community page on your channel. And he put it there. And somebody sent me a screenshot of it and all of this stuff. And so my point is like, we're YouTube power users, right? So there's this 1% amongst our 1% where you guys are, where you guys know about community tabs. And here I am, a YouTube creator, and I'm like, what the fuck's a community tab? Right on a YouTube page, right? But most YouTube users, right, are not even aware of who they're subscribed to. They probably don't have notifications on for the app, and if they get a YouTube notification, they immediately turn those off. They're like, they don't care who the content creator is. They're like, what? Right? And they don't even make the connection. You subscribe to a channel, YouTube turned on the notifications for you, it went live. Like they don't make the connection of it's doing what you asked it to do, right? They just go, what? A bell went off. Where did that come from? YouTube? Where the fuck if somebody went live on YouTube? No, YouTube, shut that down. The computer don't ever tell me, right? That's where a lot of people are. And when they do go to YouTube for something, if it's not like, on their home page or whatever, they go to the search, right? They just search whatever topic they're interested in, right? Yeah. Cats playing piano, right? And so the algorithm game works very different than the mind of the power users in our community. That's basically what I'm getting at. And so as much as you love and you want, and again, I'm not saying you ignore the feedback you get from our community. I listen to all of it, right? Sure. And you take it very seriously. But you do have to remember, like, who is your audience? Are you trying to grow your stream and reach new people? Then you have to think about how to grow your stream and reach new people versus and this is kind of what I was getting at in my mentality thing, the different mindset between a Pine Creek and a Derek, right? The Doug is comfortable where he's at. He has the just go live mentality, and it works for him because he's comfortable with essentially playing to his audience, right? He's got a big enough audience. He's probably happy with the passive income. Once in a while, he does something that goes big, or he gets a bigger opportunity, like debating Trent Horn, or he can be featured on something, whatever, and that brings in new people, and his super chats are good, and he can look at his audience compared to all the other people in the space and goes, oh yeah, I'm definitely one of the top guys. And he is, right? Everybody knows him, and he's got Creeksters, a whole culture around Pine Creek, right? Sure. But Derek has the same thing happening, but he's like, no, what is the next model? He's like, oh, I'm about to do Patreon. Oh, he started the YouTube memberships. Now his YouTube memberships are sophisticated in the levels and the hierarchy of the models, right? And his social media presence is always growing, and he's moving. Part of why he's moving, guys, I'm telling you this, whenever a serious YouTuber is moving, they're upgrading their studio. I just want people to know, when y'all see, Jay, oh my gosh, you got to see Derek's new gear. Oh my God, y'all got to see how great Derek's new setup is. I just want y'all coming back like, Jay, you were right on. Jay, you didn't need to ask him. You didn't need to see no new gear. You didn't need to talk. No, you knew that when Derek said he was moving, studio upgrade. It just has to be how it is when you're at that growth mindset, because you won't even put yourself in a new housing situation unless, right, you're like, oh, my next spot needs to have this that this current spot didn't have, or I want the room set up differently, or I'm gonna want to start doing this other thing. I'm gonna want to start interviewing. Like, he might be interviewing people in person, right? So he might want a room where he can do that, or set up like where he could, trust me, y'all, he cooking up something. And so when y'all see it, I want y'all to come back and confirm it, and know that I told you. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's planning ahead. He knows he's already built it up well enough that he's got a future with it. So he's, just investing even more in it. He knows 10 years from now, 20 years from now.
Exactly. Exactly. So I'm like, yep, Derek's leveling up. I see it. But again, it's just a different mindset. And you're not saying one person's better than the other. You just are saying one person's trying to see how big they can get, and one person is probably happy where they are, and just willing to let the fortunate things come where they may. And then from our perspective, there's a huge difference in how they treat other content creators, and then as a consumer, that changes how you feel, right? I always loved shopping with Sweetwater, right? There's a certain amount of money you pay for music equipment. And Sweetwater has these amazing sales engineers. You get to know them. I've had the same Sweetwater sales engineer for literally since I was in an undergrad in college, right? I found out that my social mentor, who was a faculty member who taught the science of music at Penn State, I found out that he died, right? Like a couple years ago when I brought the mixer that I'm using because we were chit-chatting and I was telling him a story about Mark Ballora because we were talking about academics and stuff. And so he's the guy who let me know that Dr. Ballora passed. Again, because I bought gear with him when I was at Penn State, right?
Right.
Yeah, so you have that type of relationship, and they always send you candy with their orders, right? And their no hassle return policies and on and on and on, right? Versus to pay the same price to have it shipped from some random music shop in Texas where you also got to pay for the shipping, and they've only got a 14-day return policy, and it's they may not offer a package that comes with all the accessories you need, right? There becomes a time where you as a consumer place your efforts where your energy and your money goes the longest, right? So some people really makes a difference. Like I notice, and again, guys, you got to remember, I'm coming at this from a totally different perspective. I know a lot of my audience right now is part of the YouTube community. They watch YouTubers. I'm a Twitch streamer, and I got into that watching Twitch streamers. So when I go into my who are the streamers I'm trying to emulate, it's people who are serious about their streaming, right? Most of these YouTube creators are people who make videos and have YouTube channels who very recently realized, holy shit, I can go live. I don't have to do any editing. And people will actually just watch me have these conversations or these debates, or I compare little clips. I could do basically the same thing, right? So they basically just realize that streaming exists, right? And so far, their streaming sophistication is, we're streaming. That's it, right? We do the same thing, but we're streaming, right? So the idea that a stream is a very serious production and you kit out your studio to look amazing on stream and you're active on your social media so that the people in your real life and the people who don't already know about your channel know what's going on. Hang on a sec, I got somebody's making that mistake of trying to call me. A very easy way to get on my list of people I don't like. All right. So, right. And so in that world, right, that's where a lot of people expect you to have like a bot on your channel. And if you mention channel points, they expect you to really have channel points. Right. and if you have channel points, they expect to be able to do something with them, right? Either there's a store where they can redeem stuff, little gifts gonna play, or they can unlock some sort of streamer privilege, like they can make a special effect happen on your camera, or like they become a mod for 5 minutes or whatever, like, you know, like they expect something, and maybe you're going to do a giveaway every month, right? Because they want, again, the community to celebrate who has the most channel points, and they get something for having the most channel points, right? Like, and so from a Twitch streamer perspective, when I see somebody be live and they'll be like, 10 Nathan Nichols to you, sir, for being first. And I'll be like, what? Okay, great. And I literally was asking myself this question for the longest. Yo, where can I redeem these goddamn, how do I figure out how many Pine points I have? Do I get Pine points just for watching? Right? And what can I do with Pine points? Like, and it took me a hot minute to figure out that this was all, because again, I come from Twitch. It ain't a joke on Twitch, right?
Right.
And then people expect you to have maybe a chat overlay, and for you to really interact with your chat. This is just everyday stuff for Twitch streamers. And no, we don't think 2-hour streams are long. That's not a thing. Like, it's not a thing. We think 6 hours plus is probably long, right? Right. Under, 4 hours is like a medium length string. Right? Because it's just Twitch. It's just a different culture. But again, people like to see your merch, right? Like that's one thing I go to. Remember, I talked about the Pine Creek. Like, he should have merch. Somebody made a damn T-shirt. It was already there. All you had to do was put it in the store and sell it, right? Total missed opportunity, right? I literally go to bed at night guilty about not having a merch store. Guilty about, oh my goodness, it haunts me. Yeah, because again, we have this church, right? I have so many fun merch ideas, like holy water, anointing oil. You can actually sell these little pocket New Testaments. So we could like sell like little pocket New Testaments, because people want to support the stream, and I think merch is a great way to let people get something for supporting the stream. We have such a community that doesn't mind dropping $5 or $10 to support a YouTuber. Some people, you see people, they come through and drop $20 just to ask a question. So why not be like, grab a T-shirt for $20? You see what I'm saying? Like, It's easy, right? Then we have all of these things, like we have all these characters, right? Jewish Space Laser, being the U.S. champ, the Refiner's Fire, all of these things that, one hit wonder, all of these things that could turn into memes that people could get stickers for, or put them on a T-shirt or whatever. And then these services that are so easy, where basically people could pick one of the designs they like, and then they could pick what they want to put it on. You could put it on a coffee mug, put it on a baby bib, do whatever. So I just got to do a little bit of work setting it up. But yeah, I feel terrible about it. I think about it all the time, feel awful about it, right? And I don't even have people sending me T-shirt ideas. That's my point, right? Right. People who are serious, we think like that. And so I would feel horrified. Again, what would make me do it immediately? If somebody emailed me today a T-shirt. Right? Like, it would be like, oh, sorry, that just became the thing we're doing right now on stream, right? Because, again, we're thinking about the fact that if one person sees us get excited about it, capitalize on it, the community gets excited. Oh, my God, James Apperson just made this dope-ass Flying Man T-shirt, right? Everybody's buying it, and they're messaging you, James, right? And then me and you work something out. I say, James, what do you think is fair? You say, Jay, I made the shirt, I did all the design, but you promote it. Let's split it. I say, great. You say 80-20. I say, great. You say 90-10. I don't really give a fuck, James. I just want to put it in the store and sell it. And
you know what I want to see?
Like whatever it is, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to see an anime characterization of Rebecca with big eyes that are like gleaming and sparkling, looking up at a big giant marijuana plant saying, look at the trees. That's what I want to see.
Yes. Like, that's a great example. And again, look at the people who do the like animated introductions for people, and the cartoon thumbnail pages or profile pictures for people. In other words, we have the talent in our community. And if you were a Pine Creek or a Doug or a Rebecca, you could certainly get these people to do these things for you, right? And people would be, they'd be buying it up, right? And so it's funny because the chat mentioned Pine Creek is a capitalist. Yeah, except for apparently when it comes to capitalizing on Pine Creek.
Right.
But again, I'm not trying to critique him personally or saying I don't like him so much as I'm trying to critique the activity so people can see my mindset and how it's different, right? Mm-hmm. And how you're used to watching streamers who would handle that so much differently. And eventually, again, as a viewer, as somebody sitting at home, as a Nano, right? I think about Nano. Nano does these amazing fever dream edits that just to me were just the exact type of vibe I wanted in this community, right? And I envied, again, I didn't pull this shit out of my ass. I envied David Pakman. David Pakman's one of the biggest YouTubers out there. His community's awesome. And when he does his live streams, to give people, he schedules them and does a whole event around them, so people are waiting when he goes live. But he also wants to give people time to join the stream and whatever, right? So he plays these video clips that are, you know, videos his fans have made set to music of memes of him or about him, or, you know, there's one called Mangoes, My Bag of Mangoes, and it's just this some crazy right-wing cookers from a Trump rally who were talking about the price of mangoes. And so it's like a whole video, like My Bag of Mangoes, you know, it's all about the price of mangoes. There's one about him being called a beta male by Jesse Lee Peterson. David Pakman is a beta male, right? And so his community loves these clips, and you'll hear the chat celebrating that they get to see them, or damn it, I missed mangoes today. So yeah. I wanted that. And even early on in the stream, I started talking about that. And so I was looking for stuff I could play at the beginning. So when Nano started making them fever dream videos, I was like, that's it. You know, and since then, B.S. Lewis has made one. Other people have pointed out ones on other channel that I brought in. I got one from Doug's, speech. So again, because I would find it crushing if I worked on something like that. I sent it to the people in my community, and they were like, nice video, Nano. I watched it before I went to bed last night. That was pretty cool. Right? Like,
right.
And I've seen this happen with Doug. A lot of times he won't even play the thing, or he'll just play it once or whatever. Now, if it's his video or something he edited, he'll play it on stream and talk about it or put it up on his channel. But again, I told Nano, when you start making them things and sending them to me, I'm going to play them so much until you're just sick of seeing them and you just have to send me more. And that's what I try to do. I want, if my community makes something, I want them to see it so much they're just like, I have to send him something else. Because he's just not going to play that. He's not going to change that damn screensaver of YouTube Punk's Flying Man image until YouTube Punk sends him an updated Flying Man image. God damn it, Jay, you're going to play those same 8 Nano clips to death until Nano sends you more clips. So that, right? But again, that's what streamers who are trying to build their communities do. And again, it's not me bragging about how wise I am. It's just me being like, that's what I watched. That's what I got used to. That's what my ambition was. And if anything, I'm just lucky that I actually have a community that sends me the stuff and sends me the clips and sends me the stuff. There are nights where YouTube Punk will just send me a sound effect and I'll be doing something else or really not planning to work on the stream, and I'll just say to myself, how long it'll take you to add this to the story? Is it less than 5 minutes? Because if it's less than 5 minutes, you should just do it, right? And I'll think about it. Is it less than 5 minutes? Yep. All right, just do it. Why? Because I know YouTube Punk wants to come through the stream later and let everybody know there's a new redeemable in the store by just dropping it out of nowhere. Right? I know. Right. And I know that's got to feel pretty satisfying, right? To send a content creator an audio sample know that the rest of the community doesn't even know that we're going to have this super cool sound effect at the store, and they come through and just be the first person to redeem it and drop it out of nowhere. Man! There you go.
That's awesome. Yep.
This makes sense.
Right, that was a perfect example. And I knew, I said, you're going to go live later, just give YouTube Punk that moment. Because again, I want it to be satisfying to watch my stuff and to contribute to helping the content grow. So guys, it's not a personal critique. It's just an observation of the content so you guys can understand, why we do things the way we do them, how it differs from other content creators, and then also why we focus on that. I have to focus on opportunities with Derek because Derek is working his ass off to try to help me grow, and he's gonna do as much for me. Derek's the type of person where you say anything you don't get out of Derek is because you didn't ask or you didn't try. Right? Right. If you want to know, Derek, why do you do this? Or Derek, can you help me with this? Or what if we did this? Right? It's like Derek's the guy who hits you up. He comes to your chat. We have private messages. He's like, hey, if you want to set up a Zoom, right? He makes himself available and he's trying to help you. So if you don't get it from him, it's because you didn't try. Erica, y'all, I was so excited that Erica made a video about me. I put comments on her videos. I joined her Patreon. I sent her a really long email, like really nice.
Awesome.
Oh, I can't tell you how great this is, how much it's done for my channel. Y'all, it took her a couple days to get back to me. When she sent an email back to me, y'all, it might have been even longer. She out-nerded me in our own email. She started going off about all this cool stuff about anthropology because I mentioned my background, and then she started talking about sexual selection in the hominin fossil record. And she literally made it sound like she was more excited to hear from me than I was to hear from that she made a video about me. Right?
That's awesome. Yeah.
Y'all, I went looking for an email for Doug, right? Part of the reason I thank Doug on air on his channel is because I could not find a way to contact him off air.
Right.
Right? So again, it's a completely different mindset, right? People like Erica and Derek go out of their way to make themselves available to you, not on stream, but off air. We're trying to plan stuff together. Erica's like, yeah, we could do a podcast together. Oh yeah, I was thinking about this series we could do. She was like, yeah, there's actually too many things that I think we could do together for me to talk about. We should really set some time apart and start working, right? She's like, let's go, Jay. Right? Right? Derek's mentality is like, oh yeah, I was thinking about doing a series on evolution. Yeah, if you could start, you can start. And I'm like, yeah, Derek, I could introduce you to a lot of other evolutionary biologists. If you want to start doing a series on evolution, I could get a lot of other PhDs on for you, right? Because he's like, let's go, Jay. Right? These other people, you spend an hour online. How do you, does anybody got an email for this guy? I'm putting out an APB on Doug. APB on Doug. If anybody could get me.
Right. Yeah.
So it's just a different mentality. You and I have a private thing on Facebook. So do me and Otangelo. So we're all out here trying to help each other. So yeah, I was just glad to talk about this because today was an example of it. And sometimes I think as a viewer, at least when I was a viewer, I didn't think about these things. So I had no idea that all of these different dynamics were playing out together. That there were little cliques and little crews, and some people were helping each other, but not other people, and the whole 9 yards. And so we're all. I was joking with No Name the other day. I said something like, I realize I don't always get things right as I'm doing this because I'm learning on the job, right? And I say, I'm trying to fly the rocket while learning how to build it. Hopefully eventually years from now when people show up, everything will be all smooth and worked out and we'll know what works and what doesn't, and people will just think, man, this is magical. It must have always been this great and this smooth. And I was like, nope, the people who will never forget that we were just a bunch of monkeys, dumb enough to try to learn how to build a rocket while flying it. And then I said what Derek and Erica did, I said their dumbasses came along and they put jet boosters on the bitch, right? So now you're way out there in orbit. Yeah. And you thought we were still flying, and when you made your little plan, you're like, yeah, it's probably a bad idea to try to do this while we learn, but let's just go for it. We gotta do it. Yeah, can't stay in the planning stage forever, you know. But now you're like, holy shit, we're out in orbit. We've left the Earth. Oh God. What? Anybody know how to power the back? No. Nobody knows how to do that yet. Oh. All right, do we got any editors? Bring on the editors. We need some. We don't have any editors. All right, what about the writers? We can the writers take over? No, still no writers. All right, well here goes. Let's give it the old college try. You know, like that's right. That's where you're at with all of this stuff.
Yep.
So
if anybody ever wants,
go ahead.
If anybody wants to email me anything, that's my email is ivabentshaft@gmail.com. That's my email. So if anybody wants to email me, ivabentshaft.
Yeah, put me. Can you drop it to me in the private chat, and then I'll drop it in the.
Sounds good.
I'll drop it in the stream chat. Also, if somebody has an email for Doug, they said he has 2 posted on YouTube. I went and looked on a couple videos. I may have just looked on videos that didn't have it. Normally, I see a ton of information about the guy who made the music in his song, but not something where to contact Doug directly. So, AR, if you could post it in our Discord, that would be great. Oh, you also said he responds to your Twitter DMs. I don't know his Twitter handle. So yeah. If you could, if you could send me Doug's contact information, I'd really appreciate it, because I'd actually like to be able to reach out to him offline. I'd realize that's preferable. And guys, I really don't want anybody to take this as personal against Doug. It's not, right?
Right.
Doug and I consider Doug a friend. I'm incredibly grateful, right? I would not be doing this if it wasn't for Doug. I'm a huge Pine Creek fan, right? I'm literally a person who turned a Pine Creek thought experiment into an actual atheist church, right? So I consider myself literally a Pine Creek super fan. I don't think there are probably I don't think you could be more inspired than Pine Creek than I am. I don't want to say nobody is, because some of y'all are really, really Pine Creek crazy. But I don't want people to forget that. And I'm also grateful for all the times he's had me on, and all the people that have found me through his channel. And also, you know, like I said, I was one of the people fortunate enough that he mentioned me as one of his black friends, right? I was the first person he named. Also, he's invited me to play poker, right? And I know a bunch of his poker buddies. Tux plays poker with Pine Creek. The only reason I don't play poker with Pine Creek is because I'm broke, and I can't have Pine Creek's poker shark ass taking all my money. And so, like, we're cool. He's given me a lot of great advice about YouTube and making content and stuff. So I literally don't want people to think it's personal. And again, like when I went on the other day, he invited me to drop a link to my stuff, and he was really kind about my appearance on Guts at Gibbon, and he also gave me some good advice about going forward, and so I don't want people to think I don't like him, and I don't want people to think I don't like Nate. I'm a mod on Nate's channel. It's just as I grow and do things differently, I want people to understand why things change and why you start to do things differently. Because I do know people sometimes feel like, oh well, this person's live or that person's live, and you should keep going on as many of these other people's channels as you can. And I agree for the most part, right? Because again, if you have an opportunity to put yourself in front of a couple hundred people who might really want to watch your stuff, you should, right? But it's not always as straightforward of a situation as you'd like it to be. It also means just because we're talking about some of the ways the community can help, I think is part of what I think people are interested in hearing us talk about. Again, it helps when you guys do it. Like I say, I like to do the pro wrestling aspect of it, the sort of we're not here to make friends. So if you guys go shill the channel somewhere else and let me know, we'll give you pocket change. We used to do something like 100,000 pocket change if you drop the link on another channel. 300 if you get timed out, and $500,000 if they ban you. Right? Like if you shill the channel enough that they ban you, like yes, we will reward you for being so persistent about it. But it also, you can do less obvious things or less obnoxious things, like again, just promote the person when you see them pop up on a video. Also, when you see them, if you see a content creator you like, you see James Apperson in the comment section, just say, "Hey James, I really enjoy reading your blog," and let people know where they can find his blog. It helps promote the person without the person having to turn into a self-promoter, which just rubs some people in the community wrong way. It rubs some viewers the wrong way. It rubs some content creators the wrong way. Again, we're not those people, but we're just being honest about how we understand their feelings. And then also, it really does help when you ask. I can't say this enough. Part of what one helped me start making content was people asking for where my content was and suggesting that I make more of it once I realized that I wasn't actively doing that. But it also helped because I think even part of the reason that Nathan made me mod was he realized that every time I came through his chat and popped up on his section, people kept asking me to drop the link because they couldn't find my channel. And so I think he felt like, oh, there's a legitimate reason for me to let Jay become a mod so he can drop his link to the channel, because people keep asking him for it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So if you see a content creator you like on a channel and say, hey, like, you guys should check this person out on YouTube. Can you drop a link to your channel, or where can people find, or tell people where they can find your channel and stuff like that. Those little things help, because then the person can say, hey, I'm this on YouTube or that on YouTube, or they can mention it to the person on the panel. Hey, people in the chat are asking where to find my channel. Do you mind if I mention my channel to people? Right? It kind of gives a sort of courtesy call to action, rather than the person jumping on saying, hey, look, everybody, soon as this person who we really don't want to be watching ends their show that we really don't want to be viewing, come to my channel where you'll really be entertained, right? Because that is what makes people feel like you're just there to promote your channel. And then what sucks, especially as you actually become more, you're putting content out more regularly, so people know you're a content creator. I'm not saying they think you're a big content creator, but they know you are a content creator. Sure. Unfortunately, then there's no magic ratio. So you like a time on Nathan's Today where you could say I spent 90+% of the time I was on air, they're not even thinking about my channel, and maybe 2 or 3% of my time mentioning the idea that something happened that I'd like to mention, which got me booted, right? You realize that even if you're on a panel and you have no interest in promoting your stuff, but you just happen to mention something you've got going on or bringing it up, people get suspicious that that's what you were there for the whole time. And even when it isn't, like, the point I kept trying to make about today was, it was so interesting for me because, again, I didn't take it personally, I didn't flip out about it. And again, you guys saw I sat back there for quite a while. I was still interested in the conversation. I had pleasant exchanges with Nathan in the private chat. I didn't blow it up or make a big deal about it. But it was really interesting to me because it was like, wow, this is a perfect example of where I honestly wasn't even thinking about promoting my stuff. Like I had 0% of my motivation in getting on here today because I wasn't thinking about it at all. I literally just remembered, oh my goodness, this thing happened and you should tell your friends. And that just made my entire time there in their minds just, oh, Jason just really was looking for an excuse to bring up something he wants to promote himself, right? And
yeah,
so
but
it's just weird.
That's their headspace. That's their headspace of their prejudice. You didn't give them a good reason to think that.
No. Yeah, I agree. I totally 100% agree. Like it's just a difference in there where they're at. I'm just saying it's apparently the reality that even mentioning your stuff makes people suspicious that that's what you were there to do the whole time, whether or not it is.
Right, but yeah, it's on them still, though.
Yeah, I think it's totally on them. It's just something I want the audience to be aware of. Right, that's a thing we now deal with. That's a reality we have today that we probably didn't have to worry about 3 months ago.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, and you're gonna find yourself in the same position, right?
Sure.
And I thought that's where your thing with Rebecca was headed. I think you guys are maybe headed towards a neutral place or even a positive place where you're still friends and you can go to her and she can come to you and you maybe learn how to disagree with each other without it affecting your relationship in the future. But I don't know.
Maybe.
But I don't know. But where I thought it was going was, James, part of what we have to accept is that the people that know us don't often like to hear what we have to say, offending them, and they don't want to be friends with us anymore. That's on them. Just sort of like what you're saying. That's their mentality. That's their headspace. If you're in the headspace that I mention your name as an example of the type of Christian that you are, sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
Sure.
And that's why I made a big song and dance about it yesterday, was to say, look, way before I got into this game or even knew who James Apperson was, I felt like teaching young earth creationism was child abuse. I want the Ken Hams and the Answers in Genesis crowd to be prosecuted under the law for fraud and child abuse, specifically defrauding people with the purpose of committing child abuse.
Sure.
Right? So,
Sure,
again, it's not James's opinion of Rebecca. It's a common atheist opinion about particular forms of Christianity.
Right. And how she could not know that, I have no idea. But, for so long on her channel, I was so neutral and supportive. I'd fluctuate between those two poles, neutral and supportive. I would...
And I'm both. Yeah, I think this is so important. Like, I can't stand what comes out of her mouth, right?
Sure.
But I admire her as this content creator. When she did her award stream the other day, again, think about this whole conversation we've been having about the different mentality of content creators. I left a comment that literally said, I don't know, wonderful, 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 or something like that. This was a great video, Rebecca. Because again, she got on, let's do my Atheist of the Month and talk about the things that have been happening, and it was fun, and you're giving back to the community, and she prints out the actual certificates and she sends it to people. Like, come on. I was like, if I get an Atheist of the Month award, I'm putting it on stream. I'm gonna frame it and put it right here on the wall, and you're gonna see it. Because I'd be proud to get it. And again, it just speaks to her being a great content creator. But it don't mean what we agree with you have to say. I like Otangelo interpersonally.
Sure.
I support him in his debates. As a friend, I'm rooting for him. I want to see Otangelo do well. But the last debate he got into over the Shroud of Turin was judged by a panel and voted on and stuff, and he lost. And you know what? He lost. You know what I expected him to do? Lose. Why? Because he was debating for rather than against the legitimacy of the Shroud of Turin. But I was still cheering for him, just like when I think my Cowboys are going to lose or the Bengals are going to lose, but my father-in-law is a big Bengals fan. I'll be rooting for them losing Bengals because that's what we do. But yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I caught part of that debate, and I was really thinking about it because I'm like, you know what? I wish he could prove that Shroud of Turin was Jesus' shroud.
If somebody was going to do it, you'd want it to be your friend, right?
Sure, that was part of it. And another part of it was that shroud is clearly of a very old man that probably died from old age. So if that's Jesus, he just debunked the crucifixion. And I'm like, good. I hope you use Shroud of Turin to debunk the crucifixion and prove Jesus lived to be an old man. You go, Tangelo. Like, come on now. Like, that's clearly not a 32-year-old man there. Like, obviously. So, but yeah, of course he was gonna lose that one. Everybody knows,
right?
It's like a 13th century thing, and that the people that own it like don't want to let legitimate scientific processes happen in examinations because they're trying to keep it mysterious and for their own reasons. So it's whatever. But as far as the Rebecca things go, there were some people on the channel that criticized me. Fellow atheists were like, you know what, you're too easy on Rebecca. You're too neutral and positive. Like, how can you support her ministry when you know what it leads to? Phoenix Rising was one of those people, and somebody else too. And I've really thought about it for a while, and I thought about it and thought about it some more. And that's why I eventually said, you know what, I need to write about this because he's right. I need to call that out for what it is. And I could have been a little bit more careful because Rebecca misunderstood where, that what I was implicating her in. But other than that, like everything I said there was spot on. And that's actually why I switched to a more bold.
James, I hate to do the exegesis of your own words to you, but you use very important language there. Yeah. I could have been more careful with my words, or I could have been gentler, right? I don't know what the actual adjective was. But my point is this. Number one, I don't think it should have been.
Right.
Matter of fact, I think you were gentle. People don't understand this. You gotta understand. We're describing behavior we legitimately think is child abuse. That we legitimately think has consequences and is making the world a worse place. And probably James, like me, has had this indoctrinated, foisted on him for whatever portion of his life by however many important people to him. So this is something that we feel very strongly about. It's very personal to us, and we are very motivated to shove our foot all the way up their asses on this one. And instead, go ahead. I was just gonna say, instead, you're like, here, let me just make a very reasonable case about exactly how I feel about this. Just lay it all out. Very well written, very well thought about, right? To me, you could have been on there ranting, calling them all types of bitches and motherfuckers and evil and whacked out and insulting people. And a lot of us still would have been there, right? With you like, yep. Right. I could have. So
keep
going, James. You ain't said nothing we don't agree with, right?
Right. So I was going to remind myself that we've got two different audiences here that we're talking with, and the best possible result when speaking with one audience, the words needed for that isn't necessarily the same language that we need or the same approach that we need in order to get the best possible result with the other audience. So I'm like, why am I speaking about this? Who is my audience and why do I care? What result do I want? And because I want two different, because I want the atheist and skeptic community to hear yet another person like bringing these issues up, because sometimes, we feel like we're alone in the fight. Sometimes we forget just how many atheist, skeptic, humanist, decent, reasonable, sane people there are out there, and that we know even. And we kind of need a reminder, you know what? Yeah, exactly. And then at the same time, it's like, if we're too strong, too polemic in our language, then sometimes we can kind of put the people that are on the other side of the fence on the defensive, and then nothing gets through after that. Like nothing we say gets through after that. They're not listening anymore.
There's so much here because on one hand, you're incredibly correct. Who is your audience?
Right.
And sometimes that answer is not straightforward. Sometimes the audience for a particular video or blog post or part of a blog post might be different than the audience for that blog post overall, right? You might have say, I'm talking to Christians. But when I get to this paragraph, you know, and a little quick diatribe just for you Muslims out there, blase about the right? About the Quran. All right, back on topic to you goddamn evangelical Christians. You know what I'm saying? Like that's legit. Sometimes the audience for this blog post or whatever isn't the audience for your overall stuff, right? Sometimes when I make something, I want to appeal to theists. Sometimes sometimes I love playing worship music, right? Because when theists discover my channel for the first time and I'm in the middle of an hour of worship music, they just think this is a totally different channel than the vibe they would get otherwise, right? It's one of the things I loved about when I played drums on YouTube. A lot of times I played secular music, but I noticed when I played worship music, because I would just be practicing for church or playing worship songs I really liked, you know, I would get the Christians in there with the amen and the hallelujah, and it's so glad to see people out here playing music for the Lord. And I could tell them straight up, oh, I'm an atheist, actually. I just, you know, I play at a church, or this is just what I'm playing right now, or whatever. And they were cool about it, right? And so you recognize, hey, atheists, y'all might want to jump out a window when I play worship music, but it allows me to do something that's, one, important to me, and two, important to a different demographic in my audience who I'm also trying to reach and grow with them, right? And so sometimes I got to do something and I tell people, you're free to watch something else. You may not like everything I do, right? So just to say, too, like, you might have one audience overall, but hey, I'm trying to do a little bit more with this over here, so this is going to be tailored difference, right? So that's one difference. It's who is your audience, and there's layers and nuance to even who is your audience. It's not always as straightforward as it might look, right?
Right. So, I mean, in the meantime...
Go ahead.
I listen to Christian music. But usually when I listen to Christian music, or I listen to Christian broadcasts, or I watch Christian music videos or whatever, I'm analyzing it for content, because I don't want to live in an echo chamber where it's just me every day or every week and a bunch of atheists talking about how stupid Christianity is. Like, I don't want to live in that.
I agree.
So, and I analyze it, and I'm like, you know what? If we really think about it, what they're talking about is the human experience. They're talking about common vulnerabilities and frailties and pains and hopes and fears and relationships and the struggle to define ourselves in a world where there's just so much confusion and chaos. So sure, they're also talking about what their answers are, and their answers aren't very reasonable, but let's listen closely enough to figure out what it means to them and why it means that to them, even though that they're wrong. Because if we can understand what's happening there, then we can better understand the people and better reach the people when we have these discussions. And so I listen to that quite often, more than I listen to atheist content.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. It's part of what I realized. Again, I'm always like, if somebody doesn't need me as a drummer, they just don't need my services, unless they also may or may not need me doing sound stuff, right? Otherwise, it's just, I should be serving somewhere that needs my service, right?
Sure. And in the meantime, do they know in that church, do they know you're not a Christian?
A lot of people do, but not everybody does. It's not a public thing, but the leadership knows, like the pastor, the worship pastor, the people that gave me the gig, they've always known. I told them up front. See, and then like a lot of people in the band know and stuff like that. And then the people I'm friends with know, like my close friends, like the people I confide in that are like my friends outside of just seeing them on Sunday morning, they know. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so you're an ambassador in that way for the skeptic atheist community, because, you know, you're reminding them that we're real people, that it's not the issues aren't really black and white, and that we're not like evil satanic people, and that you know we're likable and relatable, and that we're not out here just hating on all of them, because they're going to know that, they're going to remember that, because you know the worship drummer was you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a big part of the goal. But also for me, like, it allows me to not be in the echo chamber, right? It allows me to remember, because again, like, this is like one of the criticisms I actually have of my field. Sometimes I don't like being the ambassador of evolution or biologist for people, because again, like I said, I don't give a fuck what other evolutionary biologists say, because it's my job to disagree with them. And there's a lot of shit we disagree about, right?
Sure.
And part of it is I think they live in a fucking echo chamber, right? You got to remember, most of my colleagues are professional evolutionary biologists. Most of the people they hang around and talk to all goddamn day long are also evolutionary biologists. Most of my colleagues are experimental evolutionary biologists, meaning their job is to actually conduct lab experiments that generate evidence of evolution every single day. So, the reality of just how many people don't believe in evolution, don't accept the evidence, and don't give a shit is just they know it. I'm not saying they're dumb. I'm not saying they don't know the facts about the world, but again, they just live in an echo chamber, right? Mm-hmm. And so a lot of times they don't see the value of the outreach I do, or some of this education stuff I do, or why would you want to spend your time with creationists? They're just gonna, they're just gonna deny it anyway. To them, they've just written it off. They turn their nose up at it. I'm a legitimate scientist, and I will not be bothered with such nonsense, right? It's like, right. and it's like, go fuck yourself, bro. Like, I get that, trying to figure out how some gene that first arose, 2.8 million years ago, really facilitated some turtle being able to metabolize a particular pheromone, but nobody gives a fuck, right? I'm gonna go address the fact that, like, I don't know, whatever percentage it is of people in the United States don't even believe that they evolved. How about the people that don't accept that they're primates? I'm gonna go work on them. Y'all work on that. We'll see you later, right? Both of us is working on something we're far more interested, apparently, and the world is better off for it, right? And so I learned to love that, right? Because it gives me a specialty. Right, it gives me that's the point. I do the dirty work that you guys don't even think is worth doing. You're too fancy to be over here with these young Earth creationists. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go debate the flat earthers while you go work on that, right? But it really is like, I try to remind myself it's a privilege for me then to be an atheist worship drummer. It's an opportunity for me, right? Because they could say, "Oh no, that's definitely not going to happen," right? They could be like, "No." The answer is no, right? And then, right, or it could be constant shame and constant getting pulled into the office of you. So tell me about your progress so far. So have you come to terms with the Lord? Yeah, right. It could just be constant, like, nagging in that way. It's not, right?
That's good.
Right. What it is it's me coming to them. Hey, y'all, I'm going to my buddy Drake, right? Who's who I think is actually a young Earth creationist. He told me one time he's coming around and considering evolution at one point. So I don't want to, But anyway, he's like my great buddy. It's me going to him. Yo, Drake, I'm trying to go to this conference on this road trip. I heard it's like a 10-hour drive, right? Right. So here's my idea. How about you come pick me up and I ride with you? Because one, I don't want to drive, and two, if I'm gonna be stuck in a car with somebody for 10 hours, it should be you, right? Because that's my homie, right? I'm like, yo, road trip, right? Yo, we gonna ride together, right? Like me and you, right? We gonna be on the road together. Oh yeah, right. And then they're stopping along. They're showing me all the little spots in Iowa. Showing me like the little where they like to pick like all the cool little spots in Iowa, and giving me the tour of their churches that they all came from. Right? I'm down. Like you got like, you know what I'm saying? So, you got to really see that as a chance for you. And that's what I loved about David Pakman was I was always hate watching the right wing, right? So all of a sudden, I was like, oh, David Pakman is doing this live stream, so this is pretty cool. I always say, like, I want to be the biggest thing in left-wing, right-wing media, right? Because that's what he was doing. It was like, oh, I get to watch the Trump rally. I was literally watching them on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Right? Because a lot of the more obscure Trump events don't get covered by the big news. So the big news will cover, some shit Trump did as president. But when he was just doing like the Trump tour, You know, like they didn't cover all that shit. So you had to watch that through like a Right Side or like one of those Newsmax, like one of them real right wing networks, right? And a lot of times there's only like one or two options even, right? So I was watching that. And then when David Pakman, I was like, oh, this is cool because he has this super interactive live chat. Actually, some of the people that are active in our community are active on his live chat community as well. But it was like, oh, I'm cool. Like, I'm amongst the left wing. He's giving me the, like, really good kind of left wing commentary on all this madness that's happening right now. Plus, they're doing fun stuff like the buzzword bingo and whatever kind of fun shit, right? Little commentary during breaks and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. But again, it was the same thing. It allows me to break the echo chamber. But now I'm a little bit more comfortable, and so I thought that was important, and that's why I got into doing that here. That's why I try to cover Trump rallies on this channel. That's why I try to, that's why we're doing the January 6th thing, right? It's like I wanted to do David Blackman, right? I literally wanted to do that. That's something I've always wanted to do. Hopefully people see with the podcast. That's what I was doing before this, right? So like I didn't start doing Counter-Apologetics. I started making podcast about current events, right? And that was when most people followed me on Twitch because I did gaming and science. So, right, I've always been all over the place. Now, let's get back to this other conversation because it's a real important one. I want to talk about your ideas because I got to talk to Tux and some of my other co-hosts about our ideas. I am actually leaning more towards you should do one channel with playlist rather than trying to do multiple channels. And before we say that, I want to talk about both models, and I want to put my bias out there. I love the idea of people starting multiple channels. Like ultimately, I think multiple channels is the way to go. Ultimately, I really do. I really think ultimately multiple channels is the way to go. And I also want to be clear, I went to multiple channels and I will always stay at multiple channels, in part because, number one, my co-host, I like to very neatly isolate the revenue that comes from different streams. And I want them to be full-fledged. I want all of my shows to have their own, whatever me and Tux do, I want it to eventually have its own website, its own social media accounts, its own merch, its own everything. And I want it to be very clean for me and Tux to just split that evenly and just have it all go to its own places. So it has separate donation links, all that, right? Same thing with my one black friend. And if I implode, right, and I blow up Pocket Locker 86 and people hate me and they triple cancel it and I become unwatchable, but somehow that doesn't spill over to Tux TV, I want to be able to do whatever we're doing over there and it not matter or as much, right? Be isolated as it can be. Or if me and Tux go a certain direction, I don't want that to be how Hot Program with my one black friend is defined, right? Right. So there's that. And the other reason I like having multiple channels is because I'm ultimately somebody who's a producer. And I want to sort of have my own fun, I guess you could say following in my father's footsteps. I wouldn't let him say that to me. I'd be like, no, I'm way cooler than you are, so no, don't do that to yourself. But my dad did own a cable company in Newark, New Jersey, and he's been on cable my whole life. And so he's been the star of his own show where he hosts, he interviews politicians basically. But he's also done a lot of special events and panels. So if you have they'll have a mayor's summit where all the mayors from the state or the important ones get together and they have this whole convention and they have a whole conference talking about what the mayors need to do and what does it mean to be a mayor in New Jersey and what are the challenges that the mayors are all going to work together to solve and blase and glavinoids, right? Well, he'll be like the MC of that. He'll be the person mostly responsible for going there and setting up the broadcast and going live and interviewing the people and making sure that all the sessions get covered and, all that type of stuff, all in that sort of politics, social, current affairs type of type of space, but he's also a strategist behind the scenes. He works on political campaigns and also hosts like the special events, and he would MC the parades and all of this type of stuff. Now he hosts a show for his at the college he works at, where he, you know, does the public affairs, basically a public affairs show for the university, right? But it helps them promote their programs and all the stuff he's got going on, in addition to his day job of being on the board of trustees. Like he's like the I don't know, executive director of university advancement or some shit like that. He works directly with the president. So he's an administrator, right? Which is why I'm a researcher. I keep telling people this. It's really funny because I grew up on college campus with my dad, right? But my dad was an administrator and he taught. So I don't want my focus to become administration, right? I got these great programs going on. Everybody's gonna be like, oh my good Jay, you're gonna make such a great university administrator one day. I'm like, the hell I will, bitch. Right? No, right. Catch me at home in my lab doing experiments, because all I want to do is research and experiments, right? Because my dad wasn't a faculty member. If I'm gonna live the university dream, I want to be a scholar and a faculty member. I do not want to be an administrator. But anyway, back to this broadcasting thing. So I like growing up, I have a lot of really fond memories of going to the cable company and knowing the people who worked on my dad's show. And even a lot of times, like, instead of ordering wrestling events on pay-per-view, right, we would just go to the cable company, right? So I remember growing up watching special events, even like WrestleMania 9 and stuff like that, actually in the control room of the cable company. So I'm sitting in the cable, right? There's no shows going on. The actual studio is completely empty. All the sets are dark and it's empty. And it's just like us, some of the operators, and Francisco, the guy who like ran most of the shows and was the big director. And we're just all hanging out in the studio watching a wrestling pay-per-view on the monitors, right? This is just where we hang out and watch wrestling pay-per-views, right? So I have all those type of memories, and my dad also did a lot to promote people. He worked on people's film festivals and helped them get their books out there, and we worked behind the scenes on movies, and so I kind of want to do that. And so with that in mind, like, I love what I see people like Matt Dillahunty doing, right? Because he's been in this forever. All of his personal shit is really good. His counter-apologetics are spot on, but ain't really nothing new going on, right? But he now represents something. He's built a platform and a name for himself, right? And so now he's looking out going like, oh, well, this Jimmy Snow guy's really good. You know, he's young, he's kind of upcoming, he's building his own audience. Like, let's give him the Atheist Experience rub. Let's have him come in, co-host some shows with me, you know? Do that stuff. And then he's got these other spin-off shows. Oh, let's do this kind of trans thing. You know, let's just do it. Let's just do a whole trans show. I don't even watch that, but I love that shit. I'd be like, subscribe, turn on Noti Squad. You know what I mean? Like, and all these other things that they're doing and pushing, including the political stuff, the different social organizations, different charities and stuff like that. And I'm like, nah, that's super cool, because that's what makes me feel like I'm out here doing the big picture broadcasting in with capital B, right? Rather than just the sort of go live and I have a channel, lowercase b broadcasting. And so that's sort of more my vision. And again, I remember doing stuff like that with my dad, where we worked with really big campaigns and really important politicians. And I remember just being on set a lot of times as the sound guy. For me, it was just, I did sound. My dad knew that. My dad knew that was a easy way to get the sound done, was to just, Jay can do sound. What will it cost us? I'll buy him some ice cream and $50 and some dinner and call it a day. So again, I had to visit my dad. I was just happy to spend the afternoon with my dad. What are we doing? Yeah, I need you to do sound on this. We're recording this so-and-so's campaign piece today. Or, you got to do this special interview for Geico or whatever today. So yeah, I'm going to need you to just operate the board real quick. All right, no problem. You know, like, so yeah, I have really fond memories of just being in the broadcast studio, being behind the scenes, doing the tech stuff. And so I always wanted that to be the difference between me and my dad. My dad always handled the business, and then he was an incredibly sharp on-air broadcaster and talent. I wanted my thing to be Jay actually can do the technical stuff. Jay can do the editing. He can handle the soundboard. He's on the switches. He's like, he could handle all of the technical stuff that it takes to, right? I've never seen my dad at a switchboard. That's just, that day's not coming. Right.
Right.
And then if I'm going to do the on-air stuff, my dad actually loves my political commentary and stuff like that. He thinks I'm really good at doing panels, and so he thinks I'm a great broadcaster. What I'm trying to prove to him is people think I'm entertaining, right? I've always been an entertainer. They've watched me my whole life playing drums and stuff. They know I'm very serious about performing, but that I like to show out and have a good time. And so I'm like, if I'm going to do the on-air thing, then I want to show people that I can be entertaining, which is really funny because people are now like really getting excited about, Jay, you should do this evolution debate, and we're going to follow your science content, and people are getting behind me as a work streamer. I appreciate that love so much, that people are actually supporting my science. But it's also funny to me because, again, when I finally did get a chance to show people what I want to do, I deliberately didn't do my science stuff, right? Because I didn't want at first people to come to me because I was, Jay Nye the science guy or whatever, Jay Nye the evolution guy or whatever we're gonna go with. I wanted people to go, that guy's entertaining. He's a scientist. That's pretty cool. Right? Right. Yeah. So it's just cool. I feel like I did that, and I feel like the little audience I built, people really were like, oh no, we come here because this is fun. This guy knows how to have a good time and put energy into putting on a show. Right. You may not understand the aesthetic and the vibe. You might not understand why people are saying praise Myron. And why Counter-Apologetics is trying to convince us he's a sexy boy. We don't really get that at first. You might have to hang out a little while before the lore makes sense to you. But it's cool for people to go, that's different. And then now people are going, but you really ought to. But if you are an evolutionary biologist, you might want to. You might want to talk to these fools about this, because they're going to talk about it, Jay. Jay, they out here talking about it. Now, we know you ain't, they are painting the target on their back. They are out here talking about evolution every goddamn day, right? Standing for truth. Let's have an evolution debate with Dr. Kent Horn, so they kind of asked for it. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I love that. I'm very excited. So by the way, let's talk about that. No, I don't want to do that. So can I put a pin in Kent Horn, and then you just remind me to come back to it? If you remember, James.
Yeah.
But let's talk about multiple channels, right? So that's part of my motivation. The reason I brought up my dad is I wanted to say this. Motivation number one, I have co-host, and I want to keep those business models, so the channels are part of larger business models, right? That I want to keep separate. But the reason I brought up my dad and the broadcasting and that type of blase is because I actually am excited about broadcasting. I want to take on the challenge of establishing my own, sometimes we jokingly call it the Atheist experience, so we can call it AI. Like our own set of networks. Like part of that is I want to do 24/7 channels. I want to eventually make Pocket Locker or Hunter Biden's emails a 24/7 channel where you can watch content that I make, and then I do my live shows, or just sort of I stop playing replays. I have this mentality called playlist player. Part of my mentality is once you make enough content, you can actually sustain a 24/7 channel by playing playlists of your content when you're not live. And so I want to turn that into like a whole character, or I have so many nicknames, right? The Like, and that's like a wrestling trope. Oh, he's got 9 nicknames, and you have to have watched wrestling for 30 years for them to all make sense to you. You didn't know that, right? Like, so I kind of play on that. But one of them, I want to be the playlist player, right? Because it's this idea of it sounds like some kind of cool player or like sexual thing, right? But no, it literally means what it says: playlist player. He's a person who plays playlists, right? That's it.
Yeah.
Couldn't be more. He's a scientist. The name is what it said, playlist player. What do you not part of this do you not get, right? Like, what do you mean? We're tuning into the playlist player and he played a playlist. Not too hard, right? But again, I realized that that's a dope model because there was some 24/7 channels I'll be showing you that I really liked. There was a 24/7 marijuana grow channel where I was like, oh, this is dope. You can literally watch the grass grow, right? But it had a cool little lo-fi music vibe. It had some really cool lighting going on, just to it wouldn't interfere with the grow lighting, but just something to make it kind of vibey, right? It had a really nice overlay that would give you readouts of the grow, like what the temperature is, what the humidity is, what stage is it in, and what's the nutrient, whatever, right? All this stuff grow nerds would want to know was on the screen integrated into the overlay. And then it had an interactive chat. And so this particular one was actually quite popular at one point, and like that chat would be crazy active, right? And so people were just hanging out, kind of doing lo-fi and chill, right? Watching the grass grow, but they were really like there to do what we do, right? This is Cheers, right? This is their little bar, right? They come into this little bar. They know it's going to be, they know the music's going to be a vibe, and if it's not, they'll just mute it and listen to their own music, right? They know their regulars are going to be there. And then they know once in a while something interesting is going to happen. Like they're going to come and take care of the plants, or they're going to trim the plants, or they're going to feed it some nutrients or whatever the fuck. You might even catch that, right? And so, and then after that, the overlay is going to change. It's going to be like, now we're in this phase, and here's the light cycle now, and whatever, right? And so I was like, that's super dope. And then imagine if I did that, actually having a PhD in biology, even though none of my work has anything to do with plants. I could still make it really marketable for me. Like, hey, I do this channel where I have a 24/7 channel where I grow plants. And in addition to it being like this interactive community, I use it to talk about
plausible.
I use it to talk about genotype to phenotype stuff and how we select, particular traits and, what different types of plants need based on their different, and how we do the ecology if we get into like aquaculture and all of this type of shit, right? It's really useful. It's like ecology education, so to speak, right? So even if nobody watches it or it has like 4 regulars or whatever, it'll be fine. Because this is like an opportunity, and as I do other things, it'll become one of the spaces where my community realizes we can chill. Oh, if nobody's live right now, or Jay's not live right now, pop over to that Marijuana Grow channel. You know what I mean? Like, and who do you know? No Name might be over there kicking it with Cameron, right? Because again, I sometimes pump mods certain places. I know my mods. People know who they are, and they're really interactive. So I know if I put 2 or 3 mods on, hey, watch this or that, right? Then that's enough that when other people find it, you know what I mean? It gets going. And so I want there to also be another one that's just this house. That's sort of like whether I'm live or not, it's what's going on. So like when I'm off air, you might just be watching Sam or might get a fish tank or something or whatever. But then the idea is that if I wake up in the morning and I'm doing in the kitchen, it's almost going to be like that Big Brother type of channel, right? Where it's like just the Pocket Locker Palace or whatever. And it'd also be cool because it'll allow me to like end these streams here and then do special broadcasts or do fun stuff or watch me work out in the morning and, eat Pop-Tarts afterwards because that's smart. Whatever it is, but just feel like, again, there's a lot more bonus and value added in doing that stuff. Hang out with people who might come by and visit me or work on projects around the studio, whatever, right? And so I also want to do a separate, while I'm promoting my channels, I want to do a separate one that's an evolution education content channel, where I've curated videos and things that I think are entertaining and useful ways to actually learn about evolution, because I'd like to see that, right? And then also we're going to do a channel called Darwin's Law, which is going to have shorter videos on it, but will also be where hopefully me and Rob broadcast my class, and hopefully that'll build up semester over semester with our class and other educational stuff. And so I'm hoping eventually that'll be its own channel. And so eventually I'll need machines, and I really want to set up a studio where I've got all the screens going and I can monitor all these things, and they've all got their Discords and the blase and the whatnot. Now, why am I mentioning all that? That's part of the role I want to play. I want that to be part of the character. Right, part of the character is he's trying to take over the internet, right? Is it? I am taking over the internet. I say it every day, right? Champions have champion responsibilities. Oh no. Oh, what? Doug finally decided to make a 24/7 channel. Oh, what? Pine Points are now real. Doug, I am running 4 simultaneous 24 networks every single day. Catch up. You guys are lazy. I keep trying to. That's why you don't have the gold. That's why they don't pay you the big bucks. That's why you don't get the grants from the National Science Foundation, right? Like, it's just fun for me. I'm just fucking with people, right? I want to be like, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Like, where the fuck is Jay popping up now, right? And then at the same time, right, I'm doing the show with all these different people and, you know, all these type of stuff, right? So for me, it's part of the shtick of wanting to start my own empire of networks and link them all together and be sitting at the top of it and do the pyramid scheme of the atheist gospel of prosperity. Right? But really, the more I focus on the growth of one particular channel, I've realized that there really are advantages to focusing with one channel. So if I was just one person and I didn't have all this other stuff going on, in other words, I wasn't going to start multiple channels just for the hell of it, it'd be a real choice. So there's differences, right? So you may know Paulogia has Paulogia Live. Those are 2 separate channels. Right. Rebecca has 3 that I know of.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, Rebecca has Bread of Life, which is the one you know about probably. She has Examining Evolution, which is like strictly all about evolution. She has on Evolutionist. Guys, I hate that word. The word is evolutionary biologist. There you go. But she does those debates kind of there. That's the channel that triggers me, but also I'll probably appear on that channel. And then she has like a Farsi channel or Persian channel.
Yeah, Farsi. I was really surprised.
Yeah, she says it's like the Persian version of Bread of Life or something. So go ahead.
This is one of the reasons why I don't really take it seriously. She's obviously smart, but whenever it serves her interests as an apologist, she plays dumb. She absolutely plays the dumb blonde who doesn't understand what's going on in the room every time she knows she can't afford to engage with the topic. It's just like, come on. She's just as smart as anybody else in that room. She just plays the room. That's all she does. So, yeah.
Oh, somebody in the chat was saying Viced Rhino has 2 channels now. Doug has a separate channel for poker. He doesn't put anything on it. There's nothing there. Yeah. So, to be honest, in my dream world also, Pocket Locker 86 and Jay Bundy were 2 separate channels. Jay Bundy channel, guys, has been renamed Hunter Biden's laptops.
Right.
The reason is Pocket Locker was my channel, but I'm a variety streamer. And so the idea was Pocket Locker, I might be streaming anything. I don't, and my community from Twitch got used to this, right? I did a lot of gaming. I did a lot of playing drums. I mean, there were days and weeks I would just play drums for like 4 to 6 hours on stream, just all day, right? And then switch over and play GTA for 3 hours, right? It was just crazy, right? And then I was doing a lot of coding streams. And so at first, when I started doing Counter-Apologetics, I was like, y'all ain't ready for Pocket Locker 86 channel. Like y'all just ain't. Y'all expect to show up, have people talk about the damn Bible or some particular philosophical argument for like an hour or so, maybe take a couple calls and call it a day. Like, y'all don't know. Y'all tune in to Pocket Locker 86. I might be gaming with my motorcycle club at 4 o'clock in the morning. Like, we might be playing worship music half the day. Yeah, building Markov brains on the daily. You know what I mean? I was like, I don't know, you know, we'll see. So for the most part, I wanted my shows to be on J Bundy where they were easy to find, and you could sort of find me just doing like the book club or the late night Counter-Apologetics, and you wouldn't have to commit to the full Pocket Locker thing or sort through those streams just to find the shows. That was a concern. The other concern is, again, this is where you have to think about how people consume YouTube. And this is the argument for multiple channels. People don't take the time to investigate all this, and they don't know. What they know is that they may actively subscribe to your channel on purpose. They may do that. And then they may decide that they missed something, or they don't want to miss something, or they really want to catch you when you go live. And so for whatever reason, they turn on notifications, right? And so they turn on notifications and they go to your stream and you do a show about whatever it is that they like. Let's say you're doing a show about your next conversation with Rebecca. You and Rebecca are going to co-stream, whatever. So you do a stream with Rebecca. Oh, that was great. I got the notification. I showed up. Right now the next time you do a stream, they show up and you are writing your blog. They're like, James, I read your blogs on Facebook when they're done. I'm definitely not about to sit here and watch you outline it. No, fuck no. All right, I'm out, James. Bye. Right. The cats are playing the piano live, James. Gotta go. Right. So it's cool though. No big deal. Right. Then the next time they tune in, because they get a notification that you're live, you are interviewing your wife about her favorite subject to do your children's homework with. Right? So they just turn off notifications for your channel. Right? And if you're really unlucky, they might unsubscribe. Just, right? Yeah. And it isn't I hate James Apperson. It's I get a lot of YouTube notifications. They need to reliably be what I want from that person. And if they're not, I just turn off the notifications because I don't want to see those notifications. And if I think a person has gone too broad or too wide afield from what I'm really watching them to see, I'm just going to unsubscribe. Right? I came to see James Apperson shit on apologists. I did not come to see James write his blog or interview his family. Like, it's no disrespect. It's just, James, I have very limited time to watch content, and more people competing for that time than I care to admit, and this stuff just falls off the table as far as the list of priorities, right? Right. And so that's why 2 channels is great. That right. And again, a lot of your hardcore, James, you could come to me and say, hey, Jay, I have different views and different playlists, and you could customize your notifications so that it only shows when I'm on the stuff you want to watch. And, then when you kind of, but most people don't give you that time of day. So, so if you're going to be realistic about that, it's really good to isolate, because then you can, keep them separated. Hang on a sec. What's up, Otangelo? We're kind of talking YouTube pervert stuff, which I want to stay on. But do you want to just chill out and join that conversation, or is there something else you wanted to come on and talk about? I normally like to at least hear you out because I'm always appreciative of your time.
No, I wanted just to see if you want to set up something. For
Oh
us
yeah,
to
yeah,
talk
yeah.
About science, biology, evolution.
Yeah, yeah. What's your the best thing to do is just email me, because if you email me, I'll reply to you and I can actually take the time to look at my schedule. So for instance, like when I'm live, my phone is being used as a camera, so it's kind of inconvenient and I have to like pull up my schedule. But if you email me, then I'll be able to reply to you with my calendar in front of me. Also, but when do you have in mind? Because I'm a lot more free before, I think, the 31st of August, because that's when I start teaching again. So I have to start putting lesson prep. Lord Jesus. Thoughts and prayers. James thoughts, Otangelo prayers. For the upcoming semester. Yeah. Just when do you have in mind?
Any day, starting tomorrow, whenever you have time.
Oh, okay. Let's see. And you want to talk evolution? Let me, I think probably the best thing to do is like...
Not necessarily just evolution. Whatever has to do with origins, worldviews, evolution, biology, whatever you like.
Okay, are you up?
What most interests me, Jay, is the reasons why you believe that natural creator an explanatory power for our existence. That's the core issue, basically, the core question. So that's what I would like to talk. What do you mean? I mean, I know that you are very confident. I know that you are very confident in your positions, and I think that's great. I just would like to understand your thought process.
So for me, I don't know, part of this is, I'm going to admit, somewhat emotional. And by that, I mean, I genuinely think if there's something unique about my perspective, it's that in some weird way, I'm kind of resistant to identifying as an atheist. Like, I feel like if somebody just identifies me as an atheist, they just sort of invalidated my whole experience, right? Because the truth is, I come from a Christian family. I identified as a Christian. I had such a Christian life. I was literally a minister. I worked at a church, right? I've played drums at churches my whole life. Like, this is such an important part of my life, right? And the truth is, I went looking for the claims. The first thing I went looking for, believe it or not, was the historicity of Jesus. And it was a very interesting reason. The reason was because I was really getting into anthropology, right? And sort of as a biological anthropologist, I was sort of becoming more like, okay, I don't necessarily know about the supernatural claims. I think I probably was maybe rejecting those, but I was thinking there was this guy here. And there was this guy, and there was something about the way he lived or his message or whatever that led to this whole thing. And so I went in search of what I could figure out about that human being, right? Because I was at this place where it was like, if I'm called to follow Jesus, then I need to know as much as I can about who he really was, the context he really lived in, and get it out of this sort of, worshiping miraculous thing. Because I'm not supernatural. I don't have the power to raise people from the dead or do whatever, right? So I had to figure out, okay, I think the best thing to do is learn about Jesus the man so that Jason the man can follow Jesus the man. And when I went looking for it, that's when I started to realize, oh, people don't know this stuff. Like, we don't know anything about this person. And I wasn't reading Counter-Apologetics at that time. I was reading books written by Christians about what we knew about Jesus. And these people were going through incredible lengths to. I remember one book I wrote was called Son of Man. It's hard to find it because if you look up Son of Man, there's just a gazillion books with that title. But there was one. I was literally reading books off my grandfather's bookshelf. Right, my grandfather's a Pentecostal bishop. Right, so I wasn't. So there's no way for anybody to tell me this was counter-apologetics or I was, looking to not believe in God anymore. Again, I'm literally a Christian reading the books off my Pentecostal grandfather's bookshelf in their home, right? Right. So that's where I'm getting this from. But at the same time, I knew I was really into the scholarship. Like I loved studying. I loved growing up in a Jesuit Catholic school and getting to study theology. I knew from my grandparents, it was more like feeling called by Jesus, shepherding, leading the flock. So I'm doing me. I'm like, I'm trying to just get into the books and become like more learned in this because that's how I kind of connect and whatever. And so, yeah, I started to just identify all these problems. And then for the most part, to answer your question, I really never became, confident that, naturalism is all there is or whatever, so much as over time, I started to feel like I couldn't defend sort of the supernatural claims, and I didn't need to. As a Christian, like it just mattered. It didn't matter to me anymore. I realized it didn't matter to, like, say the Christians in my family and the people in the church. Those people were just never going to be motivated enough to look into it. And most of the people who really recognize these problems, most of them were just Christians anyway. So it became like, oh, we don't know if Jesus, can anybody say they know Jesus rose from the dead? Not really. But would it still be faith if you knew? If you knew, it probably wouldn't be faith anyway. So it was like, okay, cool, we don't know. Do we know if Jesus was a real person or not? Actually,
you are interrupting.
Sorry, go ahead.
You are interrupting, I think. No, I'm just saying that I cannot follow what you're saying because the connection maybe isn't so good.
Oh, the connection. Sorry. I may be breaking up. Sorry. What I was basically getting at is
we are breaking up, right.
Oh.
So it's Otangelo's connection because Jay's solid and Otangelo when he talks.
Yeah.
Up, so.
Otangelo, try turning off your camera.
Let me do that. Let's see if it's better now. Go ahead.
Right. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, did you hear me count down okay?
Let's see. Better.
All right, Otangelo, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put you backstage. You can still hear us, and then we'll see if it's easier, and then if not, we can interact.
Yeah, keep
through the live
talking, and
chat.
I'll see if it's getting better.
Yeah, I can actually see back here that his connection looks like it's a little weird.
So to test his sound, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, sure.
So, I kind of get where Otangelo's coming from with the presuppositionalist apologetics because I'm like, look, just the other day, I got up to leave my room and go to the bathroom. And then it occurred to me that the Christians have a point because how can I rationally justify anything like getting up and going to the bathroom unless SpongeBob is the eternal hall monitor and I ask him for permission to go to the bathroom? And that's really what Christians are trying to get us to understand, that you can't justify how you feel or any of the actions you take or any of the thoughts you have unless there is an eternal hall monitor that you can look up to and say, please give me permission. Please validate my every thought and feeling and action. Otherwise, I'm going to feel like an idiot. And I'm going to just end up peeing right here on the floor. So I just want to say that I really get where it's coming from.
Yeah. So, and that kind of became a lot of it to me, too. I know I was kind of going on a long-winded story, but that's when you have a channel. You try to fill people in as much as your backstory when the opportunity presents itself. But part of where I was going with this is, as I looked deeply into it, I started letting go of all of these sort of presuppositions, and I realized it just didn't matter. Like, it was sort of like, okay, if you told me to, and again, this is me as a Christian, if you told me as a Christian, Jesus never existed, okay, and I just came to, let's just say I believe you, okay, I now 100% agree with you. Jesus never existed. He's a fictional character. He was made up in a story, and the entire story is bullshit, right? And again, this wasn't me as an atheist. This would be me as a Christian. So fucking what, right? What? Does that mean I should steal from people tomorrow? Does that mean I should cheat on my wife tomorrow? Does that mean, oh great, Jesus wasn't a real person, y'all? Christianity is not true. Let's not have church this Sunday. Sorry, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna not practice drums, and then I'm gonna not. And when they ask me, Jay, why weren't you prepared to play at church this Sunday? Oh, y'all, they told me Jesus wasn't real, so.
Right.
So as a Christian, I just didn't care, because it would just mean that, okay, this is the story we choose to follow. This is where we get our sense of value and our sense of community from. This is how we learned our golden rules. Okay, the 4 or 5 of them are unnecessary because it's God saying you got to worship me, and now you're saying God doesn't exist, but that's how people understood the order when the commandments came down. We like the rest of them, right? Oh, but the Bible supported slavery. Yeah, yep, he did. Yep, sure did. We don't support slavery now. All right, come to my church, get up in the pulpit, and say, how many Christians in this room support slavery? All right, you have a couple hundred Christians in front of you, 0 hands will be raised. Right? Right? Oh, well, Christianity doesn't support your education and makes you stupid. Again, played at a black-ass church. Come to my black-ass church full of black-ass doctors, lawyers, engineers, and PhDs at Penn State University, and go ahead and get up in the pulpit and tell them, how many of y'all did Christianity prevent you from being educated? Right? So again, I'm not saying that, again, James Apperson, I agree with you about all those problems that Christianity does, right? But my point is, there are people who that doesn't match their experience. It doesn't match their way of believing. And these things that are like the ultimate challenges would be things they just don't even care about. Because they would just say, okay, well, I'm still going to carry on in this belief because of what it means to me. It gives me hope, meaning, and purpose. Okay, wow, I'm glad to know Jesus didn't really exist, because that confirms that Jesus is just the standard bearer of perfection that none of us can meet. So now when I read the Bible, I read through this lens of, right? Yeah, they would just fill it in with the blase and the flavonoids, right? It really didn't matter. They'd be like, oh, that means Jesus really was perfect because he wasn't truly man. And now it just means me as fully man. I have to try to be as perfect as I can be, knowing that I can't, which is really where I need God's grace, which is why I need God's grace, right? It just wouldn't matter. Yeah, it just would not matter. And I knew that as a Christian. And so when I became an atheist, the real decision was I accepted that Christians were very uncomfortable with me calling myself a Christian when I no longer literally believed that Jesus rose from the dead, walked on water, died for my sins, and all of that. The fact that I was open to the idea that those things may not have literally been true just really bothered them. But again, I saw that as an unfortunate lack of their theological sophistication, because again, I went to Jesuit Catholic school. I could do like a bunch of these dumbass apologists do now and cite you a bunch of traditions where very legitimate scholars accept these things or think they might be true. And again, I would be like, I learned these ideas from biblical scholars, so it's a little weird that you'd say that, right? So it's a little odd that you'd say that, I don't know, Christianity, tell me about all the biblical scholars you've read lately, right? You want to go there with them, right? But so that's kind of my point. And then there was all this other stuff to where over time I started to identify as an atheist. So where does the confidence come from? First, I want to say it's not that dramatic of a shift in what I'm confident in. Right? I was an evolutionary biologist as a Christian. I was a naturalist as a Christian. As a Christian, I always said this: God works through natural means. Mm-hmm. What did that mean? It meant in my worldview of Christianity, science would ultimately always be able to explain whatever science can come to explain, and that has nothing to do with God. Because I was that's just how God does it Christian. Won't he do it? Right? Because one, I would say God establishes the natural order, and God can also break the natural order. So totally consistent with my worldview that God could establish the physical world we see, make an old universe, because he's got eternity. So if he decides, like, if he decided like, you know, however many billions of years ago that he wanted to start the universe that we know and love, that's just what he felt like doing, and that's when he felt like doing it. Right? And then if he wants to break that so he could impregnate a virgin and send Jesus to die for our sins so that we could join him in whatever eternity means once we die, and then he literally rose Jesus from the dead, but we have no evidence of that because it's God and it was a miraculous event, and God just didn't want to leave any evidence so that you'd have to believe it on faith. Won't he do it? You know, I mean, well, like, it just so part of what I realized in this community is that this is the community where we really seriously take all those things seriously, and I love us for taking those ideas. I was like, finally we're going to talk about what it really means to tell me I could get eternal life if I believe this, and I'm damned for eternity if I don't. Please, can we finally take that idea seriously, right? But I'm only willing to take it so seriously because it just doesn't matter, right, to a lot of people. And I was one of those people who I saw it both ways. My grandparents were on the flip side of that. They were young earth creationists, real Adam and Eve. Washing of the feet means washing of the feet. Speaking in tongues means speaking in tongues, right? They were all of that. Right, and we sit around the same table at Thanksgiving, right, and I would play drums at my grandfather's church where he would preach all that stuff I didn't really believe in, and I just don't. Y'all got to keep perspective on this thing of how much it really matters in the bigger picture of people's lives, right? All right, but Otangelo dipped. So I want to say that. Now, the other thing about my confidence, where does my confidence come from? It's kind of a cop-out. I told you about the first cop-out. The first cop-out is emotional, meaning it just became too uncomfortable for me to have to stand and say I support and believe stuff that I knew I just couldn't really demonstrate. And I was like, well, why deal with that? Right? Like I didn't... And again, I was there as a Christian. It was like, as a Christian, why do I have to defend believing that Jesus rose from the dead? It seems like a pretty undefensible claim. So if somebody asked me to defend it, like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Like, nigga, I told you Jesus rose from the dead. He died for my sins, and you're asking me to defend that rationally? What the fuck is wrong with you? Right? Like somebody tell this nigga how faith works, please. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I would have thought as a Christian scientist. I would have just been like, "Can somebody please explain?" Right? I had this other conversation with other evolutionary biologists, atheist evolutionary biologists, Christian evolutionary biologists, atheist evolutionary biologists who used to be Christians. We all felt the same way about this. When people stop saying that people sound stupid when they say this to us. There's faith. Of course you're supposed to believe something on faith that can't be demonstrated. If we could test the thing on faith, it wouldn't be, oh my goodness, right? It's just like missing the fundamentals of how any of this works, right? So these things are not deal breaker for faith the way they are. I just think we deal with these counter-apologists these apologists who are entertaining enough to like try to defend these things, and so we're like, oh, we got them, and we get to have the fun of dismantling these things, and hopefully seeing the fact that none of them stand up. Now, confidence. Ooh, Tangelo, I'm gonna teach you guys about Jay's pyramid. This is one of the things that really strengthens me. So, but first I got to tell you about the second cop-out. So the first cop-out was I basically found defending Christianity to be embarrassing intellectually, and I just didn't need to do it, even as a Christian, right? So the emotional cop-out was like, why subject myself to this? The second one is a professional cop-out, right? I realized I had the good fortune of being trained to be a professional scientist. Mm-hmm. And that if I was going to take the scientific mentality seriously, then Occam's razor was all I needed.
Right.
Right. As a scientist, I'm supposed to buy into the scientific method. I'm supposed to buy into methodological naturalism. I'm supposed to buy into Occam's razor. If I see a model that works without God, I'm supposed to acknowledge that the model works without God. Poke a yoo-hoo, eat some buffalo wings, call it a night and get some sleep. Ain't nothing to worry about. The scientific model just says we don't need it. And so I realized, Jay, you could just say I'm a professional scientist, and so I just professionally just have no reason to go there. Like a lot of scientists say, we just don't have any use of that in what we do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so why do I say that that's a cop-out? Because most people aren't scientists, right? And if I wasn't a scientist, a lot of people work in corporate environments where literally Christianity is the unofficial but very official religion of their workplace, right? And if they were to just say, well, I have this model of methodological naturalism, which is totally our professional standard. And according to Occam's razor, which is just a principle that everyone in our profession is expected to operate by, I just don't need that in my model of explaining our origins. Right? And everybody just go, well, yeah, let's give this motherfucker a goddamn promotion. Congratulations, Billy Bob. Right? No, they're like, oh, yeah, and guess who's never going to get promoted ever? You. And then you be at lunch break, like, bro, if you think there are benefits to, leaving instead of being fired, I suggest you put in your 2 weeks notice, because after that stunt you pulled in the meeting today, you won't be working here very long. right. So I just happen to be like, I happen to be an experimental evolutionary biologist, and I got to be honest with you, just walking around assuming a worldview that implies stuff that we don't need in methodological naturalism just doesn't have any professional appeal to me. You know what I mean? Like, so essentially, I can literally just say, guys, like I told my boss today, I'm just the company man. I'm just sticking to the company line. You know,
right?
You could say I sold my soul to the government funding, and you're probably pretty close to the truth, right? So, so two things: one, emotional. I want to acknowledge that. And two, I want to acknowledge it was just the easiest thing. It's just an easy way to be a scientist, right?
Right.
But now I want to talk about my pyramid, which is really where I want to talk about confidence, because this is the thing I don't think Christians can get around. All right. I think the truth is the sort of religious claims being testable against the world is Richard Carrier talks about this very sophisticatedly, but basically one horse always wins the race. One horse is never raced. When you see these horses lined up and you go to place your bets, you're not betting against two equally skilled and trained horses, and you have no information about who's more likely to win this race. What actually happens when you get to bet on these two horses, who's going to solve climate change, who's going to cure cancer, who's going to help us get rid of monkeypox, et cetera, and so on, right? One of these horses, these horses have actually raced probably millions of times before, right? This one horse, AKA religion, has never won any of those races, never, ever, not a single time. Not one time has it ever won. Not a single time, right?
Right.
This other horse called methodological naturalism, AKA science, has an infinite medal stand just with all of its accomplishment. Polio vaccine, treatment for AIDS, current treatments for cancer, figuring out that black people aren't 3/5 of a person. You know what I mean? Like the right is right. So again, who are you gonna bet on this time? That's where my confidence comes from. Right. Now, here's another way to sort of think about that same information. It's kind of deeper than that. You have to add to that the fact that because of how disproportionately religious people have been and continue to be, all of the religious claims continue to enjoy a disproportionate, outsized percentage of the investigation, right?
Yeah.
And you can think about this in terms of non-religion. Just crazy claims get more attention than other shit from scientists, right? So, for instance, scientists spent a lot of time during the pandemic trying to develop a vaccine. We got to try to develop a cure for COVID. We got to try to develop an effective treatment to reduce the chance of hospitalization. All these things we got to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a lot of crazy shit out there. Like, you could eat wheatgrass to treat COVID, right? You could, you know, I don't know, drink dog piss to treat COVID, right? Some of this shit might even work, right? But no one's studying it because there's no established history for the legitimate scientists to do it. And there aren't, you know, thousands of people on the internet trying it because some dumbass podcaster is promoting it, right? Or the dumbass president just said it, right? But boy, did we have to ever investigate this ivermectin shit.
Right.
Boy, did we have to pony up some motherfucking dollars and some top flight researchers and some independent fucking replication to prove to these motherfuckers that horse medicine is not the way to go, right? Why?
Right.
Because people actually believe that fucking nonsense. So we had to go out of our way to investigate that claim. Where is this going? Back to our confidence. Not only has the fucking, science produced all the evidence and religion never produces any of the evidence, all the fucking bullshit religion has claimed, we have to go out of our way to actually study just to show that it's not the way it is. Right?
Right.
How many people have had to investigate the Shroud of fucking Turin because some dumb shit apologists won't let it go, right? How many fucking ways do we have to test something against the young Earth creation 6,000-year-old model because these motherfuckers just won't let it go, right? How many nails of the cross that people had to investigate to prove that there's no fucking reasonable evidence to suggest that that's actually a nail of Jesus or his crown of thorns or Lot's or that this fucking local flood over here is not the one recorded in the Bible, and this local flood over here is not the one recorded in the Bible, and this local flood over here is not the one recorded in the Bible, right? And exhausting, right? So again, y'all, it's worse than just science has solved all the problems and religion never has. Religion has also thrown up constant shit that has made us put a microscope on their claims, and they never hold up to evidence.
There's a reason why this world's going to hell.
There's a reason why this world's going to hell. Exactly. That's what we call a perfectly timed redeem from Lena. Like, it's right. So that's awful. And they won't acknowledge that shit either. Right? Then to me, it gets even worse than that. It gets even worse than that. These motherfuckers are constantly claiming, that they have in fact found the shit. Right? It's not only us being like, yeah, we triangulated according to the biblical flood, and we went to look it up, and turns out nothing was here, right? No. We got the Ron Wyatts of the world going, motherfuckers, I found Noah's Ark. Oh, no, I found the real burial spot of Jesus, right? And wouldn't you know, not a single one of their positive claims has actually held up to investigation and evidence. And who's a lot of time doing that? You know, Christopher Hitchens says this, right? Man, those damn Hebrew Egyptologists. They're some of the most misguided people, right? They're looking up shit and trying to find the secret birthplace of Moses and all these people. And he's like, but nobody's more motivated.
Right.
Right. And he's like, man, they do some of the best biblical archaeology imaginable, those guys, right? They never find what the fuck they're looking for, but goddamn, do they ever do they ever use the best methods in the world to go looking for it, right? Because again, they know if they ever find that shit, right, and according to the legit means, right?
Right.
And then of course they're giving the game away, right? Because when they do that, they want it to all be what? According to methodological naturalism, right? They want to say, oh, this is the site of Jesus' birth, because if you triangulate what's in the Bible and then you do the naturalist model of decay and then base it on when it is, and this triangulates to being about the right time, and it's in the right layer of the Earth's crust. In other words, they always want to prove their supernatural story by perfectly natural means. No. It's miraculous. We should find evidence of a worldwide flood somewhere it makes no sense according to geology. Right?
Right.
And then God just popped some mountains in place right over top of that hole. The Kilimanjaro, that wasn't there. It looks like it took a million years, but no. Actually, there's this flood in the layer that makes no sense, because the flood should have happened like 6,000 years. No, but it looks like it happened like 80 million years ago, because who is God? He just did it. And then he just popped the mountains right back on top of that bitch. Right?
Right.
But they're always like, no, according to methodological naturalism, the model that works without God at all, right? If we do that, then we punch in the dates. Up, it's just like it says it in the Bible. It's like, oh God, y'all are so dumb. Y'all are so dumb. So that's where our confidence comes from. It's... We're always right, y'all are always wrong. And we wish always was hyperbolic in the situation, but it's an understatement because of the depths of how many layers of evaluating one side versus the other we actually have.
Sure.
And then on top of that, they just keep making it worse, right? Because we keep asking them, what do you believe and why do you believe it? None of them give us a good argument. Oh, I've got the evidence. I've even heard Rebecca say she doesn't have faith.
Yeah.
You ever heard her give her she doesn't have faith talk?
Yeah, I've heard a piece of it.
All right, tell me if I'm getting it right or if I'm misquoting it. It basically goes like, I don't call what I have faith because I have such good evidence for Jesus that I believe based on these good reasons. And so it's like, I know that I'm saved.
Right.
Is that a pretty good paraphrasing of the position?
Yeah, so she starts off with what she thinks of as experiential knowledge, because she's experienced and met this person personally in her mind. And then from there, to further justify it, she goes looking around science, in the real world, in nature, beauty, science, everything else, seeing evidence, seeing proof that validates her claim. So she doesn't need faith because she's got all this, what she thinks of as knowledge.
Absolutely. So again, there's the claim right there for you. I believe in this based on the evidence that I have. Okay, great. Here we go. Perfect. You have a YouTube channel called Bread of Life, another one called Examining Evolution. Yet you have not produced a shred of material that has convinced anyone else, right, that didn't already believe it, that you have the evidence for that you guys have the evidence you have. So what are we missing, right? And so when they go out of the way and they start making claims like that, it's like, man, it's just it is infuriating in some regard. But again, it adds to our confidence, because even your people who say they have the goods never seem to deliver on them. And again, I noticed this when I started watching the debates. I never watched an atheist versus Christian debate and thought, I may have changed my mind on this, but the Christian won that debate. Oh, that Christian, man, they brought a really solid argument. They're always laughably bad. And it got to a point where it could be a top flight Christian apologist versus a run-of-the-mill average YouTuber.
Right.
And they would just destroy them. And I would just be like, oh, this is so embarrassing. Again, just adding to our confidence. When y'all put forth, well, we believe there's a conspiracy and science, the scientists won't let us, they won't acknowledge all the great research on intelligent design and all the evidence for intelligent design creationism. Again, we pull your cards, we study the database, there's published papers on this. Intelligent design creationism is never used in biology, not a single publication about this shit. So again, go ahead, Christian, lie to us one more time and tell us it's doing all this work as an alternative theory and people just won't talk about it.
Right.
Again, it's an imaginary solution based on your imaginary perception of the problem, and it's like it's incredible. And so, what's driving me crazy is how can they remain confident? How can they really, in good faith, say that they believe this at this point?
Right.
That's what baffles me. And the more I do this, the less I'm willing to play along. You know?
Right.
And so I kind of agree with the sentiment that you were too nice. All right, so I don't want to get too far off track. So we dealt with that. I wanna stick on this multiple channels thing because I actually think it's important to talk about your upcoming content. So we talked about multiple channels, and we got into a little bit of a digression here based on people having multiple channels. But I do think that here's the other thing, James. Here's the other thing to think about, right?
Right.
It's taking on a lot more to try to build multiple channels, because you're always starting with zero.
Right.
And what's really great is as you start to grow is to start to benefit from that. And so when you start spreading all your content out on different channels, it's not only harder to grow their, say, viewer and subscriber count, it's also hard just to put content on them, right? Because it's like if you have, let's say, 3 hours a week to make content, well, if you put it all on one channel, a month or so later, you've got, a person could literally just binge watch your content for a couple of days, right?
Right.
But let's say you've got 3 channels. Well, now on average, all of them only has 1. And so now it's going to take 6 months before each of them has a binge-worthy amount of content, right?
Right.
Now, and you can see the difference in those approaches, right? When my one black friend and I wanted to start Hot Program, that was part of his idea. Was I wanted to wait, and we thought about maybe making videos, and then we both kind of settled on, no, let's just go weekly live, do it every week, and before we know it, we'll have a back catalog of, a lot of episodes, right? And so that's worked. You can go to the Hot Program channel now and sit down and entertain yourself for probably, most of your work week with Hot Program episodes. But it did take it took quite a while to get to that point. And if you compare that to what I do on Pocket Locker 86, where a lot of times I'm live for 10 hours in a day, like I still put out that much content in 1 week that we've put out the whole time we've been doing that show. Right. Because 1 or 2 hours a week just doesn't compare to, 4 to 10 hours a day. Just not going to do that. So you spread yourself kind of thin. And then when you get into even like your social medias, it just becomes a lot of hassle, right? You got more social media accounts to handle, more different types of audiences. So I do think that pushes people heavily towards just have one channel. and then maybe have different playlists for the different types of content, and maybe try to cultivate your audience to understand either to personalize their notifications so that they're only getting them when it's stuff that you put on those particular playlists, or whatever. So it's ultimately your decision, but that's some of the pros and cons to think about. And then that matters with stuff like monetization, especially with YouTube. Couple things is YouTube, it's not you. So on Twitch, these things are easier because on Twitch, you can host other channels, you can raid other channels, and so it's very easy to you to have 3 different channels and then go live on one and then send everybody to your other one, or have a video there ready to play. YouTube really only lets you start doing stuff like that when you get a lot bigger, and it takes a lot more formal collaboration between channels. So when it comes to something like monetizing your content, you've got to get to 1,000 subscribers. I think you've got to get to 100. I think you've got to get to 100 maybe before you can even do a custom link, or have pages, videos playing when people come to your channel. There's all this, so you unlock a lot of privileges and stuff at 100 subs. That's why I pushed that. I was like, yo, we were really trying to get to 100 subs because there was some stuff we could unlock. And then most of the monetization and the partner and all that stuff is actually 1,000 subs, right? So if you want to monetize 3 channels, you're going to need 1,000 subs on 3 channels, or 3,000 subs, or whatever, right? Whereas if you have only one, you got that one push to 1,000. Now, I also like the hybrid model, right? If I were somebody like Derek or what Paula Gia did, what somebody like Doug can easily do is they have a primary channel that's big enough that they can start a secondary channel, put a couple of things over there so people can feel it out, maybe do a couple of videos or streams on your main channel so that people get a feel for what that's about, and then really push people to go over there and sub to that channel, and you have enough to almost instantly monetize other people's channels. That's kind of what I want to do. Like if I really blew up and I could, play up the Pope of Atheism thing and all that type of stuff, right? The most high apostle of the cult of the flying man, right? It would be so that, if I had 50,000 subs, you could come on and say, oh, Jay, I'm about to start my YouTube channel. And I could go, y'all, right now, everybody go subscribe to James Apperson channel. And James Apperson is going to send me, he's going to send me names of everybody that's subbing over to his channel. And I'm going to give out 1,000 pocket change to everybody who goes and subs to James Apperson, 5,000 if you turn on notifications, and go, right? And then we just sit here, and then you go from 3 or 4 subs to 3,000 or 4,000 subs overnight, right? And the beauty of that would be, again, it would allow our content creators to get much bigger, much faster, and then they'd be able to monetize their stuff. You'd be able to start taking super chats, right? You'd be able to, have a custom link and get kind of out there, and then it'd be easier for you to get yourself on other people's shows and the whole 9 yards, right? So that's the type of stuff I would be doing for other content creators if and when I do get that type of audience. You see what I'm saying? So that says there's some value to saying, oh, well, let me focus on the James Apperson channel, get that to 1,000 plus or a couple thousand subscribers, put everything on there, divide it up in playlists. And then if I want to start these other channels, I'll do that then. But I'll at least have one thing that's, I can monetize or I can do a lot with. And then that'll help me build some of these other ones. Because you kind of have to be like your own Kickstarter, if you will, right? Like your own sort of, I'm going to help, So these are all just things to think about. And there's definitely no right or wrong answer. And I see a lot of value to both approaches. I think the people who keep it all in one channel there's a really strong argument there. They're being really smart. And a lot of people are making that work. And then a lot of people who are out there starting multiple channels, I get excited when I see people doing that, especially when I see them doing it successfully, because I'm happy to see them do it. And everybody has different reasons. Like for Paula G, so for some people, it is because they think the content's so divergent. I had that reasoning. You seem to have that reasoning. Derek had that reasoning. A lot of people have that reasoning. With Paula G Alive, it's not that his content's so different. It's just a different format. It's really the same topics, but his main channel is for his highly produced videos that get the animated treatment and the whatever. And then Paula G Alive is for him sitting in his room and just being a little bit more off the cuff. But he continues to up the production value of both and push both. And he's getting better and better on Paula G Alive. Their live streams, I don't always get the chance to watch all of them, but I do sub and stuff. So everybody, so there's no right or wrong model, and there's no, I think, right or wrong reason to use either particular model, right? It's just what works for you and what you want to do. But I'm happy to talk about it because I think these are things that other people in our community who are aspiring content creators should be able to think through going in and hopefully benefit from these type of conversations by being able to sort of think through some of the pros and cons as they get going.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think right now, like with all that you've said, I'm leaning toward just do the one channel for now because like they were saying in chat, like it's the different topics are related, so it's not going to be like confusing to the audience.
Yeah, and also I think the thing to keep in mind is that you're the ultimate content, and you have to grow. And I'm gonna give y'all another thing. All right, we're gonna do something really cool. And I asked a couple of my mods to do this because I thought it was a fun exercise. Go back and watch an old Pine Creek stream, preferably from several years ago.
The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done.
I have not been on Paula G. I probably should try to reach out and do something with him. It's a name that keeps popping up, and I would really, 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 really love to see that happen. Also, I need to get a lot more. I need to give my mods more access to the store and stuff because a lot of these samples and stuff, YouTube Punk and some of the other mods could actually add themselves. That's another thing, as you grow, you need mods. Like you just can't do it all. It becomes way too much for one person. But what were we just chatting about?
About Apologia?
I thought it was after that. Oh, you said you were leaning towards the one channel because there's a lot of overlap. Oh, here's what I was saying. All right, here's the exercise, guys. Go back to an old Pine Creek stream, right? And make sure it's one where he's going live, right? But it's from a few years ago, right? And turn on the live chat replay. You know how you can do that with some videos? Mm-hmm. And then watch the live chat replay as you watch the stream. And I had this really profound sort of aha moment when I did this. I actually just ended up doing it. I don't know, it just kind of happened. But I was like, wow, now that I'm thinking about this is pretty crazy. What you'll notice is if you go back far enough, you pretty much won't recognize any of the names.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like you'll sit there and you'll just be reading the names that keep popping up. You know how we do now, right? You come in now, you want to see, all right, who's here? Taco Lena, No Name, James Iverson, who's in the chat already. So just sit there and watch the names. Because that's kind of what I was doing, right? I was like, oh, I'm watching now a much older Pine Creek stream. I'm watching like an older one. Doug looks different and everything, right? Setup's different. So I'm like, oh, cool, let me watch the live chat replay. I wonder how many of like the same names I'll recognize. Because that'll tell me who that I know has been really watching Pine Creek this long, right? And active in the chat. And I didn't hardly recognize any of the names. I literally struggled to find. I can't even remember a name that I recognized.
So where do those people go?
Somewhere else. And that was exactly why I asked my mods to do it. Because it's such a profound lesson. One, who knows? either they have a different favorite counter-apologist, or they got tired of whatever format and stuff Doug was doing, or they got out of the community, right? They were going through their transition. They realize all the arguments are out there. Whatever they used to believe as a Christian had sufficiently been, had been trampled on for them. And, how long can they sit here and watch Counter-Apologetics videos? They were like, wait, I'm not a Christian anymore. Why would I want to keep watching this Doug guy talk about sermons all damn day, right? Right. So for whatever reason, they moved on, right? And my point is, if you plan to be like a Doug or a Dillahunting, you're going to be doing this for years and years and years and years and years. And you should recognize that that's part of the game, is that the community turns over. And even in my years of streaming, I've already experienced that. If I go back and watch my old Twitch streams, man, you guys will see my regulars. You guys will see the people that were around when there was nobody watching me, or 3 or 4 people for weeks and months at a time, right? And they were saying stuff like, Jay, if you ever I can't wait till you blow up. I can't wait till you have more viewers, right? And now I'm multi-streaming. I'm live fucking, 75% of the whole goddamn week. I'm literally live every day for a month, right? I'm growing. I've had big opportunities coming up, big things happen. I ain't seen a single one of these people. Right? And it's not personal. It's just they off doing whatever they doing, right? They come back, oh man, it's good to see you. Sometimes I do link up with people I used to run with back then. But I moved on to something else. They moved on to something. My collaboration with Cliff is the same. You guys see me, I'll be collaborating with Cliff twice a week, right? Cliff and I used to meet all the time and collaborate in grad school. We started working on our projects. I got super busy with other stuff. When I was in the grad program, he got accepted in the grad program, got busy with other stuff. We kind of were both doing our own thing for years, and then, time was right this year. We both got back to working together, But my point is, doing that will help you see the turnover, and you got to keep that in mind. Like when I say the stuff with Doug is not personal, I know Doug's lived through that. And so whatever Doug is feeling right now, he knows he's got to keep doing whatever he does, and he can't worry about hurting somebody's feelings or somebody don't like what he said or whatever, because he knows fans come and go. Even the most dedicated ones, even the most hardcore ones, right? So that's a really, I think, eye-opening experience to the reality of being a content creator. So why do I say that? I said, you're the ultimate content, right? The content's about you. And so that audience may change. So you can't tailor what you want and need to what any of us want to see from you, because we may still just not be around down the road, right? Yeah. And also, you got to keep making content. So if you get bored with Counter-Apologetics, what you going to do? Just shut down your channel or start doing half-ass streams? Or are you going to say, yo, I'm going to strike out into something else? You know what, y'all? I just got into woodworking and collecting marbles. All right, so look, pretty much I'm going to do Counter-Apologetics for about 30 minutes to an hour once every other week, because that's all I give a shit about. I'm going to put it up on this other channel, and I'm going to focus on woodworking and collecting marbles, trying to blow up in those communities. Now, what's going to happen? Your community, a lot of people are going to dip. A lot of people are going to unsubscribe or take you off noties. A lot of people, your regular viewer count's going to dive. Your chat engagement's going to dive. Your donations, your super chats, all that's going to nosedive, right?
Yeah.
And you know what I'm going to tell you? Keep going, right? Because that's the cost that you have to pay to grow in what you're now interested in, right? I study real YouTubers who teach people how to start channels, and they talk about this all the time. Some of my best streams are the shit nobody watched. Some of my best streams have the lowest view counts. Why? Because it's when I decided I wanted to do something that was fun for me. And it ultimately is, or I decided, hey, I want to try something new. I want to start making a different type of content, and nobody was watching me make that type of content yet. My regulars dipped, and I just had to get started doing something else, right? Like, I watch back my streams. The stuff I watch is like the stream the other night when my power went out and I had no electricity.
and I'm sitting in a dark room with a camera in front of me for 15 minutes bitching about, January 6th and how dumb, theotards are. Now, from a production standpoint, probably the worst stream I've ever done in my life, right? But I loved it because it was just me doing something different. I ain't gonna let this fucked up power outage or not having internet stop me from streaming. I'm gonna get on for a little bit. I'm gonna try to do a fun stream in the dark. Do I expect it to be a pleasurable watching experience? Not really. You know what I mean? Like, and sometimes I'm just gaming with my club and we just doing some boring shit. We all just sitting around GTA, chit-chatting, fooling around, shooting each other, goofing off, and people don't want to watch it because it's not, they don't really want to watch me play GTA, number one, and number two, they certainly don't want to watch us sitting here goofing off and not even doing anything entertaining, right? But again, I want to have fun with my club, and I want my club to grow, and we out here trying to recruit. And so, believe it or not, we get a lot of recruits that way. People just hear us goofing around in the chat, or a lot of times I make my Twitch category GTA, and so people come in and they join our club that way. So it's something we're gonna do, and again, it's something I've done for years, and so we're going to keep doing it regardless of how popular or unpopular those streams are, right? So again, because you got to keep going, James, right? So if you change interest, then you change interest, and your content's going to have to change to reflect your interest, and it might change again after that. You're going to get older. You may not want to do the same topics when you're 60, right? I may not feel like singing and dancing and wearing tights when I'm 60 years old. I just may not. I may just be in a very different headspace at that point in my life. So yeah, I think these are all great topics of conversation to have, and for people to really think about, also to appreciate certain people. I hear a lot of people talk a lot of trash about Matt Dillahunty. I have a ton of respect for that man. To do what he's done all of these years and keep doing it, and the way he is trying to help other people. I'm not saying he's a saint. I'm sure people have horror stories about him. Put enough hours of content out on the internet, we're going to have horror stories about you.
Sure.
Right? Just go ahead and try it, y'all. Try it at home. Put out 100 hours of YouTube footage. Let us comb through it. I guarantee you we will have some horror stories about your dumb ass. Right? So it's just the way it is, but I respect them for staying out here, trying to stay relevant, trying to start other channels, trying to, upgrade their studios and really trying to sort of handle the business. And Aaron Ross, some of those other people, Genetically Modified Skeptic. It just, I really do have a lot of respect for people who have been doing this for years and have found the way to keep doing so.
Right. No, I get that. Absolutely. So I need to be prepared for those kinds of changes and decide. Yeah. No, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I haven't really thought about that, about, building a community that might gradually rotate, and then I've got different people later.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just say now, I'm going to miss you guys.
Exactly. Yeah, been nice knowing you, Yeah. But ultimately, that's what I mean about you being the content. The people that are down for you will be down through those transitions. And don't ever take it personally when people aren't, but you'll learn to appreciate the people that are. Like for me, people got to understand, I'm trying to turn into a tenure-track faculty member at a research university. So if I become a famous YouTuber, but I don't land a tenure-track job because I didn't publish enough, this channel become the reason I didn't reach my goals, not the reason I reached it. And even though y'all may be like, oh my God, Jay's living my YouTube fantasy now. He gets to debate all these famous apologists, and oh my goodness, look how much money he made through super chats today. He must just feel like the world, depends.
Check my coding streams. How are my coding streams? Did I look like I got a lot of work done on air this week? Oh, then I'm probably happy as a motherfucker. Did it look like I just sat around bullshitting all week and didn't get anything done? I'm probably pretty concerned. Right? Like, because again, you got to keep in mind, what is that streamer's goal? So when y'all see me like doing a coding stream and I'm sitting in this chair and I'm programming for 10 hours, y'all should be like, #goals. Right? It might be the most boring stream ever, but y'all should be like, #goals. Right? Like, because that's what I want to do. Right? Now, somebody else, you got to tell them, bro, you should never do work on stream. If you want to become a famous YouTuber, the fact that you're a mechanical engineer, we don't ever want to see that. Don't ever show us that. Don't do that. Right? Because like, if you want to be a big YouTuber, right, and you want your videos to go viral and you want your shit to be unmissable and every minute's going to be must watch, don't ever work on stream. Don't do that. Right? Like, so it really is different strokes for different folks. And I got to remember that sometimes. I go, not only is this not my job, I don't want it to be my job.
Right.
Yeah. That's all I was going to say about that.
I mean, it all makes sense. So, give me a lot to think about, but I think, I'm just going to stick with the one channel for now.
Yeah, I'm excited for you, man. I really am. I really am. I think a lot of the people in our community are going to watch you and they're going to be excited for you. We all think you say great stuff. And so what's unfortunate is that we normally only get you in bits and pieces because you're popping up on somebody else's channel. So you're kind of limited to what the topic of conversation is and how much you really get to say. Of course, the blog is super exciting, but you're writing, and so people aren't getting to interact with you. Go ahead, sorry.
I mean, that's why I quit trying to participate in Rebecca's channel, because it's a sausage fest over there. There's so many guys in that sausage party. Like, I don't get to say nothing. I'll be in there for 7 hours and get to speak for 1 minute, maybe 2, and I'm like, that's not worth my time. That's just not. So I probably won't be over there a lot, but definitely there's other channels that give me a chance to like speak. As long as I don't got to wait 7 hours to talk, I'd be happy to. But I usually I'm here on your channel, so it's just whatever.
Well, I appreciate you, and I always want to promote other channels, and do let me know when you get set up, because what I think I can do a lot of times is I can add your channel to the broadcast. So, if we ever are chatting, or even you say, hey, Jay, I'm going to call in, do you mind putting it on my channel too? I think I can just add your channel. So we'll set it up so that it's one of the sources I have back there, and then I could just press a button and we could be live on your channel too. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I appreciate that greatly.
Yeah, of course, man. And that's what I want this to be like. I want this to be like like building a community of a cult of internet personalities. And I think we all do have like different personalities. And so, I want people to use my channel to grow, because I just think it's boring, right? I think I'm boring. I get bored of myself by myself, Well,
so, I think we all do it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So, and as far as I kind of remind me of this cat that I used to have. It was a stray, and at first it was always so slow and so lazy and so just like, yeah, whatever. I thought that was his personality. But I took it into the vet and found out all kinds of health problems, and they treated the health problems. Man, that cat became a whole other person. Like, all of a sudden, it wasn't all slow and chill. It was just like a total, can I say spaz? Is that a politically correct word? Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of that way, because my true personality is a lot like Tim Curry as a pirate. Very charismatic, very flamboyant, very like loud and loving life, and just that's my real personality. But I've had chronic fatigue syndrome and complex PTSD for so long that it's chilled me out so much that I'm just this mellow guy who doesn't get upset about anything. And I always think, that's what people never would guess unless I tell them.
Right.
And so it's like in a way that's helped me because I've got so much to be angry about, but I'm too tired to be angry. So it kind of works out.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I want to get Lena in here, but I want to mention something on that because I feel the same way about bringing out my true personality. I love the fact that people support the science, but I would have never wanted to start as like a science content creator because I don't see myself as a science nerd. I don't watch science content, so why would I want to make it, right?
Right.
And the stuff that I do, like Heartbreak J and Purple Haze, those are characters that genuinely reflect my personality. So to give you a couple examples, when I was in I've always been a huge Shawn Michaels fan. It's my favorite wrestler of all time. And when I was in second grade, I had a very similar thing. Back then, I wasn't wearing the tights, but he always wore like a leather biker's jacket. So I wore a leather biker's jacket, very expensive one that I brought in New York City. And like sunglasses, even though I couldn't see, I had to wear glasses. I'd keep them in my pocket. And when I came in class, I'd like sing and dance and like do the Shawn Michaels entrance, and I'd dance off my jacket and my sunglasses and the whole 9 yards. In second grade, every day.
Wow.
Sorry, I got entrance. Sorry, Superstars here. Entrance time. Let's go. Right.
I mean, I can relate to that too. I used to dance all the time. Dancing used to be my thing. I'm a lot older than you, so back in the 80s, I was a break dancer and I did it full time. I joined a lot of contests and I won a lot of those contests. That was really great. And then eventually, as that kind of faded out, I get into other forms of dance, various kinds of Spanish dance and Irish step dancing. And I was just like, I just loved dancing so much. And then I got out of shape and I got tired. And like I don't dance now, but that's one of the things I look forward to. So yeah, you mentioned that kind of stuff. I'm like, man, I just want my energy level back because I'm not too old to dance, right?
Yeah. And I would definitely support seeing somebody. Because I've been through a lot of med changes with the bipolar, right? And so I've had to, get with a trusted psychiatrist and explain, hey, this is working, this is not working. And this might be working from your perspective of stabilizing me, but I don't feel like myself. So a lot of my medication I actually had to have adjusted over the years because I'd say I'm bipolar and, people have a natural tendency to seek pleasure and avoid pain. And
right.
With bipolar, you might be doing, that might be out of balance, so they want to stabilize that, right? But if your mood is too artificially stabilized, you won't do either because you just don't want to do anything. Like, the things don't make you feel the way they normally do, so you don't motivated to do anything, right? And so I just didn't feel like myself. And so it was almost like, we can't over-control the bipolar. Y'all got to let me ride the wave a little bit because that's my personality. And if you take all the mania out, you take all my creative juice out, and if you take all the depression out, you ruin a lot of my empathy and my work, my side that gets, cries about stuff and gets all sentimental, and that's how I get worked up and passionate about things. So I need that, right? Like you gotta be a little bit bipolar up in this motherfucker, right? You gotta be. So, but the other thing I wanted to say is so then when I was in sixth grade, right, I did we were big in this guy named Triple H, and every time he did his entrance, he did this thing with water and he would spit it or whatever. And so we did the same thing. We had these we called it the Fruitopia entrances. We would always buy these Fruitopias from the vending machine, and then we'd make a big deal about our entrance when we were going to lunch in sixth grade, and we'd drink our Fruitopias and then walk in the cafeteria like we were our boss, right? Fast forward to when I was in college, right? What did I do with my campaign? I put together a whole campaign team, top to bottom, candidates for vice president, all the cabinet positions, all the council positions, serious plans and initiatives, all modeled after Cory Booker and his very serious successful campaign for mayor of Newark, right? I literally took Cory Booker's model and copy and pasted it and made it for students, right? And then what did we do? We got with the newspaper. We got with the university administration behind closed doors. We went into the gory guts of our very good strategic plan and all the work we were going to do. And they'd be like, oh, man, that's amazing. Yeah, we really need some student leadership like that. That'd be amazing around here, right? And they'd be like, yeah, but nobody cares. And so we're going to give you the shit show of a lifetime. I'm going to cut promos on you guys pro wrestling style. I'm going to be cursing in the newspaper. All my other people on my team, they're going to play the good guys that talk sense, and you guys like them because they sound like reasonable student leaders. And I'm going to be the asshole that people are like, right? Because I told them I'm the heel. I play the bad guy, and I play that makes me like Bundy goes to fight the administration, right? And so we did the whole thing. I did photo shoots with the university administration. Like, I did photo shoots where I put them in a headlock and made it look like we were wrestling, or they take a picture where they were like putting their fist up to me. That way we could do articles called Bundy Wrestles Administration, or Bundy and the administration continue to go to battle, right? Like, they were into it. They were like, no, why has nobody ever thought to do this before? We want to have some fun. You know, the university was like, yeah, we want to be in on this. This is cool, right? And the newspaper was on it. So it was like pro wrestling. We worked it, right? And then the funny thing is, the elections commission, who was not in on it, they disqualified me for being too popular, right? I started getting a campaign violation for shit the students did. Then they weren't getting any of the love, so they disqualified me, which did what? Fox News then picked it up, and I became College Humor's Man of the Century, and this more press and coverage than I could ever want. Right? I didn't get to take my seat, but I had an infinite number of friends on Facebook, right? So it really worked, and it resonated with people. I say all that to say that when I started doing this stuff, and I really wanted to be entertaining, and I wanted to embody those characters and all that type of stuff, I wasn't going out of my way to be someone I'm not. I was finally saying, you know what? I'm going to be myself, and I'm going to show you guys how I see me, right? And it's been great because, it's a big risk professionally. Like I said, I go to my meetings with my lab mates and my advisors and all this stuff decked out in costume like this, and everybody just conducts business as usual. Jay showed up in a wig and crazy tights today with jewelry on. Yeah, that's Jay. So, you really do have to sort of find whatever makes you unique and play up those things of your personality and get inspiration wherever you get it from, but then make sure your content's you. Sorry, Lena, we're rambling. We're being YouTube perverts. We're promoting ourselves. Not all of us are lucky enough to be able to just blow up in the comment section and sporadic appearances like you are. Some of us have to work at it. How you doing?
Is my audio okay?
No, it's never okay. You sound great on everybody else's channel, but then you whip out your budget mic for me because you hate me. Okay. All right. Take your time. No worries. I'm not going anywhere. But yeah, James. So I think that's that type of stuff is super important, man. But yeah, I think we're super excited for you. Like I said, it's going to be nice for you to have your own space. And do you think you want to do call-ins and stuff?
Oh yeah, I want to do call-ins and guests, and any way that people want to be part of the show, as long as they can make a contribution that isn't like crazy and awful. Like, obviously I'm not going to have anybody on there that like promotes criminal ideas or anything, but
sure.
Like anybody that wants to make a reasonable contribution to the show, love to have them on. So
yeah. Really. Where are you at with sort of this emboldened language? The other thing I wanted to mention about my personality is I grew up in a house where we watched black comedians, right?
Pryor is one of my favorite. In fact, he is my favorite all time.
Yeah, so for me, it was like healthy family. It was like healthy family time to sort of sit around, the fireplace. Just like you see the fire, we had a little fireplace in our house. It was actually a wood burning stove, and listening to black comedians, right? And it's nothing to see a black comedian come out and be like, "How the fuck y'all doing tonight, Cleveland? Y'all, this is a crazy motherfucking town. Y'all some crazy ass motherfuckers in this. But can we talk about these goddamn ass white people? Fuck is wrong with white people today? White people, y'all got everything in the world. Why y'all keep taking our shit too? Keep taking our goddamn music, our goddamn fucking worship songs, our goddamn art, our goddamn culture. Now y'all trying to fuck our bitches too. Ain't this a bitch? You ever see these white guys out here trying to fuck the black kid? No, you know what I mean? Like, but that was just how it was. So for me, like for a lot of people, it's, oh my God, how could you be that perverse or that not safe for work? Or you just trying to flame people? I'm like, nah, I'm just kind of trying to entertain people the way I was entertained, right? I wouldn't want a boring ass, black version of Bill Nye the Science Guy. I want Richard Pryor went to grad school and is now really pissed off that he had to go to grad school.
Right. And ironically, that's one of the things I love about Christians, because what gives swear words their power and their fun is that they're taboo, is that we're not supposed to say them. Now, if we didn't have all these social police going around saying, don't say this word, don't say that word, don't use this word that other way, like these words would lose a lot of their fun. Like it'd just be like any other word eventually, because we're breaking the rules. We're saying fuck that. That's what gives it the power. So I love that. Yes, please keep telling me what I'm not allowed to say and how I'm not allowed to say it.
This was kind of, I actually had Robert, my teaching advisor, I had him cracking up today because I told him, Rob, I'm being a good company man. I told him I had to explain to my audience, when they say evolution is just a theory, just start clapping. When they say, oh, Jay, your digital evolution work is just a simulation, start clapping. Because I said, I'm just being a good company man. Yes, they've triggered me, but they've only triggered me is because I'm the digital evolution specialist who uses digital evolution to test evolutionary theory. You were just giving me an opportunity to promote my stuff. I just get to go, oh, yeah, and you guys should really read the paper that my teaching mentor, Robert Pennock, wrote about this very same time, right? You know what I mean? Oh, let me tell you about the class I teach at Michigan State University. It's just like, you literally couldn't have asked me to promote myself any harder if you tried, right? And to your point, if it wasn't for you guys being this way, nobody would care. Do you guys realize I'm an experimental evolutionary biologist? That means I take the theory of evolution that you accept, right? That you have spent, I don't know, no time in your adult life worrying at all about, right? And do experiments that test the mechanisms for that. Our jobs are so fundamentally boring. It's really hard to describe how mundane this work is, right? But nope. Thanks to these creatards who are out here every day. Well, let's talk about the problems with evolution. And with us today, we have one of these retarded people who thinks they're some kind of primate, who thinks they share common ancestry with a dung beetle, right? You know, and so you're like, thanks, because you guys keep us relevant. You guys keep us hip. You guys make sure we're always part of the pop culture, right? And then you've got fans, right? You've got fans on YouTube and all these YouTubers who should be, a lot of our YouTubers, they have great personalities. They could be big time YouTubers just talking about religion or politics or, doing a R&Raw cooking show, right? An R&Raw cooking show would be fantastic, right? But instead we get an entire R&Raw anthology of series. We have an entire collection of series, right, debunking all this creationist nonsense about evolution. And then I get to go to my colleagues, hey, you guys notice this entire community that does nothing shit about talking about evolution all day? Yeah, we should go hang out with those guys.
Right.
And they're like, oh yeah, you kind of got a point there, right? But to what you were saying, if they just left us alone, it'd be like, yeah, Jay, we learned about evolution in our high school biology class. And guess when the last time we cared was? When we took high school biology, right? Instead, y'all have us on the tip of everybody's tongue every day in 2022 as grown ass people, and we're like, thank you. Just
yeah, they help us in ways they don't even realize. So
yeah, it's too funny, but it's still triggering for a lot of atheists too, right? A lot of our people don't like that approach. They still think you've got to be really kind to them. I think you are going to have, I think of it as a Christopher Hitchens effect, which is that the sort of vitriol that we're willing to express publicly, people find emboldening. Again, I call myself an anti-theist because I truly admired Christopher Hitchens, and he had the courage to call himself an anti-theist. It's really not that complicated. I just explained the whole thing to you, right?
Right.
My hero says he's that. I should not be so cowardice as to not identify as that, right?
Right.
And go ahead.
Yep. I mean, I do now. I identify as an anti-theist, but the reason I don't like the word is because if somebody doesn't know what the word means, it sounds to them like I'm saying I'm anti-theist, like I'm against them.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's so difficult because then I have to, like, if anybody's new to these discussions, I have to explain what all the words mean. Otherwise, they're going to take a lot of offense they don't need to take.
Okay. Hang on real quick. Pine Creek had a lady on the other day who didn't know what the word theist meant. And I remember I was having an Instagram back and forth with Cameron, and I just said, yes, I love this lady. I'm so glad he had her on. And Cameron was like, why? Like, her question is stupid. I was like, because she demonstrates that true, common, everyday people have no idea what that word even means. And they think we're weirdos because we sit around talking about philosophical this and theological that. Are you a presuppositionalist, Calvinist, anti-rationalist, right? What's the axiology of your epistemological ontology, right? And most people are like, what the fuck are y'all weirdos talking about? What is any of that? None of that means anything. And so that was such a right there example. Most theists have no idea that they're theists.
Right.
And we should maybe even think about just calling them believers. I like to say heathens and believins. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's tricky. So there's, like, every word we use, I have problems with it. Like, when I'm in a debate with a Christian about whether or not God exists, like, I don't want them using the word God, because it's what they'll do is they'll do snaky, slippery things with that permission if they're using the word God, because they'll conflate two different concepts of what God means in the same discussion and hope you don't notice that they've conflated the two. So it's like, no. We're going to need a different word for your specific entity you worship than the general idea of something that you have in common with other religions, right? Because your specific entity is not the one that they worship. So we need sharper language if we're going to have this discussion. And they hate that. They feel like I'm trying to control the way they talk. And I'm like, no, because you're going to play fast and loose with these words and try to get away with some bullshit. And it's just too much work for me to, like, stay on top of you constantly as your hall monitor. You're going to have to, like, decide what to call each thing. And because, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, so even when people know what the words mean, there's still problems that come up. They still try to get away with snaky shit. So.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I think that I don't think there's an honest, rational way to argue for a dishonest, irrational position. And so I think we really do have to get more direct about calling these things out. The problem I have with religion these days is the esteem. I remember bringing this up a little earlier. I said you shouldn't counter-apologize your family, but I'm finding that I care less and less about that prescription, right?
Right.
Well, part of the reason is I don't think it's helpful. I think the normal argument goes something like, if they're going to be counter-apologized, it's usually, it's usually best that you're not the person to do it. And it'll happen, so it's kind of the let it happen on its own, right?
Right.
And to me, I call that atheist magical thinking. Because you're just believing that by some higher power or fate or some shit, right? These people who have made it to be, 65 years old and 70 years old without being counter-apologized. Yeah, just any moment now. Somebody they really trust and have a lot of confidence in is really going to be confronting them. Just hang on any moment now, right? It goes back to what we talked about earlier. We have one life to live, and we don't have time to just, wait for generations to go by as they soften their opinion over time. Right?
Right.
It's like their bullshit is a threat to us. It's a clear and present danger, as we say, right? And it needs to be dealt with as such. And that's kind of what I realized about my family. There's so much esteem put on them for their faith that there's next to no chance that anybody counter-apologizes to them. There's next to zero chance that anybody confronts my grandparents about their beliefs. Almost none. They're pastor and first lady of a church. Almost everybody they interact with, number one, is part of their flock or hierarchy in their church, or church friends, or religious friends, or family who would never dare to, friends who would never dare to. So who is this magical being that is going to take the pastor and first lady of a Pentecostal church, sit them down, and gently explain why this is all horseshit, and is going to do a better job and is more motivated to than their goddamn grandson. So I'll wait. So sometimes the counter to you shouldn't counter-apologize anybody in your family should be, unless you think there's a really reasonable chance that there's nobody else in their life who would do such a thing.
Right.
Because then it might be you or nobody. Also, if you got people in your life that's as religious as the people in my life are, what do you have to lose? They're super stubborn and sitting on some bullshit. So it's not like I have a lot to lose by not doing it. I mean, again, that's sort of the calculation you need to make, but depends on the situation. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly that. What you were saying, you have to calculate it and decide, what do you stand for, and it's a tough call when it comes to family.
Yeah, and obviously, dependence changes things, right? I just want to say that if you're dependent on people in any way, then that's a different conversation.
Don't screw yourself over.
Don't screw yourself over. Exactly. You want to change subject, or you're gonna ask something else, or whatever?
No, I mean, I will have to go in a few minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Appreciate your time.
For probably about a half hour. And then I don't know if you'll be around.
So maybe when you get off, I have a couple paragraphs or two I was supposed to write. So maybe when you get off, I'll do a quick first draft of those, and then I'll get into my January 6th coverage for the night. So no worries. Perfect timing.
Right.
We'll do it like that.
All right. So before I go, I'll just add to that just a little bit that what my observations have been is that.
I'm gonna mute a little bit when I'm not talking, just because my neighbor's out here mowing his lawn and stuff. All right, go ahead.
It's all good. So what I've noticed is that if the person that you're hoping to reach is pretty high up on the narcissistic personality scale, like the narcissism scale, everybody I've ever known, including myself, is somewhere on the narcissism scale. We all have narcissistic traits that we sometimes have to wrestle with. Our ego gets the best of us, and we're not always fair. We're not always who we want to be, right? So I'm not passing any judgments about somebody being on the scale, but if they're pretty high up on the scale to where they may actually have the disorder, then there's pretty much no chance you'll get through to that person, because it's part of their psychological wiring, how their mind works, which it speaks strongly to Christianity, because Christianity and Bibles in general are built on that model, that paradigm, narcissistic personality disorder. The God character has the disorder. The leaders in those religious cults, they strongly demonstrated having that disorder, that way of thinking. So if we know somebody that's very much like that and a religious fundamentalist, it's not a coincidence. It's just God became their narcissist mask. That's how they express their narcissism. And you can't cure the narcissism, so, and they're not going to let go of such a valuable mask to work with. But if they don't have that particular problem, can you kind of pull them away from their church, but in a non-aggressive way, help them join some groups that are like a bingo group and a choir group that's not specifically religious? Can you help them build a social landscape that isn't specifically religious? Because the less time they spend in that echo chamber, their brain, if they don't have a major personality disorder, their brain will begin to heal. And the more that brain begins to heal and make rational sense of the world and the way that they think and process things.
Hello.
Yeah, guys, just hang on. I'm trying to talk to James. I let you guys in because I saw Chris here, and I let Midnight in because I didn't want you to think I favored Chris over you guys. But I'm trying to have this conversation with James. So if you guys want to add to this, please do. But if not, you can hop back on after he leaves.
Yeah, I'm going to be on in just a minute. So that's my final thing I wanted to add to that, is that if we can help these people that we love, people we care about, anybody we want to help, build that kind of a social landscape where they're spending less time with other Christians that are echo chambering with them and more time with rational human beings in healthy contexts, their brain will naturally begin to heal.
Yeah.
And as that happens, they'll become more and more receptive to reason and evidence and the ethics of our positions, etc. And that's really the way to help them.
Yeah, I agree with all that. And I guess the one thing that I was thinking about too is that's kind of where I think there's a useful break here. It's why I think what you're trying to do is so useful. I think about this a lot. I use the term ridicule, right? If I think there's any value to what I do, it's that I'm willing to make fun of religion and like genuinely make fun of it. Genuinely say, I think this is stupid. I think this is ridiculous. I think you are, this is very low IQ stuff, right? And the reason I think that there's value to that is because it allows a person to say, wait, whoa. You're not saying I'm holy. You're not telling me, what a great person I am because of this, right? And it's like, listen, I'm not going to violently attack these people. I'm not gonna try to pass laws that tell them they can't be religious. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna do any of the. I'm not gonna insist that we, teach that religion isn't true in the schools or any of that, right? Right. So I have a very limited tool set of weapons against this damn thing, and so right now I'm hoping I can at least send them to their rooms with something to think about. By saying, wait a second, I saw my religion just made fun of. I ran into people who thought that being religious made me a person to clown on today. And I need to think about that because, like you said, we're all somewhere on that spectrum. We don't like being clowned on. The problem I have is some people who should be being clowned on are constantly being told how great they are. And I do agree with you that there's these people who are so far out there that nothing we say will convince them or get through to them. But at the same time, I do think that...
Well, can I add something here? Really quick?
Hang on one sec. Because I just want to speak to the particular frustration I'm dealing with, like people in my family, is a lot of them I don't know who they are because the people that are frustrating me have so much esteem praised on them because they're religious. And so there's no opportunity for them to sit back and go, wait, this is something that might have negative social consequences, because even somebody like me who comes along and says, well, I don't agree with your religion and I think you guys really ought to reconsider this, that's a voice in the wilderness compared to the thousands of people that they've known throughout their life who continue to tell them how holy they are, how great they are. Right. Oh, you're just so deserving of all this praise for this one thing because you stand so firmly on that faith in the Lord Jesus, right? Whereas the world will be a total different place as those same people were coming to them and saying, hey, Edith and Moses, I think you guys are great people. I'm really proud of what you did in this family. The sacrifices you guys made to provide a better life for everyone and the work you do in this community is unbelievable. And you know who I think deserves the praise and the glory for that? You do. And I think it's a real shame to really credit everything that you've achieved and give it to a character that we're not even sure isn't a figment of your imagination. Now, I'm not saying that everybody around them saying that would change their belief, but it would just create a totally different sort of social environment for them to believe in. And so I'm just always wondering, I think it's worth to try to change that context a little bit. Go ahead, Midnight.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say that ridiculing ridiculing has its ups and downs, right? You can ridicule these guys for, you can ridicule religious people for having the beliefs they have, but I don't know if you noticed, religious people are kind of a protected class when you think about it, right? Because you could have a religious person who just hounds you by saying, oh, Jesus loves you, Jesus this, come to Jesus or whatever, and depending on how you respond to them, you know what I mean? If you respond in a negative manner, you're the asshole. Like this. I don't know if you noticed this. Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, of course. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Like you're like if they get up and they say, "Oh, I want to praise God for the glory," and you just say, "No, I think that's." Why would you get up and say that in front of me? I don't believe in God. Come on now. Right? All of a sudden, you're a jerk. Sure. Right?
Yeah,
and it's like all I did. Wait, if they free to just get up and grandstand on behalf of Jesus, and all I'm saying is, hey, I really don't appreciate that because I don't believe like you do. Why do I need sensitivity training? Right?
Well, I mean, yeah, and that's what I'm saying, right? Like there are some people in my life who are that way, and I'm like, you know what? Like, you know what I mean? I try to be nice to them, try to not argue with them. Like, we have a conversation about it, and you know what I mean? But I never outright say, oh, your beliefs are stupid. You insult them. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't really do anything. It just makes them dig their heels even more. Like insults do have their use, and sometimes you can insult somebody so much that they're like, what the hell am I doing with my life?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Hang on a second.
But not always.
Cameron, I would love to see Rebecca's questions for skeptics like written out or typed out or something so I could maybe go through them, or if the video's not too long. It's something we should probably put in Discord, but find a way to it's good to draw my attention to something in the chat, especially if it's topical to what we're discussing. The reason I ask people to put things in the Discord is number one, it'll be easy to remember it after it scrolls off the screen or we're not talking about it in that moment. And number two, if we end the stream or we're not live or whatever, we sort of lose the record. It's the same thing we say in the Zoom chat, right? When we're working with our colleagues, right? A lot of times people will be like, oh, I'll drop this to you in the chat or I'll send it to you in the chat. And we're like, dude, if you really want me to see it, send it to me in my email, because when I leave the Zoom, I'm probably just going to click end meeting. And then before I even think about it, that means everything that was put in that chat disappears before I even, you know what I mean? So it's like, putting it in a Discord is a way to make it last. So I just want people to say I don't mind you guys. It's not like I'm upset about people dropping links. And Cameron's a mod, so he's free to drop links here if you want. But yeah. Also, he was trying to pose a question to Chris, I think, before he left. But I think Chris said his audio is not working on his end, and so he's gonna leave and come back. Go ahead, James.
I have to run, but I'll be back in a half hour and see if you guys are around.
Oh, you're going to be back in a half hour or so? Yeah, I'll be around. I'm not going anywhere. I might be doing January 6th stuff. If I am, just chill and pop chat back here. Yeah, no, you can pop back here and just let me know. Just let me know you're back here. Because I'd actually you know, I'd like to have you to bounce comments and ideas off of as we're going through the committee hearing. So again,
Sounds
you're in the
good.
pulpit, so you got James Apperson has those pulpit privileges. Also, James, I wanted to tell you, if you ever want to go through Discord, you can always remind me, even if I'm live and I'm not in the Discord. I should be under that streaming Discord chat, right? So you can always hop in there too.
Awesome.
And then we should have a text and voice chat under probably mods or whatever called pulpit, or maybe I'll make a separate category called pulpit. But that's for people who were like ushers and deacons and pastors, and the pulpit in particular is for people who are deacons and pastors, right? So like a church, like people who can sit in the pulpit. So,
Praise the Lord.
So we should have a voice chat there too. So look for that, and that might be a place we hang out. And then in general, when we don't want to be in sort of the officers chat, we have a lounge in there. So if I'm not on air or something, we could always be hanging out in the lounge. And so I'm going to try to get in the habit of being in that voice lounge voice chat when in the lounge voice chat when I'm not live, and in the streaming voice chat when I am. And then we can always just hop in and out of the pulpit whenever we want to chat about other stuff and not be in the general lounge.
Right. All right, man.
Yeah.
So,
appreciate you, and see you in a half hour or so, and just let me know you're back in the chat or through here, and we'll get you right back in.
All right, peace, guys. I love you.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it, man. Love you too, man. So excited about James, guys. Go check out James on Facebook. Check out the blog. Subscribe to the Facebook channel. Definitely let's support James, right? He's going to be out here getting his start. And, man, when you're... Something else I like for people to think about is some people really go out of their way to find and support small streamers. And there's a couple things that are advantageous about this. I noticed this when I was on Twitch. I'd always be on Twitch, and I'd stream in some weird category, like the first time I started doing programming streams, or the first time I started playing some weird game I've never really played before. And I'd always have new people coming in that category or whatever. And I'd be like, man, that's crazy. Like, how did you find me? And they'd be like, oh, yeah, I like to look through this rare category once in a while. And I go looking for, like, the small streams that I find interesting. And so there's always, like, people on Twitch who went to find rare categories that they were interested in and then went looking for, like, the smaller streams. And part of that is it's easier to interact. If I showed you guys a David Pakman stream, you guys would see that the live chat is so fast and so active, it's really hard to get a hold of the community. And it takes a little bit of while to wrap your head around it. If I go to an even bigger stream, or a more active community, maybe like a TYT, or you go look at like Right Side Broadcasting Network or something like that, their live chat is just, and it's hard to even read. It's literally almost impossible to even read it. And so when you go to a smaller stream, it's like, it's easier to interact with the streamer. It's a lot easier for them to see your questions or your comments. And if they ask for feedback and it's an interactive type of thing, your sort of participation goes a lot longer way. Because, and then what I was really wanting to touch on is that your viewership means more. So that's what I'm saying about supporting James Apperson is like, if a person has 10 viewers and you're one of them, you're 10% of their viewership. If they have 100 viewers and you're one of them, you're 1% of their viewership. That's just math, right? So you're, in some sense, you could think about it, your view going further or meaning more. And that doesn't mean that you should in any way, shape, or form prefer smaller streamers just because they're smaller. You should prefer whatever streams you find the most engaging or you want to watch the most or whatever you're in the mood for. But definitely, if you're looking for extra motivation to support some of our small content creators, definitely know that your viewership goes a long, long way on those smaller streams, especially when someone's just getting started, and just having one more person watching them or in their chat just means a lot. It's a big difference. All right. Chris looks like he's back. Cameron had a question for Chris. Now that he's back, go ahead and drop it. Lena's leveling up in the Discord. Appreciate that. She's checking out some gear. Let me go ahead and click this link so I can pull that up and see what she's looking at. And all right, go ahead, Cameron. Let us know about your question. Don't want buyer's remorse. All right, here's what I'll say. They look decent, and there's a lot of gear out there that is good and priced well. Think a lot about the format you want to broadcast with. Something like this, I think, is great because headsets move around with you. So think about something like when you call into a show, do you want to be calling in from your laptop? Like, guys, this is a very quick conversation for us to have. When you call into a show, you're part of the broadcast. So you want to use the best of everything you have. You should be calling in from the best machine you have available to you. If you have the choice of calling in from a phone or a laptop, and your laptop's a lot more powerful than your phone, you should call in from your laptop. Use the best camera you have available to you, and try to use the best microphone you have available to you. So if you're going to call in, you're going to sit in a chair at a desk with the webcam in front of you, then try to get yourself a nice webcam, try to get yourself a nice microphone. If you're not going to do that because you're going to be walking around or you don't like your laptop or have one or whatever, and you're going to be calling from your phone and you want to get a headset because you like to listen through a headset and you want it to have a nice microphone on it, then do that instead, because don't buy a nice setup for sitting down at a laptop and then call in walking around on a headset. You're right. So think through that. The other suggestion I would give people, but with that being said, always just do the nicest of everything. That means if you've got spotty Wi-Fi, plug in your Ethernet cable. You get a lot stronger signal if you plug in an Ethernet cable. And then always when you think about upgrading, and we teach people this in like audio production schools or video production schools, always upgrade the weakest link in your chain. So we would always say this to people. It makes very little sense buying a $1,000 preamp and then running a $100 mic into it, right? So if you have a decent sounding preamp going into your computer, but you have a shitty microphone, upgrade your microphone. Now, if you have a really great microphone into a really great computer, but your preamp is shitty, then upgrade your preamp. Always upgrade the weakest thing in your chain. So what does that mean? If your Wi-Fi is spotty, plug in your Ethernet cable, see if you get a better signal through Ethernet. If your signal's still shitty, when you plug in and you try to call in places or you do your call-in checks and they're not good, time to consider upgrading your internet, right? If you're going to call in on shows more than, once a week or so, try to upgrade your internet, right? It will be worth it, right? And so the other thing I would say is go with reputable companies. So Lena, this looks great, but I would look for an alternative that's made by a professional audio company that we know. So a company like Behringer or Sony or Yamaha or, what do I have here? Grados, Audio-Technica. Reason being is when you're dealing with companies people don't know about, not a lot of people know how to evaluate their equipment. So something might look great, the specs might sound great, but we don't know that much about the company. So it's sort of like we can only go on what they say and their price. Whereas when you go with companies that are known in what we call the professional audio world or the production world, we tend to know that, yeah, you're going to get what you pay for, and there's a little bit of a premium with these companies because they have name brands, but they're much more reliable and consistent in their quality. Yeah, go ahead, Otangelo. Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're going in and out too, though. Your signal sounds like crap today. Which is weird because Otangelo's the audiophile, but I was in the same position. I had a studio set up for music production, and it really wasn't set up for streaming. I put Otangelo backstage because his signal's weak and it's going in and out. So Otangelo, work on your connection. But yeah, guys, that's just sort of my 2 cents on that. So Lena, I think this is the right idea. I think the price range is perfect. I definitely think you'd probably be happy with it if you got it. But I would say I feel a little bit more confident if it was something in that price range and that style, but just made by like Behringer or Audio-Technica or Sony, like one of these companies we just know a little bit better. That'll also usually offer you more, if something's wrong with it and you need to exchange it, they're a little bit more reliable in that fashion too. Now, you could also go with something, of course, there's like a Logitech option on this page, and I wear like, what are these? I wear Astro gaming, particular like tournament gaming headphones. You see these a lot on competitive gaming tournaments. But to be honest, there's a super premium on gaming related stuff, and usually the gaming premium is even more taxing than the pro audio premium. So I recommend getting like gaming style stuff if you're super hardcore. Oh yeah, but there's like a pair of Astro A40 TR A40X edition. Hang on, let me pull this up real quick. So these are just a little bit more expensive, but they're awesome, and they're also super comfortable, right? The thing I love about my gaming headphones, I wear my gaming headphones when I do these live streams instead of all my studio mixing headphones. And it's literally one of the main differences is that they're just way more comfortable. They're just so comfortable. Whereas the pro audio headsets are sometimes made of like, they've got like a weird plastic sometimes, or they just, after a while sitting on your head, you just wish that they weren't on your head anymore. I can stream comfortably in these all day, and not worry about it. I can stream comfortably in these all day. All right. So yeah, there's these, but yeah, all right. That's my 2 cents on that. Definitely appreciate the ask, because it's good that we help each other think through these kind of gear decisions, and I'm a gearhead. All right, let's see who's back. Chris M is back. How you doing, Chris? All right, now I can't hear you. Check your audio settings, because your thing lit up, but we didn't hear anything from you. Still can't hear you. Let me make sure. Yeah, his audio's there. Dude. That's weird. All right, guys, hang on. Let's check to make sure it's not on my end. We'll go to graphics. We'll play a video clip. Nope, we've got sound, so we're good on our end. That's a quick way to check it. Just play one of those stock clips. It'll make sure our sound is coming through. All right, Chris, you're gonna have to come back. We gotta get a little Pine Creek with you guys out here. You guys gotta get it together. But no, This was super fun. I want to really, really, really thank James Apperson for taking the time to call in. Like I said, guys, I did this to make friends. James Apperson is somebody I got friendly with in the chat and panels and things like that. But someone I genuinely admired before I even started doing this. I remember the day he was our guest on Hot Program. I was like, we out here doing big things, baby. We got an exclusive with James Apperson. Chris, you're good, man. No need to apologize to me, bro. I deal with this stuff all day long. I have technical difficulties every day, guys. There was a time when you're a producer, you're responsible for taking care of the technical difficulties on your channel, right? And so I put so much work into these streams. I do so much testing. I do so many sound checks, and I do them every day. So I get really frustrated when things go wrong or there's a technical difficulty, because I feel like it doesn't reflect my level of training, competence, or preparation. And then I've since learned that you're always limited by what's going on, and there's just always some unexpected challenge every day. And if you knew what that challenge was going to be, of course, you would have addressed it ahead of time. And any challenge I've had in the past, I always check for it, so it's always something new. But all you can do is try to do the best you can, and the more experience with this I get, is I realize that that's the real job as a producer. The real job as a producer is to go, holy shit, the stream just went out. Okay. Don't panic. Deep breath. What happened? Is the power still on? Yep. Okay, it wasn't a power outage. Go check the internet signal. Do we still have internet signal? Okay, we still have internet signal. Okay. Did the computer turn off? Okay, the computer turned off. Should we restart the computer, or should we just go from restream? Well, what's the rest of the plan of the day? The rest of the plan of the day is to just talk to people and review with footage. All right, let's just go with restream on the machine that's already up. We're fine. If the plan is, nope, we're going to play games and we got a bunch of stuff to do and we really need to have OBS. All right, cool. Restart the machine. We'll sit here. No need to panic. All right, let's make sure everything's ready. Take this time to do a quick little sound check while that machine gets going. All right, this is a good chance to take a break. Take a quick break. Use the restroom. Do you need a snack? All right, get a quick snack. Make sure you're ready. How are you going to do your entrance? Are you just going to go live again? Or just a good opportunity to start the show again and do the entrance? If we were in the middle of playing something, do you want to keep going from where we were? Do you need to restart so the new audience can get with us, right? And you tackle all those problems. Your goal is to use that 10 or 15 minutes effectively, right? And so you just don't get frustrated. You just go, okay, that's what it is. And what makes an excellent producer is taking care of it as efficiently as possible and going forward. And then what makes you a good talent is compartmentalizing that frustration, setting it aside, doing the best show you can because your audience doesn't give a shit. So you just learn to do that. And with that being said, I tell No Name that. I tell my one black friend that. I say, we are hosting a call-in show. People are going to be calling in the show, and their signal's going to be no good. They've never called into a call-in show before. Their internet sucks. Their microphone sucks. Their camera sucks. They don't know how to mute themselves. They've got something else going on in the background. So I said, you not only need to get comfortable with your technical difficulties, you need to be calm and sort of not lose your crap when your guest and your co-host have them. So if anything, you don't want to throw your guest. If your guest calls in and they're having technical difficulties, you don't want to be sitting there going, would you get this figured out already, right? Because then, like, it's distracting. Now they're nervous. Now they're much sweatier. No, you want to be like, hey, man, glad you got that worked out. Go ahead. Give us a quick little 10-second countdown. Let's make sure we can hear you okay. Great. I'm going to play a quick video to make sure you can hear it on your own. All right, everything sound good? Great. So glad you called in. What do you want to chat about? Oh, the Shroud of Turin? Great. The Shroud of Turin's fucking ridiculous, but I'm so glad you called in to talk about it. Let's chat. What you got for us? Right? Now go ahead and get a good interview out the person. We ain't got time to be sitting here stressed about no goddamn technical difficulties. So yeah, that's what I'm learning, y'all, as I go. is you just keep it going. And so yeah, no need to apologize, guys, if you have technical difficulties. It happens. We deal with it. We're all in this together. It's all love. Yeah, exactly. Don't hit the panic button. Yeah, Behringer, I wouldn't even recommend Behringer. If you really want great headphones, I'd recommend companies like Bose, JBL. Some of those names are obvious. Definitely Sennheiser. Sennheiser this is stuff that'll be really good. It'll also be really good because then if you start editing, like if you start making content, you'll have something that's really reliable for that, right? I'll give you a point of comparison. Let's say you decide you've got some money to spend. You want to get some really nice headphones. And you decide you're all about that bass, right? So you go get some Beats headphones by Dr. Dre, right? And I'm not shitting on that. I love me some bass too. If somebody sent me some Beats headphones, I'd be happy as shit, right? But what would happen is, let's say you might like to listen to music that way. You might like to watch movies that way. But now let's say you start making your own YouTube videos, or you want to make a little edit here and there. Well, now when you are listening to your work, all your work has that bass boost to it, and then all your mixes are actually going to sound flat because you're getting a sort of hyped up, dishonest representation of what you're listening to. So the advantage of, if you're going to invest in something for call-ins, but you also might have your own channel or might make videos someday, go the pro audio route rather than the amped up, super cool consumer headphones, because once you start putting yourself in the producer chair, you're going to want those headphones to do double duty as what we call reliable studio monitoring headphones. That's why I don't recommend go the gaming route. Again, the gaming route, you play another premium, and then you're buying headphones that have this sort of out-of-whack frequency response so that they sound exciting. Whereas if you go the pro audio route, you'll get something that sounds much more balanced, much more natural. And then when you start making your own stuff, and then you've got to make decisions about how does the bass sound, how does somebody's voice sound, you know, you can trust what you hear a lot better. So these are all great decisions to think about and think through when you're spending your hard-earned money on gear. Right, we're always on a budget. Yeah. So that's why I put those Astro ones there. I said they're for people who want to spend like a little bit more money, right? They are closer to $100. These Sennheisers, these are interesting functionality. I've never heard them before. And then, guys, the other thing is a lot of headsets don't have mics on them. But I'll put these Sennheisers in there. I haven't heard them. I don't know what they sound like. Because most of the headsets... I've been thinking about getting myself a headset with microphone combo, though. Whoa. Is that link really that long? Holy crap. But yeah, people tend to really like these. The reviews on those look really good. They are, what are they? They're $60. So that's kind of in the price range of what Lena sent me. The other way to go is with like oh, what's that? It's like turtle something. God, why am I not thinking the name of this company? Ooh. I might go with something like these. Oh, I like. See, I haven't heard these. Let me look at the reviews real quick. Turtle Beach, that's what I was thinking of. Turtle Beach, they're kind of like lean more gamerish with their stuff. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people are not giving these HP headphones great reviews, so I don't know about those. But yeah, Turtle Beach makes. I don't know. Some makes me want to put these. I still think people probably do like these HPs. Let me see. All right. I'll put a couple other ones. But guys, just remember, keep in mind, I haven't actually heard a lot of these. But I have recommended their stuff to people who have been very, very happy with their stuff. So I'll put it to you that way. All right. So here's a couple things. Some of this stuff is gamerish, but that's good because gamers are the people who have to like have headsets with mics on them. So these might not be great for like video production and stuff like that, but they're probably good for call-ins, and they probably sound really nice for like listening to content and stuff. So that it's probably a pleasant listening experience. So one of those is from Razer. They also come in different colors. The other's from Turtle Beach. They also come in different colors. And then let's see what Audio-Technica headset mic. Yeah, others are. Oh, I bet you those HyperX clouds are really nice. Yeah, all the Audio-Technica ones are about like $100 or more. They just go up. Ooh. All right, I bet you these are steals. Let me see. Yeah, I'd probably bet money these are really fun. All right, y'all, I got two more for you. I'm giving y'all options. All right, boom, the wired JBLs, the JBL Quantum 100s. I would literally buy those today and not even think about it. I'd send them back if I didn't like them, but I'd literally be willing to bet my money that those are wonderful. And then I'm gonna give y'all two more. All right. There's a more expensive version of these, but these Sting Core Hyper Clouds, I think they're wireless. Y'all, we gonna hook y'all up. We gonna have the whole Call to the Flying Man's gonna sound dope. That's gonna be our signature. And then these are about $100 for somebody that's looking for something premium that they're gonna want for like when they make content as well. So the last ones I dropped, they're about $100 or $84. I guess there's an $84 version, and I think those will be great for gaming, but also doing some other stuff. All right, guys. If you guys have anything else, though, here's what else we'll do. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Let's do this. I wanted to do this yesterday, and since this came up today, let's just do this now. let's go down here to production. And we're going to add a text channel called gear. All right. And so this is where you can ask for gear recommendations or drop links and get feedback on stuff. Or if you have suggestions of your own, we're just going ahead and create that channel. So go ahead and drop that here. Also, I'm going to start to create a channel under Start here, where I'm going to create another channel on this called Setup. And I'll start to put my setup here. So I'll put some stuff that I have so that you guys can know. So I'll start real quick. Let's just start up this channel real quick. And let me, I'm going to be really weird on y'all. I recommend shopping through Amazon. They oftentimes just have the best protection plans. Sometimes their protection plans are for years. You know, you can get like 3 or 4 years, and they're usually very affordable. A lot of times they cover all sorts of malfunctions and power failures and all sorts of stuff that might happen. And some of them even cover accidental damage. So just check the details for each item that you buy. But for a lot of points, I'm just going to start with Amazon links because ultimately I'm not trying to make a political statement about which CEOs I like and don't like. I'm trying to help you guys spend your money the way I would spend mine. All right, so let's look at a couple things. The mic I have in front of me is called the V67G. I'm going to go ahead. This is it. I'm going to go ahead and drop that link. You guys can see it's about $100 mic. It's down 50%. It was almost like a $300 mic when I got it, but it's come down quite a bit. It looks great. It looks very cool. It's really great, guys. It's meant for studio vocals. It's not a podcasting mic. I'm telling you, it's the mic I use. It's not the mic I'd recommend if you just want a podcasting mic, but I want people to know what I'm using. The reason I have this is because my studio started as a music production and recording studio. And then when I even started doing this stuff, I thought more about podcasting, like more about doing voiceovers and narration for videos than podcasting. So anyway, this is a great vocal mic. It is a great mic for recording a fantastic singer or lead vocalist. It's also great at recording instruments like acoustic guitars and string sections and that type of stuff. I have 2 of them. One upstairs that I just have as a spare. And it is also great as like a drum overhead mic. The other reason I got this mic is you see the price. It's considered a great microphone for its price. For a $100 large diaphragm condenser microphone, it's considered amazing in that price range. However, you can actually upgrade it. You can hot rod it. You can look up on the internet how to upgrade this microphone, and then you can send it to people who, for like a few more $100, can upgrade it for you. And then people say it competes with like microphones that are in the several $1,000 range. So the thing I loved about getting this mic is that it's a great all-purpose primary microphone for a recording and production studio. It's upgradable, right? I knew that as I bought in nicer mics and more expensive mics and started to have filled out my mic collection and no longer would rely on my primary vocal mic being a V67G, that I could upgrade it, and rather than getting rid of it or not using it, I could upgrade it and hot rod it, and then it would still retain its usefulness as an even better sounding microphone. And of course, with the green and gold, it just looks phenomenal. So love it, still have it. It's right here, and I have another one. So that's up there. These microphones, I have 2 of these Pile Pros, so we'll throw those in there so you guys can decide those. They look great. The reason I have these guys is because I think these are Pile Pros. What are they? Yeah, they're Pile Pros And let's say Pile Pro vintage mic. All right, yeah, these guys. And mine are very expensive. Mine were like these guys, the $30 guys. All right. Now, the reason I have these guys is because they have different cables on them. They have like mic cables. They have like guitar cables on the other end of them. So they're very easy to plug into amps or different types of interfaces. I also use them to go into my PlayStation party and to the Discord. And that's why I have two of them. You can see them here. I have a black one. This one goes into the Discord a lot of times or is used as a backup stream mic. This one normally goes into the PlayStation party. Currently, I have this mic going everywhere, but these are my other mics. I use them because they sound really good. They're really awesome. I love the vintage look. And another thing you guys will learn about my preference for microphones. I like microphones with buttons on them. These microphones, or rather a mute switch. These microphones have a switch, right? You see that switch on the microphone, right? That's an on-off switch. That's like a mute button. Most of my microphones, like with this one, it's always open, meaning I have to reach all the way over to the soundboard, right? I can mute it there at the soundboard. I reach over to the board just to mute it if I hit a cough or something like that. Or I have to reach to the mixer in front of me to mute it. With these mics, when I have it set up, how I used to have this set up, I'd be streaming with this mic, so I rarely ever wanted to mute the streaming mic. And then I had one of these going to the Discord and one going to the PlayStation party. And what that meant was that if I wanted to quickly, say something going into the Discord but not to the PlayStation party, or say something going into the PlayStation party that didn't go into the Discord, I could easily just flip the button right in front of me, right? And so I normally have these here like this, right? And so I can talk into all my microphones at once. They can all pick me up, and then I'm right here. I'm on these switches. I use these switches all the time, right? So the switches are very important to me. So now you know why I like what mics I like. I got them in different colors. I use red accessories for my PlayStation, so it's just an easy visual reminder, and I wanted them to be different colors so that it's easy to remember which one is going to where. I didn't want them to be the same color. So I have two of these. I highly recommend them. I like them, but they need a lot of gain. You got to turn them up really loud to get a decent signal out of them. But again, they're inexpensive. They're $30. They also don't pick up a lot of noise. So if you're listening to speakers and stuff like that, if I'm listening to the speakers, I cannot have this microphone on. Listen to what happens when I unmute the speakers. I guess there you go, right? Feedback. As soon as I say anything, as soon as I put sound through these, the feedbacks, right? And that's because this mic has super sensitive electronics. It picks up everything. Let's do the same check, though. This is stuff that makes a difference. Let's do the same check, but this time I'll put in this other mic. So I'll mute this mic. All right, now I'll unmute this microphone. Now I'll do the same thing. I'll keep talking and I'll turn up the speakers. I have the speakers all the way up. Notice that it's not feeding back. Why? It's a different type of microphone. This is called the dynamic microphone. It doesn't have all those electronics in it. It doesn't pick up a lot of space. I have to give it a lot more gain for you guys to hear it. This mic is cranked up on the interface, and it has to be, but it's a lot safer. Why is this important? Well, when I'm producing, a lot of times, if I'm working on a mix or working on a video, I don't want to have to listen to headphones. I want to take the headphones off, and I want to listen through the speakers. If I'm listening through the speakers, I can't use this microphone, right? So it's important to have something like this, or even better, something like this, where it just has a switch, and I can just operate from the switch, and I don't have to worry about the speakers feeding back onto the stream. It also makes the stream more engaging, because some of you may notice that I don't have my earrings on today. Oh, what'd you say? You didn't notice?
You didn't notice that I don't have my earrings on today? Why is that? Oh, because my head's been covered by headphones all day, right? So somebody like me who wants to sing and dance around the studio and wants to produce music, it makes the stream more engaging if I can have the speakers on. Let's turn the speakers on. And then I can take the headphones off. Now I can still play music. I can still hear the stream. Let's go. Drop my headphones. That's why they go on there. Let's go ahead and play some OG Roddy. Right, I can hear the music. It's coming out the speakers. Right. In order to get feedback, I have to literally hold the microphone up to the speaker. Check, check, check. All right, we're good, right?
Yeah. Well.
All right, I'm gonna switch mics again and turn these speakers off. All right, so these are all sort of technical stuff that you think about. All sorts of technical stuff that you think about when you're making these type of purchases. Anyway, let's grab these and let's go ahead and drop it into the setup chat as well. Oh, that got in there before the V67G. Here, let's go back. Let's copy that. Let's get that in there. All right. And then for now, I also want to put in, I'm not going to put in all my stuff, obviously. I'll put in my C922, my webcam. My other webcam you can't buy anymore, so that's interesting. But I use one of these. That's the one you see in the restream. So this camera in the restream is the C922 from Logitech. And then I also want to put in the Behringer Wing. People might want to know what the big console in front of me is. It's this Behringer Wing. What you see is $4,000, right? That's this guy. That's the centerpiece of the studio. That's the most important piece of equipment in the studio is this mixing console. I love it. 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 I want two of them. Wait, let's delete that. Oh, wait, there it goes. All right, I literally wish I owned more than one, and I wish I bought it sooner, and I can't wait till they make a new model of it, and I want to buy that one. I love it. We also have the Behringer X32 rack. This is the new one that we're installing, so I'll go ahead and put that in there too, because we just got this in the studio. That's what that'll be. And then I wanted to put in my mixer, which is a Behringer Xenix. And this is actually the sonic powerhouse of the studio. This is the thing that all the mics and everything runs through, and all the mixer comes, the entire stream and all my sub mixes is run through this right here, the Xenix 2442 USB. As you can see, I last purchased one April 17th, 2022, right? This is the one my one black friend helped me get, right? My one black friend bought me one of these. Why do I work hard to promote my stuff, guys? I have co-hosts that have invested in my studio and my content. Perfect example, like I said, is my co-host for Hot Program. My one black friend bought me this mixer. I have 3 of them. I was having trouble with the ones I had. They were no longer serving the purposes I needed for the stream. He bought me a new one. All right. So that's a bunch of my gear, guys. There's some stuff from my setup. And if you want to talk about your gear quest or recommendations, we now, under the production channel, under the production area, have a gear channel. I'll put it at the top. So yeah, thank you guys so much. I love nerding out. I'm a gearhead.
I live for this studio life, and I spend a lot of my time shopping for gear, thinking about gear, trying to make educated decisions and help other people make educated decisions, especially on a tight budget. So I know all about that, guys. Yeah. And even I'm on a tight budget, guys. This mixer, I didn't just buy this mixer outright. I put this mixer on a payment plan, right? It was an investment in my studio. It was an investment in my content. It was an investment in my ability to get better at mixing. I wanted to own a digital mixer. I could not afford this digital mixer. Oh, wait, I just noticed that my camera here has gone out. I think the phone died and I need to recharge it. All right, so let me for now take that camera off. But yeah, I had to invest on it. I pay on a payment plan. I have a Guitar Center gear card. I have a Sweetwater consumer line credit card. I have an Amazon consumer line credit card. And so a lot of the gear you guys see, I've paid for on an installment plan. It helps me build my credit. And just like I was when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I saved up money every month till I could buy my purchases. Now I budget. I have a bill for these things every month to pay for my gear. And I get the gear a lot sooner, and it helps me build my credit as I pay for it. And then once it's paid off, I make the next major purchase, right? So I don't want you guys to think I just got it like that and I just drop cash on all of this stuff. Nope, I decide it's something I want to invest in, and I live paycheck to paycheck, but I am grateful that I've been able to invest in what we have. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a little bit more music. I'm going to take a quick little break. I want to get myself a drink, pee real quick, and then when I come back, actually, I told Rob I'd write a paragraph, so let me write this paragraph real quick, and then I'll take a quick break, and then we'll get ready for what are we going to get ready for? The next day of January 6th coverage. I want to say finish this up by 10 so that we can get into January 6th or get into my break and then January 6th by that time. So this will just help me save some time over this weekend. And I need to get this to my advisor. Don't care, just say okay. All right, let's talk about this paragraph. What it is it's about a salmon run grant. And I'm not making the final version. I'm just trying to get some thoughts out. So I need to just write words. It really doesn't matter. I'll come back to it later. Salmon run is an incredible educational video game. It teaches essential concepts in biology, ecology, and evolution, in an exciting and engaging manner. Furthermore, tower defense games are a growing genre amongst hardcore gamers and niche gaming communities alike. But beyond that, Salmon Run introduces elementary school students to superstar researchers while exposing them to the important work done in many scientific professions. Being a free-to-play game allows us to provide this experience for students from all walks of life. Regardless of financial constraints. Therefore, I am overjoyed at the opportunity to develop a ambassadorship I fucked up the spelling. For educators from underrepresented backgrounds. These generation-changing educators, teachers will in turn do the truly meaningful work of diversifying the next generation of STEM professionals. Our workshops will ensure that in addition to being salmon-run power users, I don't know, there we go. Our ambassadors will master the techniques. Wait, well, hold on. Will master their ability to integrate gaming into their curriculum in alignment with the latest in empirically driven peer instruction based pedagogy. We ain't even gonna what we gonna save that as? Work notes, salmon run roll intro 1. We ain't even gonna revise this shit. We're gonna revise this tomorrow and send it off. But look at this shit, y'all. Salmon Run is an incredible educational video game. It teaches essential concepts in biology, ecology, and evolution in an exciting and engaging manner. Furthermore, tower defense games are a growing genre amongst hardcore gamers in each gaming communities alike. This to be among a niche Leave that alone. All right, but beyond that, Salmon Run introduces elementary school students to superstar researchers while exposing them to the important work done in many scientific professions. Being a free-to-play game allows us to provide wait. All right. Being a free-to-play games allows us to provide the experience for students. Let's say 2 students. Sorry. Allows us to provide the experience 2 students. There we go. I'm fucking this up. Provide the experience for students. There we go. Provide the experience. There we go. 2 students from all walks of life, regardless of financial constraints. Therefore, I am overjoyed at the opportunity to develop an ambassadorship, which is what I've been asked to do, for educators from underrepresented backgrounds. These generation-changing teachers will in turn, is that how we do that in turn? I don't know. Let's do it like that. Do the truly meaningful work of diversifying the next generation of STEM professionals. Our workshops will ensure that in addition to being Salmon Run power users, our ambassadors master the ability to integrate gaming into their curriculum in alignment with the latest and empirically driven peer instruction based pedagogy. Oh my God. That's why I'm up and coming in this goddamn evolution education game. Cause I could just lay my evolution education game rap down like that. Like I'm gonna just leave it at that and sleep on it, and we can improve it slightly tomorrow, and then we're just gonna send it off because that's it right there. I just laid it out like right like that. No bullshit, no games, live, on TV. Come on, y'all. All right, look, we're gonna take this quick break. Matter of fact, we could close this. We done with this. We saved this shit. We good. Save. Everybody else good. We done. Good. Boop. Done. Don't save. Don't care. Don't even need that. That was just for demonstration purposes. Close that. I don't want to see Zoom for the rest of my life. I mean, the rest of the day. No, we can stay in the Discord. Let's make sure we're in the correct Discord. Discord voice connected under where? No. We should be, there we are, under streaming under Watch Me. There we go. Boom. Y'all could join me in a Discord. The Discord's good. Actually, let's check our Discord settings real fast. Voice and video. Behringer 5 and 6 in and out. Perfect. Check our restream settings. 3 and 4. Perfect. All right, that's good to go. All right, we got some OG Roddy rocking. Perfect. Let's go to YouTube. We'll put more of our setup in later, but y'all see we gonna get it going. I'm really happy to do that. I got so much gear to share with y'all. It'll be dope to have that so people can actually know what I'm rocking with in the studio. I'll also do a studio tour video at some point of what we got now. And then also I'll show you guys what we update. Oh, Arm Brown's got a special live stream. Let's get it.
Soon. Okay.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna take this quick break. When we come back, we're gonna get ready. We're gonna do communion, chill out, catch a vibe, and then we're gonna do this fucked up ass January 6th. Did he just end his stream? I think this motherfucker just ended his stream.
Soon. Okay.
Nah.
That is a freaking predator right there. I am having trouble doing the show.
All right, I'm gonna leave my cameras up so y'all can see when I come back and shit. Oh yeah, he is ending his stream. He said bye everybody. All right. All right, I'm just watching this chat. Lena and Chris are having a chat, and you know, about pretty relevant stuff. So, all love. Y'all, we're getting ready. Do a little oppo research.
If you want to believe it happened by chance, that's not
a little
science,
opposition
that's imagination.
research during
I don't
the
think
break.
that'll go well for you, Judgment Day.
A little opposition research during the break here.
First one's already been determined. Your birthday, your death date. Hope it's a long time from now, but it's coming. Then what? What happens after you die? Think about that, because you'll be dead for a really long time. If you'd like to know more about going to heaven, I'd be glad to talk to you about that. Non-argumentative, 855-BIG-DINO. Extension 3. Take calls all day.
Now, guys, if you're asking yourself, where you go after you die and whether you go to heaven or hell and whether or not God's predetermined your death date, if you're asking yourself, what the fuck does that have to do with our beneficial mutations evidence for evolution? Right? Immediately as soon as we tune in, y'all already know what the vibes are. And this is also a critique for people who try to tell me that Donnie for Standing for Truth is a good moderator. He's the worst moderator. A good moderator would never be having a fucking debate about our beneficial mutations evidence for evolution and letting this nigga rant. Now, I think that was the end of the debate, and that was probably Kent Hovind signing off. I guess everybody's logging out. I guess it's about to be 10 o'clock. All of these squares are going to bed. They can't really hang with the late night crew. They don't really know what it's about. But anyway, y'all, that's what we're headed for. So don't be surprised, y'all. Ken Hovind's gonna tell me I'm going to hell, and whatever. Yeah. See, Donnie just started this. Oppo research. We're not doing it tonight though, because Lord knows I really don't want to listen to the motherfuckers. We got to listen to January 6th, y'all. Oh, there's another Trump rally. Oh Lord. Trump's live right now, y'all. Here we go.
That includes third world countries. There's never been a country that's allowed people to pour into their country. And it could be
Lord.
The worst managed, the worst countries, third world countries. Nobody's ever
All right, I'm going to let y'all listen to this for a couple minutes while I get ready, but then we're doing our communion and we're covering January 6th. We do like to cover Trump rallies. There'll be plenty more Trump rallies, but we got to get through our January 6th coverage. We got to really document that. And we'll resume covering Trump rallies afterwards. I don't want to lose the night covering January 6th, watching Trump rally. Mostly these Trump rallies, which we will cover. We will cover all the Trump rallies. The reason we cover Trump rallies is because we are left-wing, right-wing media watching. But our January 6th coverage is important, and I think it would be a mistake to do what Trump probably wants us to be doing, which is to get distracted with his current bullshit and not give January 6th the proper attention it deserves. So we'll enjoy this for a little bit. Maybe we'll poke in here and there and see what's going on, but we'll listen to this and then we'll get going with January 6th. So,
ballot drop boxes across the state is totally illegal.
The election was stolen. Ban ballot boxes.
That means they were obviously illegal in the 2020 election. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of votes, and we were
still saying the big lie, y'all.
We won this thing by a lot. We won this state by a lot.
Why are we covering January 6th?
These unmanned, unsecured drop boxes.
Old news.
Was
still
never
telling the same
authorized
lie.
by the state legislature. By law, it has to be. They never got approval. But
ban all boxes.
The drop boxes.
All right. So in all seriousness, even I didn't expect Trump to be 2 hours late. So I can stay with you guys until the bottom of the next hour. If you want me to just leave the speech running, I've got to go and deal with, my newborn daughter. I'll gladly just leave the speech running if people want.
We no longer have ballots for Republicans. We only have them. Now think of this. How did they get away with this one? But Carrie Lake and Blake.
People saying it'll be over in 40 minutes. Hell no, it won't be over in 40 minutes.
And how would you like to have that right at the beginning? I'm sorry, we have no longer any Republican ballots. Democrats come right ahead. And then they say the elections are honest. We are also like a third world country
this
when
never
it comes
happened.
to elections. As the Wisconsin Supreme Court said in its decision, If the right to vote is to have any meaning at all, elections must be conducted according to law. Really great. The Dropbox scam in Wisconsin and other states, many other states, was in addition to the outrageous stealing of votes from the elderly at Wisconsin's nursing homes. You know, that hundreds of thousands of votes. You know, for years, it was a very, very few people voted from a nursing home. But this year, you had almost 100.
This is also a lie. It's totally untrue.
So much. And you know how they found out about it? The sons and daughters of parents were irate. My father was comatose. My father was very ill. My father didn't vote. Oh, yes, he did. No, my father didn't.
This literally did not happen.
Horrible thing that took place. But fortunately, a gentleman, Justice Michael Gableman, put it very strongly in his report. One of the most highly respected people in your state, Justice Gableman, said rampant fraud and abuse occurred statewide.
Y'all, he pulled up the super chat. He pulled up the super chat.
The election and what happened. Where is Michael? Where is he? Michael, stand up, please.
He excoriated it.
Michael Gableman took great courage.
Which side of the Civil War would Trump have been on?
Didn't have the courage to say what they knew was true. I ran twice, I won twice, did much better the second time than I did the first. Getting millions more votes in 2020 than we got in 2016. I was told that if we got the same number, there's no way we could lose. We got millions and millions more votes. And likewise, getting more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country by far. And now we may just have to do it again, right? We may have to do it again and bring our country back.
Wow. What excitement at that prospect. I love how Trump keeps the rallies fresh and covers new ground at each of them.
Thank you. But first, we have to win a historic victory for the Republican Party. There's some great people in this party. It's going to happen in November. When we retake Congress, among our highest priorities must be to end the nightmare Joe Biden has created on our southern border. Millions and millions and millions of people pouring in unchecked. Nobody knows where they're from. Last week, we had 129 countries represented of people that came into our country illegally. We know nothing about them. We're going to pay a price for many, many years to come.
We must know something if we know the countries they came from, right?
They're pouring across our border. Other countries are emptying out their prisons and sending the worst criminals the world has ever known right into the United States. We're like a dumping ground. They're emptying their jails into our country. They don't want them back. They said, let's get them out. Very expensive to keep them. So they're just dumping them right into the United States. They're coming in all different ways, including in the caravans. Just weeks ago, a savage, illegal alien criminal in Pennsylvania, already suspected of 2 prior stabbings, shot an innocent 76-year-old man in the back of the head while the man was out for his morning walk. Earlier this year, a MS-13 gang member, these are the worst of the worst, was sentenced for helping lure a teenage boy to a playground, beating him in the head, and brutally stabbing him 32 times to death. 2 other illegal alien MS-13 gang members in Texas were convicted for raping and murdering a 15-year-old girl in a...
By the way, if they were already convicted, given how slowly the justice system worked, it's completely plausible that the crimes happened while Trump was president. I mean, I just don't know about the individual stories he brings up, but if we're already at a conviction, meaning the trial has ended and the pretrial has... It's completely plausible that that happened while Trump was still in office.
Of ICE and the Border Patrol and the police generally, law enforcement's been incredible in this country. They got to be allowed to do their job. The radical Democrats have turned our country into one giant sanctuary for dangerous criminal aliens. In the Republican Party, we believe our country should be a sanctuary for law-abiding citizens who love America. And if we're going to make America great again, our first task is to make America safe again. No crime. Right here in Milwaukee last year, murders reached an all-time high, and in 2022, homicides are up, listen to this, 38% from 1 year ago. Worst it's ever been. The worst it's ever been. And you can say that about many, almost all, almost every single Democrat-run city in our country. Under a Republican Congress, we should pass emergency funding to hire thousands more police officers, and we will do that.
Trump literally can't get anything right. There have been 38 more homicides in Milwaukee this year. Not 38% more, but it's like, does it even really matter?
Back their respect. They know what to do. We have to allow them to do it. Right? Tim knows. And instead of targeting Republicans, conservatives, Christians, and patriotic parents, the Biden administration should try going in and dismantling the street gangs and vicious criminal cartels that are dominating these Democrats.
All right, guys, you got like, it's 9:56. You got till 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we're going to show people how we start a goddamn show. You know, I jumped on earlier because of Nate, and I've been streaming all goddamn day, and it's Friday night, and I had my meetings, and I wrote my fucking paragraph, and it's time to get into this fucked up ass January 6th. So we are starting the show properly at 10 o'clock. We're doing the intro, we're doing the fucking countdown, we're doing the whole goddamn bit. So go piss. Take a doo-doo pie. Take a doo-doo pie. That is my own sperm. Splooge all over yourself. That is my own sperm. Whatever you got to do. Because 10 o'clock, we are starting a real goddamn show, and we're going to show our new people how we do it around here. So y'all going to see me back here getting ready. Take a doo-doo pie.
The drug problem they have is they send drugs to us. That's our problem. But they stopped doing it, very much so. But I said, President, do you have a drug problem? No, we don't. You don't. I said, wow, that's amazing.
All right.
What do you attribute
AR got the chameleon ready.
Trial.
AR know what time it is.
I said, what's a quick trial? That means a quick trial. It means exactly what it says, quick trial. And they have the death penalty for drug dealers.
This is Trump's new thing, talking about killing drug dealers.
The United States or someplace else where nothing happens to us. If we're going to stop this scourge, and this is a big factor for the crime in our country, drugs, it's time to get brutally tough on the dealers, traffickers, and narco-terrorist cartels who are stealing millions and millions of lives, killing people in our country. If you want to make our country safe for violent, I'll tell you what, if you want to make it safe for violent criminals, just vote for the radical Democrats, because they're never going to change. If you want to make them safe for your family, your children, and for law-abiding Americans, you must vote for Republicans. You have to do it. You know, the drug dealers, each drug dealer...
Here we go.
...kills. We're not even talking about destroying and destruction of families and destroying lives. Kills approximately 500 people each.
Think about how idiotic this is.
Unbelievable.
You know, in high school, there was this guy named Chris who would sell pot. He was responsible for 500 murders.
Thousands of people are killed. I believe we lost last year 250,000 people died from illegal drugs coming over our border. And 2 years ago, we had that down to the lowest number in many, many years. We had the wall.
It's like, this is the type of thing that doesn't even pass the sniff test, even remotely.
They had no choice. Otherwise, we would have put tariffs all over the place. They said, we would love to give you the soldiers. We would love to. Free of charge, sir. They were great.
Sir.
They were great. I really like the president. He's a socialist, but that's okay. That doesn't make him a bad person. But we have some real bad ones in this country. But it was amazing, the job we did. Our country doesn't win anymore. We don't win with our military, with education, with trade. We don't win with anything. We just don't win. We're going to start winning again, just like we were 2 years ago.
Globalist.
Right here in Wisconsin, we have some critically important elections coming up, starting with the primaries this Tuesday, August 9th. Got to get out. You got to vote.
All right, guys, we're going to start our show in a couple minutes. Go ahead, make sure
you vote for true conservative warriors, starting with the next governor of Wisconsin, Tim Michels.
Trump is the least enthused when he has to talk about the other candidates
And who Tim is.
that he's ostensibly here to support.
Oh, you know, he's a businessman and he'll own something little.
A friend of mine just asked me when I mentioned I was streaming the rally, they were like, what's Trump rallying for? I was like, I don't even know. It doesn't make any sense.
He builds massive tunnels and infrastructures and bidding like on the Lincoln Tunnel in New York.
Guys, I think we're on day
He bores through earth. He bores through mountains.
Of committee hearings.
Now, you're boring us right now,
dude. He's one
dude.
of the biggest employers in the state. And this is where he's based. He's all over the world building these big tunnels that go through
I'm pulling up the January 6th
incredible
committee.
granite mountains. I say, how the hell? I was with him. I spent more time talking about that than I did, frankly, politics. I said, you got to tell me about the machines that do it. They cost 35 to 40 million each, but they're incredible. He said, they go through it like butter, sir.
Yeah, I think we'll go with
I love construction. I'm sorry.
MSNBC.
I love construction.
Let's go with the Associated Press.
Sir, he's big. He's big time is the point. This is big stuff. The biggest in the world at what he does. Tim is a tremendously successful builder and runs the largest construction company in your state. He employs more than 8,000 people here. He's a former Army Ranger, most importantly, a proud America First patriot who is with us right from the beginning. He's been with me for a long time. Introduced by a friend of mine, Diane Hendricks. You know who Diane is? You know, I heard about this woman, Diane. This is 6, 7 years ago. And I heard she was a Trump fan. I said, who the hell is she? She owns some stores. I said, oh,
and we will be forced to let you play.
Thousands of them. I said, who is she? How many stores?
Trump wouldn't care about an actual single store owner. I mean, he needs a franchise to be interested.
And then this one.
Well, naturally, because of that, I became extremely friendly with her. And she also happens to be beautiful, by the way. Now, I don't say that anymore. You know, in the old days, I'd say beautiful. Today, I don't say that. I don't even notice that. But she is. She's
Today,
a great
I don't even say that.
woman.
I don't even notice
that
after I just called attention to it.
Would you do us a favor? We
Tim
need it so
Apple?
badly in the state. The state is getting hit
Yeah, I
from
think this
so
is
many
the
ways.
wrong
We have
day.
this incompetent governor named Evers. You can't call him Evers, I guess. Evers. And we have somebody that's incredible. And, you know, it takes a lot of courage to do what he's doing. It took courage to do what I'm doing, I can tell you. Tim, enjoy you.
No one's more courageous than me.
But it takes a lot of courage. But he's the real deal. You know, under my administration, Tim served on my infrastructure task force. I can't think of a better guy than that. He's the biggest in the world. He helped us build
we did these guys
Keystone
yesterday. All right, that's
XL
5.
pipeline before Biden shut it down. Can you imagine that? And even gave the experts some real help on the border wall, showing them how to do it, how to get it done, because we built hundreds and hundreds of miles, and he was so helpful in explaining what to do and the best way to do it. As your governor, Tim will crack down on violent crime, and he won't play games. He will fight to lower soaring energy costs, create jobs, and guarantee free and fair election. Tim has always, the elections will be free and fair. Tim will always defend your Second Amendment.
I'll be honest, I didn't notice, but I see people chatting. There is something very strange about Trump's hairline tonight.
Lockdown state. You and the governor of Michigan, how about her? The only one she didn't lock down was her husband. It's true.
Still talking about that? All right.
He went boating. He would be boating in the middle of the lake. Nobody else was allowed, but he was.
All right. Great. That's done. I think we are just about ready to go. We need to set up our Be Right Back scene. This is so fun, just putting together the show on the fly because we are already live. All right, so let's do the Be Right Back scene. Let's make sure we've got up what we need there. We need the webcam. We need to turn everything off. Everything above the restream chat should be turned off. All right, let's pick a good starting clip. Let's go with the, let's hit some of the classics. Let's go modern cultural Christian standards. All right, cool. We'll get our side view queued up. All right, guys, we're going to start this show. All right, y'all, when I cut to the side camera, I'm going to just start introing the show. That's how y'all going to know it's showtime. Oh, yeah, I'm going to give y'all a little countdown, too. We're going to do countdown and cut. Tux, what up, Tux? Go ahead, bro. Call into the church. I have it muted right now while I do the intro, while I intro the show. Once I'm done introing the show and I get the January 6th going, you'll be able to listen to it and commentate on it through the restream. All right, so if you want to go ahead, yeah, all right, you good. All right, so yeah, just chill back there for a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and start the show, and then we'll be good. All right, y'all, so hold on. Changing microphones. Quick sound check, because none of that stuff is on. All right, let's take these off. All right, I can hear myself coming through the speakers. Check. Turn that off. Mute this. That's good. That's fine. Check. That's off. All right, check this one. How's the battery? Good. Looks good. All right, we should be good to go. What am I doing here? Everything is good except the belt. All right, guys, we'll show you. You get to see probably for the first time behind the scenes as I put the belt on. All right, here we go. All right, y'all, I think I'm going musical introduction. I think I'm going to go full-blown musical introduction, so let's do that. I think we're going to do God Bless America. Uh-oh. All right, y'all see what just happened. Hang on. Part of the reason I actually hate the buckles on this belt is because it's like one size when I have a t-shirt on, another size when I have a sweatshirt on top of it, and sometimes it's hard to find the sweet spot. But since I need to put I'm going to put my robe on, we're going to start the show right. So I'll start the show like I normally would anyway, with the vest on.
All I need is the lyrics. All right, let's do this. Go back, go back. All these are trash. Oh, come on. All right, that's fine. Let's put that over here. Boop. Oh, it's the wrong machine. Oh, but it's the wrong machine. We're suing all machines. Suing all machines. All right, this is one of my favorite intros. All right, so let's do that. Boom. I don't think I need them, but I just put them there. Called confidence monitoring, guys. When you play in a band and you put the lyrics in front of the singer, it's not because the singer doesn't know the words to the song. It's just called the confidence monitor. It's just in case something goes wrong or they lose their place or have a quick brain freeze. They can look up at the monitor and it'll jog their memory. But yeah, you always see us put a lot of time in setting these things up in the tech, and I always feel bad. People are gonna think our worship pastor doesn't know this song. All right, so let's make sure we're set up to go here. I think we're ready to go, guys. I think everything's set up. I got my speakers going. I'm good. Let's do a quick sound check. Sounds. Where's that coming out of? Oh, good. I'm glad I checked that. That's actually not coming out the right thing. Let's switch that. Should be coming out the Steinberg. And then we actually want to mute this. Let's try that again. Much better. It's quieter, but it's supposed to be. All right, there we go. All right, guys. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna count y'all in. Y'all gonna be my co-host for this shit right here. I'm gonna do this just like I do with my one black friend. We first start the show. I go. I'm gonna give you a 10-second countdown. When I get to the end of that, that's how we start the show. Also, you guys will see a transition, and that transition will be done later. Wait. Sorry. That transition will be your cue that we're starting the show. Also, I'll do a cover of John Cena's entrance some other time because we'll use it for a Word Wrestling Entertainment thing. For this, we do patriotic stuff because it's mocking the fucking patriot tards. And I need time to do the Cena thing. All right. So let's see. Yeah. We'll keep this short. All right, so then let's go. Be right back, blah, blah, counter timer. All right, here we go, guys. We're going to start the show in... I'm good. All right, we're going to start the show in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, lost the button, 3, 2, 1... Welcome to the David Blackman Show. I'll be your host this evening, David Blackman, sitting in for your usual host, David Blackman. On tonight's broadcast, we are covering part 6 of the January 6th Insurrection Committee hearings, and you do not want to miss tonight's
explosive testimony. Folks, I'm so glad you could join me. The U.S. champ is here. I am the fastest rising star in all of left-wing, right-wing media coverage. What the fuck is going on in this country? These people are fucking psychotic. Listen up, creatards, Republic trash, and Trumpletins. Okay, that's what I call them because they got to wear the tinfoil hats, the Trumpletins. No, none of this works. Your Jesus bullshit doesn't work. Your patriotic bullshit, it doesn't work. We're going to make fun of you guys a lot. And I need you guys to understand that's us being graceful. You guys have made America look like the land of the fucking retards. Like, it's so fucking unbelievable how stupid these people really are. Here we are catching up on all the unbelievable mountain of fucking evidence that this man tried to orchestrate a violent coup based around the big lie. We have fucking hearings and witnesses. The whole fucking administration is coming out the woodwork. The fucking Justice Department people are leaping out of bushes. Like, let me tell y'all what this nigga did. And he is doing what? Getting even more emboldened. Speaking live right now, holding a rally, continuing to propagate the big lie as he makes his comeback tour for president. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You should all be fucking ashamed of yourselves. Don't come proselytizing to the atheist skeptics on the left anymore. Y'all asses maybe do need Jesus. Holy shit. You are so fucked in the head. And just like evolution, just like fucking anything reasonable, no rational level of fucking evidence will get through to these people. We have literally heard testimony and will continue to hear testimony from fucking everybody who could possibly testify because it doesn't directly incriminate them. Holy fuck, y'all. But let's all be patriotic. Y'all niggas are holding a goddamn Save America rally right now while trying to tell us how patriotic you think you are and how great America is. Literally in one paragraph, y'all are, God bless America. America is the greatest country ever. But these shithole countries keep pouring out their criminals here by the busload. And these Democrats are like AIDS, and they're going to take your God, and they're going to take your guns, and the fucking socialism is coming, and they're going to trans all your kids, and then they're going to teach them that they have no purpose in life because they're just primates, and then they're going to take all your freedoms, and you're not going to be allowed to misgender people on Twitter anymore. But it's the best motherfucking country ever. Ain't that one sexy flag? Don't you see the flag and just want to get all up in that bitch? Ooh, I want to hump that fucking flag. You just want to be humping the flag on one end, had a cross fucking your ass on the other end, and just be getting double teamed. Flag on one end, patriotism on one end, Christianity on the other. Fuck out of here. God bless America. Sing with me with your goose stepping ass. Land that I love, stand beside her and guide her with the blase in the glavinoids from above. From the mountains to the prairie to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. Goose step, goose step, goose step. God bless America. Let's start the show.
indoctrinate children.
That was the wrong scene. We fuck it.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to.
Fuck out of here. Y'all, see, this is what I be talking about. You should be like, what? Why does things not line up like I just thought they would? And then they'd be like, oh my God, oh, what are we gonna do? What happened? What went wrong? Dog, and shit, check this out. There we go, perfect, just like we planned it.
Hang on, bro. You have you have to maintain. You have to act like a
y'all. It's time for the weekend. It's motherfucking Friday night.
In terms of reality,
rocking with the late night.
Not the fucking myopic.
It's time to get ignorant in this bitch.
Whoever fucking talks next while I'm talking is out.
Where the fuck talks next while I'm fucking talking is about this motherfucker.
What's going on with you? What are you talking about?
By the way, Flying Disciple Man. If you can't handle fucking people using strong language, fucking.
Like I said, I come in the name of Jesus by the Holy Spirit.
Figured it out.
I ain't playing with your ass. Don't call up and play with me.
Go, play with the children, okay?
Figured it out.
Fucking
adult. Act like a fucking adult.
Fuck what you think, bitch.
If you can't handle the
if you can't maintain
the heat, then don't come.
Can't maintain.
There's no hell. Cut that bitch off. Turn that poo into what?
Turn that poo into what? Turn that poo into what? Turn that poo into what? Turn that poo.
Fucking ninkum fucking poop.
Fucking ninkum fucking poop. House ass niggas. Motherfucking house niggas. Oh, but Jay, you're being mean to the Christians. To who? Bunch of house niggas. I don't give a fuck about them house niggas. I love saying that shit. All right, y'all. Time to get sad, y'all. We got to give y'all the full range of emotional experiences around here. Right? This like the sad part in the worship service where they be playing that deeply ponderous music and shit. The shit that's supposed to make you feel guilty for your sin and shit. Like they sucker you in with that feel-good worship song about the love of Jesus. But then they hit you with that song about your sin and how Jesus had to die for it. And he had to be all bloody on the cross to pay for your sorry ass. You know what I'm saying? Because you really deserve nothing but hell. And they really want you to be reminded of that, nigga. That's what you deserve. This is how you had God. You had God weeping. God was weeping trying to figure out how to save your ass.
It's too terrifying.
It's too terrifying.
A reality to fully believe. I don't even know what would happen to you if you fully believed it.
It's too terrifying.
Question that cuts close to the bone.
It cuts close to the bone. Yeah, tired of people that get mad at swearing but not treason. Thank you, Bruce. Big thing. Appreciate you. It's too terrifying.
Loss of faith in the idea of
Sam, I don't know how you just lay there when this Jordan Peterson song comes on.
It is only the individual after all.
It's like you dogs don't understand how terrifying this is.
The group does not suffer.
The earth doesn't suffer. And the group doesn't suffer, Sam. But the dogs, you're only going to suffer, so why aren't you crying?
Will be again rationalized and justified.
They're going to rationalize it and they're going to justify it, Sam.
For the future.
And they're not even going to consider your opinion because you're on 4 legs. And you can't talk. And the loss of faith that's happening in dogs won't even be spoken about.
And thank you.
It's too terrifying. Because the group doesn't suffer, Sam. But if the group perishes, then can all dogs go to heaven? Huh? Will it even be metaphysically possible for all dogs to go to heaven if the group has lost the faith? If all the dogs no longer believe, then all the dogs won't go to heaven. It's too terrifying. I can't think about it. It's too terrifying. I gotta play something else. It's too terrifying. You can quote theory but not clean the dishes. This like is low key my favorite. This is the one I love. This was, you know, speaking of too terrifying, imagine a close-up encounter with Ken Copeland as he's about to get into his super,
caught me off guard.
His super SUV.
Now,
you know, he's on the way to his private jet. And you're like, excuse me, I'm from the media. We have questions. Like, oh my goodness, what a horrible assignment.
Well, for example, that's really none of your
That's really none of your business.
Hey, you listening to me? Let me give you another example. And I prayed about it, and I thought, back when, and I might add another
thing.
Misunderstanding. I'm talking about the Bible. God, I get excited talking about it because I love it. I had to learn this, the demons. Abraham was very, very low.
It's too terrifying.
I learned it from him, from the Bible.
There's a foundation in the Bible.
There's definitely a foundation in the Bible. Leader redeem that terror. It's too terrifying.
And he had a covenant with God. I'm talking about the Bible. Oh, God, I love this. And I started out standing. My grandfather.
Whoops. That was a little loud.
I love the people.
I love the people.
Those are the demons.
Those are the demons.
And I understand that. And I love them with all my heart. If you go into the old covenant, and it's full of meanness.
It's just full of meanness.
Full of hell on earth. He made
that
old
old
so
covenant
cheap for me. I couldn't help but buy it. I love your eyes. Face to face, personally. Just the same as Jesus is very real little rulers of the darkness.
An overwhelming sense of impending
But it's a
doom.
biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do.
God, I wish I could read her thoughts while she was interviewing Ken Copeland.
And wonders. It's full of unseen things. Jesus, people. I love people. Dragging some woman down an aisle.
Dragging some woman down an aisle. This is when you get into Ken Copeland's fantasies.
We wrestle not.
We wrestle
And I have
not.
a lot of natural gas.
I have a lot of natural gas is the obvious crowd pleaser, but I honestly I just love we wrestle not. Especially for me guys with the word, it's so great for the wrestling quote. We wrestle not. Oh, Ken Copeland. Where would I be without that guy, man? I love that guy.
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force.
We're reclaiming the rainbow.
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force, the upper middle class superhero team that protects your innocence any way they can. They are Tallulah, Sebastian Caden, Zoe, Quota, and Dirk.
We don't tolerate different.
We're heterosexual virgins.
Yeah! Fighting evil in multicolored skin, tight cut off suspended. Pow! I'm happy to wait.
I don't even need to masturbate.
I did it all on the face of justice. Sex is bad.
And violence is good.
Gonna save the neighborhood
from sex.
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force.
Yogurt in a tube, exactly. exactly. Purity culture in a tube. What flavor Go-Gurt is that? This is purity culture pink. Is that a fruit, nigga? Is that a flavor? What the fuck flavor is purity culture? It's the best kind. It's the best fucking flavor ever. All right? Asking me some dumbass questions like that. All right, y'all, we got one more for y'all. We got to keep putting my man Doug out there. He's having a hard time on YouTube. He tries as hard as he can be to be dead inside. He's always telling people, you got to be dead inside, man. You got to be dead inside. You can't be so sensitive. But then, even Doug struggles because he's only a mere mortal. And then when he sees other people that used to be his friends and they didn't have anything better to do. They were just sitting around all week waiting for Pine Creek to go live. And now those people go live themselves. And some of them even go live while he's live. And then they come through his channel and they give him super chats and they pay him money and they mention their channel names. He didn't like that. Especially because, wait, every super chat comes from somebody with the channel? You mean all the super chats are sponsored by somebody else's channel? And guys, he's having a rough time. He doesn't like being used, okay? Okay, so this one goes out to Doug, man. Doug. Plus, he was hospitalized recently. Come on, Doug, we're with you, Doug. You are physically, emotionally, and intellectually strong, Doug. Okay, and you are dead inside. You don't need to feel used because you're too dead inside for that. And you are alive on the outside, man. We are happy that you're alive on the outside and dead on the inside, man.
You see, sometimes we think we need all this fancy knowledge to grow as a human. But I got news for you. All you have to do is apply one concept and put it to work. That doubt is a virtue. Touch your neighbors and say it's time to doubt.
Touch all over your neighbors.
Here's a new kind
Touch all
of faith.
Your neighbors.
It's not the kind of faith of wishful thinking of the heart, or helps you deny reality, or only works seldomly. It's the kind of faith that's reliable. Repeatable. It's the kind of faith that goes beyond all religions.
Beyond
all biases. Embraces doubt. It's open to change. It's the kind of faith where you know when it's been misplaced. It's the kind of faith that works. You can make sense of it.
Make sense of it.
You can explain it.
Explain it.
It's the kind of faith that you can see, touch, feel, and hear. It's the kind of faith that really does heal the sick.
Amen.
We put our trust, we put our hope, we put our confidence in things that are observable, measurable, repeatable, and most importantly, falsifiable. Let's join together and have a faith that spits in the face of gullibility. You have heard it said that faith has an objective. Well, what has your faith done for you lately?
Janet.
What has your faith done for society lately? Stephen's kind of faith has been around for thousands of years.
Way too
But it
long.
was science that cured smallpox, measles, polio, and infection. Stephen doesn't want his faith to be held hostage to outcomes. But I say outcomes and results matter. Stephen said that with God in your presence, there's nothing you can't do. There's nothing you can't heal. There's nothing you can't restore. But we all know that's not true. You can't fly. You can't walk on water. You can't raise the dead.
Ran out of the
Let's
room
be humble.
when they saw a pair
Let's
of
be
tits.
honest.
Wow.
Let's stop with the hoping and start with the reasoning. Say no to astrology on Monday. No to crystals on Tuesday. No to chakras on Wednesday. No to the vacuum salesman on Thursday. No to homeopathy on Friday. No to faith healing. And yes, the medical healing. And on Sunday, I want a faith that doesn't need a holy book or a pastor or a priest or a rabbi or an imam to know it's not okay to harm others.
That's right. You should not harm others. That's almost like a good rule for champions, people who wear the gold. Guys, I think I just discovered a golden rule. You should not need a priest or an imam to tell you that it's wrong to hurt others. All right, now what if we just revised that and just left it at it's wrong to hurt others? Mostly, right? All right, we'll work on it. We're getting somewhere with this. We're going somewhere with this. You know, you gotta. The main part of the writing process is revising. You know, you got to start with a good idea and then you got to revise that bitch. You know, it's not going to be good right away. That's the problem with Jesus. You know, Jesus would have been all right, but he was too lazy for me because he didn't like to reform. See, when you feel like you're divinely inspired, you just say shit and then you just go with the first thing to come out your mouth. And then when other people think you're divinely inspired, they just believe the first thing to come out your mouth. And all y'all really needed to do was sit down and do some revising. Hey, guys, I got this great idea. Listen, let's just make the law really simple. 2 laws. Love God, love each other. Yeah, see, everybody just went with that. See, if they had a little revision, they'd have been like, but Jesus, we don't really need the first part. If you just go with just love each other, it's better and it's easier to remember. And I'm like, oh, shit, Peter, that's a really good idea. All right, y'all. All right, here's the shit. Get rid of the old law. There was like 300 some odd fucking laws. Yeah, get rid of that shit. All right. And what's the new shit? 10 laws? Yeah, that's a lot. All right, yeah, we're not even going to do the 2 law thing. Forget the 2 law thing. Peter's idea is a lot better. We're just going with the 1 law. From now on, it's just love each other. That's it. What y'all think of that? Damn, Jesus, that's a lot better. We like the way you take in new information and revise your ideas, Jesus. Damn. But, you know, maybe the motherfucker was really an ignorant-ass carpenter, and he didn't understand these things because he wasn't literate like that or whatever the fuck, you know? You never know. He might have had his perfectly legitimate reasons, you know?
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome, everyone, to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary. Visionary. Mr. Dual PhD himself. Two of them. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse. The only man to have his vestments blessed by
Yo, atheist man, Jesus. I just wanted to shout out real quick. Jackie up in this bitch. Appreciate y'all. Y'all blowing up. Stay encouraged, man. I'm watching y'all. I'll be waiting in the wings to be like, God damn. You know, I still fucking hate atheists. But that call to the fire, man, that's pretty cool. I pray for y'all. I really do pray for y'all.
Jesus, who can save us? Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready to go? Oh, we gotta get into more of this fucked up ass last January 6th hearing, because these motherfucking resurrectionists are insurrectionists. I'll make them hot. I'll make them shiver. Theists get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk. They hear me talk. I'll make them feel like their God ain't real. I'm just a sexy boy. Let's go. Wanna see some entrance hype? That's how we do it around here. We're not playing with these goddamn thieves, these motherfucking Trumpists. Y'all all suck at life, and we're about to lay it on out for you. Get your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to another very special edition of Late Night Counter-Apologetics, aka the David Blackman Show. I am your host, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker Bundy, aka the host with the most from the East Coast. And folks, I am the fastest rising star in left-wing, right-wing media coverage. And as always, I am in airplane mode. And for those of you that don't know, we are not fucking around here. We do not bullshit. We don't talk about that airplane mode. We be about that airplane mode. Airplane mode around here is not something you just say once in a while because you're getting stoned with your friends and you think that it's cute. Around here, airplane mode is a motherfucking way of goddamn life. And if you hadn't heard, because you've spent the last while, 30 years or so, locked up in a tomb with the goddamn gigantic boulder in front of it, and the women with the spices, or the Roman guards, or the motherfucking angel have not rolled that motherfucking stone away from you so you could get the goddamn news. Okay, on my birthday, a date you already knew, of course, but I'ma just remind you in case you're new to what we do around here, is August 12th, okay? That is the day that, yes, I turn 36 years old, but more importantly, that is the day that is Lena's birthday. Wait, y'all said, you agree with the part where the other person's birthday more important than mine? Oh, you like that part? You thought that was cute? Let's see you. Let's see what type of friends I have around here. Even just as importantly as other people's birthday on my That is the day that my cousin OG Roddy will be dropping his new album, LaGuardia, which some people have already got their hands on because they know how to spend their money wisely. Okay? And so we're going to help you catch a vibe. And this one is called Stunt 102, a.k.a. The Story. All right? And it is at its airplanemode.com. The link is on the screen. The link is in the chat. The link is in the description. It's almost like I wanted to make it super easy for you.
Ready for takeoff?
Whoa! Oh, I almost touched my communion prematurely. Working hard on myself, what's the problem?
I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island.
Moment of silence.
So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flipped. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin' now, Chris Paul and Cass. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back.
That's right.
And that's all fact.
Gotta keep it with the super flex. Gotta keep it with the super flex. Gotta keep it with the super flex.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
You know, everything's a super
should
flex.
now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under.
Y'all, I thought of this one too, right? Yeah, I know I like to stun on these people. I'm gonna tell y'all something. This thing y'all see me put in my name all the time when I be popping in these chats. I literally never want. I knew I was never gonna be that guy that once I got my PhD, I was gonna actually remind people of that shit every day. And it's super funny because obviously when you're amongst the academic community that you work amongst every day, nobody reminds anybody that shit because everybody's got one and it just seems dumb and petty. But of course, in this community that we got where people had these bullshit ass PhDs and hocus pocus, they won't stop reminding people every day, well, I've got my dual PhD. And we be like, from where? Some woodshed in the closet Bible University. And it'd be hysterical. So then I was like, nah, I got to start putting my shit. Just, it was mostly to troll people like that. But then it's funny because people now be asking me about the robe. Are you wearing a minister's robe? Is that a plate in your thing? And so now I think when they ask me if I'm wearing a robe to like parody ministers, I'm like, no, sorry, I have a very real dual PhD. So your ministers are parodying me with their goddamn, well, I'm wearing 3 bars on my robe because I have my doctor in divinity from fucking Cantwell Baptist Bible College. Sure, buddy. All right, buddy. So yeah, everything with me is something to trigger people so I can turn it into a power flex. Y'all already know what time it is. Look. YouTube's a dirty game, but it's a fun hustle. You know, you gotta be about that life. All right, folks. We gonna do our communion ritual real quick. That means the communion rite, followed by the communion hymn, followed by the communion song. Yes, yes, yes. Even this is a super flex. We, of course, like to remind our theist friends that, like pretty much your entire worldview being sitting on some bullshit, your communion is sitting on some bullshit. All right, whoever came up with the sober grape juice, Ritz cracker, slash cannibalism idea, yeah, again. The key to writing is revision. You know what I mean? Somebody could have proofed that one over. All right. What we like to do is really put a little intoxicant into the cup, right? When we call it breaking bread, we do what stoners do when they talk about breaking bread, what Rastafarians do when they talk about breaking bread. Everybody's invited to grab a little snack, chill, we gather around the fire, we listen to a little music, we catch a vibe together, we put the Mary Jane in the air. You could take it. We wouldn't even be mad. If y'all stole our communion ritual, we would be like, cool, we're totally way more willing to participate now. You know, but y'all got too much damn pride. Y'all won't let us have nothing. Y'all won't ever be like, Jay, we saw what y'all did with our communion ritual, and, you know, we're going to try that at my church. You know, we have a little adult Bible study. Everybody's over 21. And we were like, we don't have to do this. Let's go to Panera, get some dope-ass Panera, right? Let's crack open a bottle of wine, right? I ain't even front with y'all. The church I went to that I played drums at, yo, we really would get together to watch college football game, and, like, they would just take a case of beer and just pass it around, right? And everybody would just reach in there and grab a beer, crack that bitch open, and we just be chilling, right? Because think about it, everybody grown, right? And so nobody was getting drunk or fucking wasted, right? But everybody would have a beer. If you really like beer, somebody might have two. You know, nobody was trying to get so drunk they couldn't drive home or whatever, right? And so over the afternoon, watching the game or two, you have a beer with your church friends. So I'm telling y'all could really do it. It would definitely help things out. All right. So anyway, please, I'm going to make sure the worship team ready to go. They straight. All right. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Handling my priestly duties, I am your worship pastor here at the First Church of the Cult of the Flying Man, your favorite internet cult of internet personalities. And folks, woo! I ain't even gonna lie to you, the communion has hit me. But we have a very special time on our hands this evening because we are joined by a very, very special crew of people. All right. Now, I'm going to try something here that I've been wanting to do for a while. So we're going to go ahead and try this out. And we're going to see how it works. All right. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm gonna just try something back here real quick. Doop, 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 doop. Okay, I like that. Hang on a sec, y'all. Y'all gonna see what I'm about to do. It's gonna be a little weird at first. It's the first time I've ever done this, so I apologize in advance for everything that don't go smoothly. Those of you that require everything to be pre-thought out and smoothly. Y'all ain't the real ones. The real ones know how to do it live. All right, hang on a sec. Trust me, y'all. It's gonna be so much fun. All right. All right. Yeah. All right, here we go. Hang on a sec. All right. All right, y'all. As I said on tonight's broadcast, I am joined in the pulpit by a superstar lineup of motherfucking heavy hitters. Introducing first, you know him as the man you wish you were, but you could never be. The one and only who can redeem us. It's Nidimus! Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm loving that. I'm feeling that. But that's not all, folks. Even beyond that, I've got the one and only man starting controversy all over the globe, letting his theist friends know, I think you indoctrinating children.
You indoctrinate children.
Is motherfucking child abuse. People's were heads exploding, friendships were ending, the space-time reality was bending. The man whose blog can bring down the planet Herzog. I'm talking about the one and only pastor here at the First Church of the Cult of the Flying Man. Give it up for James Apperson. Yes, James Apperson is in the house, folks. Unbelievable. And just when you thought that was all, just when you thought Pocket Locker plus Nidimus plus James Apperson, I know you needed a second to recuperate because you already fainted. You were just overwhelmed by the star power, but I am about to hit you where it hurts. I am about to hit you with the heavyweight of heavyweights. The man who can hold down this broadcast while controlling all the technical stuff behind the scenes, while typing in the chat, while raising a family, being a responsible person, having a real job. The motherfucking lead pastor here at the First Church of the Cult of the Flying Man. I am talking about Slim Jimmy himself, Tux TV. Oh man, that was fun. We're here. We did it. We made it. We made it.
That's a hella intro there. You got there.
Well, I'm gonna try to make the case that as I get into more of these panels with other atheists and content creators, that they should let me host the panels. So I'm gonna work on my stick and try to get some practice. But thanks for bearing with that, guys. That was super fun. Nice. All right. So now that everybody feels good, let's talk about January 6th.
Yeah.
But no, actually, guys, go ahead. Give me your initial thoughts on this whole thing and where you're at with what you were able to catch of the coverage and just what the hell's going on. We're watching history in the making, so a lot of us are just catching up because we didn't catch it live. But yeah, just where are you guys at overall with the stuff?
Go ahead, James.
So, like, one of the most recent developments that really has me, I shouldn't be shocked, is that they're pretty sure now that Trump ordered various agencies, not just Secret Service, but other agencies, to delete their texts so that he wouldn't get in trouble for all the things that could prove. And so apparently this whole thing of Secret Service is trying to like make excuses and say, oh, we will, we were just switching phones or whatever. And then they had the text and then they didn't have the text. And now we're realizing other agencies don't have theirs. And we're pretty darn sure that he ordered those deleted. But, he's already like so proven guilty. But, it's just everything now is just redundant to my opinion. It's just like, how much more proof do you need, right?
Right. Yeah, I actually agree with that. And I sometimes wonder where we're at. I'm always teetering on this balance between this is all an exercise in a futility. What he's doing currently already shows us that it doesn't matter, right? Like at some level, as a cold person who likes to analyze the politics from a strategic standpoint, right? The big nervous moment with Trump feels like it's past. Like his holy crap, they might get me or whatever is like he's past that point. He's like, oh yeah, they've got all the evidence and my people still don't care. Like he's at like, I don't know what's going on with this January. Because most of us imagine, right? Like if you were in Trump's shoes, right, you'd be like sitting at home pretty nervous as shit. You'd be watching the proceedings very carefully. You probably go quiet or completely dark on social media. You definitely probably wouldn't be doing any campaign rallies, and if you were, you definitely wouldn't be propagating the big lie right now, right? But I've literally seen it be like, oh, January 6th hearing on Friday, Trump rally on Saturday night, and Trump's just emboldened in the big lie in the middle of it. And I'm like, I don't know if he's just LARPing this, but normally, even with Trump, there are people around him, and we're hearing about them in January 6th, right? All the people who really told them. Like, no, we told them. No, I told them, and this person told them, and then we all got together and be like, you told them, right? I told them, and you told them, right? Like, but really, like, I always say one thing that keeps Trump in check, in a sense, is that he's useful to a lot of people who are real serious operatives around him. And so even the people around him are not worried about this, right? You know what I'm saying? Like there's like, normally you would think, normally those type of people are like, look, you can't do this right now. And if you're going to do this goddamn rally, Donald, you better not get up there and talk about you stick on 2024. You don't say 2020 out your mouth. I better not hear you say 2020 out your goddamn mouth, Donald. Nothing about the machines, right? Because literally, bro, you're being roasted for this right now on that, right? And instead, Trump is like, we should be kicking out all the Mexicans, and y'all know they stole 2020 and ban all the machines. And we're like, really? Like right now, though? Yeah. You know?
Right.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Joe. No, go ahead, James.
I mean, if I was Trump, I would have just left the country already. Like he's facing, like, go to Russia where they actually like Trump. I mean, he helped them out. They helped him out. It's time to retire to the motherland.
No, you're thinking like me. I said the same thing a long time ago. I'd have been out, right? Because he does have the resources. And again, he's useful to these people. Once I got even a little bit nervous, I'd have been essentially taking the Snowden route or whatever. I want to talk to Nidimus because he's doing the animated lurker jerker thing, and it's got me totally nervous. And I feel like his character is gonna be revealing itself to me anytime, and it's just gonna take me back. Sorry, y'all. I've had a bad experience.
Right.
But nah, I already know Nitty. What's up, bro?
I think Nitty's passed out.
Oh,
yeah,
oh, you think he's not? I think. All right.
He's got either narcolepsy or something, and your intro went a little long.
Oh, I've seen this happen. I've been on his stream where he's like falling asleep on his stream, and we've just kind of had to hold it down until he either came back or decided to go to bed. But yeah, Nitty streams are fun, and I was like really excited that he had me on his channel.
He has.
And, we'll hear from him.
he has skeptics, Lisa the rainbow giraffe, who is kind of in the family of the flying man of the flying man
this
religion.
is Lisa the rainbow giraffe, you say?
Yes.
That's pretty
Lisa
wonderful.
rainbow giraffe is one of the flying man's kin.
All right, I'm gonna show you
that
something.
Bestows leaves like Jesus bestows peace.
I'm gonna show you guys something super behind the scenes. Hang on a sec.
And this is my dog toy, by the way.
Fun.
This is my Lisa the rainbow giraffe.
Nice.
Lisa.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah, Jay was saying earlier.
Yeah.
He was saying earlier he needs to do some merch as well. He needs to get on that.
Yeah. So apparently Jay's got. Uh-oh. What that boy doing?
Yeah.
If he if why do I feel like a Stanley Kubrick film is about to occur?
Hey, Jay. Oh, I'm getting ready.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up, James?
You couldn't afford the entire real doll?
It's so funny.
You get the installment plan.
It's so funny.
All right, guys. The idea was this could be Jackie, you know what I mean, or some of my female characters. You know, they need to hang out here and have a representation. So, but yeah, I appreciate that. I don't know. This is what I did. It kind of gave me Al Snow head vibes. You know, what does everybody want? Head. What does everybody need? Head. What feels good? Head. You know, and we'll just do like a female character. So I'm feeling that damn giraffe thing or whatever that was. What was that, a unicorn or some shit? What was that again? Show me that thing.
Lisa the rainbow giraffe.
Lisa the rainbow giraffe. I fucks with that. I like Lisa. Lisa's cool. Lisa can hang out with me. All right, hang on a sec.
All right, so here's the funny part, though, right? The idea for that came because there's some very... The funny thing is, as impractical as that seems, the motivation for that was actually super practical because I have all these characters, right, and they all have different wigs. And so I realized I didn't like the fact that I was, like, keeping wigs odd places. And believe it or not, I maintain the wigs. Like, I comb them and I brush them and I... try to keep them in good shape and stuff like that. And so I ordered a bunch of those so that the wigs that are in the rotation I currently want to be available for whatever I'm working on are available to me. And then I was like, oh, well, now I got a bunch of mannequins sitting around. And so I'm super worried about going on like having a date. Like the first time I have to bring them home and be like, all right, I don't know how to have this conversation about why there's 4 mannequins on the stands in my house with different wigs on each of them. So we should talk about my YouTube channel. I haven't figured out what the proper way to broach that conversation. Because I gotta admit, that's some pretty creepy shit. Like if I walk, you know how people are weird, like some people are afraid of clowns and whatever. Like if I walk into a new dude's house and there's just like a bunch of mannequins on stands, like I'm just like, all right, nice meeting you. I don't know where this is going, but I don't want any part of it. But it's like, no, I promise. It's all very legit. It's part of my science education efforts. That's what I'm going to go with.
I can do
Oh, see, yeah, there we go.
See how?
You sound like you're about to tell me I'm the new White Ranger.
See if I can wake up Minnie.
Oh man, this is too much fun. All right, guys. So I want to do the thing we did the other day, which was that I put you guys over here. Why is that glitching out? All right, and then I came over here and did the hang on, let's put up some music or something. We'll watch this drummer real quick. My guy. A little Jesus music for our theist friends who don't know what theist means. Share the screen. Make that full screen. All right, that's what I want to see. Let's hide that. All right, now let's see what's going on back here. Yeah, it's a little laggy or whatever, but if I bring it in, you guys mostly need to be able to listen to it, but it doesn't look too bad. It's a little out of time. It's okay. What I would go with though, because you guys are going to be on the screen for the other guys, is so I'd go with something probably like this or this. Well, let's see. Tux, you're the only one on camera, right? So maybe because they're not going to be doing anything interesting. But you know, Tux, I'll let you deal with it. I'll let you see what's going on stream, and you can decide what you think.
Okay.
I like actually, you do a great job with that stuff, so I definitely trust you. I'm not too worried about it. All right, let me stop this then and just get restream and everything set up. All right, guys, this is super fun. That was super fun. I'm so happy to introduce the late night crew, man. That was fun because a lot of times you got to remember the late night crew started actually as a joke. The idea was that I was doing these shows by myself, right? And so I wanted to turn sort of a lot of the stuff that's in the studio as the, recurring characters, even though I was broadcasting by myself. And so that's where, hang on a sec, that's where, let's change this view here for a second. That's where the idea of the late night crew kind of came from, because it was like, oh, there's Jewish Space Laser and Sam and the Golden Plate and the Golden Mirror. And then, of course, I got really lucky with No Name. And having No Name sit in with me a lot, and then I had an actual human companion. But this is how I really wanted it to be, where there'd be people here, and I'd have a co-host like Tux, and we'd have some guests on, and people could get used to relying on me to broadcast late night over the weekend and do this fun stuff. And now we're doing fun stuff like we talked about, which would be special events and special topics. In this case, the January 6th committee hearing. So we will be starting our coverage of day 6, but first we're going to do our communion song, right? We did the Great Amen, as it's called, which is our communion hymn, and then we'll do our communion song, and then we'll go ahead and get started with our coverage. I think I also have this on a different view, so let me do this. Oh, I remember what I did here. Put the laptop there, but use this one. All right, great. Since I'm not doing it right now, I'll put Tux on the big screen. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play our communion song. And I mean this, please sit back. I try to treat this like a real church. The one reason I mentioned Tux being here is Tux is the lead pastor. He's one of those guys, when you watch him, he's going to do podcasts and talk about his philosophical arguments and how he interprets the scripture and the blase and the flavonoids and all that type of nonsense you expect to hear from an actual pastor. Whereas I got to remember, like, my discipline is the ministry of drums. And so I'm the guy who church is about the worship, the little mini concert that the worship team puts on before the pastor starts, and the other little mini concert that we put on once he shuts the fuck up. Right. And if I could go take a smoke and jerk off while he's giving his sermon, I certainly would. But usually that's considered unprofessional, so I sit in the back with the rest of the band and listen to him talk. But yeah, that's why I'm excited to have people like Tux and people like James Apperson and people like my one black friend who rock with the Cult of the Flying Man with me, because they really are, I think, great people, and they have amazing voices in this community. So I'm going to finish up my worship pastor duties, which is to play our worship song. So I really do hope you'll sit back, catch a vibe, enjoy your communion, and then we will get started with the January 6th program. This one's called MJ Interlude, Lyle Guardia. It's airplanemode.com. You already know.
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya.
Say what's up to your neighbors. Greet the lurker jerker next to you. Get ready to enjoy your weekend with the late night crew.
But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in
I appreciate you rocking with us. I know you probably had a long week. A lot of us really did. We tend to do. I think Nitty's back with us.
To the plug, she be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm
peace be with you, AI. Appreciate you.
Thinking I'm off the drugs, I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with you.
My communion definitely hit me.
I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping.
Sometimes I take a real big swig of the communion. I feel like, oh, I forgot there was liquor in that.
In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me, I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I play with you. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
Real quick. Y'all know it is sort of a flex for me to be able to play my cousin's music. He genuinely is one of my favorite artists. I just love his music. And you got to remember, I'm sort of out here in the Midwest and thinking about even moving further west. And I really do. And you guys remember I play drums at like a white evangelical church, right? And I really do miss my East Coast hip hop. And especially the rappers that are like uniquely Newark, like you guys hear me play Redman a lot, right? Because he's Newark's most famous rapper. And there's something very unique about hip hop culture in and around Brick City, Newark, New Jersey, that it's just unique, right? Like, it's because it's a local thing. And so I'm so proud of what he does. But the thing I wanted to share with you guys is that it's sort of like a two-way street, because it's awesome to play his music, but at the same time, because it's a small community and because I know him, right, when we talk and he hits me up on text messages or we talk on the phone, he is letting me know how excited he is because you guys buy his music, or you'll see the sales come through and people will leave notes, oh, I found you because Pocket Locker is always playing your stuff or whatever, and then you guys know he comes through the chat. So he really does appreciate how our community and our broadcast helps promote his stuff. So it's kind of fun to get to hear back from an artist, especially as a smaller streamer, about the difference that your promotion helps make in sort of what they're trying to do. So just wanted to share that with you guys, because it's sort of a way of legitimizing the appreciation I want to show. I just want to say thanks, and I want you guys to know that I get to have that type of experience because of your support for his music and stuff. So we really do appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get started with this January 6th coverage. We normally watch PBS broadcasts. We want to try to switch it up, give some other stations and networks a shot. Could have gone a lot of different networks, but I decided to go with the Associated Press, because, again, they are more like in the general public broadcasting space where everybody kind of takes their stuff and then remixes it. And often people don't realize that it's actually this organization called the Associated Press that isn't just a tagline. It's like they really do this hard work of somehow covering all this damn news and shit that they do. And they're exemplars in this space, and it's easy to overlook that. So I figured we'd give the AP broadcast some love. All right, and then I'm going to switch you guys over to this view. And so then, Tux, if you want to, you can put yourself in the big screen there. Or else they'll just be looking at the stream twice. Yeah, exactly. All right, and then I think we want to go, I normally try to go to the gavel. I had the gavel moment pulled up on another stream, and then I just decided after I had redone that to do this, to change stream. So here we go. They're usually kind of soft and they need a bump. We'll see how their volume comes in. There it is.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during this hearing. Good afternoon. In our hearings over the previous weeks, the Select Committee has laid out the details of a multi-part pressure campaign driven by the former president aimed at overturning the results of the 2020 presidential election and blocking the transcript on a lie that the election was stolen, tainted by widespread fraud, Donald Trump's big lie.
I think there was just
in the weeks ahead,
there.
The committee will hold additional hearings about how Donald Trump summoned a mob of his supporters to Washington, spurred them to march on the Capitol, and failed to take meaningful action to quell the violence as it was unfolding on January 6th.
Thanks for letting us know. You're
However,
alert from Lena.
In recent days, the Select Committee has obtained new information dealing with what was going on in the White House on January 6th and in the days prior. Specific detailed information about what the former president and his top aides were doing and saying in those critical hours. First-hand details of what transpired in the office of the White House Chief of Staff, just steps from the Oval Office as the threats of violence became clear, and indeed, violence ultimately descended on the Capitol in the attack on American democracy. It's important that the American people hear that information immediately. That's why, in consultation with the Vice Chair, I've recalled the committee for today's hearing. As you've seen and heard in our earlier hearings, the Select Committee has developed a massive body of evidence thanks to the many hundreds of witnesses who have voluntarily provided information relevant to our investigation. It hasn't always been easy to get that information because the same people who drove the former president's pressure campaign to overturn the election are now trying to cover up the truth about January 6th. But thanks to the courage of certain individuals, the truth won't be buried. The American people won't be left in the dark. Our witness today, Ms. Cassie Hutchinson, has embodied that courage. I won't get into a lot of detail about Ms. Hutchinson's testimony will show. I'll allow her words to speak for themselves, and I hope everyone at home will listen very closely. First, I'll recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statements she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In our first 5 hearings, the committee has heard from a significant number of Republicans, including former Trump administration Justice Department officials, Trump campaign officials, several members of President Trump's White House staff, a prominent conservative judge, and several others. Today's witness, Ms. Cassidy Hutchinson, is another Republican and another former member of President Trump's White House staff. Certain of us in the House of Representatives recall that Ms. Hutchinson once worked for House Republican Whip Steve Scalise, but she is also a familiar face on Capitol Hill because she held a prominent role in the White House Legislative Affairs Office and later was the principal aide to President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. Ms. Hutchinson has spent considerable time up here on Capitol Hill representing the Trump administration, and we welcome her back. Up until now, our hearings have each been organized to address specific elements of President Trump's plan to overturn the 2020 election. Today, we are departing somewhat from that model because Ms. Hutchinson's testimony touches on several important and cross-cutting topics that are relevant to each of our future hearings. In her role working for the White House Chief of Staff, Ms. Hutchinson handled a vast number of sensitive issues. She worked in the West Wing, several steps down the hall from the Oval Office. Ms. Hutchinson spoke daily with members of Congress, with high-ranking officials in the administration, with senior White House staff, including Mr. Meadows, with White House counsel, lawyers, and with Mr. Tony Ornato, who served as the White House Deputy Chief of Staff. She also worked on a daily basis with members of the Secret Service who were posted in the White House. In short, Ms. Hutchinson was in a position to know a great deal about the happenings in the Trump White House. Ms. Hutchinson has already sat for 4 videotaped interviews with committee investigators, and we thank her very much for her cooperation and for her courage. We will cover certain, but not all, relevant topics within Ms. Hutchinson's knowledge today. Again, our future hearings will supply greater detail, putting the testimony today in a broader and more complete context. Today, you will hear Ms. Hutchinson relate certain firsthand observations of President Trump's conduct on January 6th. You will also hear new information regarding the actions and statements of Mr. Trump's senior advisors that day, including his Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, and his White House counsel. And we will begin to examine evidence bearing on what President Trump and members of the White House staff knew about the prospect for violence on January 6th, even before that violence began. To best communicate the information the committee has gathered, we will follow the practice of our recent hearings, playing videotape testimony from Ms. Hutchinson and others, and also posing questions to Ms. Hutchinson live. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
All right, guys. I'm going to let them go, but she did a fantastic job with that introduction. And something I kind of want to spotlight there is, because I saw parts of this before, like when it happened, I missed most of the January 6th committee hearings when they actually did happen. I think I caught parts of this one and maybe the next one. And I remember what honestly I thought, and you guys, a lot of people might not like what I'm about to say or whatever, but I really genuinely felt like this is an example that speaks to what is wrong with this sort of Republican movement, especially the Trump movement in politics. And in some way, it's like, I just had that feeling like they go looking for these women that they can put in these positions, a lot of times because they find them to be the aesthetic that they like, to put it mildly. And then for some odd reason, they refuse to take them seriously. And so it's like they sort of count on them to be reliable in terms of their appeal, but then they take their presence for granted and they treat them almost like wallpaper. Like, oh, we like the way it looks when we're standing around doing, important stuff and you're standing there. But they don't take the credentials and the capability of these people seriously. But at the same time, right, they expect them to have a certain role in their interpersonal relationships, namely, like y'all know a lot of how it is if you work with a dope-ass woman in the workplace, right? You expect her to be somebody you can kind of confide in, and when shit hits the fan, you can go to her and be like, look, let's close the door. All right, I don't know what the fuck is going on right now, but look, this is what's happening, and blase, blase, blase. And they're going to be like, oh, my goodness, I can't believe that. Really? All right, well, look, here's what you should probably do right now. Here's what we got to think about, right? Because they're going to keep it straight and, sort everything out. And they're not insane, right? And you need a reasonable person to talk to help think through this. And so you see all this sort of conflicting stuff kind of coming to roll on her. Like, they say stuff to her and in front of her. You're like, are you serious? They really just said that to her? And what did they expect her to do? Just go down with the ship and not bring it up that she was around when y'all said that crazy shit, right? What? You just thought you could tell her the story and there'd be no consequences to you know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, you hear everybody's confiding in her, right? And then you're just like, well then, why did y'all treat her like wallpaper, right? It has all of this ridiculousness coming together. But to her credit, right, she did what she should do, which is she thought she had an opportunity to serve her party in her country. She took it. Shit got out of hand. She tried to do the right thing. She tried to keep everybody straight. And when shit got out of hand, she tried to do the right thing, and now this is the chance she put herself in, and she was strong enough to stand up to the moment and do what she had to do and handle her business. But I wanted to drop that on y'all ahead of time so y'all could kind of already get my take on it. I'm going to let her and the rest of them do their business, and then when y'all hear how she does it, y'all could tell me if I'm whacked out or if you think I might be on to something.
Thank you very much. Our witness today is Ms. Cassie Hutchinson, who served in the Trump administration in the White House Office of Legislative Affairs from 2019 to 2020, and as a special assistant to the President in the White House Chief of Staff's office from March 2020 through January 2021. I will now swear in our witness. The witness will please stand and raise her right hand.
Not just people, AR, the Vice President of the United States.
Affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witness answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. Ms. Hutchinson, I'd like to start with a few questions about your background. These are some photographs we've obtained highlighting your career. These show you with members of Congress, including Steve Scalise, as well as the White House with leader Kevin McCarthy and Jim Jordan. Others show you with the President and members of Congress aboard Air Force One. Before you worked in the White House, you worked on Capitol Hill for Representative Steve Scalise, the Republican whip, and Senator Ted Cruz. And then in 2019, you moved to the White House and served there until the end of the Trump administration in 2020. When you started at the White House, you served in the Office of Legislative Affairs. We understand that you were initially hired as a staff assistant, but were soon promoted to a position of greater responsibility. Can you explain your role for the committee?
When I moved over to the White House Chief of Staff's office with Mr. Meadows when he became the 4th Chief of Staff, it's difficult to describe a typical day. I was a special assistant to the President and an advisor to the Chief of Staff. The days depended on what the President was doing that day, and that's kind of how my portfolio was reflected. I had a lot of outreach with members of Congress, senior cabinet officials. I would work on policy issues with relevant internal components and members on the Hill, as well as security protocol at the White House complex for Mr. Meadows and the President.
And then you received another promotion in March 2020. At that time, you became the principal aide to the new White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
What did a typical day look like for you in your work with Mr. Meadows?
It varied with what was going on. We spent a lot of time on the Hill. I spent time on the Hill independently too, as I was his liaison for Capitol Hill. We did a lot of presidential travel engagements, but mostly I was there to serve what the Chief of Staff needed, and a lot of times what the Chief of Staff needed was a reflection of what the President's schedule is detailed to do that day.
So is it fair to say that you spoke regularly in your position, both with members of Congress and with senior members of the Trump administration?
That's correct. That's a fair assessment, sir.
And would you say that in your work with Mr. Meadows, you are typically in contact with him and others in the White House throughout the day?
That's correct, sir. Mr. Meadows and I were in contact almost pretty much throughout every day, consistently.
Although so much of grave importance happens in the West Wing of the White House, it's quite a small building. Above me, on the screen, you can see a map of the first floor of the West Wing of the White House. On the right, you can see the President's Oval Office. On the left, the Chief of Staff suite. Within the Chief of Staff's office suite is the heart of the West Wing, was your desk, which was between the Vice President's office, Ms. Kirshner's office, and the Oval Office. Ms. Hutchinson, is this an accurate depiction of where you were located?
It's accurate. It's a lot smaller than it looks.
Absolutely. Ms. Hutchinson, this is a photo that shows the short distance between your office and the President's Oval Office. And it only takes 5 to 10 seconds or so to walk down the hall from your office to the Oval Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Pursuant to the Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we will begin today with an exchange that first provided Ms. Hutchinson a tangible sense of the ongoing planning for the events of January 6th. On January 2nd, 4 days before the attack on our Capitol, President Trump's lead lawyer, Mr. Giuliani, was meeting with White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and others. Ms. Hutchinson, do you remember Mr. Giuliani meeting with Mr. Meadows on January 2nd, 2021?
I do. He met with Mr. Meadows in the evening of January 2nd, 2021.
And we understand that you walked Mr. Giuliani out of the White House that night, and he talked to you about January 6th. What do you remember him saying?
As Mr. Giuliani and I were walking to his vehicles that evening, he looked at me and said something to the effect of, "Cass, are you excited for the 6th? It's going to be a great day." I remember looking at him and saying, Rudy, could you explain what's happening on the 6th? He had responded something to the effect of, we're going to the Capitol. It's going to be great. The president's going to be there. He's going to look powerful. He's going to be with the members. He's going to be with the senators. Talk to the chief about it. Talk to the chief about it. He knows about it.
And did you go back then up to the West Wing and tell Mr. Meadows about your conversation with Mr. Giuliani?
I did. After Mr. Giuliani had left the campus that evening, I went back up to our office and I found Mr. Meadows in his leaning against the doorway and saying, I had an interesting conversation with Rudy, Mark. Sounds like we're going to go to the Capitol. He didn't look up from his phone and said something to the effect of, there's a lot going on, Cass, but I don't know. Things might get real, real bad on January 6th.
Ms. Hutchinson.
In the days before January 2nd, I was apprehensive about the 6th. I had heard general plans for a rally. I had heard tentative movements to potentially go to the Capitol. But when hearing Rudy's take on January 6th and then Mark's response, that evening was the first moment that I remember feeling scared and nervous for what could happen on January 6th. And I had a deeper concern for what was happening with the planning aspects of it.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. Today, we're going to be focusing primarily on the events of January 5th and 6th at the White House. But to begin and to frame the discussion, I want to talk about a conversation that you had with Mr. John Ratcliffe, the Director of National Intelligence. And you had this conversation in December of 2020. Mr. Ratcliffe was nominated by President Trump to oversee U.S. intelligence, our U.S. intelligence community. And before his appointment, Mr. Ratcliffe was a Republican member of Congress. As you will see on this clip, Director Ratcliffe's comments in December of 2020 were prescient.
My understanding was Director Ratcliffe didn't want much to do with the post-election period. Director Ratcliffe felt that it wasn't something that the White House should be pursuing. It felt it was dangerous for the president's legacy. He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6th.
When you say it wasn't something the White House should be pursuing, what's the it?
Trying to fight the results of the election, finding missing ballots, pressuring filing lawsuits in certain states where there didn't seem to be significant evidence, and reaching out to state legislatures about that. So pretty much the way that the White House is handling the post-election period, he felt that there could be dangerous repercussions in terms of precedent set for elections, for our democracy, for the 6th. He was hoping that we would concede.
So, Ms. Hutchinson, now we're going to turn to certain information that was available before January 4th and what the Trump administration and the president knew about the potential for violence before January 6th. On the screen, you will see an email received by Acting Deputy Attorney General Donahue on January 4th from the National Security Division of the Department of Justice. Mr. Donahue testified in our hearings last week. The email identifies apparent planning by those coming to Washington on January 6th to, quote, occupy federal buildings and discussions of, quote, invading the Capitol building. Here's what Mr. Donahue said to us.
And we knew that if you have tens of thousands of very upset people showing up in Washington, D.C., that there was potential for violence.
The U.S. Secret Service was looking at similar information and watching the planned demonstrations.
Text messages. I wish.
In fact, their intelligence division sent several emails to White House personnel, like Deputy Chief of Staff Tony Ornato and the head of the President's Protective Detail, Robert Engel, including certain materials listing events.
It wasn't. I haven't talked about it. And Taco, since you brought it up, I'd say, can you please send me something, maybe in Discord, or even just drop me a link in the chat if you can. If you can't, just drop it to me in Discord. Something short, maybe a few minutes that I could react to about Brittany Griner. I would really like the chance to talk about it in depth. For now, I'll say I heard there was news in her case. I got excited because I really thought that, it was going to be something to celebrate, and I was really shocked about what happened. And I'll say more about it. But for now, I'll say it's something I feel very strong about personally. All right, so, just wanted to mention that. Oh, and I guess I want to go back to this new scene I started using. Here we go.
Events like those on the screen. The White House continued to receive updates about planned demonstrations, including information regarding the Proud Boys organizing and planning to attend events on January 6th. Although Ms. Hutchinson has no detailed knowledge of any planning involving the Proud Boys for January 6th, she did note this.
I recall hearing the word Oath Keeper and hearing the word Proud Boys closer to the planning of the January 6th rally when Mr. Giuliani would be around.
On January 3rd, the Capitol Police issued a special event assessment. In that document, the Capitol Police noted that the Proud Boys and other groups planned to be in Washington, D.C. on January 6th and indicated that, quote, unlike previous post-election protests, the targets of the pro-Trump supporters are not necessarily the counter-protesters as they were previously, but rather Congress itself is the target on the 6th. Of course, we all know now that the Proud Boys showed up on January 6th, marched from the Washington Monument to the Capitol that day, and led the riotous mob to invade and occupy our Capitol. Ms. Hutchinson, I want to play you a clip of one of our meetings when you described a call on January 4th that you received from National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien on the same topic, potential violence on January 6th.
I received a call from Robert O'Brien, the National Security Advisor. He had asked if he could speak with Mr. Meadows about potential words of violence that he was hearing that were potentially going to happen on the Hill on January 6th. Asked if he had connected with Tony Ornato because Tony Ornato had a conversation with Mark about that topic. Robert had said, I'll talk to Tony, and then I don't know if Robert ever connected with Mark about the issue.
Ms. Hutchinson, can you describe for us Mr. Ornato's responsibilities as Deputy Chief of Staff?
The Deputy Chief of Staff position at the White House for operations is arguably one of the most important positions that somebody can hold. They're in charge of all security protocol for the campus and all presidential protectees, primarily the president and the first family, but anything that requires security for any individual that has presidential protection, so the Chief of Staff or the National Security Advisor, as well as the Vice President's team too. Tony would oversee all of that, and he was the conduit for security protocol between White House staff and the United States Secret Service.
Meeting between Mr. Ornato and Mr. Meadows on the potential for violence. The meeting was on January 4th. They were talking about the potential for violence on January 6th. Let's listen to a clip of that testimony.
I remember Mr. Ornato had talked to him about intelligence reports. I remember Mr. Ornato coming in and saying that we had intel reports saying that there could potentially be violence on the 6th.
You also told us about reports of violence and weapons that the Secret Service were receiving on the night of January 5th and throughout the day on January 6th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There are reports that police in Washington, D.C. had arrested several people with firearms or ammunition following a separate pro-Trump rally in Freedom Plaza on the evening of January 5th. Are those some of the reports that you recall hearing about?
They are.
Of course, the world now knows that the people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th had many different types of weapons. When a president speaks, the Secret Service typically requires those attending to pass through metal detectors, known as magnetometers, or MAGs for short. The Select Committee has learned that people who willingly entered the enclosed area for President Trump's speech were screened so they could attend the rally at the Ellipse. They had weapons and other items that were confiscated: pepper spray, knives, brass knuckles, tasers, body armor, gas masks, batons, blunt weapons. And those were just from the people who chose to go through the security for the president's event on the Ellipse.
All right.
I lost the audio.
Right.
Oh, there you are.
I accidentally switched scenes. But I just wanted to highlight the fact that I can't believe this, y'all. These people are so dumb. They literally think you can go strapped up and armed and with all of these melee weapons and shit to see the president of the United States speak. Like, who in the audience doesn't realize that if you in the same town as the president, it's your shit getting swept, right? Like they be looking at the buildings, they be putting snipers for miles around, they be watching everything go in and out. These motherfuckers think they gonna be in the same, sitting, chilling on the same lawn as the president with weapons and shit, right? And it just shows you how arrogant and retarded they are at the same time, right? And also white privilege, because again, black people is not this stupid, right? And again, because you just know you can't. You just know nobody's even gonna feel bad for you if your dumb ass gets arrested for bringing a weapon near the president. It just fucking ridiculous. Forgot to go to the new scene again. It's because it's new and there's no button for it. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say about that.
Not the several thousand members of the crowd who refused to go through the MAGs and watched from the lawn near the Washington Monument.
Yeah,
the Select Committee has learned about reports from outside
crazy.
the magnetometers and has obtained police radio transmissions identifying individuals with firearms, including AR-15s, near the Ellipse on the morning of January.
There's an individual who's in a tree. He's going to be a white male, about 6 feet tall, thin build, brown cowboy boots. He's got blue jeans and a blue jean jacket, and underneath the blue jean jacket, the complainants both saw a stock with AR-15. He's going to be with a group of individuals, about five to eight other individuals. 2 of the individuals in that group at the base of the tree, near the porta potties, were wearing green fatigues, green olive drab style fatigues, about 5'8", 5'9", skinny white males, brown cowboy boots. They had Glock-style pistols in their waistband.
8736 with the message that subject, weapon on his right hip. After that, he's in the tree.
Motor 1, make sure PPD knows they have an elevated threat in the tree south side of Constitution Avenue. Look for the Don't Tread on Me flag, American flag face mask, cowboy boots, weapon on the right side hip.
I got 3 men walking down the street in fatigue while carrying AR-15. Copy at 14th and Independence.
AR-15s at 14th and Independence. As you saw in those emails, the first report that we showed, we now know was sent in the 8 o'clock hour on January 6th. This talked about people in the crowd wearing ballistic helmets and body armor, carrying radio equipment and military-grade backpacks. The second report we showed you on the screen was sent by the Secret Service in the 11 a.m. hour, and it addressed reports of a man with a rifle near the ellipse. Ms. Hutchinson, in prior testimony, you described for us a meeting in the White House around 10 a.m. in the morning of January 6th, involving Chief of Staff Meadows and Tony Ornato. Were you in that meeting?
I was.
Let's listen to your testimony about that meeting, and then we'll have some questions.
I think the last time we talked, you mentioned that some of the weapons that people had at the rally included flagpoles, oversized sticks or flagpoles, bear spray. Is there anything else that you recall hearing about that the people who would gather on the ellipse had?
I recall Tony and I having a conversation with Mark probably around 10 a.m., 10:15 a.m., where I remember Tony mentioning knives, guns in the form of pistols and rifles, bear spray, body armor, spears, and flagpoles. Spears were one item, flagpoles were one item, and then Tony had relayed to me something to the effect of, and these effing people are fastening spears onto the ends of flagpoles.
Ms. Hutchinson, here's a clip of your testimony regarding Mr. Meadows' response to learning that the rally attendees were armed that day. What was Mark's reaction, Mr. Meadows' reaction to this list of weapons that people had in the crowd?
When Tony and I went in to talk to Mark that morning, Mark was sitting on his couch and on his phone, which was something typical. And I remember Tony just got right into it. It was like, sorry, I just want to let you know, and had informed him, like, this is how many people we have outside the mags right now. These are the weapons that we're known to have. It's possible he listed more weapons off that I just don't recall. And gave him a brief but and concise explanation, but also fairly thorough. And I remember distinctly Mark not looking up from his phone. And I remember Tony finishing his explanation and it taking a few seconds for Mark to say something to the point where I almost said, Mark, did you hear him? And then Mark chimed in and was like, all right, anything else? Still looking down at his phone. And Tony looked at me and I looked at Tony and Tony said, no, sir, do you have any questions? He's like, what are you hearing? And then I looked at Tony and I was like, sir, he just told you about what was happening down at the rallies. And he was like, yeah, I know. And then he looked up and said, have you talked to the president? And Tony said, yes, sir, he's aware too. He said, all right, good.
He asked Tony if Tony had informed the president.
Yes.
And Tony said, yes, he had. So, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that Mr. Ornato told the president about weapons at the rally on the morning of January 6th?
That's what Mr. Ornato relayed to me.
And here's how you characterize Mr. Meadows' general response when people raised concerns about what could happen on January 6th.
So at the time, in the days leading up to the 6th, there were lots of public reports about how things might go bad on the 6th, and even the potential for violence. If I'm hearing you correctly, what stands out to you is that Mr. Meadows did not share those concerns, or at least did not act on those concerns?
Did not act on those concerns would be accurate.
But other people raised them to him? Like in this exchange, you mentioned that Mr. Ornato pulled him aside.
That's correct.
Ms. Hutchinson, we're going to show now an exchange of texts between you and Deputy Chief of Staff Ornato. And these text messages were exchanged while you were at the ellipse. In one text, you write, but the crowd looks good from this vantage point as long as we get the shot. He was effing furious. And the text messages also stress that President Trump kept mentioning the OTR, and off-the-record movement. We're going to come back and ask you about that in a minute. But could you tell us, first of all, who it is in the text who was furious?
The he in that text that I was referring to was the president.
And why was he furious, Ms. Hutchinson?
He was furious because he wanted the arena that we had on the ellipse to be maxed out at capacity for all attendees. The advance team had relayed to him that the mags were free-flowing. Everybody who wanted to come in had already come in, but he still was angry about the extra space and wanted more people to come in.
And did you go to the rally in the presidential motorcade?
I was there, yes, in the motorcade.
And were you backstage with the president and other members of his staff and family?
I was.
And you told us, Ms. Hutchinson, about particular comments that you heard while you were in the tent area.
When we were in the offstage announce area tent behind the stage, he was very concerned about the shot, meaning the photograph that we would get, because the rally space wasn't full. One of the reasons, which I've previously stated, was because he wanted it to be full and for people to not feel excluded because they'd come far to watch him at the rally. And he felt the mags were at fault for not letting everybody in. But another leading reason, and likely the primary reason, is because he wanted it full and he was angry that we weren't letting people through the mags with weapons, what the Secret Service deems as weapons and our weapons. But when we were in the offstage announce tent, I was part of a conversation. I was in the vicinity of a conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me. Take the effing mags away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here. Let the people in. Take the effing mags away.
Just to be clear, Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that the president wanted to take the mags away and said that the armed individuals were not there to hurt him?
That's a fair assessment.
The issue wasn't with the amount of space available in the official rally area only, but instead that people did not want to have to go through the mags. Let's listen to a portion of what you told us about that.
In this particular instance, it wasn't the capacity of our space, it was the mags and the people that didn't want to come through, and that's what Tony had been trying to relay to him that morning. It's not the issues that we encountered on the campaign. We have enough space, or they don't want to come in right now. They have weapons that they don't want confiscated by the Secret Service, and they're fine on the mall. They can see you on the mall, and they want to march straight to the Capitol from the mall.
The president apparently wanted all attendees inside the official rally space and repeatedly said, quote, "They're not here to hurt me." And just to be clear, so he was told again in that conversation, or was he told again in that conversation, that people couldn't come through the mags because they had weapons?
Correct.
And that people, and his response was to say,
effective, take the effing mags away. They're not here to hurt me. Let them in. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol after the rally's over. They can march from the ellipse. Take the effing mags away. Then they can march to the Capitol.
Ms. Hutchinson, what we saw when those clips were playing were photos provided by the National Archives showing the president in the offstage tent before his speech on the ellipse. You were in some of those photos as well. And I just want to confirm that that is when you heard the president say the people with weapons weren't there to hurt him and that he wanted the Secret Service to remove the magnetometers.
That's correct. In the photos that you displayed, we were standing towards the front of the tent with the TVs, really close to where he would walk out to go onto the stage. These conversations happened 2 to 3 minutes before he took the stage that morning.
Let's reflect on that for a moment. President Trump was aware that a number of the individuals in the crowd had weapons and were wearing body armor. And here's what President Trump instructed the crowd to do.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol,
And the crowd, as we know, did proceed to the Capitol. It soon became apparent to the Secret Service, including the Secret Service teams in the crowd, along with White House staff.
And you got to fight like hell.
Would not be sufficient.
I got to get up out the chair for a little bit.
2 or 3 phone conversations with Mr. Ornato when we were at the Ellipse, and then I had 4 men on Mr. Meadows' detail with me in between those individuals and then a few other bodies on the ground, just the Secret Service doing advance. They were getting notifications through their radios, and Mr. Ornato in one phone conversation had called me and said, make sure the chief knows that they're getting closer to the Capitol. It's they're having trouble stacking bodies.
And Ms. Hutchinson, when you said they were having trouble stacking bodies, did you mean that law enforcement at the Capitol needed more people to defend the Capitol from the rioters?
It was becoming clear to us and to the Secret Service that
That's an amazing point.
Getting overrun at the security.
You know, they were overwhelmed by Obama's not wearing a flag pin and all that bullshit.
Defend the building against the rioters.
And Trump just kind of overwhelmed us with everyday controversies to the point we just couldn't even react anymore.
Mr. Meadows. So did you tell Mr. Meadows that people were getting closer to the Capitol and that Capitol Police was having difficulty?
After I had the conversation with Mr. Meadows, after I had the conversation with Mr. Ornato, I went to have the discussion with Mr. Meadows. He was in a secure vehicle at the time making a call. So when I had gone over to the car, I went to open the door to let him know, and he had immediately shut it. I don't know who he was speaking with. It wasn't something that he regularly did, especially when I would go over to give him information. So I was a bit taken aback, but I didn't think much of it, and thinking that I would be able to have the conversation with him a few moments later.
And were you able to have that conversation a few moments later?
Probably about 20 to 25 minutes later. There was another period in between where he shut the door again, and then when he finally got out of the vehicle, we had the conversation. But at that point, there was a backlog of information that he should have been made aware of.
And so you opened the door to the control car, and Mr. Meadows pulled it shut?
That's correct.
And he did that 2 times?
That's correct.
And when you finally were able to give Mr. Meadows the information about the violence at the Capitol, what was his reaction?
I remember him saying, all right, something to the effect of, how much longer does the president have left in his speech?
Again, much of this information about the potential for violence was known or learned before the onset of violence.
Or his failure to wear a flag
President
pin.
Trump to take steps to prevent it. He could, for example, have urged the crowd at the Ellipse not to
Or use of a selfie stick or jump shot with some black kids.
Once it began, or he could have taken multiple other steps. But as we will see today and in later hearings, President Trump had something else in mind. One other question at this point, Ms. Hutchinson, were you aware of concerns that White House counsel Pat Cipollone or Eric Hirschman had about the language President Trump used in his Ellipse speech?
There were many discussions the morning of the 6th about the rhetoric of the speech that day. In my conversations with Mr. Hirschman, he had relayed that we would be foolish to include language that had been included at the president's request, which had lines along to the effect of, fight for Trump, we're going to march to the Capitol, I'll be there with you, fight for me, fight for what we're doing, fight for the movement. Things about the vice president at the time, too. Both Mr. Hirschman and White House counsel's office were urging the speechwriters to not include that language for legal concerns and also for the optics of what it could portray the president wanting to do that day.
And we just heard the president say that he would be with his supporters as they marched to the Capitol. Even though he did not end up going, he certainly wanted to come here to the Capitol on January 6th. In his book, Mark Meadows falsely wrote that after President Trump gave his speech on January 6th, he told Mr. Meadows that he was, quote, speaking metaphorically about the walk to the Capitol. As you will see, Donald Trump was not speaking metaphorically. As we heard earlier, Rudy Giuliani told Ms. Hutchinson that Mr. Trump plans to travel to the Capitol on January 6th. I want to pause for just a moment to ask you, Ms. Hutchinson, to explain some of the terminology you will hear today. We've heard you use two different terms to describe plans for the president's movement to the Capitol or anywhere else. One of those is a scheduled movement, and another one is OTR. Could you describe for us what each of those mean?
A scheduled presidential movement is on his official schedule. It's notified to the press and to a wide range of staff that will be traveling with him. It's known to the public, known to the Secret Service, and they're able to coordinate the movement days in advance. An off-the-record movement is confined to the knowledge of a very, very small group of advisors and staff. Typically, a very small group of staff would travel with him, mostly that are just included in the national security package. You can pull an off-the-record movement together in less than
Where's
an hour.
Wesley?
It's a way to kind of circumvent
he was in. I didn't let him in.
having
Oh, I see.
to release it to the press if that's the goal of it.
I could have let him in, but we weren't really
not have to have
talking.
as many security parameters put in place ahead of time.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're right. Wesley Curry.
And let's turn back now to the president's plans to travel to the Capitol on
Yeah.
January 6th. We know
Yeah,
that
he
White
was
House
in.
counsel Pat Cipollone was concerned about the legal implications of such a trip, and he agreed with the Secret Service that it shouldn't happen. Ms. Hutchinson, did you have any conversations with Pat Cipollone about his concerns about the president going to the Capitol on January 6th?
On January 3rd, Mr. Cipollone had approached me, knowing that Mark had raised the prospect of going up to the Capitol on January 6th. Mr. Cipollone and I had a brief private conversation where he said to me, we need to make sure that this doesn't happen. This would be legally a terrible idea for us. We have serious legal concerns if we go up to the Capitol that day. And he then urged me to continue relaying that to Mr. Meadows, because it's my understanding that Mr. Cipollone thought that Mr. Meadows was indeed pushing this along with the president.
And we understand, Ms. Hutchinson, that you also spoke to Mr. Cipollone on the morning of the 6th as you were about to go to the rally on the Ellipse. And Mr. Cipollone said something to you like, make sure the movement to the Capitol does not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct. I saw Mr. Cipollone right before I walked out onto West Exec that morning, and Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen.
And do you remember which crimes Mr. Cipollone was concerned with?
In the days leading up to the 6th, we had conversations about potentially obstructing justice or defrauding the electoral count.
Let's hear about some of those concerns that you mentioned earlier in one of your interviews with us.
Having a private conversation with Pat late in the afternoon of the 3rd or the 4th, that Pat was concerned it would look like we were...
Cameron, you probably do know Wesley. But yeah, he's been on before. He's a really nice guy. What up, Wesley? But yeah, I think he's troubled. But yeah, he's a nice guy. But yeah, we're not getting any of that stuff tonight. But yeah, he's in our community. He's active in a lot of chats on different streams and stuff. But yeah, I didn't see him pop in. Apparently, he popped into the restream for a little bit. And so I missed it as well too. But yeah, I think in chats he goes by like Wesley Curry the 2nd or the 3rd or something like that.
obstructing justice or obstructing the electoral college count. And I apologize for probably not being very firm with my legal terms here, but that it would look like we were obstructing what was happening on Capitol Hill. And he was
Yeah, but wilder than Otangelo.
for encouraging a riot to erupt on the Capitol, at the Capitol.
In fact, in the days before January 6th and on January 6th itself, President Trump expressed to multiple White House aides that he wanted to go to the Capitol after his speech. Here's what various White House aides have told the committee about the president's desire to go to the Capitol.
Did the president tell you this, that he wanted to speak at the Capitol?
Correct, yes.
During the meeting in the dining room, did the idea of the president proceeding or walking to the Capitol on the 6th after his speech come up?
Walking to the Capitol? No.
Driving to the Capitol?
It came up.
Okay, how did it come up and what was discussed?
You brought it up. You said, I want to go down to the Capitol.
What about him marching to the Capitol on the 6th?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So, it's kind of a general thing. I mean, to get into the specifics of it, I was aware of a desire of the president to potentially march to the or accompany the rally attendees to the Capitol.
When did you first hear about this idea of the president accompanying rally attendees to the Capitol on the 6th?
Well, this was at the 6th. This was during the after he finished his remarks.
When the president said that he would be going to the Capitol during his speech on the ellipse, the Secret Service scrambled to find a way for him to go. We know this from witnesses and the Secret Service, also from messages among staff on the President's National Security Council. The NSC staff were monitoring the situation in real time, and you can see how the situation evolved in the following chat log that the committee has obtained. As you can see, NSC staff believed that Mogul, the president, was, quote, going to the Capitol, and, quote, they are finding the best route now. From these chats, we also know the staff learned of the attack on the Capitol in real time. When President Trump left the ellipse stage at 1:10, the staff knew that rioters had invaded the inaugural stage and Capitol Police were calling for all available officers to respond. When Republican leader Kevin McCarthy heard the president say he was going to the Capitol, he called you, Ms. Hutchinson. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And in this text message, you told Tony Ornato, quote, McCarthy just called me too. And do you guys think you're coming to my office? Tell us about the call that day with Leader McCarthy during the president's speech on the ellipse.
I was still in the tent behind the stage, and when you're behind the stage, you can't really hear what's going on in front of you. So when Mr. McCarthy called me with this information, I answered the call and he sounded rushed, but also frustrated and angry at me, and I was confused because I didn't know what the president had just said. He then explained, the president just said he's marching to the Capitol. You told me this whole week you aren't coming up here. Why would you lie to me? I said, I'm not lying. I wasn't lying to you, sir. We're not going to the Capitol. And he said, well, he just said it on stage, Cassidy. Figure it out. Don't come up here. I said, I'll run the traps on this and I'll shoot you a text. I can assure you we're not coming up to the Capitol. He pressed a little bit more, believing me, but I think frustrated that the president had said that. And we ended the phone conversation after that. I called Mr. Ornato to reconfirm that we weren't going to the Capitol, and which was also in our text messages. I sent Mr. McCarthy another text telling him the affirmative that we were not going up to the Capitol, and he didn't respond after that.
And we understand, Ms. Hutchinson, that the plans for the president to come up to the Capitol had included discussions at some point about what the president would do when he came up to the Capitol on January 6th. Let's look at a clip of one of your interviews discussing that issue with the committee.
When you were talking about a scheduled movement, did
anyone say what the president wanted to do when he got here?
No. Not that I can specifically remember. I remember hearing a few different ideas discussed between Mark and Scott Perry, Mark and Rudy Giuliani. I don't know which conversations were elevated to the president. I don't know what he personally wanted to do when he went up to the Capitol that day. I know that there were discussions about him having another speech outside of the Capitol before going in. I know that there was a conversation about him going into the House chamber at one point.
As we've all just heard, in the days leading up to January 6th, on the day of the speech, both before and during and after the rally speech, President Trump was pushing his staff to arrange for him to come up here to the Capitol during the electoral vote count. Let's turn now to what happened in the president's vehicle when the Secret Service told him he would not be going to the Capitol after his speech. First, here is the president's motorcade leaving the ellipse after his speech on January 6th. Ms. Hutchinson, when you returned to the White House in the motorcade after the president's speech, where did you go?
When I returned to the White House, I walked upstairs towards the Chief of Staff's office, and I noticed Mr. Ornato to go into his office, which was just across the hall from mine. When I went in, he shut the door, and I noticed Bobby Engel, who is the head of Mr. Trump's security detail, sitting in a chair, just looking somewhat discombobulated and a little lost. I looked at Tony, and he had said,
So I'm thinking to myself, AI generated art by McWaffle, welcome to the chat. And I said, who is he talking about? And he said, I knew this dude. I had to piece it together. I was just telling the story. I don't know. I told the story probably maybe 2 weeks ago about the election or something like that. And how ironically it all ended up on Fox News with them totally missing the boat and missing the entire plot of what we were doing. My first run-in with the Republican apologist propaganda, but certainly not the last, hopefully. And then he says he was pumping gas, accused of stealing Smarties. They were sweet tarts. I have a thing for sweet tarts. I love sweet tarts. And cops jumped him. Yep. Like I said, I told them, I was like, I said this story about how these cops beat me up. But I was like, do you know how much street cred I get for this? And I put this in the paper, and people probably didn't believe that. And he was president of my college, was elected to be president of your college, and then they threw out your votes because, students made flyers about me that were unstamped because students don't read the election code that they don't have access to. Yeah. But AI generated art, man, I appreciate you. Yes. I was named College Humor's Man of the Century, which was pretty awesome because I was the writing producer for our sketch comedy show on campus. So for College Humor to name you Man of the Century when you are, in fact, a college humor writer is pretty dope. So they disqualified me, but just like the Theist, they tried to cancel me, and it made me Penn State famous. So thanks for coming through. Go State. Small world. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, I gotta switch carefully to the other scene. New scene in the house. All right, y'all, I'm eating my buffalo wing calzone. Really enjoying that. I didn't write for College Humor. I wrote actually for the sketch comedy show we had on campus, which was called No Pun Intended, NPI. I was the writing producer for No Pun Intended. And so I said I meant to say like I wrote College Humor, as in I wrote for a show that was a sketch comedy show for college kids. Yeah. Thanks. Always happy to share that story. And to be honest, I was devastated when I got disqualified, right? Because that was exactly the thing I didn't want. I had said a lot. I had talked a lot of shit, cut a lot of promos, if you will, about student leaders who were elected president or elected to these leadership positions in student government, didn't do anything for the students, and then used being elected to these leadership positions to help, bolster their resumes and get jobs and stuff. And so being elected president of the student government and then getting really famous for that and then not being able to serve was sort of exactly what I said I didn't want to happen, and it happened. And even though it was really big and people thought it was pretty amazing, and it was, ultimately was us not getting to do what we ultimately were trying to do. So it was a disappointment I literally never thought I'd get over. So it's kind of an unreal experience to be streaming about it all these years later. It was a big deal for me when I talked about it a few weeks ago. I never thought I'd actually talk about it, because when it happened at the time, it was honestly quite devastating to me. But I moved on. Spent time in Newark, worked at a church, rehabilitated myself, came back, reinvented myself as an academic, and here we are.
Did you effing hear what happened in the Beast?
Did you effing hear what happened in the
Tony,
Beast?
I just got back. What happened? Tony proceeded to tell me that when the president got in the Beast, he was under the impression from Mr. Meadows that the off-the-record movement to the Capitol was still possible and likely to happen, but that Bobby had more information. So once the president had gotten into the vehicle with Bobby, he thought that they were going up to the Capitol, and when Bobby had relayed to him, we don't have the assets to do it, it's not secure. Strong, a very angry response to that. Tony described him as being irate. The president said something to the effect of, "I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now." To which Bobby responded, "Sir, we have to go back to the West Wing." The president reached up towards the front of the vehicle to grab at the steering wheel. Mr. Engel grabbed his arm, said, "Sir, you need to take your hand off the steering wheel. We're going back to the West Wing. We're not going to the Capitol." Mr. Trump then used his free hand to lunge towards Bobby Engel. And when Mr. Ornato had recounted this story to me, he had motioned towards his clavicles.
And was Mr. Engel in the room as Mr. Ornato told you this story?
He was.
Did Mr. Engel correct or disagree with any part of the story from Mr. Ornato?
Mr. Engel did not correct or disagree with any part of the story.
Did Mr. Engel or Mr. Ornato ever after that tell you that what Mr. Ornato had just said was untrue?
Neither Mr. Ornato nor Mr. Engel told me ever that it was untrue.
Now, guys, this was one of the most important testimonies and revelations of this whole thing. Because I have to admit, this was shocking. And this was me hearing of Trump being dumb enough or crazy enough to actually have more balls than I expected him to have. The whole time, I literally thought Trump was just playing his grift machine. Oh, we're going to march down to the Capitol, and I'm going to be there with you. And then he hops in the, the Beast or the Air Force One or whatever the hell, right? He gets in the Beast, right? If you guys are trying to play out the logistics, he's in the limo, right? Because they're right as as Sample Pack had us pull up the other day. They're right down the road, right? So they hop in the Beast because, of course, they're going to go by car, right? They're super close. And so, but then you hear this reality, which is that, no, Trump wanted to go down there. He wanted to go be in the scuffle himself, and he's even willing to go at the neck of a Secret Service agent who's his driver. I mean, y'all, this is like serious American drama right here. Again, I sometimes shout out my civics teacher, Mr. Gay. He taught us like kind of, American history or whatever, American civilization, American Civ. I don't remember what the name of the class was, but he was also a local elected official. And so we always told those cool stories about history, right? This is one of those cool ass stories. Yeah, that Trump, man, everybody thought Trump was like a coward and he has the tiny hands and shit. So all the late night comedians were joking about how Trump used his tiny hands to try to choke out a Secret Service agent because he wouldn't let him go to the protest on January 6th, right? And so for the first time ever, we had a president who caused a riot to interrupt the peaceful transfer of power, trying to participate in the riot himself. Trying to karate chop or whatever MMA move he was trying to perform on the people who have been hired to protect him from his own mob, right? Like y'all. This is, again, some shit that if you tried to write this in a movie about politics as a Hollywood scriptwriter, you'd be fired on sight. What is this? No, that's just ridiculous. No, come on. Guys, that's so lazy. That's just so, no, nobody's going to believe that. That's ridiculous. Nope, you're fired. You're fired. Right, guys, back in my college humor days, nope, Jay, you can no longer be the writing producer for No Pun Intended. No. We thought you had funny jokes and insightful things to say about current issues and that you could help our writers unlock their ability to talk about issues that matter to them. But this president tries to go at the Secret Service as they're protecting him from the mob that he created, trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power. No, this is trash. This is garbage, right? Literally, you get fired for that shit. You cannot write this stuff. Normally when people say, yo, you can't write this stuff, truth is stranger than fiction, they're being hyperbolic. They're telling us some mildly interesting story and they want to sell it to us. No. This is the type of shit when we say you can't write this shit, we mean you can't. You're not allowed to. It's not permissible. It's beyond the pale. It's you jumped the shark, jumped in the shark's mouth, hopped out the shark's mouth, jumped over the shark again, started doing a synchronized dance with the shark, and then walked away unscathed off to the beach to sunbathe. No, you're not allowed to do that. Sorry.
And despite this altercation, this physical altercation, during the ride back to the White House, President Trump still demanded to go to the Capitol. Here's what Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary at the time, wrote in her personal notes and told the committee about President Trump's desire to go to the Capitol after returning to the White House.
When you wrote POTUS wanted to walk to the Capitol, was that based solely on what the president said during his speech or anything that he or anybody else said afterwards?
So to the best of my recollection, I believe when we got back to the White House, he said he wanted to physically walk with, he'd be fine with just riding the beast. But to the best of my recollection, he wanted to be a part of the march.
Presidential limousine?
Yes.
President Trump did not go to the Capitol that day. We understand that he blamed Mark Meadows for that.
So prior to leaving the rally site, when he got off the stage and everybody was making the movement back to the motorcade, I had overheard Mr. Meadows say to him then, as I had prior to Mr. Trump taking the stage that morning, that he was still working on getting an off-the-record movement to the Capitol. So when Mr. Trump took the stage, he was under the impression via Mr. Meadows that it was still possible. So when he got off the stage, I had relayed to Mr. Meadows that I had another conversation with Tony. The movement was still not possible. Mr. Meadows said, okay. and then as they proceeded to go to the motorcade, and Mr. Meadows had reiterated, we're going to work on it, sir, talk to Bobby. Bobby has more information. Mark got into his vehicle, to my understanding. Trump got into the Beast. And after we had all arrived back at the White House, later in the day, it had been relayed to me via Mark that the president wasn't happy that Bobby didn't pull it off for him and that Mark didn't work hard enough to get the movement on the books.
The physical altercation that Ms. Hutchinson described in the presidential vehicle was not the first time that the president had become very angry about issues relating to the election. On December 1, 2020, Attorney General Barr said in an interview that the Department of Justice had not found evidence of widespread election fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. Ms. Hutchinson, how did the president react to hearing that news?
Around the time that...
Wait, we got to hear how he reacted to that news, y'all. But y'all remember the picture of Trump walking down the ramp?
Remember.
It's legitimately traumatizing. Like, I mean, he's ungracious. But I'm going to be honest with y'all. Something that was definitely underrated is Trump dancing. Hang on, let me a sec. I literally think Trump dancing is like some of the best shit ever. Hold on, I got to put on a little music real quick so I could do so I could give y'all the full picture, right? Let me see. We got to do what he normally do after he does enter a lot of his rallies, right? And then I'm going to show y'all how it goes. Right? He be wrapping it up. And we're going to make America proud again. We're going to make America safe again. We're going to make America Christian again. And no matter what the radical left tells you, we are going to make America white again. We are going to make America cis again. And we are going to make America great again. Woo! Right, hang on. And then the crowd go crazy.
I guess.
Hang on, right? All right.
Oh, yeah.
And then Trump, right? They go crazy. And then Trump start dancing, right? And they hit the dance bar like this. That's the Trump. Oh, do the Trump, 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 do the Trump. And I ain't gonna lie to you. It's kind of easy to do. And it's easy you could do it on beat if you black. But if you white, you can do it off beat. It kind of works either way. And it worked when you be in a party. And then when people think you can't dance, what you mean I can't dance? No, this is the end dance. You know, if you don't know about this, that's because you don't be watching them Trump rallies I do. And so you break it down. Here we go, y'all. Do the Trump, 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 do the Trump. Yeah. So I ain't gonna lie to you. Trump do be having them dance moves. Y'all right. He probably couldn't have walked down to the Capitol, at least not too quickly. But
well, wasn't he doing some dance moves on the stage there on January 6th?
Yo, I'm telling you, Trump dancing is the way to go, right?
He had his hips just a touch of wiggling, but he was doing his fist. He was doing his fists like I don't remember. It was something like this.
And people probably think it's a joke. Look at this. Look. Here's the YMCA. Look at it. I told y'all that's the move. Do the Trump. Do the Trump. Do the Trump. Oh. There it is.
Oh my. Oh, nice.
That's his move, y'all. Oh, yes. It's the dance.
Somebody put a compilation fit. Nice.
It's the dance craze that's
It's
sweeping
almost
him
like
out.
he's in a porn and he's got a lot of dicks in his face. Huh?
Yeah, it is. He's too
Oh, yeah. Get some. Oh, yeah. all he needs is stick his tongue down his cheek a little bit.
Oh, NBC did that. It's quality work, NBC. Look, yo, I just wanted to show y'all, that Trump dance craze is legit, man. Do the Trump. I'll be getting in this.
I understand that the AP article went live.
That was a nice pause.
I remember hearing
kind of looks like she
noise
has no
coming
face there.
down the hallway, so I poked my head out of the office, and I saw the valet walking towards our office. He had said, "Get the chief down to the dining room. The president wants him." So Mark went down to the dining room and came back to the office a few minutes later. After Mark had returned, I left the office and went down to the dining room, and I noticed that the door was propped open and the valet was inside the dining room changing the tablecloth off of the dining room table. He motioned for me to come in and then pointed towards the front of the room near the fireplace mantle and the TV, where I first noticed there was ketchup dripping down the wall and there's a shattered porcelain plate on the floor. The valet had articulated that the president was extremely angry at the Attorney General's AP interview and had thrown his lunch against the wall, which was causing them to have to clean up. So I grabbed a towel and started wiping the ketchup off of the wall to help the valet out. And he said something to the effect of, "He's really ticked off about this. I would stay clear of him for right now. He's really, really ticked off about this right now."
And Ms. Hutchinson, was this the only instance that you are aware of where the president threw dishes?
It's not.
And are there other instances in the...
Look, for those of you that are just joining us, right, pay attention to what's happening, right? This is at the same time, this woman, right, who they apparently just don't recognize is capable of exactly what we're seeing, right? They think she's either so desperate to be a loyalist to them or whatever the fuck that she's going to sacrifice everything she's learned and worked for at this to get this far in life, her entire professional career, dignity, and all of that shit, right? And so, you know, they're so comfortable coming to her in these moments of crisis. Oh my God, you're not going to believe what happened. Oh my God, you should have been there, right? And it's just wild. And then at the same time, she ends up being our source of, again, that historic story about, you know, the time the president was throwing dishes and the time the president tried to MMA chop the Secret Service. And of course, Liz Cheney being so professional and knowing more about the story even than we do is asking what somehow is the only reasonable question to ask when you hear a story but like this about Donald Trump. Well, is that the only incident you're aware of where the president was throwing dishes? I couldn't even get through it with a straight face. Right? Go ahead, Tux.
You think President Trump was potentially having some anger issues? I don't know. Seems like he really loves his burgers and fries and the ketchup that's adjacent to him. And he must have been really mad to just sacrifice them to the wall of the White House.
Multiple ketchup
The
plates.
sacred walls of our place of president dwelling where commerce and deals, the best deals,
the best deals,
swamp,
the best
the
deals.
swamp drains,
the swamp drains, exactly.
right there in the White House, and ketchup stains the walls. It was a
unbelievable time.
He must have been mad.
Like these stories are just they're unreal. I just and all that comes back to me, guys, is I honestly think Fox News would melt. Like, Obama should have done this. So if Obama wanted Fox News to talk about him, he should have just thrown plates of ketchup around the White House, because I actually think Fox News would have melted, right? It would have been a big L to Obama's political career, but he'd have been taking one for the team in the long run, right? Because literally, guys, imagine if Obama did this in the White House. Like, right? Y'all think I'm fucking around, but y'all know I'm telling the truth. Fox News would melt. Like, their heads would collectively explode. It would be like somebody had a hurricane inside the studio. The cameras and the fucking electrical cables would start popping, and the fucking lenses on the cameras would start exploding, and fucking Tucker Carlson would just shit on himself and then vaporize, right? Like, it'd be fucking utter chaos, right? But Trump does this shit, right? And what are they like? 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. It's wild.
The dining room that you recall where he expressed his anger?
There were several times throughout my tenure with the Chief of Staff that I was aware of him either throwing dishes or flipping the tablecloth to let all the contents of the table go onto the floor.
And I appreciate the history lesson, Taco. Ketchup started as a fish sauce in Southeast Asia, which is part of why there is still variation in the English spelling. You know why this is so important for us to talk about that? Because for all you little white people snobs, it's time for you to stop shitting on black people in the hood for putting ketchup on their fish. Now you know it's your ass that's doing it wrong. It's you that is not putting ketchup on your fish, that is in fact using ketchup in a way that is inconsistent with its original intention. Right? So go fuck yourselves, black people and Asians for the win.
Likely breaker, go everywhere.
And Ms. Hutchinson, Attorney General Barr described to the committee the president's angry reaction when he finally met with President Trump. Let's listen.
And I said, look, I know that you're dissatisfied with me, and I'm glad to offer my resignation. And he pounded the table very hard. Everyone sort of jumped, and he said, accept it.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The chair requests those in the hearing room to remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted our witness from the room. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
All right, guys, time for my typical spiel. Couple of things real quick. I know we're watching a broadcast that isn't live. We could fast forward it, skip through the break. I actually don't think it's wise to do that. This is a long hearing for us to sit through, so I think the next 5 to 10 minutes are a great time for you to use the bathroom, grab a snack, check on your babies, whatever you got to do. And then when we come back, we'll continue. I may fast forward through a little bit of their coverage. We'll see how it goes. And then also, like I say, the people who actually cover these broadcasts in real life or on TV, let's say, I have a tremendous amount of respect for. They are performing some of the biggest broadcast in their careers, and they do an incredible job. They mostly don't get any shine and spotlight except at the beginning of these broadcasts, towards the middle, during these breaks, and maybe a little bit of something at the end. So we'll see. If they cover it, then we'll cover it and take it from there. But I do like to give them some shine if they have broadcasters that are on during this time. If not, we'll do something else for a brief break. But go ahead and take a break. Use the restroom. If go get hydrated, fam. Exactly. Do all those good things.
Yeah. Do some good things.
That's nice. They might not actually, I guess they're not covering this. I think they're just going to let it rock. So we'll mute it. We'll use that to keep track of our time. We'll use the time to promote Cuz Cuz. Here's Feel Good by OG Roddy Henny and featuring, I think, Josh Banks or something. Not sure how to pronounce that. Maybe we'll get a clue. All right, here we go. Throwback. Deep in the OG Roddy catalog.
Independence Day.
Yeah. Damn, it feel good to have some money in my pocket. Damn, it's good to know I got my wisdom and my soul. Damn, it feel good knowing nobody can stop me. And damn, it's good to know I get that love everywhere I go, everywhere I go. Oh, yeah, everywhere I go, everywhere I go. Oh, yeah, everywhere I go. Oh, yeah. That love I never had a plan B. If plan A didn't work, then it's just not for me. No designer, but my wisdom while I'm G. Can't you see? We been grinding in these streets. Older homie hit my phone and said timing's everything. I gotta practice what I preach. These niggas practicing for peace. Cause they rapping filled with absence, so they rap about the peace. Smoke a fraction in the week. Gotta master what you teach. Now my raps is running laps around these cats who said we weak. Look at my glow. And my soul, can't you tell it's made of gold? 24, I got some carrots for your hoe. At the door when I see that bitch at my show. Pulling off on the bitch like, damn, it feels good to have some money in my pocket. Damn, it's good to know I got my wisdom and my soul. Damn, it feels good knowing nobody can stop me. Damn, it's good to know I get that love everywhere I go, everywhere I go. Yeah, everywhere I go, everywhere I go. Yeah, everywhere I go. Oh. Yeah. That love everywhere I go.
Contemplating about these planes, taking trips to different places. Hop up out the plane just to meet some other races. Everywhere a nigga go, I get that love and not just thinking. We said we the ones and now y'all know we wasn't faking. Gotta make it. She say I don't want the money, think I'm in it for the hoes. Told her, babe, you gotta chill, you know where I'm about to go. Know you see a nigga shining, know you see my fucking glow. Tryna stack my fucking money to the point my shit don't fold. Money never make it on its own. And money never made when you at home. But
damn, it feel good to have some money in my pocket. Damn, it's good to know I got my wisdom and my soul. Damn, it feel good knowing nobody can stop me. And damn, it's good to know I get that love everywhere I go, everywhere I go. Yeah, everywhere I go, everywhere I go. Yeah, everywhere I go. Yeah. That love everywhere I go, where I go.
happened to the real shit? The real shit. See my people switch up real quick. Real quick. What we teaching to the children? Yeah, what the children. Prescription drugs, they don't feel
I'm
shit.
doing drugs right now.
Man, what happened to the real shit? The real shit. See my people switch up real quick. Yeah, real quick. Look what we teaching to the children. The children. Prescription drugs, they don't feel shit. Don't feel shit. Man, what happened to the real shit? The real shit. See my people switch up real quick. Yeah, real quick. Look what we teaching to the children. What about the children? Prescription drugs, they don't feel shit. Don't feel shit.
If you go looking for answers, the questions will probably be fake. Yeah, yeah. Cause niggas be living with problems and hope that they see the next day. Yeah. I was going off the molly, now that same nigga jumping off the stage. Nowadays, ain't no Henny in the video, they pouring up a eight. This shit here is realer than lean. Yeah. These clones gotta get off the scene. They do. Out in Texas, niggas talking about they got the Xan, but nah, not for me. No. Come on, homie, what you doing? Painkillers got you losing. Niggas looking like they using. Talking about the distributing. But you gotta listen, bro, you gotta know that I want you to make it. Niggas gon' talk bad about you and say that they love you, but you know that niggas be faking. Niggas be faking. Ain't nobody gon' stop you. No, you a grown ass man. Gotta understand that niggas ain't got no intention standing out of hand. Oh, yeah. Think about it. Yeah, what you do? Yeah, you probably need to think about it. I write a book so we can read about it. And I know some niggas who do drugs, but they don't tweet about it.
Real shit. See my people switch up real quick. Yeah, real quick. Look what we teaching to the children. What about the children? Prescription drugs, they don't feel shit. Don't feel shit. Man, what happened to the real shit? The real shit. See my people switch up real quick. Yeah, real quick. Look what we teaching to the children. Yeah, about the children. Prescription drugs, they don't feel shit. They don't feel shit. What we doing to the real shit? These moms and pops out here, they popping pills quick. Little kids becoming parents, now they pay them bills quick. Wondering how life switched up so fast they can't deal with. It's probably cause nobody spoke that real shit. Of course that Molly gonna change you. You ain't never been the same. The lean gon' make it real slow. Them Xannies fucking up your dreams. The music only thing I need to keep a nigga out these streets. You niggas wanna do your drugs, be a little more discreet. Think about it.
Yeah, what you do?
I said you probably need to think about it. Go write a book so we could read about it. And I know some niggas who do drugs but they don't tweet about it.
Ela é meu treino de futebol. Ela é meu domingão de sol. Ela é meu esquema. Ela é meu concerto de rock and roll. Nação, minha torcida gritando gol. Minha Ipanema. Ela é meu treino de futebol. Ela é meu domingão de sol. Ela é meu esquema. Ela é meu concerto de rock and roll. Nação, minha torcida gritando gol. Minha Ipanema.
What happened to the real shit? The real shit. See my people switch up real quick. Real quick. What we teaching to the children? Children. Prescription drugs, they don't feel shit. Don't feel shit. Man, what happened to the real shit? The real shit. See my people switch up real quick. Yeah, real quick. Look what we teaching to the children. What about the children? Prescription drugs, they don't feel shit. Don't feel shit. Man, what happened to the real shit? The real shit. See my people switch up real quick. Yeah, real quick. Look what we teaching to the children. What about the children? Prescription drugs, they don't feel shit. Don't feel shit.
Ela é meu concerto de rock and roll. Nação, minha torcida gritando gol. Minha Ipanema. Ela é meu.
Jack? You know, Kush made the beat, man. Yeah. I'm smoking weed. Yeah. Zach? I woke up in the morning, I gotta go get this bread. Overworking myself, fuck it, I could sleep when I'm dead. See these niggas, they hate you, but they don't know where you been. But fuck all of your opinions, nigga, go get a Benz. I've been riding through the summer if you was looking for me. Yeah, my nigga Henny Husky, but believe me, we hungry. We been plotting on this, man, it wasn't all of a sudden. Now we stay on them stages and these niggas be bugging, but them, I can't complain, no. I can't complain, no. Yeah, I can't complain, no. I can't complain, no. It's not worth it. I can't complain, 'cause we ain't the same. Yeah, these niggas, they lame, yeah. But I can't complain, 'cause if you want it, got it, get it, nigga, get it. Don't wait for it, yeah. Run for it, if you want it, got it, get it, nigga, get it, yeah. Get it, nigga, get it. If you want it, got it, get it, nigga. Don't wait for it, don't wait. Run for it, if you want it, got it, get it, nigga. Run for it.
All my life I had to work for it. Nobody walked me through shit. I had to run for it. I knew some niggas with problems, loved them gun wars. A couple exes I knew turned out to dumb whores. I guess they got bored. It's kinda crazy how these niggas switch sides on you. The ones you roll for will fuck around and ride on you. You gotta keep it moving, niggas got no time for it. These niggas wanna see you fail, so you glide on them. Stupid shit, I'm done with it, I'm moving quick. Ain't got no time to waste the way I'm doing this. We gonna see the top before we see the end. 3-story crib, 2 cars, I'm moving in the building. I can't complain, I can't complain. No.
Got it. I can't complain. I can't complain.
The question of today for today is probably on a different broadcast. It's not the same. Sometimes it just gets copied. I copy in an old one because I have to change broadcast. So today was a day where I did the whole different description, and then I do like something. So like today I just went live, and so it went with an older one. But for the most part, nobody answers them. So I do try to change them every day. But sometimes, like today, when I go live and I just don't have time to plan out a broadcast. But I don't want to change it at 1 o'clock in the morning because, again, then I'll end this broadcast in a couple hours with no responses to it, and then somebody will expect another one next one. So normally, the thing to do is pay attention to when I actually schedule the broadcast and there's an event. Usually I try to change those. So if there wasn't one today, it's just because of the way I went live unscheduled because of Nate. And so sometimes when something like that happens, it's like I'm not going to sit here and take the normal hour I do to prepare for a broadcast because something's going on in the community, and I want to do it right away so that people aren't going, oh my God, Nate's live. You should go on Nate's live, and they're talking about biology, right? But this is another thing where I'll probably tell you guys where I'll do less and less of that. I normally put a question of the day in the description, What Bruce Wayne is Flying Wayne's referring to normally is a question of the day in the description. And so a lot of times I try to get people to answer them. Ideally, I'd make it a command that you could execute in the chat too. But the idea is that it's something that people can answer, and then it gets the comment section started. But this is the type of stuff where this is why I don't like to do unscheduled broadcasts. It's a lot of the reason I don't like to call into other shows as much anymore, because it takes time away from the stuff I need to do to prepare for my own broadcast. That's the type of stuff that happens as a result of that. That's frustrating to me. And then on top of that, I get kicked off the broadcast just for even mentioning stuff on my own channels. I go, I probably should have just gone through my normal preparation ritual and not bothered with that. But yeah, thanks, Flying Wayne. I appreciate you checking them out, and I'll try to make sure I change them every day. I do think of a different one every day normally, but again, I don't want to do it at 1 o'clock in the morning. But look forward to there being a new one tomorrow. Yeah. But yeah, it's usually in the description. It's like at the top of the description. It's usually right underneath the link to call in.
Just like it is my last night.
Oh shit, I just
everything that I had twice. Living good, man, you know it ain't no bad nights. I can't get up out that fast life.
Just sitting here, I'm just thinking about my past fights. Looking good, I ain't thinking about my past life. Life been good, I ain't thinking about them bad nights. But I can't get up out that fast life. You know some people gon' call you. They say you ain't been the same. Gotta keep on working. Can't let them see you off your game. Pour the Henny off the stage. Smoke an onion in the day. Wearing robes on a day. Eating bacon every stay.
Last night, everything that I had twice. Living good, man, you know it ain't no bad night. But I can't get up out that fast. Whoa. Living every night just like it is my last night. Getting everything that I had twice. Living good, man, you know it ain't no bad nights. I can't get up out that fast life. Whoa.
All right. Let's get ready to get back into it. No, Tux is still here. I think this is his new symbol. My guess is that this is Tux's. Sorry. Tux, is this your new symbol? It looks like he might have stepped away for a second, but this is him backstage. But yeah, I think this is his new like Tux infinity symbol or something. It looks kind of like a inverted tuxedo on both sides. It's like and then it's got the bow tie look in the middle. Sorry, I'm over here. Sorry, so it's got this bow tie look in the middle here. And then it's got this tuxedo collar looking thing going on here and here. So yeah, I think this is a graphic he either worked on or had worked on, but I know he had talked to me about it. But yeah, he may have stepped away for a second, which is why he's not on camera. All right. Let me go ahead and get back to January 6th. But first, we've got to do offering song. Hang on.
All right, everybody. Let me see. Let me turn this on. Thank you guys so much. I want to thank you guys again for helping us reach our fundraising goal of raising $100 for the International Bipolar Foundation by my birthday, August 12th. We've reached that goal. I think we're at like $108 or something like that the last time I checked. So thank you guys so much. Of course, I'm going to match that. And on my birthday, August 12th, we're going to donate $200. Or at least $200. We'll donate $200 plus whatever else is donated over our $100 goal. So is the question, when was the last time you changed your underwear? Yes. No, it's not. Ironically, though, it's today. I own a lot of underwear. That's one thing. That's a streamer pro tip. Own a lot of underwear. I also own a lot of tights. I own far more tights than most of the females in your life put together. All right. So let's go ahead and do our offering song. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, there are links to the fundraiser in the description, as well as links to donate to the Flying Man Ministries here. So you can donate to me personally, or you can donate to charity, whatever direction you'd like to go, or you can just, promote the channel and sing along. Thank you guys so much. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Sing it with me, y'all. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Let's go. Yes, that's right. Put your money into the golden plate. No, you can't get your own golden plate, man. You gotta have a legit ministry. You gotta be a pastor. You gotta show them ministry credentials and all of this type of shit, man. It's hard to get a golden plate. They don't just let anybody have these things. It's a real privilege to have a golden plate. All right. Let's get back to it. Uh-oh. That means our break went a little bit longer than theirs. That's good, though. Give everybody a good little intermission. All right, so I think... Wait a second. Hang on. What's going on here?
Quite a small building.
Great. What was that? All right.
The question is what happens next.
Oh, AR just donated $10 to charity. Thank you. Thank you, AR. We appreciate that. All right, I think this is them coming out of the break about here. Yeah, she's getting ready to go. We're getting ready to go. They're getting ready to go. Thank you,
Committee
AR.
will be in order. Chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Wyoming, Vice Chair Cheney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we turn to what Ms. Hutchinson saw and heard in the White House during the violent attack on the Capitol on January 6th.
We also pay people $1 million pocket change per dollar donated. I don't know why it said it didn't find the name here. Let me copy it, make sure I get it right. And then normally that means it just went through and it's just showing me that message from a different platform. All right, we got a message from Restream saying good night. I think that's Tux. All right, good night, Tux. Let me see the stream. I think I had the Restream muted. Sorry, Tux, if you were talking.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, you said you're gonna head to bed.
It's midnight. It's a little after midnight. I got to be up at 7 in the morning. So.
All right, man. Thanks so much for coming through, and I'll see you over the weekend.
All right. I am hosting my brother-in-law this weekend. I should be able to
let
host.
Me know about the hot program on Sunday.
Yeah, I should be able to co-host if my one black friend is unable to.
Yeah.
However, I don't know how long I can go. If we're doing an hour or something, I'm probably all right. If I'm doing 2 to 3, I'm probably.
All right, just let me know. It's no worry. You can get out of there whenever you need to. I'll be fine.
Got to hit the queue.
All right, man.
Got to hit the BBQ. All right. Cheers. Night all.
Have a good night. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right, we can go ahead and we don't need that screen up there. Yeah, we can just leave that up and then I can see it if somebody else calls in. You got pocket change. Great. Fantastic. All right. Great. Thanks again for the donation, AR. We really appreciate it.
Let's discuss certain communications White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows had on January 5th. President Trump's associate, Roger Stone, attended rallies during the afternoon and the evening of January 5th in Washington, D.C. On January 5th and 6th, Mr. Stone was photographed with multiple members of the Oath Keepers, who were allegedly serving as his security detail. As we now know, multiple members of that organization have been charged with or pled guilty to crimes associated with January 6th. Mr. Stone has invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination before this committee. General Michael Flynn has also taken the fifth before this committee. Mr. Stone previously had been convicted of other federal crimes unrelated to January 6th. General Flynn had pleaded guilty to a felony charge also predating and unrelated to January 6th. President Trump pardoned General Flynn just weeks after the presidential election. And in July of 2020, he commuted the sentence Roger Stone was to serve. The night before January 6th, President Trump instructed his Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, to contact both Roger Stone and Michael Flynn regarding what would play out the next day. Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that President Trump asked Mark Meadows to speak with Roger Stone and General Flynn on January 5th?
That's correct. That is my understanding.
And Ms. Hutchinson, is it your understanding that Mr. Meadows called Mr. Stone on the 5th?
I'm under the impression that Mr. Meadows did complete both a call to Mr. Stone and General Flynn the evening of the 5th.
And do you know what they talked about that evening, Ms. Hutchinson?
I'm not sure.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Giuliani, Mr. Eastman, and others had set up what has been called, quote, a war room at the Willard Hotel on the night of the 5th?
I was aware of that the night of the 5th.
And do you know if Mr. Meadows ever intended to go to the Willard Hotel on the night of the 5th?
Mr. Meadows had a conversation with me where he wanted me to work with Secret Service on a movement from the White House to the Willard Hotel so he could attend the meeting or meetings with Mr. Giuliani and his associates in the war room.
And what was your view as to whether or not Mr. Meadows should go to the Willard that night?
I had made it clear to Mr. Meadows that I didn't believe it was a smart idea for him to go to the Willard Hotel that night. I wasn't sure everything that was going on at the Willard Hotel, although I knew enough about what Mr. Giuliani and his associates were pushing during this period. I didn't think that it was something appropriate for the White House Chief of Staff to attend or to consider involvement in. I made that clear to Mr. Meadows. Throughout the afternoon, he mentioned a few more times going up to the Willard Hotel that evening, and then eventually dropped the subject the night of the 5th and said that he would dial in instead.
So General Flynn has appeared before this committee, and when he appeared before our committee, he took the 5th. Let's briefly view a clip of General Mike Flynn taking the Fifth Amendment. General Flynn, do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified?
we have a minute?
Yes.
All right, we're back. Congressman Cheney, could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. General Flynn, do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified?
Can I get a clarification? Is that a moral question, or are you asking a legal question?
I'm asking both.
I said the Fifth.
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified morally?
Take the Fifth.
You believe the violence on January 6th was justified legally?
Fifth.
General Flynn, do you believe in the peaceful transition of power in the United States of America?
The Fifth.
Let's move on now to January 6th and the conduct of Donald Trump and Mark Meadows during the attack on the Capitol. Ms. Hutchinson, I'd like now for us to listen to a description, your description of what transpired in the West Wing during the attack. For context, in this clip, you describe the time frame starting at about 2 p.m.
So I remember Mark being alone in his office for quite some time, and I know we've spoken about Ben Williamson going in at one point, and I don't personally remember Ben going in. I don't doubt that he had gone in, but I remember him being alone in his office for most of the afternoon, around 2 o'clock to 2:05. Around 2 o'clock to 2:05, we were watching the TV, and I could see that the rioters were getting closer and closer to the Capitol. Mark still hadn't popped out of his office or said anything about it. So that's when I went into his office. I saw that he was sitting on his couch, on his cell phone. Same as the morning where he was just kind of scrolling and typing. I said, "Hey, are you watching the TV, Chief?" Because his TV was small, and you can see it, but I didn't know if he was really paying attention. I said, "Are you watching the TV, Chief?" And he was like, "Yeah." The rioters are getting really close. Have you talked to the president? He said, "No, right now." Still looking at his phone. So I start to get frustrated because, I sort of felt like I was watching this is not a great comparison, but a bad car accident that was about to happen where you can't stop it, but you want to be able to do something. And I remember thinking in that moment, Mark needs to snap out of this, and I don't know how to snap him out of this, but he needs to care. And I just remember I blurted out, I said, "Mark, do you know where Jim's at right now?" And he looked up at me at that point and said, "Jim?" And I said, "Mark, he was on the floor a little while ago giving a floor speech. Did you listen?" He said, "Yeah, it was real good. Did you like it?" And I said, "Yeah. Do you know where he's at right now?" He said, "Well, no, I haven't heard from him." And I said, "You might want to check in with him, Mark." And I remember pointing at the TV, and I said, "The rioters are getting close. They might get in." And he looked at me and said something to the effect of, "All right, I'll give him a call."
Not long after the rioters broke.
So something I want to talk about here is something my dad always taught me about, and I want to give him a shout out here. And you guys will see quickly where I'm going with this. He'd always talk about, for good executive leaders, this is people who are in the position of mayor, governor, president, county executive, anything where you're the representative of the executive branch at that level of government. And you are at one time limited by your need to cooperate with the other branches, but at the same time, it's your name on the buildings and the all the agencies or whatever, and at the end of the day, you're responsible for getting executing your mandate, as we'd say. And so he'd always talk about how really great executives have their mode that they go into where they know how to say, okay, you know what? I'm not getting through to people. It's time to get rid of the press. You know, we're going to have to get rid of all the press, going to have to get out the room. All of the, people who this doesn't directly apply to, all the staffers, y'all got to go, right? And everybody has their different ways of doing it, but he would always basically be like, this is the time where you got to put your foot up somebody's ass, right? You got to have a time where it's right. It's time to curse somebody out, right? All right, now listen here, motherfucker. I know you think you're getting a little cute here opposing me on this bill, okay? But based on what I got going on in this city, what you don't understand is I need this here park, right? I need this here park because when I get this here park, right, it's going to open up the investment of this particular corporate development company, and they're going to come in here. They're going to bring X hundreds of millions of dollars into this city, and the only thing standing us between that and that development is your signature on this here bill about this here park. Now, I'm sure you really enjoy being a man of the people and sticking up for what you believe in, and I know you've got your reasons why you don't want this particular park built in this neighborhood because you think it's going to take foot traffic away from the park that's in your neighborhood. But check this here out. If you enjoy my support on the ballot and would not like me to put all my machinery and support behind your opponent on this upcoming election, you got it. I'm going to need your signature on this here bill about this here park. And please understand, in case I'm not being clear, motherfucker, this will be your last opportunity ever to oppose me if I do not get your here signature on this here bill about this here park. Are we clear? Go team, right? So I want to know before you go, how's your wife doing? Oh, she's doing well. How does she like her new job at City? Oh, she's enjoying her new job at City Hall. Oh, she loves the benefits. Oh, okay, I got a nice vacation plan. Oh, yeah, I got a nice vacation. Oh, how's your daughter doing? I heard your daughter was in the spelling. Oh, your daughter is killing the spelling bees. Cool. All right. So when they come back, you just say, hey, we had to have a little friendly chat. Tell them I wanted to check up on your family, make sure they're doing all right, and I wanted to make sure we had a personal space to have that conversation. It's so good to see you. I really like that tie, brother. Yeah, you looking sharp in that suit. Right, you got to have that mode. Now, what's the flip side of this? The flip side of this is Trump. This is why you can't surround yourself with yes people, because you have to have the people in your life on your team as the executive who know how to do that same thing but shove their foot all the way up your ass. Like, sorry, as the chief of staff, I'm going to have to ask y'all to leave. Something just came up. There's been an emergency. Mr. Mayor, I need your attention. This is very important. Sorry, y'all. I hate to interrupt this, but y'all need to get out of here. Yep. And you take the heat on you for kicking them all out the room. All right, now listen here, Donald. I don't know what the fuck you think is going on, but under absolutely no fucking circumstances do you ever part your ever-loving lips and utter the word stolen fucking election. I don't want to hear shit about machines, mail-in votes, the motherfucking dumps, whatever the fuck you were talking about. No, shut the fuck up, Donald. Shut the fuck up. America is bigger than you. Nobody is hearing that bullshit. Your ass done gone to court 60 fucking times and you lost every fucking time except some one time on some technical bullshit. Get the fuck... Donald! I swear to God, if I hear this shit out one more time, don't worry about a mass exodus of unplanned fucking resignations. I will be orchestrating the mass resignations myself. I will be on Fox News tonight shoving my foot so far up your ass, and I will be at the Evangelical Coalition the very next morning going on tour at every big mass preacher all around the country, letting them know that you are officially fucking Satan. Okay? No. Shut the fuck up, Donald. right? There's nobody on his staff. There ain't nobody in his family got that kind of relationship with him. He didn't hire anybody that has that kind of relationship. Don't nobody care about this man personally enough. Because I'm telling you right now, if Cory Booker was president and I was on his staff, believe it or not, I would be that fucking person. Cory, shut the fuck up. Cory, what you gonna do? Fire me? What you gonna do? Send me back to my big cushy job at academia? Go fuck yourself. What the fuck you gonna do? Fire me and send me back to working at home? I wish you the fuck would. Now shut the fuck, nigga. No. You shut the fuck up, Mr. President Booker. I ain't never called you Mr. President. I ain't about to start now, Cory. Now listen with your little narrow black ass. You are not the only person who has sacrificed for decades to get your black ass behind that Resolute desk. Me, your family, your mother-in-laws, my family, my father, all the people back from Newark, we have all sacrificed for motherfucking decades to see your black ass get in that motherfucking seat. So before you think you're going to take your little narrow ass out there and embarrass us, you better think the fuck again, because I will shove my foot up your ass twice. What's the fucking spiel? Oh, you still ain't on script? Shut the fuck up. Here are the options. You gonna say what the fuck we tell you to say, or we gonna tell them your ass is not available for comment, and then we're gonna say what the fuck we wanna say. So you could be the captain of what the fuck we wanna say, or your dumb ass can sit back here by yourself, bitching and moaning to yourself, and we will make sure not a single press person or camera gets through that door until you change your motherfucking tune. Do you understand me? Right? And why do you do that, folks? It ain't flexing. It ain't power tripping. It's because you care about that person way too much to watch them do this travesty in front of you and not